The Great Wasteland, Lin City, Lin Family, Odd Job Station. Over 100 teenagers dressed in long garments of blue stood in an orderly manner. No one dared say a word due to the presence of an old man standing in front of them. The old man was a steward from the Lin family. Even though the members of the Lin family were not exactly important people, but in the eyes of this large group of ordinary young folk, the family was important and impressive, people who could dictate the future fates of young ones like them. Today was the day the Lin family was allocating odd job assignments. The elderly steward was the one who decided where the young people would be assigned to. His decision would make or break the future of each youngster there. If they were assigned to a subpar location, they might very well never get the chance to amount to anything in the future. The group of teenagers who had entered the Lin mansion was aiming to receive the opportunity of cultivation. Certain posts would make it easy for one to earn merit, while others might give them the opportunity to come into contact with noblemen, which might also give them the chance to make something of themselves. That was why many of them were eager to get on the good side of the elderly steward before the assignment in their hopes for a bright future. Those with money would present gifts. The quick-witted ones would brown-nose him. There were even some who professed their loyalty without delay. Chu-hee, you have been assigned to the book depository as a floor sweeper. Remember, the book depository is an important place for the Lin family. You should work very hard there and allow no room for laziness. The elderly steward stoically called out the name of another young man and gave instructions accordingly. Multiple gazes fell onto the good-looking young man in an instant. They either gave him looks of pity or looks of pleasure over his misfortune. That was because they had learned that work at the book depository was considered the least popular and was also one of the jobs that offered no hope of advancement. The Lin family had a scripture depository and a book depository. It was a difference of one word, yet the two were vastly different. The former housed an important collection of top-secret martial arts manuals, while the latter was just a place for the Lin family disciples to grab some books when they needed to study elementary education. However, the fine-looking youth did not seem to display any signs of unwillingness or disappointment when he was assigned a job that had no future. Instead, the expression on his face was blank. This was because the owner of the body had been changed. Chu-hee had never expected that he would get transmigrated. He was not prepared for this at all. Just like that, Chu-hee was absent-mindedly brought to the book depository. He was the only person among the odd jobbers to be assigned there. Young man, you're Chu-hee, aren't you? Stop looking so miserable. Even though there are no future prospects for one assigned here, but it's safe. I say, all you young people are always dreaming about your grand ambitions. You need to remember that we're nothing but odd jobbers. Even if you're assigned to some other place and got lucky enough to be rewarded with martial arts skills, what's the point even if you manage to cultivate it? You would still need to offer your life to your master by fighting and killing every day. You might even die one day. Just look at me. I'm already 65 and still alive and kicking. Those who were in the same batch as I when we came to the Lin family, well, I can count those who are still alive with one hand. For me, the book depository is the best place for us odd jobbers. There's food, there are drinks, and there's peace. An elderly man in blue led Chu-hee into the book depository. He must not have spoken to anyone in a long time. The moment he met Chu-hee, he could not stop yapping away. Grandpa, how many are there in the book depository? Chu-hee looked around the large book depository. He noticed it was very quiet and did not seem to fit into the bustling atmosphere outside. How many do you want? You plus me, there's only 2 here. The elderly man broke into a smile as he shook his head. Only 2. Chu-hee was taken aback. This book depository is not considered an important place for the Lin family. There are very few who come here. I usually just sweep the dust away. If I wasn't getting up there in years, this job can actually be done by just one person. The elderly man smiled as he explained. It's a pretty good deal. Chu-hee nodded. He went with the flow. An odd jobber needed to serve others. This was something he was not particularly skilled at, and it was not something he wanted to learn. Now that he was at the book depository, it did sound pretty good so far. You will be in charge of cleaning this place from now onward. As for me, I can finally relax and take it easier. Oh right, you are free to flip through any books in here. Consider it a bonus for cleaning the book depository, but remember, you must never spoil the books. The elderly man gave him a reminder. Chu-hee nodded to show that he understood. After that, the elderly man continued gabbing about a bunch of things. He finally left when he felt tired. Chu-hee was holding a broom and cloth. He lifted his head to examine the book depository, which was just like a library. He could not help sighing. There were many bookcases. Even a simple cleaning job would not be easy, right at the moment. There was a ding. Chu-hee's body shuddered. His hack tool has arrived in his account. Following the ding, he saw a checkpoint panel suddenly appear in front of him. Hack tool, Goldfinger, checkpoint system. As a god-tier internet novelist, there was no way he would not be aware of the existence of such a system. This was a necessity for all transmigrators and those who were reborn. As expected, the hack tool might be somewhat late, but it would never be absent. Now was the time for his tardy system to go online. Chuhi's consciousness connected with the checkpoint panel, and he quickly learned how to use it. This was a system with a mobile checkpoint that one could check in from any location. Checking in at special locations could even increase one's chances of obtaining something good. At the same time, Chuhi was able to set a permanent check-in location to check in continuously. The longer and more frequently one checked in, the greater the rewards. Also, if one continuously checked in for 100 years, there was an opportunity to get a super checkpoint. The rarer the location, the greater the odds to obtain better rewards. Chuhi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was sold to the Lin family and was assigned to the book depository. It would be difficult to leave whenever he liked without any special circumstances. That was why he had immediately decided to make the book depository his long-term checkpoint. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. For your first check-in, your reward is the golden 9 turns. A gold and purple manuscript appeared on the checkpoint panel. Chuhi's expression changed. A look of delight spread across his face. Chinese gamers use the term to indicate cheating where the game is somewhat modified. Chuhi held the gold and purple manual he had retrieved from the system space. He could not put it down. Golden 9 turns. He was really excited. This was exactly what was often described in novels, an ability for one's body and soul to be immortalized. Chuhi could not wait any longer and immediately began learning. The manual awarded to him by the system's checkpoint had one advantage: did not have to read to understand every word to study it. All he needed to do to learn it was to place the golden secret manual between his eyes. So Chuhi placed the secret manual on his forehead, and the next instant, the manual transformed into a bright gold and purple light that immediately passed through the space between Chuhi's eyes. A surge of information enveloped his mind. Chuhi closed his eyes, savoring the experience. He opened his eyes some time later. He had digested the basic contents of the golden 9 turns and was no longer ignorant about cultivation. He experienced no change within him, but that was simply because he had not started cultivating. Once he had checked in enough to obtain resources and the necessary conditions, he would start cultivating, and before long he would excel. Chuhi was not in much of a hurry. He was now just an odd jobber who was in charge of sweeping. There was nothing dangerous about it, and it was a relaxing environment. He had plenty of time to take things slowly. Besides, he had decided to stay at the book depository from now on to enhance his abilities. There was no need to go anywhere for no reason. Eventually, he would make a name for himself. Chuhi started cleaning up after this. This was, after all, his job. He began looking for books from the bookcases to read after he was done cleaning. Even though he had retained none of the memories of the body's original owner after transmigrating, after learning the golden 9 turns, he had no problem understanding the words here. The words used for the golden 9 turns were the same as this world. Suddenly, a book caught Chuhi's attention, The Strange Memoirs of the Great Wasteland. He picked it up and flipped through the pages. What the hell, the Great Wasteland is ridiculously dangerous. He was initially in awe that the people of this world knew how to cultivate martial arts skills. Little did he expect to discover that humans were only in the middle of the food chain in the vast Great Wasteland. Well, at the very least, Zia Kingdom was that way. There were numerous species in the Great Wasteland, from number 1 to 9. That was the way the different clans were classified. The first level was the lowest, while the 9th level was the highest. As for the Zia clan, they were at the 3rd level, a lowly tier with no hope of moving up. There were still many different clans in the Great Wasteland that could SHT on the head of the Zia clan if they pleased. The level of each clan was determined by the most powerful member in the clan. This was a world where a single powerhouse could lift the bottom-feeding clans to limitless heights. The combat effectiveness of the powerhouses was unparalleled. One punch was able to exterminate a clan. One kick could suppress heaven and earth. This was quite common in the Great Wasteland. It was considerably more manageable in the lower realms, as anything could happen during combat. Some skirmishes could even be won by the sheer number of combatants. In the higher realms, however, the wider the difference of the combat effectiveness between both parties, the lower there was for the possibility of shifting the balance. A large number of combatants would not make a difference unless it was a fight that involved combatants of the same level. This means that I would need to be consistently strong. I must never allow myself to slack off, Chuhi mumbled to himself. The information in the manual made him more determined to ensure he would not waver in this aspect. This was a world where a martial artist could become gods, destroying the heavens with a wave of the hand. He made the decision to never step out from where he was until he had fully cultivated the golden 9 turns. If he acted like those main characters in novels who went off to explore the world right after obtaining a little power, there was a chance he would be snuffed out by some big boss who did not like the way he looked. He had Goldfinger and the checkpoint system. By right, he should be able to hold his own. The next day, Chuhi woke up quite early and went to the book depository. The The first thing he did was check in. Ding, the host has successfully checked in and is rewarded with a bottle of body-forging pills. The system's notification appeared on the panel. A bottle of pills appeared in the system's space at the same time. He took it and tipped out a pill. It was the size of a soybean and was pure white. It emanated a fragrant scent of herbs. He activated his will. He checked the introduction of the body-forging pill. It was used to forge cultivation and suited his needs well. He was overjoyed. He was given whatever he needed. The system was truly considerate toward him. It knew that he was lacking the basic resources for cultivation. He was just a sweeper in the Lin family, and his daily meals were measly and basic. It was not enough to aid him with cultivation. Things would be different with the body-forging pill. There were 20 pills in a bottle, enough to supply him for cultivation for quite a while. He walked to a hidden spot within the book depository and took off his shirt. He swallowed a pill and got into the stance for cultivating the golden 9 turns and began his cultivation. The body-forging pill melted upon consumption and instantly circulated within his body according to the golden 9 turns as it flowed through every internal corner of his body. Instantly, his body was visibly boiling. It was like he had been placed in a steamer as wisps of steam began wafting around him. He had to admit that the effect of the body-forging pill was excellent. It was very compatible with the golden 9 turns. His muscles and bones creaked and groaned like muffled thundering. The muscles on his body began to firm up slowly. The medicinal effect was cultivated very quickly. He resumed his normal position and exhaled a fog of white breath. He could feel the strength within his muscles and a smile appeared on his face. The golden 9 turns, first level of the first turn. The pills were certainly effective. If not for those pills, it would be extremely difficult for him to even try cultivating this skill, even if he practiced painstakingly. He focused on cleaning up once he was done with cultivation. He was just about halfway done when someone entered to get a book. It was a few youngsters. Those should be the young masters of the Lin Mansion. They went directly for the memoirs of Xia Nation's pugilistic swordsmen and soon got engrossed in the stories. At times, they would begin discussing the stories, but no one gave any trouble to a little odd jobber like He. 2 hours passed before the few young masters put down the books rather grudgingly and left. They still had martial arts classes to attend. He, who had already given a simple cleanup to other areas, walked over and tidied up the place the youngsters had hung out before closing the door. He went to a remote corner and swallowed another pill to begin cultivating. For the next few days, He continued checking in, which resulted in him receiving pills, martial arts techniques, and a sword. To deal with the outside world, he cultivated the 3rd level of post-celestial body forging. If it had gone public that his rate of cultivation was so quick, it would shatter the confidence of many prodigies out there. He had accumulated a fair amount of information from the memoirs of uncanny swordsmen in the book depository over the last few days. This world was rich with martial arts culture, and the people were geared toward a culture of intimidation and power. It was considered peaceful in the city. However, if one could not become a powerhouse and learn the art of self-protection, it would be difficult to survive as they would be unable to exert any control over their own fates. As for villages in the mountains beyond the city, those areas were more dangerous as various monsters, clans of other species, as well as outlaws, roamed the lands. This was the reason why He did not dare leave until he was certain he was powerful enough. It was safer to stay in the book depository. 2 years passed by just like that. He checked in every day for the past 2 years. He would diligently cultivate martial arts, and when he was bored, he would browse through news articles and strange and fantastic stories to learn more about this world he was in. During this period, youngsters from the Lin family would drop by once in a while for some reading. This was rather annoying for He. The reason being that his cultivation was forcefully interrupted every time someone came. However, there was nothing he could do because this was the book depository of the Lin family, after all. He was nothing but a minor odd jobber and had no right to chase them off. As for the old man, he was quite old now and was permitted to live outside of the Lin family. He did not come to the book depository often, and was only there once or twice every month to inspect the situation. There was only one thing that He was happy about. The full 9 levels of He's golden 9 turns first turn had been completed. He would achieve the breakthrough to the second turn any time now. He had prepared for this moment half a year in advance. His continuous check-ins for the last half year were closely related to the resources he needed for cultivation. He had saved the resources in the system space as a backup for the breakthrough. It was a major hurdle to advance from being a post-celestial to a precelestial grandmaster. The stories he had read stated that for this hurdle, the first breakthrough was the easiest to achieve. However, if he failed, the subsequent hurdles would become increasingly difficult. Numerous swordsmen hit a bottleneck at this hurdle, which turned out to last their entire lifetime. Numerous breakthroughs, numerous failures, and in the end, they died in a depressed state. There were many more who had succumbed to their inner demons or died a sudden death, because they were unable to accept the blow of bitter failure. Some suffered a personality change, turning from valiant swordsmen into demonic characters. That was why Chuhi was very careful. He consolidated the foundation of his being and took things slowly. He allowed his body to endure repeated torments for the sake of one breakthrough without greedily pushing for any other achievements. Finally, he could not hold back any longer and planned for a breakthrough today. He took out the treasures and pills he had prepared and obtained from the check-ins for the last half year and arranged them in front of him. He focused to accumulate his energy as he relaxed his mind and body. He activated his martial arts skills and aimed for the second turn. He had made thorough preparations in anticipation of the barrier to his breakthrough. There was a sudden booming sound. He had achieved the breakthrough. It was over before he even put in much effort, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Where was that barrier that obstructed anyone who tried for the breakthrough? Chuhi did not experience the barrier at all. He looked at all the pills arranged neatly on the floor. He scratched his head, puzzled. Where was the solid barrier he heard about? Why did he not feel a thing? This did not feel any different from the breakthrough he had experienced from the minor realm in the first turn. The process had whooshed by just like that. All his preparation felt like such a waste. Chuhi simply grabbed a handful of pills and shoved them into his mouth, chewing on them like candy. He felt power expanding within his body. Chuhi was certain that he had achieved the breakthrough. He now felt that he could take on 100 of his old selves right now. The effects of the first turn and second turn felt vastly different. It was like comparing heaven and earth, and he could not even find the words to describe how he felt. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Chuhi's cultivation of the first level of the second turn had consolidated. He was well on his way to achieving the breakthrough for the second level. It was also quite strange that, for the past 2 months, the youngsters who had frequented the book depository of the Lin family rarely visited. Even the old man had only dropped by the book depository 3 times in the last 2 months, which made the place feel lonelier than ever. However, this was a good thing for Chuhi. He was never a fan of a bustling environment. As things were, he could focus on cultivating without anyone disturbing him. As for the cleaning work in the book depository, getting that done offered little trouble to someone of his ability. He practiced the 8 measured steps he had obtained from one of the checkpoints. His movements were like a phantom, like a gust of wind. His figure seemed to disperse into numerous scattered shadows as he made a quick stop at every bookcase. Once the shadows vanished, all the dust on the bookcase had been completely cleaned. As his ability improved, so did his cleaning speed. He no longer required to spend a long time cleaning. Every morning, he habitually floated about for a short period, finishing his work while practicing his martial arts skill at the same time. The rest of his time was free and relaxed. He spent his free time cultivating, reading, and enjoying a leisurely time. Just like that, another 2 years passed. Fewer and fewer Lin family disciples visited the book depository as time passed. Finally, one day, about half a year ago, the old man told Chuhi that his body was failing him, and he could no longer visit the book depository to talk to the youngster. He had already made arrangements with the steward to pass all remaining responsibilities to Chuhi. After passing all of his instructions, he left with a fair amount of regret, finally leaving the place he had lived for most of his life behind for good. He talked to Chuhi about how he had suddenly begun to question his life in the few years leading to his departure from the Lin mansion, whereas most people would embrace the lives they lived when they were in their final years. He had been assigned to the Lin family's book depository at the age of 14. Now it seemed he was destined to die a natural death at the age of 70. He was the man who lived the longest, and the one who led the most leisurely life among his batch that was sent to Lin Mansion. However, he had lived out his entire life without understanding life nor experiencing it. He continued yapping at Chuhi with remorse. If he had been just a little smarter back then and had gone to the other stations within the Lin Mansion, he might have been lucky enough to cultivate martial arts. Even if he had died prematurely of other causes at the end, he could have departed with the knowledge that he had truly lived. The old man could feel his life passing by while he poured his heart out to Chuhi in one sitting. In the end, he even advised Chuhi to cultivate martial arts if he had the chance, so as to not regret his decisions when he turned old. The old man eventually left, and finally, Chuhi was the only person left in the book depository. He cultivated quietly. By this point, his cultivation had achieved the 8th level of the second turn. Chuhi could feel that his cultivation speed had slowed down as his cultivation level got higher. Every level breakthrough would now require a few months. Despite that, the speed of his progress was still quite extraordinary when compared to others in the world outside. One day, Chuhi was cultivating. The Lin mansion had been suddenly thrown into a state of intense sadness. The master of the mansion has died in the lands of Annan following an ambush by the Dog Fang clan. The Lin family elder headed there to provide backup, but ended up suffering grievous injuries. 100,000 of Genin military troop soldiers died a bloody death at the battlefield. Howls of anguish could be heard echoing throughout the Lin mansion. Massive changes await the Lin family. There was a change in Chu-hee's expression. However, he did not plan to find out more about the situation. His was nothing but an insignificant odd jobber. Whatever happened to the Lin family had nothing much to do with him. This was Lin City, the core of Xia Kingdom. Even if the Lin family was defeated in battle, no one would come here to disturb his check-ins, unless someone was planning to take the initiative to destroy the Lin family. Chu-hee positioned his stance and swallowed a pill as he continued cultivating. Half a month later, there was now someone else in the book depository other than Chu-hee for the first time in half a year. It was a white-haired old man. His body was rickety. He trembled as he walked in a wooden manner. The scent of death emanated from him. He looked at Chu-hee, who was pretending to clean up, and said, "Young man, are you in charge of the book depository?" Yes. Chu-hee nodded calmly. He could tell that this old man was no ordinary man. Even though the old man had an air of death about him, there was an even stronger aura of power pouring out from him. This man was a powerhouse. To be more precise, he was a powerhouse whose life was hanging by a thread. At the very least, his cultivation was slightly more powerful than Chu-hee's current status. Chu-hee had used the secret technique he had obtained from the checkpoints to investigate the aura of the Lin family powerhouses. There were few people in the Lin family whose aura could be compared to his. Most of them were weaker than he was. As for those stronger than him, Chu-hee had yet to sense any. However, one such person had appeared right in front of him now. Even though he was terribly wounded, it could not hide the fact that he was a powerhouse and that he was someone of extraordinary status. However, Chu-hee did not express any sense of awe or respect for the old man. The old man's identity and status in the Lin family had nothing to do with Chu-hee and did not pose any form of threat to him. The old man nodded back at Chu-hee, and it seemed like he was not interested in a lengthy chat. He moved a deck chair over and casually picked a stack of books from the book depository. He began to read while shaking his leg, appearing to be quite engrossed in the book. Chu-hee frowned. He could not cultivate with someone else around, and it was not a situation he was used to lately. It looked like the old man did not plan on leaving anytime soon. Then, things turned out just as Chu-hee had predicted. The old man read the stack of books the entire day right until sunset and still did not plan to leave. Darkness came. It was only then that the old man finally stood up, trembling. He nodded at Chu-hee and left the book depository. Some time passed. The old man came to the book depository every morning at the same time. He would retrieve a stack of books and read the entire day. He would occasionally speak a sentence or two to Chu-hee. He always left after the sky turned dark. This annoyed Chu-hee tremendously. The man had thrown his cultivating schedule into complete disarray for the past few days. Midnight. After the old man left, Chu-hee positioned his stance and started cultivating. He noticed that the higher his current level in cultivation, the less sleep he seemed to require. He stood next to the bookcases in the daytime when the old man was around. All he needed was to shut his eyes and take a short nap, and that was enough to energize him. All of a sudden, Chu-hee was focusing on cultivating when a sharp light flashed across his eyes. His golden 9 turns had been cultivated to the second turn, which was equivalent to precelestial grandmaster powerhouses in the outside world. In addition to that, he had also cultivated numerous secret techniques for martial arts skills. All he had to do was consciously think about it, and not even an ant's movements could hide from his consciousness. The next moment, Chu-hee made a swift movement and vanished from his current spot like a phantom. Everyone's saying that the Lin family elder is on the brink of death and can't even lift a finger. I wonder if that's true. Now that we're here to ambush him, if he really is healthy and well, I don't think we can make it through this. 2 men dressed in black garments were sneaking about near the book depository. One of them sounded slightly anxious. A man's reputation was as important as shade was for trees. They were on their way to attack the Lin family elder, the one whose reputation took the entire world by storm 100 years ago, the man who was the demi-king of martial arts. Even if the rumors claimed that he was on the brink of death and was in a condition that rendered him immobile, the man in black was still cautious. If he had the choice, he would never have wanted to take part in this assassination. What's there to be afraid of? The old man from the Lin family is way past his prime, and on top of that, he's seriously wounded. That is a fact. The only thing that matters is how wounded he is. If it turns out he's still able to fight back and display some of his abilities, we can find out the severity of his condition even if we can't complete the assassination. It'll be considered a job done. Since both our abilities are of the precelestial 7th erudition, we can combine our strength. It won't be too hard for us to go up against someone with 8th erudition abilities. We could still escape from someone with 9th erudition. The Lin mansion is at its weakest right now. Even if we're discovered, escaping shouldn't be a problem at all. The other man in black shook his head disapprovingly. According to the information, that old man should be in the backyard at night. That's where the Lin family congregates. He'd only be here to read in the daytime. That will be our best chance to make a move. Let's hide here for the night and we'll have this in the bag tomorrow. The figures got closer to the book depository. They were planning to enter via the main door. Wait a minute. The first man in black suddenly called out. I'm feeling a little jumpy all of a sudden, like something terrible is nearby. You know how it is. My sixth sense has always been on point. His eyes swept left and right, and his behavior was highly strung. It was an unsettling sense that only appeared during life and death moments. He could not help but find it strange. They were only planning an ambush and had yet to make a move on the Lin family elder. By right, even if the Lin family elder was still fit and capable, that sense of danger should only kick in tomorrow morning. Why was he sensing it so early? Could it be that his sixth sense had become sensitive enough to predict the outcome of the next day? You're feeling jumpy. Is that true? Are you sure this isn't just a psychological effect of you being scared of the Lins? His companion was anxious and doubtful. The more highly cultivated one was in the martial arts, the stronger his sixth sense. His companion was quite gifted and had a sixth sense that was more sensitive and accurate than normal. Most martial artists could only sense people who were of lower level or at the same level as them. The only other time the sense would activate was when imminent death was facing them from an assault of someone of a higher level. His companion was different. He could predict the murderous intent of any powerhouse who was a level higher than he was. "Ho, your sense is rather impressive." A calm, clear voice rang out at that moment. The ears of both men in black perked up. It sounded like someone was speaking in a low voice right next to their ears. "Ha, nice senses." A confused expression appeared on the faces of the two men in black when they first heard that sentence. Then they felt their scalps tingle, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end as their life flashed before their eyes. Unable to tell where the voice was coming from, the two stood with their backs against each other as they retrieved their data and scanned the dark surroundings with their sharp eyes. Soon, they spotted him. A good-looking teenager wearing a blue coat stood in the dark with his arms behind his back, staring at them impassively. The youngster looked completely normal, and there was not even the slightest sign of an aura about him. He looked exceedingly ordinary as he stood there, with not even the slightest hint to suggest he had cultivated skills. He was so ordinary, in fact, that if it were not for the fact that it was the dead of the night in this special location, and there were no other people present, the two men in black would never have spared him a second look if they met elsewhere. However, the two men in black could vaguely sense something from this young boy, the fact that the deathly feeling of crisis came from him. Moreover, when had the teenager appeared behind them? They were Celestial Grandmasters who had not only mastered the 7th erudition but also carried the title of Senior Grandmaster. However, they would not have even seen the boy had he not spoken. The two men in black made eye contact. They saw intense fear in each other's gaze. This kid is so unnatural. Where do you think he's from? Could he be an alien who holds the secret to eternal youth? He can appear soundlessly beside us and make me feel like my life was in danger. Could he be the Lin family's hidden protector, a Celestial 8th erudition Grandmaster, or the 9th? The two men were in a state of hypervigilance. Their muscles tensed as their essential chi coursed through their bodies, ready to explode at any time. "Who are you?" one of the men asked in a low voice. "Me. I'm just an average guard at the Lin family's book depository." He spoke slowly, the expression on his face never changing as he answered in a calm voice. He spoke as if these two men were not thugs with ulterior motives, but just two average strangers who were asking for directions. An average guard at the Lin family's book depository. The corners of the leader's mouth twitched as his expression on his face turned into one of disbelief. He thought that he was treating him as an idiot. Who the hell could explain to him how an average guard could appear behind them without their knowledge? He must definitely be a master if he could stand so calmly with his hands behind his back after seeing the pair of them, who definitely did not look like they were up to any good based on the way they dressed. He refused to believe that the boy was your average guard, even if you beat him to death. Who on earth are you? Are you the Lin family's hidden protector? There's no need to spout lies when you already attain such a high level of mastery, right? The man in charge spat at He angrily. He thought that he was pulling their legs because had nothing better to do. Alas, He shook his head as he let out a great sigh. No one believed him even if he spoke the truth. How saddening. Even the most basic trust among people had been lost. I am in charge of guarding this book depository, and you are not allowed entry. I can pretend I never saw anything tonight if you leave now. After all, I'm just a guard for a book depository. I have no obligation to fight you men to the death. He gave no further explanation after speaking those calm words. The two men seemed to only have mastered the Celestial 7th erudition. As for him, he had already mastered the Golden 9 turns inside out, which would put him on the same level as a master of the Celestial 8th erudition. Comparing their abilities, he felt that it would be easy for him to kill these two men in black. He could do it just like how he had appeared silently behind them just now. They would never have noticed him if he had not willingly made his presence known. If he had decided to attack earlier, the two men would already be corpses. He had not struck first because he did not want to get himself into trouble for nothing. He was not as ruthless as the protagonists in internet novels. He had the power to kill someone who rubbed him the wrong way just by glaring at them. However, someone would come seeking revenge after that. They would come one after another, and even though the protagonist would not get hurt, he would also be forced to kill those who came seeking revenge. However, Chu-hee did not want to live a life of bloodshed and killing people from the start to the end. It was too annoying. What was the point of it? He just wanted to check in silently day after day. Then he would leave this place to enjoy a prosperous life once he was invincible. That was why he had simply made an appearance to warn the two men to stay away from the book depository when he saw they were making their way toward the building to lie in wait for an ambush. He would let them go anywhere they liked after that. They could get into trouble with anyone they wished, so long as his book depository was not involved in it. The two men looked at each other in evident anxiousness and doubt. It was obvious that they were up to no good, what with the way they were dressed and the fact that they were sneaking around in the dead of the night. They would be beaten up if their whereabouts were exposed. Even though they were talking, their bodies were poised at the ready to escape or engage in a bloody fight. However, this person whom they could not get a grasp on, and who seemed to be the Lin family's hidden protector, was letting them go, and was willing to pretend that nothing had ever happened despite having seen them. How were they supposed to believe that? It would be much more plausible if the person they met was a junior who was not powerful enough and only interested in saving their neck. However, it made no sense if the other party was one of the Lin family's powerful ancestors. They asked themselves if they would ever let a thief weaker than them run free if they encountered such a crook back home. Impossible. They would bring their knife down without a second thought. So, could the reason be? The guy isn't a hidden protector at all. Perhaps this kid is only as old as he looks and he's fooling us. He's not all that powerful, but he has a special secret technique or treasure that can addle our senses and invoke feelings of uneasiness to make us feel scared. Hee. He's pretending to be a tiger. The two men dressed in black conversed with nothing but eye contact. Within minutes, the two had reached a conclusion they were sure to be correct. Then the way they looked at Chu-hee started to change. "You're good. You nearly fooled us. Damned kid," the two men in black bellowed. Then they raised their arms as they each brandished their knives toward Chu-hee, flanking him on either side. "Really? You had the opportunity to take the easy way out, and you threw it away." Chu-hee shook his head in exasperation. He did not want to get into trouble, but that did not mean that he did not have a temper. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on him had a death wish. Chu-hee extended an arm and gave it a casual wave. The glint of the men's knives disappeared bit by bit, and then the dado in their hands shattered into tiny pieces before falling to the ground like glass. How can it be? The expression on the two men's faces changed drastically as they stared at the shattered handles of their knives and their bleeding palms. The power of that one casual strike. It was even more powerful than the masters who had mastered the Precelestial Ninth erudition that they had fought against before. With that sort of power, was he basically a demi-king? To heck with pretending to be a tiger, he was a bona fide tiger. Fear washed over them when they thought of that. This time, the two men did not converse using their eyes. Instead, they bounded to their feet at the same time and turned to run in two different directions. They wanted to escape. "I gave you a chance to make a choice just now, but I'm very unhappy with the decision you made." Chu-hee shook his head, his left hand still placed behind his back as he curled his right hand into a fist. Poof, poof, two punches burst through the air. The fierce punches rended the air and plunged the men's minds into an abyss of despair. It felt as if even the most powerful beings would be shattered by these two fists. "No, please spare our lives, senior." The two men dressed in black let out terrified screams. They could feel death looming upon them. However, their prayers went unanswered. The punches landed on their backs and traveled right through their bodies. A powerful and tyrannical force exploded inside them. Their bodies blew up into the air, and blood was sent flying everywhere as if two gory fireworks had just been set off. The two men dressed in black were filled with nothing but remorse during the last moments of their lives. The boy had asked them to leave. If only they had listened to him and left obediently. Why had they provoked him when they had no business in doing so? They could not regret it enough. Chu-hee dusted his sleeves before strolling back into the book depository with a complacent expression on his face. Time to continue practicing. In a high-rise tea house 2 streets away from the Lin mansion. It was already late night, but the room at the top of the tea house was still brightly lit. 2 figures dressed in long brocade robes were staring in the direction of the Lin mansion. Something's gone wrong. Hu and Sha have sent a distress signal. Suddenly, one of the figures spoke in a startled voice. "Come on, let's go check it out." The two jumped out of the tea house and reached the periphery of the Lin mansion in a few leaps. They did not dare enter directly and instead climbed a tall tree so they could observe secretly from above. What's going on? Hu and Sha have already sent the distress signal. That means they've been exposed and must now be fighting against the masters of the Lin mansion. Why is there no movement at all? Could Hu and Sha have sent the signal by mistake, or have they already been defeated by the Lin family? One of them voiced his thoughts. That's impossible. The Lin family is at its weakest now. portion of their masters are buried in Annan, and several others are stationed elsewhere. Currently, besides the half-dead old man, the strongest person at the Lin family has only just mastered the Precelestial 8th erudition. Hu and Sha are both strong fighters and masters of the 7th erudition. They should be able to hold their ground against a master of the 8th erudition with their combined powers. How can they possibly be defeated so quickly? The other man dressed in a brocade robe shook his head while he replied. Then that means Hu and Sha set off the signal by accident, but that shouldn't be the case. Hu and Sha aren't that stupid. It's either that or there are other masters hiding in the Lin family. The first man spoke again. The Lin family is a large family that's been around for hundreds of years. They may have hidden reserves. What's important now is that we don't know what kind of technique their hidden master practices to be able to get rid of Hu and Sha without causing a commotion. There must be more than one person who has already attained the 9th level, or perhaps they have someone who is a demi-king. Or maybe the withered old man is not as hurt as the rumors made him out to be. For real, the expression on the second man had turned ugly. So what should we do now? He asked his companion. Wait, we'll wait for tomorrow when we can be sure about what happened. Then we can report both what happened tonight as well as our assumptions and let the leader make a decision. Lin Mansion Book Depository. He was aware that experts from the Lin family were on their way to get rid of the mangled corpses and the blood spatters. Then, the masters would begin their secret inspections. Now was not a suitable time for practicing. There was a chance he could be interrupted any time. He returned to his room and lay on his bed. Nevertheless, the difference between him sleeping or not sleeping was no longer significant at his current level. However, it was still a nice feeling to lie on his bed for an entire night every once in a while. Besides, he would not be wasting time even if he slept. Before he shut his eyes, he retrieved a handful of tablets and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing on them like sweets before swallowing. Then he shut his eyes. In an instant, his body turned burning hot, as if he had been placed on a stove. Through his clouding consciousness, he could feel the golden 9 turns operating on their own accord. A stream of power was liquefied and then began transforming and enhancing every organ and every muscle and bone on his body. His strength was increasing slowly but surely. That's comfortable. He smacked his lips and spoke sleepily as he shut his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Are you willing to practice with me, Lil Chu? In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. With the Lin family elders present, he swallowed tablets and focused on refining their medicinal powers in the day, and only started his actual practicing at night. His body became more and more polished. If he directed all his attention toward his golden 9 turns, his body would be as delicate and smooth as white jade, a golden glow bouncing off it as powerful strength surged through it. He had managed to successfully break through his golden 9 turns into the 9th level of the 2nd turn. Lil Chu, would you like to practice martial arts? The old master has given you an opportunity. The elder master of the Lin family was lounging on his recliner when he took a good look at Chu-hee and suddenly felt that the odd job man who had accompanied him for a while had an extraordinary presence. It was not something that an odd job man should have. He had been so preoccupied before that he had not noticed. Now that he had taken a closer look, the odd job man had an extraordinarily elegant bone structure, perhaps even better than his when he was younger. He felt a sudden urge to nurture a new expert for the Lin family. After all, he had the spare time for it anyway. Your kindness is appreciated, but I'm afraid I won't have the privilege. I don't want to leave this place to undergo training. I merely wish to stay and read quietly in this book depository. Chu-hee cupped one fist in the other hand in a gesture of respect as he shook his head and spoke. The boy had declined. The elder's name Lin Zhenin had been known across the 4 seas for 180 years. Was there anyone who had not heard of Prince Zhenin before? He might be injured now, but if word got out that he was looking to personally train someone in martial arts, perhaps all the prodigies in the world would be in Lin City by tomorrow, and the number of people who wanted to have him as their mentor could form 3 huge circles surrounding Lin City. And yet, he had been turned down by an odd job man. Could it be that this odd job man does not know who I am? Lin Zhenin toyed with that possibility. Lil Chu, are you worried that I'll do a bad job in guiding you? Let me tell you, my disciples are the strongest amongst the Lin family and can even hold their ground at the pinnacle even when compared with all the masters in the Xia kingdom. Lin Zhenin chuckled as he said with some derision, now, are you still going to reject me? He had a proud expression on his face as he stroked his beard. I don't plan to practice martial arts with anyone. Your identity will not change anything. Chu-hee retained the impassive expression on his face. That was not quite the scene Lin Zhenin had imagined. Ed was sure the boy would get down on his knees in worship as his entire body trembled in surprise and excitement. The expression on Lin Zhenin's face stiffened, and the hand on his beard paused mid-stroke. He felt incredulous. An odd job man would reject guidance from the top master of the Xia clan. If word got out, it would shock the entire Xia clan to its core. This was a great opportunity that many did not even dare to dream about. And yet, an odd job man had given him an outright rejection. I am Lin Zhenin, otherwise known as Prince Zhenin, and I am a highly skilled demi-king. Not only do I have the power to decide whether a person lives or not with one word, but I can also determine the world's fate with a wave of my palm. Are you still going to reject me?" Prince Zhenin, who had been alive for nearly 200 years, suddenly sounded childish as he spoke. However, Chu-He did not even say a word this time. He merely shook his head, and the implication was self-explanatory. He had been rejected again. On top of that, this time he had been rejected after he revealed his identity. It was a solid, unquestionable rejection. So there really did exist people who did not want to practice martial arts and grow stronger. Lin Zhenin had finally met one of them today. That was not only including members of the Lin family, but the entire Xia clan. Was there anyone who did not want to train? How could they attain a higher social status if they did not? Was there anyone willing to spend their lives at the very bottom of the social ladder? There might be people who claimed that when asked, but that was because they knew they did not have any opportunities. Whether they wanted it or not would not change anything. However, if those people were ever presented the chance to ascend the social ladder, they would seize it in the blink of an eye. However, when he revealed his true identity to the kid before him and offered him the chance to change his life, not only had he turned down the chance to receive his mentorship, but he had not even shown a single reaction. Even his expression had not changed the slightest bit. The boy was just as aloof and indifferent as he was in the beginning, without a change of heart. Perhaps he truly meant what he had said. He liked living a quiet, ordinary life. If such a powerful state of mind could be set on the right journey to cultivating, the future of such an individual would be promising. At least he would face no obstacles at the start of his journey. By relying on this kind of sincerity, he would be naturally invincible. Perhaps it was even possible that he could become a demi-king. "You're overthinking." Lin Zhenin sighed to himself as the outlandish thought occurred to him. He knew he was heavily injured and did not have much time left. The future of the Lin family was bleak, and it seemed that anyone he so much looked at had the makings of a martial king now. It was becoming ridiculous. A demi-king was not a genuine king, but it was already one of the best ranks in the Xia clan and was not something that could be easily achieved. One could not attain that just through their eagerness or qualifications. Nevertheless, he did have good feelings about the teenager before him. Yet he must be overthinking things if he said the boy could become a demi-king. However, the teenager was still talented even if he could not become a demi-king. His talents should not go to waste. "Lil Chu, how old are you now and how long have you been in the Lin family?" Lin Zhenin asked. "I've been in the Lin family for 5 years. I'm 19 years old now," Chu-He answered. Chi-He suddenly felt a little emotional. Without even realizing it, he had been checking in at the book depository for nearly 5 whole years. "Is that so? No wonder. You must never have seen or experienced the excitement of the outside world if you've always been here." Lin Zhenin sounded as if he were deep in thought. Chu-He still shook his head. "I've already experienced the outside world. Through this book depository, I've experienced prosperity, darkness, a life of flourish, as well as the struggles of surviving. Life's sorrows and happiness are abundant here. Countless lives take place here." Lin Zhenin was startled. The sentences were simple, but they held great meaning to them. To think he had just assumed that the teenager was poorly informed. If the teenager was able to speak like that, it was no wonder that he had not been frightened or humiliated by Lin Zhenin's power, and that he had managed to hold his ground when confronted with a public figure like him. So be it. Lin Zhenin sighed resignedly and no longer pressured him. Another 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chu-He's cultivation had allowed him to complete the second turn of his golden 9 turns as early as 3.5 years ago. He was on the brink of breaking through to the third turn. He could have broken through long ago. However, Chu-He was not in a hurry and spent the time patiently building the foundation of his powers. Although he had successfully broken through the first turn and entered the second turn the last time, that one success could not account for every time. Thus, he was cautious when caution was required. After all, he had the time. There was no need to hurry. He had always believed that caution would negate all danger. Chu-He also tried his best to collect information regarding how the Precelestial Grandmasters had entered the realm of genuine king in the book depository in order to draw comparisons and get a better overview. He compiled a piece of key information through the records in numerous books. Hundreds of years ago, a fault had appeared among the Xia clan's line of martial kings. To this day, a new martial king had not appeared, and the line had never recovered. Royals of the Lin family who held power now were not genuine kings. They were only demi-kings who were stand-ins. By combining his cultivations, his comprehension of secret cultivation techniques, as well as his understanding of the Lin family elders' health, Chu-He concluded that demi-kings were the product of people who had gone awry on their path to becoming a king. As for why that happened, Chu-He could not understand that properly, as he had not yet begun that particular breakthrough. He guessed that there might be great dangers he was not aware of when it came to breaking through. That was why Chu-He had always been cautious. Until today, Chu-He was confident. Late night, Chu-He sat cross-legged. He was well prepared for this time's breakthrough. Not only had he thought ahead about what accidents might happen, but he had also prepared contingency plans for each one. He even went so far as to ensure he would not be interrupted as he was breaking through. Numerous traps had been set in the book depository. This place was now even more dangerous than the forbidden locations of martial arts sanctuaries. Without Chu-hee's consent, even a demi-king could end up taking his last breaths here if he tried forcing his way in. The book depository was now like a tiny universe of its own that had transcended common understanding. Countless formations shrouded it, and forbidden secret techniques were ready for action. It was both to prevent him from being disturbed, and also to stop him from accidentally destroying the book depository if his breakthrough created too much noise and destruction. He had to continue checking in here. The breakthrough started. Chu-hee first took several golden body-shaping tablets and popped them into his mouth. The golden 9 turns began their transformation into the 3rd turn from the 2nd. In an instant, his body began bulging with popping sounds. The clothes on his body were ripped to shreds and revealed his jade-like skin, dots of gold emanating from it. A cracking sound was heard. At a certain moment, Chu-hee's skin had cracked like a porcelain tile that had been smashed with a hammer. A crack appeared on it, then it grew quickly. This breakthrough was going less smoothly than his progression from the 1st turn to the 2nd. The first 2 turns were the basics. Breaking through to the 3rd turn was a process of shaping both the exterior and interior of the body to become golden. The minute you started, you could not stop. The minute you stopped, you failed. The minute you failed, your physical body would collapse. The best-case scenario was that you would lose only all your previous cultivations, while the worst-case scenario was your entire body would crumble on the spot. Fortunately, the golden body-shaping tablets he had swallowed beforehand were taking effect now. His torn muscles quickly regenerated and shone brightly as they were covered with a layer of golden skin. This was not solely a result of the golden body-shaping tablets, but an inevitable process for one progressing to the 3rd turn from the 2nd. However, the golden body-shaping tablets had sped up the process of shaping a golden body and greatly decreased the dangers that came with it. If it were not for the golden body-shaping tablets, the creation of a golden body would only take place when the physical body had been broken down completely. It would be an extremely dangerous time, and if one was not careful, their life could end in an instant. It was an extreme test of one's determination and foundation. Many did not have that determination. As they watched their body degenerate bit by bit, the extreme pressure might cause them to have a mental breakdown. Without a sufficiently strong physical foundation, they would be unable to successfully reshape their degenerated body. The golden body-shaping tablets were here to both speed up the process and protect him. Chu-hee did not have any idea how much time had passed as the golden glow of his body grew even more radiant, and an immense sense of power reverberated around him. A gravitational field with him as the core appeared and distorted the space around him. Eventually, the golden glow reached its peak and bathed the entire book depository with golden light, leaving no cracks unattended. The process of golden body foundation shaping had been completed. Chu-hee opened his eyes, and an unimaginable force solidified itself before shooting out of his eyes and crashing against the protective formation. The formation, which could hold its ground against formations cast by a demi-king, was instantly penetrated. Even the formation plate had shattered, and it only managed to resist the terrifying power when the 2nd and 3rd protective formations kicked into action at the same time. It might seem that there was just a difference of 1 number in breaking through to the 3rd turn from the 2nd. However, the distance between them was astronomical. The mere power that was released after his breakthrough was enough to easily destroy the formations he had used all his power to create before his breakthrough. The terror knew no bounds. If his breakthrough had not been cut off by the formations, the book depository might have ceased to exist now. No, not only that, but perhaps even the entire Lin mansion might have suffered a calamity as well. It was just the slightest leakage of his power when he broke through. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if he unleashed all his power now. Chu-hee stood on the spot for a long time as he stared into the void. This was the difference between the 2nd and 3rd turns. Golden body foundation shaping would take place in the 3rd turn and send one's physical body traversing across the void. As Chu-hee regained his mindfulness, the golden shine of his body receded and returned to its usual color. The golden glow in the book depository also dispersed gradually. What a difference there is between the 2nd and 3rd turns, Chu-hee exclaimed as he felt the power pumping in his body and threatening to overflow. He felt ready to take on a master at that very instance, and he finally had the means to protect himself in the great, desolate world. However, he would not become conceited or be too eager to go out exploring either. He understood that the world was a complex place. The mightiest of the Xia clan might be considered insignificant flies by the tyrannical foreign clans. Thus, he should not create a high profile yet. He had to continue growing and developing himself. It was just after dawn the next day when a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a long red dress, strutted into the book depository. Her hair was tied into braids, and she had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. "Brother Lil Chu, I'm here." The girl had known Chu-hee for 2 years. In the beginning, she had run to the book depository in search of books to read because she was bored. The atmosphere in the Lin family had been growing heavier by the day, and no one spared the time to care for or accompany her. However, she was not a patient person. Books and stories needed to be savored slowly, but she was impatient and had tossed the books aside after flicking through several pages. It was then that she had taken an interest in Chu-hee, who had been standing by the side as still as a tree. She just so happened to have a lot to say that day and chattered endlessly as she walked up to him. At that time, the Lin family elder had not visited the book depository for a long time. Chu-hee's lonely heart began beating again when the long silent book depository was filled with an echoing voice that sounded as crisp and clear as birdsong. It just so happened that he had been accumulating his energies for his third breakthrough and did not need to spend all his spare time and attention on cultivating. He felt that he would be in a better state if he relaxed every once in a while. The two bored people bonded and found topics of conversation they could engage in. Chu-hee would tell Lin Zuling stories, and Lin Zuling would tell Chu-hee about current affairs that were not covered in the books. Today, Chu-hee was telling her the story of Prince Charming and Cinderella. The story was not long, and he soon finished. "Girl, you seem to be different today. Are you also burdened with troubles at such a young age?" Chu-hee asked as he looked at the distracted young girl who was propping her chin up. The girl usually pestered him with lots of questions when she listened to his stories. However, she was unusually quiet today, and her brows were furrowed together. "I've always had a lot on my mind. That didn't start today." Lin Zuling scrunched her nose in a dainty manner as she spoke. "Tell me about it," Chu-hee said shortly. Lin Zuling sighed as she said, "It's just that I learned that the Lin family is finding it difficult to make any progress after listening to father and mother talking. They never told me that ever since my uncle was killed in an ambush by the Dog Fang clan and the family elder was severely injured, bandits have been plotting against my family." Chu-hee did not speak. "Those guys are bad. A number of my uncles have already been assassinated by them, and father said that the Lin family is surrounded by wolves now. One wrong move and will be destroyed. Father has not smiled in such a long time, and the atmosphere at home is so scary." Lin Zuling's eyes were turning red. The naive girl had grown up too. Chu-hee sighed to himself. He could tell that the young girl today was different from her past self. This change had not been brought on with just that one piece of news. It was a change that had been long coming ever since the young girl had begun growing up and maturing. "Brother Lil Chu, how do you think I can help father? I don't want to see father and mother frowning all day." Lin Zuling gazed at Chu-hee intently as she asked him the question. She did not ask Chu-hee the question out of the expectation that he would actually have the answer. Rather, she simply could not keep it to herself anymore and wanted to vent to someone, become stronger. However, Chu-hee immediately gave her an answer. "What?" Lin Zuling was startled. "If you gain sufficient power, for example, by becoming a demi-king, do you think the troubles your parents face now would still be problems?" Chu-hee asked calmly. Taken aback, Lin Zuling gazed at Chu-hee and then nodded in agreement. "Yeah, if I were a demi-king now, I could defeat all those bandits and make father's worries disappear." She seemed to have found a direction to pursue. As she bounded to her feet, the expression on her face turned into one of excitement. A moment later, she came to another realization and plopped down in dismay as she said, "Brother Lil Chu, your idea is a great one, but it's not that easy to become a demi-king. I've only mastered the post-celestial 5th erudition now. Who knows how long it'll be before I master the precelestial eruditions, let alone become a demi-king. Is it that difficult to become a demi-king?" Chu-hee shook his head as he said, "It's not that difficult if you find the right teacher." "Really? But I heard from father and the elders that only 1 in a billion successfully becomes a demi-king. To be a demi-king, you must have the talent, luck, and chance." Although Lin Zuling trusted Chu-hee, she did not trust him blindly. One had to trust with reason. Don't listen to their nonsense. That's because they don't know how to teach. If you find the right path, you can become a demi-king just by having a brain, Chu-hee told her casually. "You're lying, Brother Lil Chu. If it's that easy, can you teach me then?" Lin Zuling puffed her cheeks unhappily. Her exceptional brother Lil Chu was just as capable of bragging as her stinky older brothers. "I've read a lot of books and know a lot about both the past and the present. Naturally, I can teach. Would you like to learn?" Chu-hee naturally detected Lin Zuling's doubt and mistrust. However, he merely smiled and offered no further explanations as he took the bait. After all, he had just broken through to the 3rd turn and needed some time to strengthen his skills. It was just as well if he could be a teacher and use that to pass the time and alleviate his boredom. It could be considered as adding a little spice into his life of cultivation. "All right, I'd like to see how you teach. Brother Lil Chu, you should know that merely reading is not enough for you to learn how to properly cultivate." Lin Zuling was already on the verge of a tantrum as she agreed to learn from Chu-hee. she would make him admit his mistake and promise to never boast again after he failed to teach her. A boasting brother, Lil Chu, was not a good brother. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. He had stayed at the book depository for a full 14 years. He was 28 years old now. His body was built sturdily and well-proportioned, and he had retained his good looks. There was nothing scruffy about appearance. He looked like an angel from the heavens, if he dared say so himself. In these 5 years, his cultivation had risen to the 5th level of the 3rd turn. He had realized that although he had an abundance of resources, his progress was becoming slower and slower. However, he did not mind. He had all the time in the world. He cultivated, read, and enjoyed himself. Nevertheless, the book depository was less lonely than it had been after the addition of Lin Zuling. In the past few years, the Lin family's situation had become even worse, which resulted in no one even asking about Lin Zuling, even though she had basically moved into the book depository. Lin Zuling was anxious to ease her family's worries. She had been overjoyed and ecstatic upon realizing that Chuhi's guidance was effective, which resulted in her taking her cultivation more seriously than ever. In 5 years, she had mastered the Precelestial 7th erudition. From the level of the post-celestial 5th erudition to the Precelestial 7th erudition, she had crossed 12 minor realms, which was equivalent to 1 full realm. If word of her progression speed had got out, who knows how many prodigies would be jealous of her. Of course, Lin Zuling had managed to cultivate this quickly not just because she had a natural talent and had been willing to put in the hard work, but also because He had given her special attention. Countless treasures had been put into his system space following his check-ins, and many of them were no longer of any use to him in his current level. When he ate the items now, it did little more than leave a fragrance in his mouth. Nothing would even happen when it reached his stomach. He might as well retrieve and liquefy them now to inject into Lin Zuling's body. The two had been together for more than 7 years at this point, and it would be impossible to claim that they have not developed any kind of feelings toward each other. Besides, he still needed to check in at the book depository. If the Lin family was destroyed, he would also be affected by that. He was not really afraid of that happening, but it would still be troublesome. His one fear was trouble. Thus, training a master for the Lin family was his way of avoiding trouble. If it was something he could do without needing any extra hassle, why should he not go for it? Brother Lil Chu, the family elder, can't hang on for much longer. He's aging so rapidly that he looks different every day. Lin Zuling's eyes were bloodshot as she walked into the book depository. She must have just been crying. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are unavoidable parts of being human. Your family elder might be the king of the Xia clan and can live up to 300 years old, but accidents always happen. No one can know for sure what will happen next in their lives. Chuhi sighed. Martial artists could live up to 200 years old once they mastered the Precelestial eruditions. Another 100 years would be added to their lifespan if they became a demi-king. As far as he knew, the Lin family elder was just about 200 years old now. Based on his cultivations, he should be able to live for another 100 years if everything went well. However, that was only if there were no incidents. The minute such an accident occurred, it did not matter how long your life expectancy was. Brother Lil Chu, you have a solution, don't you? Lin Zuling's eyes shone as she gazed expectantly at Chu He and asked with a hopeful tone. In the 5 short years she had spent at the book depository, her cultivation had gone from the post-celestial 5th erudition to the precelestial 7th erudition. The speed at which she had progressed was unbelievable. She was well aware of her competency. She might be good, but she was merely talented and could not even be considered a monster. However, now that the Lin family was in trouble, and both cultivation resources and family disciples had dwindled, Chuhi could no longer brush off the anomaly of the speed at which she had progressed despite the circumstances with a simple, "I just worked hard." Her sister, who was older than her by 2 years and just about on the same level as her in terms of talent, worked even harder than she did, but was still on the post-celestial 9th erudition. No one even knew when she could begin training for the precelestial eruditions. It was too big a gap. Lin Zuling knew that the reason behind all this was probably because of Brother Lil Chu. At one point, she had even fancied that Brother Lil Chu was some kind of great master. Even though Chu he had always told her that the only reason he could teach her was that he was well-read and knew much about both the past and the present, he claimed he was just a mediocre cultivator. However, Lin Zuling refused to believe such claims that were used to coax children. If it were that easy, the Xia clan would be filled with demi-kings. Perhaps a genuine king would even exist among their ranks. Chu he felt his resolve crumbling as he gazed into Lin Zuling's hopeful eyes. He could easily turn a blind eye to anyone in the entire world. However, he could not bring himself to be hard-hearted toward the little girl he had spent several years with. "Little girl, I'm just an odd job man at a book depository. How could I have the ability to reverse heaven's fate when your family elder has suffered such serious injuries that even the foundation of his martial skills has been destroyed?" Chu-hee sighed as he shook his head. If an average martial king did not mind sacrificing the primary source of their martial skills, they could try to save the Lin family elder. However, Chu-hee's specialty was in the physical body. Every move he made was capable of killing someone. Saving lives was not his field of expertise. Of course, even if he could save him, Chu-hee was not willing to waste the source of his martial skills. He would not mind helping if he could do it without trouble, but if it required a lot of concentration. His relationship with the Lin family elder had not reached that level of closeness yet. Nevertheless, he did possess a treasure that could help extend the Lin family elder's life. It would not solve the root problem, but it would extend his life by a few years. Lin Zuling had a disappointed expression on her face, but she did not say anything else. She had once thought that even if brother Lil Chu was a great hidden master, there was still probably no way to save the family elders from his wounds. The only reason she had run to him for help was that the immense despair had made her desperate to search for a ray of hope. In the following period, Lin Zuling buried herself in cultivating and worked even harder than she had before. It was almost comparable to insanity, the way she refused to rest and lost the smile she usually had on her face whenever she saw Chu-hee. It was not because Chu-hee's rejection had angered her, but because the Lin family elder's wounds had worsened again and he had little life left. This caused the atmosphere in the Lin family to become even heavier, and the looming storm of stress had affected her. Chu-hee could not stop himself from sighing when he saw her like that. A few more months passed by in the blink of an eye. Brother Lil Chu, I'm leaving Lin City. Do you want to join me? Lin Zuling was in a depressed mood when she arrived at the book depository that day. What's wrong? Chu-hee frowned. The end of the family elder's life will be coming soon. Father said the bandits who have been spying on us will have nothing to be afraid of and they'll pounce on us. The Lin family won't be able to hold on when that happens. Thus, Father said that he'll arrange for us younger ones to leave in secret while the rest of them stay behind. Brother Lil Chu, I know I promised that I wouldn't reveal my cultivations and show off before I became a demi-king, but I know why Father and the rest will stay behind this time. I know it's because they refused to let go of the foundation the family elders built without putting up a fight. I would like to stay behind too. I've almost mastered the Precelestial 8th erudition now. Brother Lil Chu, you once said that if I mastered the Precelestial 7th erudition under your guidance, I would be able to take on someone who has mastered the 9th erudition. That means I can fight a demi-king once I've mastered the 8th erudition, right? Lin Zuling was speaking almost incoherently as tears trickled out of her eyes. Her emotions were all over the place. The Lin family had long since started arranging for the younger ones to escape, and she should have left a long time ago. However, she kept on refusing to leave. This current batch would be the last to leave. She would be forced to join them even if she did not want to. This goodbye may very well be the last she ever said. She was beyond distraught after she had seen the unwavering death wish in her father's eyes. The same was for her mother and sister. They were not going to leave either and had decided they would perish along with the clan. She did not want to be separated from them and had begged Father to leave with her. However, Father had said that the Lin family was too large and far too many people had their eyes on them. They would not be able to escape swiftly when the avalanche of an onslaught occurred. Someone had to say back. Chu-hee did not speak and merely listened. Brother Lil Chu, I've thought it through. I won't be leaving this time. I want to stay back and fight with Father. The reason I'm training to become a master is so that I can protect Father, Mother, my sister, as well as the rest of my family. That is my goal. Please forgive me, Brother Lil Chu. I might not be able to keep my promise of not making a move before I become a demi-king. Tears shone in Lin Zuling's eyes as she spoke, and the apologetic glint in her eyes turned into one of steely determination. The blood in her body was boiling, and her passion as a martial artist had been ignited. Chu-hee's eyes glinted with curiosity. He realized that Lin Zuling seemed to have touched on the true meaning of martial arts in her current situation. Nothing much had changed in her cultivations, but her combat effectiveness had increased. This would help her greatly in the future when she wanted to break through to become a genuine king. There was no limit to her future. Late night. The Lin family's secret temple. The Lin family elder laid on the bed. His body was skeletal, and his hair was like dry, sparse grass spread across his scalp. His face was wrinkled all over. Before this, even though he was nearly 200 years old, he still had a middle-aged appearance because of his martial skills. However, after suffering such a serious injury, his hair had turned gray overnight and his body had weakened drastically. He was like a lamp that was running out of oil. The leaders of 7 generations of the Lin family were gathered around the bed. Even the weakest among them had mastered the Precelestial 3rd erudition and could defend themselves in an attack. To others, it seemed that these people should not have any worries as they could easily cover the sky with their hands and take whatever they wanted for themselves. However, helpless sadness permeated through the air of the secret temple. Panic, grief, death wishes, resignation, and confusion about their future. They had 1,000 more worries than the average person. This was unimaginable. However, it had happened to every person present then. It did not matter if they had mastered the Precelestial Third or Ninth Erudition. Their world was going to fall apart tonight. The Lin family elder was reaching the end of his life. They held their breaths and opened their mouths slightly as they stared at the Lin family elder. The minute he took his last breath, they would release the emotions they had been holding in. All of a sudden, the heavy doors to the secret temple opened slowly. A figure approached them at a slow pace, his hands behind his back. Every member of the Lin family shifted their gaze as a shocked expression appeared on each of their faces. The space around the newcomer seemed to twist and warp. As they looked at it, the space seemed to glow and blur their vision. They were all Precelestial masters and the best of the best amongst the Xia clan. Despite that, they found that they could not even stare directly at this person. It was unfathomable. What struck even more terror in their hearts, though, was they wanted to make inquiries or erect a defense or attack formation. However, they realized they could not do anything. It was as if they no longer had control over their bodies in that instance. Who was this person? What did he want with the Lin family? Was he an enemy, or was he an ally? They were confused and clueless. The Lin family elderly seemed to regain some life in him as he regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he turned his head with difficulty to gaze towards the blurred figure. You don't seem to be part of the Xianghua faction, senior. May I know what brings you to the Lin family? The Lin family elder's lips fluttered slightly as he croaked softly. He might be nearly dead, but he still had the sight as a demi-king. He had spotted what made Chu-He different from everyone else. His heavy, powerful aura was incomparable to that of a typical demi-king. They might not even be any competition for him. If someone like that existed in the Xianghua faction, the Lin family would have been destroyed ages ago. That was certainly not the situation now, where common bandits still did not dare launch their attack even though the elder was just one breath away from death. It was ridiculous. The Lin family elder's voice was weak, but Chu-He could hear him clearly. He replied calmly, I have a connection with a member of the Lin family, which is why I have come to aid in extending your life. However, your wound is so severe that even with my help, you will only be able to live for another 5 years. What I can do, though, is seal a secret technique within your body. You will be able to attack at full power without any consequences for the next 5 years. The Lin family elder was inconceivably excited, but he was so weak that his eyes rolled behind his head in his excitement. If Chu-He had not given him a hand in time, he might have passed away right then and there. All right, you're already so old, but you're still not mindful. Chu-He shook his head. Then he waved his hand. A drop of milky white medicine flew and landed on the Lin family elder's wrinkled forehead. Immediately, the Lin family elder's body shuddered as a strong aura of life permeated his entire body. Like a plant exposed to heavy rain after a long drought, the Lin family elder's wrinkled skin became fuller at a speed visible to the naked eye. The deathly energy in his body was suppressed as he slowly regained life. What Chu-He had just used was a drop of life elixir, which he had gained from one of his check-ins. Its main use was to increase longevity, whilst its side effects were able to heal martial artists who had suffered wounds that had damaged the foundations of their power and caused blood and chi decay. If the Lin family elder had used the life elixir right after he had got injured, his wounds would have healed completely and he would be full of life. Unfortunately, his injury had been left untreated for too long. As the years passed by, the wounds had sapped the life out of him, and the damage was not reversible. A drop of life elixir was only enough to heal his wounds and replenish a little bit of his life. It was not enough to make up for all the life that had seeped out of his body. With his current injuries, he would require at least 10 drops of life elixir if he wanted to heal completely. Either that or some kind of treasure that could extend a demi-king's life. However, that was no longer any of Chu-He's concern. The only reason he had taken out a drop of life elixir was for Lin Zuling's sake. Of course, there was another reason for that. Chu-He wanted the elder to hang on for a few more years until Lin Zuling could break through and become a demi-king. Then, no one would dare challenge the Lin family, and he could check in without any worries. When the medicine was fully digested, Chu-He nodded and waved his hand again to retrieve a forbidden technique seal he had claimed during his check-ins. He slapped it onto the Lin family elder's body. With the seal in place, the old man could fight at full force even if his body was in bad shape. Once he was done, Chu-He put his hands behind his back and left. The Lin family elder, who had previously been lying on the bed, gave a whoop and leaped to his feet like an inferi. He could feel a massive change taking place inside his body. All his weakness had disappeared, and he could once again feel the long-lost sense of power returning to his body. This feeling. The Lin family elder was in disbelief. He felt as if he was dreaming. Today had started as his last day of being alive. Who would have thought that just as he was about to take his last breath? A senior would appear and place a drop of a mysterious elixir on his forehead that would cause his health to undergo a complete turnaround. That senior had rejuvenated him. Family elder, are you all right now? Just then, the rest of the Lin family who was at the secret temple regained control over their bodies after Chuhi left. They hurriedly rushed toward the family elder and crowded around him. As they looked at the Lin family elder, who had been restored to normal, they turned to gaze at the door to the secret temple in unison. Looks of horror appeared on their faces when they recalled how scary the incident had been. Send out the fake news of my death tomorrow so that we can bait the bandits out of hiding. I shall make full use of the energy I have now that there are an additional 5 years for me. We need to be thorough with it if we're putting on a show. We can't let anyone find out. Don't announce it with great fanfare, but be secretive. It will be more believable that way. The Lin family elder calmed down from his euphoria and instantly began making plans. The senior had given him an additional 5 years to live, and he would not be in a half-dead state, but rather one where he could fight with full force. He would not let the senior down. 5 years was not much. He had to do his best in getting rid of obstacles for the Lin family whilst he could still move. Juhi returned to the book depository. It was past midnight now, and could be regarded as the arrival of a new day. The checkpoint panel would be refreshed and activated now. Ding, successful check-in, rewarded with 9 tribulations of the divine fists. The system panel was refreshed after that. Chuhi touched the golden book on the system panel using his consciousness. A simple introduction to the 9 tribulations of the divine fists immediately appeared in his mind. The 9 tribulations of the divine fists were extremely powerful and suited him well. There were 9 levels to it in total. Its effects were simple. It was power that could stack on top of each other layer by layer. The power would double with every additional layer that was stacked on. The first level was not much, but the more you went on, the scarier and more obscene the power became. This power was worth cultivating. Juhi retrieved the secret golden scroll from the system space and slapped it against his forehead. Instantly, he felt his brain waves vibrating as the 9 tribulations of the divine fists began taking place inside him. A vast ocean of knowledge entered his mind, turning into a set of information for him to comprehend. Juhi shut his eyes as he immersed himself within the information. A long while later, he opened his eyes, a glint of intelligence visible within them. He had cultivated the entire first level of the 9 tribulations. Juhi clenched his fists together, suddenly itching to try it out. After some thought, he waved his hand and placed 2 formations on the ground. Then, feeling that it was not safe enough, he added another 3. These formations were all for defense. Each one of them could hold against a full-force attack from a 5th-level king. He waited for the formations to settle into place. Juhi raised an arm and threw a punch into the void. The force of the punch flew from his fist and grew in size as it collided with the air after leaving his fist. Within seconds, it expanded to look like the silhouette of Gold Hill. It landed on the first formation with a bang. The formation did not even fight against it for an instant before it shattered to the ground in pieces along with its array plate. Then, it shattered the second, third, and fourth one before a sign of a struggle was visible. The punch still had the strength left to shatter the 5th one and would have destroyed the entire Lin Mansion and half of Lin City if Chuhi had not waved a hand to disperse it. It was just the first level, but it was already immensely powerful. Not bad. Chuhi nodded his approval for this power. He felt that this one would earn a spot in his top 10 favorite powers, amongst the many others he possessed. The next day, shocking news spread from the dark corners of the Lin Mansion and traveled at light speed amongst those who were interested. The Lin family elder, who had been seriously wounded, has passed away. The oldest genuine king of the Xia clan had reached the end of his life. Many had expected it, but that did not stop them from sighing in sorrow. However, the Lin family denied the rumor and made it clear that not only was this rumor baseless, but their family elder was going to celebrate his 211th birthday in 100 days. They would host a grand party where the Lin family elder would make an appearance and debunk the rumors himself. However, even as they made this announcement, the Lin family withdrew their clan's forces closer to home. Members of their clan who had been stationed outside either went into hiding or returned to Lin City. The way they acted was so shifty that others were even more convinced that the Lin family elder had indeed died. Immediately, the sky above Lin City was covered in dark clouds as winds and storms threatened to make their presence known. Even normal people who were not in the know could tell that the atmosphere in Lin City had grown inexplicably heavier. Those who knew better had already packed their bags and left Lin City with their family for the time being. Lin City was about to get caught in a whirlpool of crisis. 10 days later, a large camp was built 300 miles away from Lin City. Teams of horsemen slowly joined the camp. Large groups of them were stationed in different places, whilst all the leaders were welcomed warmly toward the leader's tent. It was a crowded place here, with people asking after each other and catching up with old friends. Some were cursing each other's mothers loudly, while others even drew knives when they spotted a long-time enemy. They were all from different parts of the Lin Commandery. However, they were all here for the same reason, as part of the anti-Lin alliance. The Xianghyu faction had sought to unite the power of all the clans that were holding a grudge against the Lin family. They were ready to defeat the weakened Lin family and take a bite from the carcass of the huge family. When they all had eaten their fill, they would take revenge. Haha, I never thought that the high and mighty Lin family would have this day. This is awesome. A built man holding a dado raised his head toward the skies as he bellowed with laughter. He could not contain his excitement. HMPH, my third younger brother once fell in love at first sight with a girl and was about to bring her home to tie the knot when they were spotted by one of the older members of the Lin family. They were jealous of how handsome and charismatic he was, so beat him to death with one slap. That was beyond repugnant, and I've held on to this grudge for 20 whole years. Now I can finally get revenge, and my brother can rest in peace in heaven. The man who spoke was another elder polishing his pike. He had an excited, greedy expression on his face even though he was discussing revenge. To him, getting revenge was the second priority. His main goal was to have soup and meat. If it were not for the invitation extended by the Xianghyu faction, he would have forgotten the grudge he held regarding his younger brother. Besides, even if he remembered, he would not dare to pick a fight with the weakened Lin family if the Xianghyu faction had not taken the lead. It was different now. If someone else took the lead, all he had to do was follow and yell out their slogan. He would still be able to gorge himself silly that way. All right, guys, you can catch up another day. Put your grudges aside for now. You can continue when the Lin family is exterminated. A man wearing a silver mask and who was sitting at the fore waved an arm as he addressed the crowd in a low voice. Almost everyone's here now. We should discuss what will happen when we attack Lin City. He continued speaking when everyone quieted down. Messenger, there's nothing to discuss here. Few of us here were born into a military family. We're all just comrades who don't care for army formations. All you have to do is give the command and we'll charge at Lin City with our knives. The man holding a dado said loftily, sounds good, awesome. Many nodded in agreement, finding what he had said to be logical. Xianghyu faction's messenger, the man with a silver mask, took a look around and found that the majority were on the dado man's side. Those who were not on his side did not seem to want to speak. The corners of his lips twitched, hidden behind his mask. What a bunch of sheep with no minds of their own. In my opinion, the Lin family is merely average. Now that the old man is dead, we can exterminate them anytime we like. We're already at the outskirts of Lin City, and the Lin family will be exterminated within a day or so. However, I don't think we've discussed what we'll do with the Lin family's fortune once they're dead. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke up. When the others heard that, everyone in the tent felt a burst of energy flowing through them. Their eyes widened and glinted as they stared at the messenger. Why had these people answered the Xianghyu faction's call and rushed over from all over the world despite the great distance? To get revenge, that was one of the reasons, and it was also the one they yelled the loudest when asked. However, everyone knew that this was not the main reason. Perhaps some truly regarded revenge as their main goal, but that was the minority. Most of them just wanted to gain some benefits for themselves by taking advantage of the fact that the Lin family was weakened and someone else would do the dirty work for them. They were most interested in dividing the spoils. Don't worry, the faction has long since considered this. This time, when we exterminate the Lin family, you can take whatever you want. Finders keepers, let me make this clear. Before the Lin family is fully exterminated, no one is allowed to attack anyone within this team for treasures. Everyone will be permitted to attack whoever violates this rule. The silver-masked messenger huffed coolly as he spoke in a low voice. All right, agreed. Everyone below the stage nodded in agreement as they rubbed their hands together. They could hardly wait. Let's go. A storm was approaching outside. However, it was quiet within the Lin family's book depository. Chuhi held an anthology of martial arts in his arms as he lounged in the recliner and read with great interest. Suddenly, he closed the book and turned his eyes toward the door. Not a moment too soon. Lin Zuling was wearing a fire-red chain mail and held a longsword. Her long, dark, and shiny hair had been tied up and stuffed into her helmet. Only a few strands of baby hair that she had missed drifted across her face. She strode into the book depository. What's with the get-up, girl? Chuhi asked in surprise. Brother Lil Chu, the family elder, is dead now. Many bandits are now gathered outside of Lin City because they want to destroy my family, the Lin family. Today, I fight with the Lin family. I will fight for my family. Lin Zuling had a determined expression on her face as she uttered each word clearly. At that very moment, she seemed to have quite a bit of heroism in her. Your family elder is dead. Who told you that? Chuhi raised an eyebrow in confusion. He had just used a drop of life elixir to extend Lin Zhenen's life 10 days ago. When he left, he had sensed that the escape of the old man's life had been curbed, and his life had been extended. Had he gotten into trouble yet again? He had not sensed any powerful figures coming to cause trouble in Lin Mansion lately, though. Could it be that despite his renewed health, Lin Zhenen had run out and brought death upon himself because he could not sit still? The expression on Chuhi's face faltered as he shut his eyes and focused his senses. Then he opened his eyes. A creepy expression appeared on his face. He had sensed Lin Zhennin's breaths. He was perfectly fine. Nothing was wrong with him. No one told me that, but everyone's talking about it outside. Father and the rest of them deny it and have even forbidden such rumors within the family. But my sister and I have not seen the family elder ever since news of his death got out, and we weren't allowed to go visit him. Keeping both that and the family elder's health in mind, I naturally came to the answer, Lin Zuling said sadly. Is that so? Chuhi slapped the book against his palm lightly. His brain spun in thought before he realized what Lin Zhennin must have been thinking. He only had 5 years of his life left. If he thought about it differently, from Lin Zhennin's perspective, the thing he would most want to do now would be to get rid of the Lin family's lurking enemies. He must have pretended to be dead and ambushed them all when they came running at him. It was not a bad plan at all. Little girl, the Lin family is not going to collapse anytime soon. Even if it does, someone older will take charge. It's not your turn to do so yet. Why don't you read at my place for now? Perhaps everything will blow over when you're done with your book. Chuhi smiled as he spoke. How can I do that? This time, Lin Zuling, who had always been obedient, shook her head. I've already mastered the Precelestial 7th erudition and will soon master the 8th. Didn't you say that I could take on someone who's mastered the 9th erudition with my skills, Brother Lil Chu? I'm one of the seniors in the Lin family now. Lin Zuling raised her head and spoke with determination. Her battle skills were almost on the same level as someone who had mastered the 9th erudition, and she would be considered one of the best masters in the Lin family. How could she run off when the Lin family was on the verge of annihilation? If the Lin family was about to collapse, she would hold it upright with her own 2 hands. If bandits looked at the Lin family the wrong way, she would dye her spear red with their blood as a warning. She was also one of the seniors in the Lin family now. She could fight for her family. She could save the day. Lin Zuling felt her blood pumping as the urge to battle glowed in her eyes. The chain mail she was wearing clinked as she moved. How dumb. Chuhi clapped a hand to his forehead, at a loss for words when he looked at how Lin Zuling was getting ready to change the Lin family's fate. All right, I'm leaving now. Take care, Brother Lil Chu. Lin Zuling turned around. She left the book depository with the air of a fighting soldier who knew she might not return. Chuhi shook his head as he watched Lin Zuling's retreating figure. She could do as she liked. The Lin family elder was perfectly fine. The family was not going to collapse yet. Nevertheless, with her skills, she would not get into trouble even if she went into battle. Chuhi flipped the book open and continued reading the story he had not yet finished. That afternoon, both the horses and people of the anti-Lin alliance used their own methods to approach and surround Lin City. They were not systematic, and the entire scene was one of chaos as teams clambered over each other. Different flags waved in the air, accompanied by the shouts of various people. It sounded like a pack of howling wolves. They looked like a bunch of sheep who were easy targets. However, that was all an illusion. In reality, these people were even harder to fight than an elite army. They were all martial artists who were pretty skilled at their trade. There were tens of thousands of them, but they emanated the bloodlust of an army of 1,000,000. It had nearly become a solid dark cloud that had shrouded Lin City in darkness. The Alliance did not attack the city the minute they arrived. They were waiting. Lin City was the Lin family's old lair. There were not many citizens in there, just about 2 million of them, but the city was built to look like a militarian city. The walls were 10 feet tall and equipped with iron crossbows all across the top. It was not difficult for the powerful masters in the Alliance to destroy them, but they would suffer massive losses if they were to force their way through. Thus, they kept to their plan. Before they attacked the city, some Xianghu faction masters who had long since been lying in wait inside Lin City would first create a distraction that would attract the Lin family's masters. Then the Alliance troops outside would swarm the city, and by combining forces with the army both within and outside the city, they would take down Lin City at the lowest price possible. It was a great, ideal plan. However, an accident occurred, an hour later. In the battle formation that was moving, a group of powerful leaders was staring at the silver-masked messenger. They needed an explanation. Why had there been no movement in the city after so long? Their subordinates were losing their voices from all the yelling. It had been agreed that the minute the larger forces arrived, chaos would be caused within the city. Then an arrow fired into the air would serve as the signal for everyone to storm Lin City. However, they were now almost blinded by the rising sun, but there was still not even the slightest spark in the sky. There was an accident in the city, and the powerhouses who were in there waiting to ambush had been ambushed instead. The silver-masked messenger let out a sigh. The plan had failed. The Lin family was more deeply involved in the operations of Lin City than they had thought. Their powerhouses had sneaked in since long ago. Inside, they had led the lives of ordinary people, just waiting for the right moment to make their move. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, they had thought wrong. Their plan to coordinate both outside and inside forces had failed, and it was no longer possible for them to destroy Lin City with minimum loss. The only thing they could do next was to attack at full force. Everyone, execute Plan B. Gather the Celestial Grandmaster powerhouses and climb the city walls by force, the silver-masked messenger said. Everyone nodded without objection. This had been their plan from the start. If the Xianghua faction had not suggested combining both outside and inside forces, the army would have attacked at full force a long time ago. It's about to begin. In the book depository, Chu-He quirked an eyebrow as he raised his head. It was a rare sight to see tens of thousands of people fighting in a melee. He could enjoy the sight of the excitement, and could even regard it as some semblance of balance to his uneventful life. He placed the book in his hand down, stood up, crossed the area in one bound, and was at the top of the Lin family's tallest pavilion, staring at the spectacle. At this distance, an ordinary person might not be able to see anything. Even a Celestial Grandmaster would have a hard time spotting it. However, Chu-He could see it all very clearly. With his chin propped in his palm, he let his gaze sweep across both camps, comparing the advantages and disadvantages they had against each other. On one hand, the anti-Lin Alliance's advantage was the sheer number of their people and powerhouses. Their disadvantage was also obvious. They were a chaotic mess. If it were not for the fact that their individual strengths were abnormal, they would be nothing more than a regular mob. On the other hand, the Lin family's advantage was that they had the aid of the city walls and were well trained. Their martial artists were trained in the ways of the military. Unfortunately, the Lin family's Zhenin military troop had been wiped out in Annan. Otherwise, the Zhenin military troop would have been there. Even if news regarding the death of the Lin family elder had been spread, it would still have been impossible for the Xianghua faction to gather enough people to fight against the Lin family if that were the case. Currently, only those from the reserves were left defending the city. There were only 20 to 30,000 of them, and the number of their powerhouses could not be compared to those of the anti-Lin Alliance. Judging from the situation, it seems like the Lin family is playing with fire. Spreading false news to attract these thugs was good in theory, but to attract so many of them, even if things were to be resolved, the Lin family would still suffer a great loss that would not be worth the gains. Chu-He shook his head. He felt that if the Lin family did not have a countermeasure prepared, then their actions were too brash and unsafe. However, after careful deliberation, it seemed excusable. Lin Zhenin knew that he only had 5 more years to live. He did not have the time to play hide and seek with these rats in hiding. No matter what, there was no way to avoid a head-on confrontation. The longer they dragged it on, the more unfavorable the situation might become. Therefore, he might as well let it happen sooner, where only one party can survive a fight to the bitter end, very soon. Amidst the screams of the massacre, the anti-Lin Alliance launched an assault on the city wall. A black mass shrouded the area like a dark cloud. Among it, there was a group of people who were especially conspicuous. With incredible speed, they broke away from the large group and gracefully weaved through thousands of arrows. Once they neared the city wall, they used various maneuvers to avoid all kinds of attacks from the city wall and used light body technique to climb the city wall. They were all Celestial powerhouses. And not just regular Celestials. Against such people, ordinary martial artists and military weapons would have minimal effect, even more so when the powerhouses formed a group like this. Soon, a group of Celestial powerhouses stood atop the city wall. At the same time, the Celestial powerhouses of the Lin family also quickly leaped into action in order to kill them. A brutally bloody battle began. A terrifying wave of essential chi wreaked havoc. The city walls were constantly being slashed, and there were figures fighting against each other everywhere, from the sky to the ground. Soon, some of the Celestial martial artists had fallen. A person who was able to become a Celestial martial artist and earn the title of Grandmaster was someone who could defend an entire region. However, right now, they were like tiny little soldiers fighting a skirmish. At this level of battle, ordinary people could not join in at all. They would only get hurt or killed if they even tried. One figure in particular was fully clad in armor and had their face obstructed, but Chu-He recognized at a glance that it was the Lin family elder. He blended in with a group of Celestial powerhouses from his family and secretly attacked, weaving around the battlefield and using underhanded tricks wherever he could. He did his best to make up for the shortcomings of the Lin family's Celestial powerhouses and defeated the Celestial powerhouses of the anti-Lin Alliance in the blink of an eye. No, we can't fight like this. This war to overthrow the Lin family was led by you guys from the Xianghua faction, but you all haven't even done anything yet. This won't do. Seeing the fierce battle unfolding atop the city walls, as some of the invading army watched the fall of their allied Celestial powerhouses, they finally could not hold it in any longer. They did not expect the Lin family's defense to still be this strong. The Lin family had undoubtedly been weakened, and even the powerful and almighty Annan military troop is gone. Tien, we believe that this was a typo on the author's part, and it should be Zhenin military troop instead of Annan military troop. However, we have opted to translate it as is. They had initially planned to use this to their advantage and make off with some easy spoils, but now a few too many of their own Percelestials were being killed off, so they were obviously not happy. That's right, how can we fight like this? Didn't the Xianghua faction say that in this battle against the Lin family, a demi-king will help us suppress them? Well, where is he? Exactly what he said. The Xianghua faction are the ones leading us, so why are you guys only passively watching on right now? You guys said that you'd combine the inside and outside forces, but we don't even see a shadow. Could it be that you've deliberately deceived us? The battle at the top of the city wall became even fiercer. The Percelestials were knocked down from the city wall like dumplings, and it was impossible to tell if they were alive or dead. Furthermore, most of the people who had fallen were those from the anti-Lin alliance. The major forces were unable to stay still any longer, and some people had even begun to ask their families to withdraw. The silver-masked messenger's eyebrows furrowed behind his mask. Just when he was about to offer some words to appease the crowd, his ear twitched as if he had just received some news. Everyone, don't panic. Our leader has arrived. Once this old man makes a move, Lin City will fall with just one wave of his hand. The silver-masked messenger said with a smile as he pressed his hands together. It would be great if your leader could do it himself. Just don't wait for an hour like you did just now. The leaders of a group of forces were visibly calmer. The leader of the Xianghua faction was a demi-king powerhouse. That was the highest combat effectiveness of the Xia clan. A godlike being that could soar the skies and cross the lands. Within the whole Xia clan, there were few powerhouses of that caliber. The reason they were willing to follow the Xianghua faction to Lin City and obey their commands was that they all wished to see this demi-king's face. It was also due to the confidence that the demi-king gave them. However, after their previous anxious waiting, they were worried that the Xianghua faction so-called soon would be after their Percelestial Grandmaster powerhouses, and the Lin family had both battered each other into defeat. Don't worry. Look, our leader has already made his move. The silver-masked messenger pointed a finger proudly. In the sky, they saw an old man wearing a golden python robe and a divine crown, with a golden whip in his hand and his white hair blowing in the wind. The old man stepped in the air and walked toward Lin City one step at a time. His power was unparalleled. A strong aura was unleashed, shocking everyone present. Every step he took brought about an extreme sense of constriction, like a drum repeatedly beating right onto their souls. Long live the leader! The silver-masked messenger, as well as many of the Xianghua faction followers, raised their hands high and shouted in unison. The anti-Lin alliance and the Lin family halted their movements as all eyes fell on the Xianghua faction leader. At that moment, he was at the center of everyone's attention. Perish Lin family. He landed on the city wall, waved his hand, and made his declaration, cold and silent. Powerful momentum radiated from his figure, causing the anti-Lin alliance to cheer enthusiastically. Their king was here. Victory was right before their eyes. On the Lin family's side, besides the higher-ups who knew about the actual situation, the others displayed hopelessness. The participation of a demi-king would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Lin family was in danger today. Lin Zuling was holding a longsword dripping with blood, the desperation in her eyes mixed with determination. She raised the longsword with some difficulty and pointed it at the Xianghua faction leader who was in mid-air. Today, she would battle a demi-king for the Lin family. Even if she faced death, she would never retreat. She expelled the despair from her heart and her indignation kindled, causing her fighting spirit to gradually increase. However, just when she was about to fly up. You're really good, young girl. I did not expect that my Lin family would have such a heroic leader like you. Good, good, good. There's hope for the Lin family in the future. A wrinkly old hand pulled her back. You'll have a chance to fight for the Lin family in the future. Right now I'm still here and I can handle it. Lin Zhenin burst out laughing. Then he looked up, his eyes steely. I've been waiting for you. You finally showed yourself, you bastard. An even stronger power radiated from Lin Zhenin's body as he locked onto the Xianghua faction leader. Right after he finished speaking, a formation was opened, trapping the Xianghua faction leader. At the same time, Lin Zhenin flew up and stood opposite the Xianghua faction leader. With a shake of his body, he discarded the heavy armor, revealing his true appearance. Lin Zhenin, how are you not dead? The Xianghua faction leader could not maintain his indifference and exclaimed loudly. The tables had turned. The appearance of the Lin family elder stunned everyone, especially the alliance, who began to panic. The Lin family elder, a veteran demi-king, was far more terrifying than the Xianghua faction leader. As fellow demi-kings, his superiority over the Xianghua faction leader was like a grandfather and his grandson. The gap was just too big. If it were not for that, the Xianghua faction leader would not have been afraid to do anything earlier, knowing that the elder was severely injured and uncertain how much strength he could still unleash. Now that the Lin family elder, who should have been dead, appeared before them alive, there was no way they could contain their panic. On the other hand, when the Lin family saw their elder appear, their desperation and low morale were swept away in an instant. They cheered excitedly, and their fighting spirit soared. Lin Zuling was so moved that she wept tears of joy. Only God knew how much pressure she had put on herself. Now that their elder had appeared, she suddenly felt the heavy burden on her shoulders lightened. HMPH, so what if you're not dead? The source of your martial skills has been damaged, and you can't unleash much of your power. The Xianqiu faction leader stayed strong and calm. Then just watch and see. The Lin family elder attacked. A pair of iron fists turned into a blur and shot ferociously at the Xianqiu faction leader. No way, your power. The Lin family elder, who was able to exert all his strength, rendered the Xianqiu faction leader unable to fight back. The faction leader exclaimed in disbelief. He wanted to flee. However, due to the defensive formations, he could only let himself be chased by the Lin family elder and pounded to oblivion with nowhere to run. He let out shriek after shriek. His golden python robe was shredded, his white hair a mess, his divine crown had long fallen off to who knows where, and he continuously spat blood out from his mouth. The anti-Lin alliance was in a panic. Not only was the Lin family elder not dead, but he was as vigorous as ever. The all-powerful demi-king Xianqiu faction leader had no power to fight back against him. No one had expected this. The Lin family elder had clearly taken serious damage. This was something that everyone has confirmed, so what's with this situation now? Never mind the fact that he isn't dead. His power doesn't seem to have been affected at all. Didn't the Xianqiu faction guarantee us with absolute assurance that he was dead? So what's this now? Someone from the alliance snarled at the silver-masked messenger. Some people were doubting everything and could barely believe what was happening. Lin Zhenin, if you let me go, I'll write off the enmity between the Xianqiu faction and the Lin family in the future. We will mind our own business without interfering with one another. The Xianqiu faction leader groaned miserably, trying to reconcile with the other. Lin Zhenin let out a huff of disdain. The meaning was obvious. Wanting to reconcile at a time like this would only happen in his dreams. No, not even in his dreams. He was no fool. How could he let the tiger retreat to its mountain when the situation was in his favor? You bastard. You're the one who made me do this. Today, either the fish dies or the net breaks. Tien, this is an idiom meaning that only one of them will survive. The Xianqiu faction leader sprayed blood into the sky and his face darkened. There was a look of struggle and defiance in his eyes. The fish will die, but the net won't break. How sturdy indeed. Lin Zhenin let out a cold laugh. HMPH. The Xianqiu faction leader said no more, and the original struggling look in his eyes dissipated, revealing a look of resolution. How detestable. He had conspired for so long, but now he had no choice but to expose himself. He was afraid that the Xianqiu faction, which had been operating for so many years, could not blend in with the Xia clan anymore. Come at me. The Xianqiu faction leader, who had been chased all over the place, suddenly stopped and raised his hands high. His originally pure aura was suddenly entangled by black energy, and strips of black silk slithered out of him, swift like the ink of a master calligraphy artist. How terrifying. Such a sinister aura, it sure makes you feel uneasy. Chu Huho was a good distance away from, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. The smell that wafted from a distance was like that of black silk taken off the feet of a man with terrible foot odor. One whiff was enough to make you feel nauseous. The foreign clans. Lin Zhenin looked at the Xianqiu faction leader, who had suddenly transformed with a solemn expression. He tried to continue his assault, but all the power he launched was swallowed up completely like mud in a sea. HMPH, I originally wanted to take down the Lin family and use the Lin commandery as the foundation for my clan. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Forget it. Just eat until you're full, then we'll talk about other things. Outside the city, half of the Xianqiu faction followers let out shrill howls. Suddenly, as if their bodies had spontaneously combusted, they were rapidly burned to a crisp, and plumes of black smoke emerged from them. Messenger, everyone. Faced with such an alarming turn of events, the expressions of the troops from the anti-Lin alliance darkened drastically. The Xianqiu faction was actually all from foreign clans. This was something they had never expected. They were from the foreign clans. Once news of today's events gets out, all of them who participated would have no way of surviving in the Xia kingdom. The king would order for all of them to be killed. Colluding with the foreign clans was an unforgivable sin, and no one would listen to their explanation. Don't look at me, I didn't know either. The silver-masked messenger was also terrified, shaking his head repeatedly. He was a regular human. He just played a role in which he led those on the outside to charge into battle and break through the enemy's front lines. The core members of the Xianqiu faction were from the foreign clans, but they could not use their full strength easily. Once they used their full strength, they would definitely be exposed, so they had subdued many powerhouses to do their bidding for them. At this moment, their clan leader had been exposed, so naturally, there was no need for them to hide any longer. The anti-Lin alliance was sent into a frenzy. The foreign clan members had started attacking them. The foreign clan members seemed to feed on the people's hearts, and the victims did not know what methods were being used against them. The martial artists of the anti-Lin alliance found that they could not defend themselves against these foreign clan members and were slaughtered one-sidedly. Their hearts were dug out, they turned out to be blackened, were swallowed by the foreign clan members to increase their own strength, and now, toward the city walls. Several monstrous figures moved at the same time, flying up and breaking open the formation arranged by the Lin family. Then they surrounded Lin Zhenin in unison. Lin Zhenin, I don't know how you managed to survive, but that doesn't matter anymore, because today you must perish, the Xiangqiu faction leader said solemnly. Today they had no choice but to reveal their true identity, so they could no longer stay in the Xia clan. This was a good place. He once thought that this was the place where their clan could resurge. To this end, he had been cautious again and again, planning every last detail before putting it into action. He never took any risks. Unfortunately, he did not expect that everything would fall at the hands of a dead person. How detestable. At the same time, the Xia clan, the heart of the imperial city observatory. An old man who had been seated drowsily in a reclining chair raised his head abruptly, his eyes flashing brightly, and he looked at a topographical diagram of the kingdom not far in front of him. How dare they, 5 foreign clan demi-kings. He stood up and stepped out of the observatory. Today we slaughter this city. The Xiangqiu faction leader let out these harsh words. Chu He, who had already been very annoyed by the demonic chi fumes from a distance, became furious after hearing this. What was this? The odor from your body was already one thing. Now you also want to massacre the city. You want to disrupt me from punching in my checkpoint. Such a speech made Chu He, who had been feeling indifferent, now feel intense anger in his heart. Since there was this fury in his heart, he would of course have to let it out. It was not good to bottle these things up after all. Chu He clenched his palms into fists and delivered 5 consecutive punches, 9 tribulations of the divine fists. He did not unleash his full strength for this attack, only the amount of power a demi-king should possess. The power of his punches rose with the wind and tore through space as it traveled. In an instant, the demonic chi that enveloped Lin City dissipated and was enveloped by an even more terrifying aura. A great sense of terror gripped everyone's hearts. The ones who felt it the strongest were the 5 foreign clan demi-kings as well as Lin Zhenin. They were the strongest, so the feeling was the most intense for them. This aura that suddenly appeared out of nowhere gave him the sense of a fatal crisis. They turned their heads and simultaneously looked in the direction that the aura came from, and then they saw the image of 5 golden fists that were increasingly growing in size, piercing through space and heading straight at them. The fists looked like they were moving really slowly. However, the 5 foreign clan demi-kings, who were the targets of the attacks, were surprised to find that when they felt the fists approaching them, they could not move when they tried to evade the attack. A suppressive force that struck terror in their souls rendered them only capable of helplessly watching as the fists slowly smashed into their bodies. How terrifying, how extremely terrifying. This was the great horror that suppressed them on a spiritual level. No, why is there such a terrifying existence here? This aura, an ultimate demi-king. An ultimate demi-king was an existence that could rival that of a genuine king. It was a power that could subdue all clans in this barbaric land. These individuals had already begun to comprehend the will of martial arts. This was the difference between them and ordinary demi-kings. With the boost from the will of martial arts, their combat effectiveness would be doubled, so if ordinary demi-kings were to fight against them, the demi-king's strength will be absorbed by the will of martial arts and greatly reduced while the other side's strength will grow, forming a crushing imbalance. Ordinary demi-kings would be no match in their presence. Currently, the aura radiating from these 5 fists was so terrifying that the 5 demi-kings could not even dodge them. This was the pinnacle of an ultimate demi-king, the kind that was truly invincible. Punch, 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 punch. The afterimages of the 5 fists flashed, and the 5 monstrous foreign clan members were blown up. Their remains disintegrated into ashes, and nothing remained of them. Even up to the point of his death, the Xiangqiu faction leader did not understand how such a terrifying ultimate demi-king appeared in such a place. Was it not said that the Xia clan only had 3 ultimate demi-kings? Was it not said that these individuals were all guarding the most critical borders? Why did one of them suddenly appear here? A deathly hush fell over the scene. The war zone that was initially hyped up and chaotic suddenly became dead silent. Those 5 punches were as big as a grinding disc, a punch that killed off those demi-kings of the other ethnicity. Everyone was thunderstruck. The men of Anti-Lin Alliance were dumbfounded. Their limbs went icy cold as they did not expect them joining forces to annihilate the Lin family would result in an encounter with such a horrifying existence. They were so scared that they could have peed in their pants. This is terrible. This is really terrible. They regretted everything. They should not have harbored ill intentions against the Lin family. They should have just obeyed them. This is truly terrifying. They swore silent oaths that if they managed to return home alive, they would always take a large detour whenever they met with someone with the Lin family name. Lin Zhenin, who was hovering in mid-air, felt his body stiffen as his body gradually descended to the ground. Even though those 5 terrifying punches were not directed at him, and it was even specifically meant to take a turn to avoid him, he still could feel the suffocating sensation within his soul at such a close distance. He was unable to make his breathing rate settle down. Those 5 punches were way too terrifying, and it made his mind go blank. If one of those 5 punches were targeting him, no, even if it was just half of a punch, he would also end up dead for sure. He did not have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to defend against it. The people of the Lin family were feeling utter astonishment, which was also accompanied with some delight. They never expected that their family would have such an overwhelming person with such a background guarding this place. Their emotions that had become agitated following the appearance of the 5 demi-kings of foreign clans calmed down once again. However, after experiencing such a huge fluctuation in their emotions, when things that made them hyped up occurred, they could not bring themselves to feel the excitement. Instead, they were emotionally drained. Things were way too exciting as the tables continuously kept being turned around. Lin Zuling's long brows were knitted in a frown. She looked up at the sky with her gaze filled with anticipation. How nice will it be if I can be this powerful one day? I can't tell if Lil Chu is that powerful. Perhaps this means that he has started making a move. In the meantime, a vague idea flashed past her mind. Regardless of whether or not Chu he would agree to it, to Lin Zuling, he was also a powerhouse. The other foreign clan members whose bodies had become huge and were gleefully murdering the people nearby were suddenly dumbfounded as they let out a chilling shriek. What's wrong? We've already grown so huge, but where are the 5 elders? Why did they suddenly go missing? Not even a glimpse of them. Illusion, it must be an illusion. They were not willing to accept such a terrifying outcome. However, no matter how much they tried to deny the fact, they blinked their eyes, thinking through it over and over. The bloody fact was still presented in front of them. The 5 strong elders were indeed gone for good. Not even a trace of them could be seen. Run, hurry and run for your life. Some of the men from the foreign clans snapped out of their trance, and they roared at their colleagues, urging them to flee the scene. The existence that hid within the shadows was way too frightening. They had no intention to seek revenge over such a power that could instantly finish off their 5 elders. They only wanted to run for their lives, the sooner the better. Hence, with a burst of roars, a group of foreign clan members who had regained their senses bolted away from Lin City, frantically running for their lives. Following the fleeing of the foreign clans, the group of leaders of the alliance that planned to take down the Lin family also snapped out of their daze. They had the same thinking, and at the same time, they all gave orders to their respective organization to retreat. The back troops became the frontliners, and everyone started shoving each other as they ran for their lives. The scene was utter chaos. Haha, die you evil beings. Lin Zhenin recovered from his state of shock. He composed his emotions and let out a huge burst of laughter. However, he did not just keep on laughing away. He, who had experienced countless wars, knew well that it was currently the perfect opportunity to strike down the evils. Hence, Lin Zhenin was decisive and gave the order to hunt them down. Like a hawk, he leaped into the air and took the lead to hunt the retreating army. At that moment, the anti-Lin alliance and the foreign clans had lost their will to fight. The Lin family would just kill them off wherever they were. No one stayed back at the scene. Everyone was only thinking of running away faster than the other. There were even some who pulled underhanded tricks to force those in front of them to end up at the back lines. That demonstrated the extent of their orderliness, and that was also one of the differences that defined an organization comprising lawless people. When the elites were being hunted, they would stay very organized even in retreat, and someone would stay behind to hold the fort. As for an organization of lawless thugs, they still could manage if the war went on smoothly, but if they were to face defeat, their forces would be like a strong current, unable to hold their ground and just rushing away. It was a one-sided massacre. The slaughter continued till it was nighttime. Fresh blood was seen throughout thousands of miles of land, and the ground was littered with corpses. The military troops of the anti-Lin alliance and the foreign clans were all being beat to death one by one, and only a small fraction of them managed to scatter to other places. Up to that moment, the attempt of annihilating the Lin family came to an ending no one had expected. Meanwhile, the godly troops who had rushed over to surround them noticed that there was a king's aura amongst the foreign clan members within the lands of the Xia clan, and went on to spread that news. The whole world was flabbergasted. Who could have expected that the Lin family, which nearly faced annihilation, would still have such a terrifying backup despite the destruction of the Anin military troop and Lin Zhenin being heavily injured? Also, the local organization could not even take control over the land of the Lin commandery. Tien, we believe that this was a typo on the author's part, and it should be Zhenin military troop instead of Anin military troop. However, we have opted to translate it as it is. The family turned out to have an ultimate demi-king guarding the fort. Just as importantly, it turned out that Lin Zhenin's injury was not as serious as mentioned in the rumors. He could jump around and even fight. At that moment, all powers of the Xia clan started eyeing the Lin family once again. The Lin family was still the top family of the Xia clan. They did not deteriorate after the destruction of the Anin military troops. Instead, because of the ultimate demi-king guarding the place, it made others more terrified of them than ever. When faced with other people's tentative pestering and curiosity, Lin Zhenin dealt with them ambiguously, leaving the public in an uncertain daze. In fact, Lin Zhenin himself was flustered as well, as he had yet to make clear what had happened. In regards to that ultimate demi-king, there was indeed some connection with the Lin family, but he did not know who the person was. Even though he had seen him before, it was just as if he had not seen him at all. It may sound almost weird, but it was the truth. Lin Zhenin made a wild guess. On that day, the one who made a move must have been the senior who rescued him. And that senior self-proclaimed that he had a connection to one of the clansmen of the Lin family. However, he had no idea who that person was, or what the name of that senior was, or what he looked like. It was pointless to ask him. On top of that, whether or not that senior was even still in the Lin family, Lin Zhenin had no answer to that. Regardless of what the outsiders speculated about the ultimate demi-king, Chu He was at the book depository and did not take any action. That day, he had only made a move purely because his nose was feeling twitchy from the demonic chi, and he took action to make him feel better. To him, those punches that the outsiders deemed as being nightmarish were just casually tossed out, and he even had tried his best to suppress his ability. 2. After the incident, he continued cultivating quietly reading books, which was all very comfortable to him. The spring season was over and currently it was autumn. Without even realizing it, another 10 years had already passed by. Chu He was now 38 years old. He had been in the book depository for a whole 24 years, or perhaps longer than that. 1. At that moment, he had already cultivated to the point of 9th level of the 3rd turn and was heading toward the 4th turn. 4. He was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he was gradually accumulating knowledge. For the past 10 years, a lot of changes had taken place in the Lin family. 1. The crisis was over, and it was replaced with an energetic vibe, which was way better than it had been previously. After coming face to face with a crisis that threatened to annihilate them, everyone started to cultivate seriously. 5 years ago, the Lin family elder, Lin Zhenin, had reached the limit of his life expectancy and he passed away. The Lin family did not hide the truth. Instead, they organized a grand burial ceremony. Numerous powers throughout the land came forth after being invited and offered their respect. As for Lin Zuling, after that great war to defend the Lin family, her cultivation was exposed, making the entire Lin family both astonished and delighted. However, as the little brat kept Chu He's orders in her mind, she was not allowed to blurt out his identity as her mentor. Hence, the entire Lin family was unsure about the truth behind how her ability suddenly became so powerful. They tentatively believed her claim that it was because she had bumped into a powerhouse, and that person transferred his powers into her. After all, it was a known fact that there was an overwhelming being hidden amongst the Lin family. For these few years, a lot of people from the Lin family were focusing their attention on her. Wherever she went would be the topic of discussion. Whatever she did would always invite praises from all parties. Many organizations had also come to know about her. Numerous parties had come flooding the entrance of the Lin mansion to request a diplomatic marriage, yet all of them were rejected. None of them caught the eyes of Lin Zuling, and the Lin family was not willing to accept them as well. Not knowing when it had started, a rumor started spreading around town that Lin Zuling had a crush who was a handyman in the book depository. That incident had caused havoc before finally settling down. Lin Zuling showed up personally and ruthlessly taught a lesson to those who were obviously going to seek trouble for Chu He. As for the people who had schemed to make a move within the shadows, they were dead long ago. At that period of time, Chu He could not read his books in peace, which made him very frustrated. He was just a handyman in the book depository, seeking tranquility. Fortunately, as time passed by, the intensity of this incident reduced before things finally quieted down. On that night, Lin Zuling went to look for Chu He. Lil Chu, I think I've accumulated more than enough, and I can no longer hold it. I think I can break through. 5. Then go ahead and break through. I got your back, Chu He said as he nodded. Currently, the essential chi within Lin Zuling's body was extremely active and was at the brink of bursting through her body just to escape. These few years, she was also learning oil painting with Chu He, and she really could no longer control it. 3. From being a precelestial master to becoming a genuine king was one hell of a journey full of hardship. Pursuing martial arts was truly dangerous. 2. There were lots of people who ended up failing along this journey. Many of those who had succeeded eventually took the wrong path. A person who should have been able to become a genuine king ended up becoming a demi-king instead. They took the wrong path, yet they did not realize it. When they wanted to return to the right path, it was many times harder for them to do so. Given any ordinary situation, if one were to break through, they would have to get lots of things prepared. Besides, they would need to have their family dispatch some powerhouses to protect them, in case any accident were to happen. However, Lin Zuling had complete faith in Chu He. Apart from him, she did not tell anyone else regarding this issue. Chu-hee brought Lin Zuling to a bedroom and immediately took out 3 tablets and gave them to her. 1. Those were the genuine king breakthrough tablets. It could increase the probability of one breaking through and becoming a genuine king. It could also increase one's knowledge and could protect one's memory and physique, allowing the chance of failing to break through to be minimized. Chu-hee had already obtained a few bottles of these tablets when he was a Precelestial. However, the golden 9 turns that he was cultivating were an exception. It seemed that those tablets were useless to him. At that time, when he was about to break through, he had gobbled up a few tablets before proceeding, but the effects were not obvious. 1. He placed the remaining ones back in the system space. To him, who had attained the stage of 9th level of the 3rd turn, those genuine king breakthrough tablets were no different than any other sweets. Currently, he was able to take them out to train the little brat. Lin Zuling took the tablets. Without asking further, she swallowed the tablets obediently. 4. Under the protection of Chu-hee, she began to break through. Chu-hee placed both his hands behind him and focused his attention on Lin Zuling. He possessed such tremendous ability that even if he did not rely on his instinct, he was still able to fully grasp her situation of breaking through. If there was an accident, he would be able to take action immediately. Lin Zuling's breakthrough went on smoothly. Following a deep whistling sound, a sharp sense of fighting spirit that exerted a strong pressure had appeared within that tiny bedroom. The genuine king realm was a success. Chu-hee waved his hands and blocked all vision, extinguishing it, or else this tiny room could not afford to be involved in any trouble. After a long time, Lin Zuling opened her eyes. Within her bright vision, a sharp ray came spreading out in all directions. So this is the realm of a demi-king. It's totally different from being ordinary, Lin Zuling said softly. She was under the assumption that she managed to break through into the realm of demi-king. Never would she suspect that she was already a full-fledged king. She had no prior experience in this aspect. Chu-hee laughed when he heard her words but did not give any explanation. Just wait till this brat faces a real demi-king. I'm afraid she will be shocked when that happens. Initially, she would make all the necessary preparations. She would bring along a feeling of anxiety. She was perturbed and lacked confidence as she came to battle it out with a veteran demi-king. She would make her move with all her might. She would swing her sword, and it even terrified the heavens. The veteran demi-king, who initially was standing haughtily before her, would suddenly find his body fumbled. He did not even let out a shriek of pleading for his life and was immediately slaughtered. Lin Zuling would then be left standing alone on the spot, dumbfounded. Despite cracking her head thinking about it, she could not even figure out what happened. As he pictured how the scene would play out, Chu-hee could not help but smile pleasantly. I guess it will be interesting. Not bad, a bona fide king at 30 years old. You're probably the only one in the Xia clan, Chu-hee said with a smile. According to what Chu-hee knew about the situation within the Xia clan, he had not met with any real fighter of the genuine king realm. The one with the highest realm was the ultimate demi-king, who was only able to match up to a freshly broken through real king. He was unsure whether or not there were other hidden powerhouses. At the very least, on the surface, apart from him, Lin Zuling was considered the most special one. That's not true. In the Imperial City, there's currently an ultimate demi-king elder. When he was young, he managed to enter the demi-king realm at the age of 28. There's still a huge gap if I were to compare with him. Lin Zuling would not let pride overrule her just because Chu-hee praised her. However, she was unaware that the one in the Imperial City was just a demi-king while she was an actual king. In fact, if she just wanted to break through into the demi-king realm, she could have done that a few years ago. Besides, there would not be any risks involved and need not accumulate for such a long time. Oh yeah, Lil Chu, when did you break through into the demi-king realm? Lin Zuling blinked and asked curiously. She had long ago confirmed that Chu-hee was a powerhouse. Besides, she had never doubted him once. 10 years ago, the one who instantly killed the 5 powerhouses of the foreign clans with 5 punches, and the one bestowed her family elder an additional 5 years of lifespan, was none other than Lil Chu before her. I've never broken through into the demi-king realm, said Chu-hee. He was stating the fact. He immediately broke through into the 3rd turn, which was equivalent to a genuine king. As for the crooked pathway to becoming a demi-king, perhaps he would never need to trek that path. Lin Zuling was not willing to buy it. Chu-hee was able to present her with the tablets needed to break through and even guided her. I'm able to enter the demi-king realm in such a short period. How can it be possible that his abilities are anything short of overwhelming? However, since Chu-hee would not tell her, she did not ask any more either. Time passed by very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. It was the winter solstice season. Snow covered every surface, and it was a year of harvesting. It was windy outside. There was also a very thick layer of snow on the ground when the book depository was opened. Chu-hee, who was wearing a thin green shirt, came out for a walk. He tucked his hands behind him, allowing the chilling snowflakes to land on his face. Today is such nice weather. Chu-hee let out a warm breath. He was in a nice mood that day. Regardless of the weather, he could feel comfortable whatever the case. It had been 10 years. After accumulating for more than 10 years and going into isolation for 1 month, he managed to break through into the realm of the fourth turn just a moment ago. His cultivation had increased. Even though it was just a natural event, it still made one feel thrilled. Lil Chu, you finally ended your isolation. Lin Zuling, who had been standing guard at the courtyard beside for a month, revealed a joyful expression as she jumped over to him with just a single step. Chu, he did not need anyone to watch over him when he was isolating himself. That would be meaningless, after all. He did not inform Lin Zuling that he was going into isolation. He merely asked her to take over his job to serve the other people of the Lin family while he locked himself up in the book depository for a period of time. Then he immediately placed several layers of formations inside and started isolating himself from the world. The signs led Lin Zuling to the conclusion that Chu He had gone into isolation. Her intelligence was the only reason she managed to guess correctly. Yup, Chu He nodded with a smile. Even though he never took the initiative to expose his cultivation and never even revealed everything when he spoke, on this day he felt he no longer needed to sneak around. Given his current ability, he was not afraid of other people learning a bit about his ability, even if the news spread throughout the entire Xia clan. It would be fine as long as they did not know the full extent of it. It was just like describing his realm in a manner that did not make sense at all. He would not expose the entire situation outright. It will be fine if I just make it vague, and no one will be able to see through it. Currently, he was in the fourth turn cultivation. If he were to take action and deal with the celestial realm of the Great Wasteland in front of a crowd, he would be able to expose his abilities as the ultimate demi-king. 2. That was nothing. Of course, he would not go out of his way to steal the spotlight. He would at most expose the abilities of this level when others came forth to look for trouble. It would still be best if no one sought any trouble. It's always better to live a carefree life without any troubles. Lil Chu, I need to head over to Annan for some time, said Lin Zuling. Be careful. If anything happens, open up the pouches that I gave you. Chu He nodded and did not say anything save for that single reminder. 10 years ago, Lin Zuling broke through into the genuine king realm, and Chu He did not stop her from demonstrating her abilities in public. In no time, the people of Lin family had all learned of the fact that she had broken through into the demi-king realm. All of them thought that Lin Zuling was a demi-king. Never once anyone thought of, nor dared to consider that she could be a genuine king. Even though her combat skills were insane, everyone just thought that she was a natural devil who was stronger than the Lord. It was a given for her to have such overwhelming combating skills. Later on, as the strongest powerhouse of the Lin family, she shouldered a responsibility to lead the entire Lin family. Annan was the borderline for the Xia clan. It was the defensive zone of the Lin, Jai, and Tianqian swordsman tribe. A long time ago, when the elder of Lin family suffered a heavy injury and the annihilation of the Zhenan military troops occurred, only the Jai family and Tianqian swordsman tribe were left in the defensive zone, and they were suffering because of that. After the death of Lin Zhenan, only the unknown ultimate demi-king who no one could find was left in the Lin family. Even if they wanted to come over to seek help, they could not find anyone and dared not describe the full severity of their situation. Hence, the incident just kept dragging on. However, once Lin Zuling's ability was exposed, they no longer wanted to stay still. At the end of the day, the Lin family still occupied a part of Annan. The Lin family had such a huge Lin commandery, hence they should be contributing their efforts as well. Their 3 commanderies were all guarding a piece of land. That was their responsibility and the task they were given. The Lin family had lost their Zhenan military troop, and the Lin commandery had experienced turmoil, and their mid-tier military force had wilted and needed time to regain power. The other clans understood and empathized with their situation. However, now that there were 2 demi-king powerhouses in the Lin family boosting their military forces, the other clans would not tolerate it if they did not contribute to guarding the land. For the past years, it was always 3 demi-kings who would take turns to guard the land of Annan. 2 demi-kings would stand guard, and while the other would take turns going home. It had been more than 20 years since the incident involving Lin Zhenan. The 2 elder demi-kings of Jai family and Tianqian swordsman tribe had been forced to stay at Annan ever since, and naturally they were unsatisfied with it. After some discussion, Lin Zuling began her journey over to Annan to take her shift of guarding. Lin Commandery, MT, Shayan. This was where the Zhang family was located. Since the decline of the Lin family 20 years ago, the Lin Commandery had fallen into great chaos. A large number of the first-class forces in the Lin Commandery had participated in the anti-Lin war due to their own objectives. At that time, the Zhang family was just a small and inconspicuous second-rate force within the Lin Commandery. However, since that radical overhaul of an event, the Lin family had come out victorious, and several powerhouses from the first-rate forces were annihilated. As a result, the traders fled the Lin commandery collectively, freeing up a large area of territory resources. The Zhang family and other forces that had not participated in the anti-Lin war greatly benefited from this and rapidly grew. In recent years, development had been prosperous, and powerhouses have emerged from the clans one after another. The younger generation continued to produce prodigies with promising potential, and the people were thriving and developing in a positive direction under this peace. However, the Zhang family's peace was shattered today. A group of mysterious figures clad in black robes forcibly broke into MT, Sheiyan. Just like clearing a series of game levels, the intruders disposed of the ordinary disciples at the foot of the mountain, and after infiltrating the mountain, they defeated the direct disciples who hurried over after receiving the news, and then they went straight to the back of the mountain and pummeled all the clan elders to the point of vomiting blood. Even the current head of the Zhang family, who had appeared last, was now clutching his chest, his face covered in bruises, his injuries severe. Who the hell are you? Why did you come to the Zhang family? Zhang Tai, the head of the Zhang family, asked in a deep voice, gripping his chest and staring at the group of black-robed figures who stood before him. The strength of this group of people was unfathomable. They had enough power to annihilate the Zhang family, but they only shot and wounded their people without killing them, so it was obvious that they had something planned. Do you guys know what this is? The leader of the black-robed men took out a black token with an evil spirit symbol on it, and with just a glance, the malevolent aura assaulted his senses. It was evident at first sight that it was something unholy. The Mei clan token. At the sight of the token, the expressions of the head of the Zhang family, as well as the elders who were still coughing blood, drastically changed. Within the Zhang family, there was a huge secret that had been passed down through word of mouth. This secret was only known to those who were the head or an elder. The Zhang family elder had once been an illustrious figure, but the reason behind that illustriousness would tarnish their name for thousands of years to come if it were to be known, and might even put them at risk of extermination. It was because their elders were members of a sect that had colluded with the foreign clans. The Guxin sect, a notorious group that was still on the Xia clan's kill list to this day. Are you guys from the Mei clan? Zhang Tai's voice started to waver and turn hoarse. Ever since a major incident hundreds of years ago, the Guxin sect was destroyed, and the Zhang family elders left the sect, went incognito, and had long cut ties with the Mei clan. Although they fell from power and lost their prestige because of this, they were able to lead a new life. They had never expected that the other party would one day track them down through whatever method they used and come knocking on their door. That's right, we're from the Mei clan. The black-robed figure nodded as he calmly answered, what business do you have with us now? Zhang Tai's expression darkened. No matter what intentions the foreign clan had, he could not imagine they would be anything good. Everything was currently going well for the Zhang family, and they were getting stronger and stronger, regardless of what had happened in the past. Now he did not want to be associated with the foreign clans any longer. I am the protector of the Mei clan. By order of the clan elder, I have hereby come to assume control of the Guxin sect's former followers and revive the Guxin sect once more, so that you may return into the embrace of the Mei deity. Just as expected, the light in Zhang Tai's eyes faded abruptly. The Mei clan's intentions made his heart chill. Had they made up their mind to not let go of the Zhang family? Or did they think the Zhang family made good pawns? Were they such easy pawns? They managed to track them down the moment they entered human territory. If you guys are that powerful, why not get yourself new disciples instead, or just go look for someone else? Back then, many people had fled from the Guxin sect. Hundreds of years have passed, so why were they still thinking about the Zhang family? Bastards. I went through the records before I came here, and it said that the Zhang family's past elder had been one of the pillars of the Guxin sect. Why is it that so many years later, his descendants are so incompetent? Never mind demi-kings, there isn't even an ultimate Pracelestial within your family, there's only a 9th Pracelestial Grandmaster. Weak, too weak. The black-robed figure shook his head in disappointment as he spoke. Zhang Tai's ashen face flushed blood red, making the look on his face even uglier. Not only were they going to be used, but they were also humiliated. If it had not been for the fact that he was no match for them, he would have exploded by now. He did not have that good of a temper. Now you have two choices, one surrender or two death. The choice is yours. The black-robed figure spelled out their options one after the other. His voice was cold and ruthless. Silence. The Zhang family exchanged glances silently. After a moment, they lowered their heads helplessly, expressing their willingness to return into the embrace of the Mei deity. The situation was not in their favor. They were practically being held at knife point, so they did not have a choice. This time, my clan has returned to the Xia clan to utilize the large community resources of you humans to build the foundation for my clan's top 10 holy sons and daughters. I'm sure you have not forgotten what you have to do. The black-robed figure sat on the main seat, looking down at Zhang Tai and the group of elders who stood obediently in 2 rows. Zhang Tai hesitated and finally shook his head bitterly. He was being honest. They did not know what to do. Their alliance with the Mei clan and Guxin sect had ended centuries ago, and time had passed. If it were not for the long lives of the Percelestial powerhouses, perhaps none of them would have even known about this. As for the specific details, those in the Zhang family's generation who had allied themselves with the Mei clan, while being part of the Guxin sect, had kept everything a secret and were not willing to bring it up much. After their deaths, not a single person knew about the details. HMPH, the black-robed figure, harumphed coldly. He felt dissatisfied that the Zhang family had forgotten about the duty that the Mei clan had bestowed upon them, but he did not mind it too much. His group came to the Zhang family to make them do their bidding. Now was not the time to settle old scores. Powerful soul bodies brimming with desire, that is what our clan needs. I need the Zhang family to go outside and cultivate soul bodies like these for our clan. When they mature, bring them back here and present them to our holy children to enjoy. There was a faint glint in the exposed eyes of the black-robed figure, which betrayed his inexplicable evil intentions. His voice was harsh and disturbing to the ears. Zhang Tai and the others could not stop the racing of their hearts. Although he had no idea how to cultivate soul bodies full of desire, just hearing the name was enough for one to know that this was not a good thing. Moreover, they were for the holy children to enjoy, no less. Did that mean it would be for consumption? If the Xia clan were to catch wind of this news, the Zhang family would really die terrible deaths. As expected, no good would come from working with the foreign clans. Of course, you'll receive benefits for working for the Mei clan. Those of you currently present will achieve the status of an ultimate Percelestial before long, I guarantee that. Even reaching the level of a demi-king would not be impossible. If you want a horse to run, obviously you have to feed it. The black-robed figure made a promise. Zhang Tai and the other elders felt slightly better. Although it made them furious that they were forced to do someone else's biddings, it gave them some comfort to know that they would be rewarded with a sweet treat in the end. After Lin Zuling departed for Annan, the place had become quite desolate. However, to Chu He, who had been here for decades, it did not make any difference to him. In front of him was a pile of books made of parchment, which seemed out of place alongside the other books in the book depository. These were the items he had asked Lin Zuling to retrieve from the scripture depository of the Lin family for him. The book depository was filled with all kinds of biographies of great swordsmen within the martial arts circle, as well as some peculiar records, but most actual secrets were always only mentioned briefly. However, the scripture depository had many detailed records. In the past few years, Chu He had been going through these books. Chu He randomly pulled out a book from the pile, pulled over a deck chair that was at a side, found himself a comfortable position, and flipped open the book while swaying in his chair. 500 years ago, when the Xia clan was at the peak of its glory, there were over 1,000 demi-kings within the clan, and there were 10 genuine king-level elders who ruled all, and they were ranked among the top in this barbaric region. They had possessed the strength of a 4th-level force at that time, but a major change occurred, which greatly dented the strength of the Xia clan. It became practically impossible for them to survive in this chaotic region, and their living space became more and more limited. That was what the records said. 500 years ago, a foreign clan named the Mei clan infiltrated the Xia clan and formed a group under the guise of the Guxin sect. They secretly attacked countless Xia clan prodigies and created a drastic change in the clan using unknown means. The entire Xia clan fell into chaos during that period, and even the demi-king elders had a hard time dealing with their adversaries' underhanded ways. The king-level elders personally launched a secret investigation and ended up targeting the Guxin sect, forcing the discreet and secretive Mei clan out of hiding. A terrifying conspiracy was uncovered. The Mei clan actually fed on the souls of corrupted intelligent creatures, and the Xia clan, who had a large base, had become their target. They were secretly planning to raise the Xia clan as livestock. The 10 great king-level elders of the Xia clan were furious, and with a huge cost, they fueled the topographical diagram of the kingdom to track down all of the Mei clan, who had exceptional concealment abilities. An earth-shattering war broke out that engulfed the entire territory of the Xia clan. In the end, most of the Mei clan were killed, and the rest fled from the Xia clan's territory as fast as they could. However, the war also caused major detriments to the Xia clan. 4 king-level elders had perished in battle, 3 were severely injured, 3 sustained minor injuries, and a number of demi-king elders were also lost in battle. That was not the worst part. When it rains, it pours. The Xia clan was at their weakest, and had yet to track down and eliminate the traitors who had colluded with the foreign clans. Before they were able to pick themselves back up, the surrounding clans who had been hunted down by the Xia clan in the past were united by a 4th-level Tiger clan in their effort to erode the territory of the Xia clan. Even more trying times descended upon the Xia clan, and the clan lost a large area of fertile territory. Only by sticking to the current resource-poor land were they able to stop the Tiger clan's erosion and seize a chance at survival. Chu He observed the information, deep in thought. Hundreds of years ago, the Xia clan was considered a relatively strong clan in this savage land, but it fell into decline due to an event that had caused a major change, which had been vaguely recorded in many ancient records. However, the event was rarely recorded in detail. The books in the book depository occasionally mention these events, but only in passing. However, this book from the scripture depository contained detailed records. On top of that, the credibility was extremely high. I see the Mei clan. Chuhi made a mental note on them, feeding on the souls of intelligent creatures. Such a race was extremely vicious and dangerous. It was best to get rid of them at first sight. At this moment, Chuhi sensed something and raised his head. There was someone else in the book depository. Are you Auntie's brother, Lil Chu? It was a little girl about 8 or 9 years old with skin pale and smooth as jade and hair in 2 braids. She looked extremely cute. She walked to Chuhi's side, then raised her head and blinked her large eyes as she asked her question. Are you that little girl Zuling's niece? Chuhi asked in turn. Yup, the small girl nodded as she said, my mother is Auntie Zuling's older sister. Chuhi nodded back. Zuling had told him about that before. She had an older sister who had been sent to the distant Tianjin commandery for marriage 20 years ago, before the Lin family elder had passed away, and she later gave birth to 2 daughters. One of them should be older than 10 years by now, so this one who is 8 or 9 years old should be the younger one. What's your name? A bright smile appeared on Chuhi's face, and he could not help reaching out and pinching the little girl's face. Her skin felt nice under his touch, which matched her cuteness. Hello, uncle, my name is Zhao Yuling. The little girl spoke clearly and loudly, not shying away from his touch. She had smelled a nice scent from Chuhi, which had made her feel comfortably at ease, so she did not feel disgusted that her face was pinched. It's a nice name, but you can't call me uncle, that's too strange. How about you call me brother Lil Chu, just like your auntie? Chuhi smiled as he said that. Okay, brother Lil Chu. Zhao Yuling nodded cheerfully and addressed him as such. What a good girl. Chuhi reached out and ruffled the top of the little girl's head, pleased with her compliance. Why did you come here? To read a book? Chuhi smiled as he asked. No, I'm here to look for a powerhouse senior so I can learn some extraordinary god-tier martial arts. Brother Lil Chu, do you know where this powerhouse is? The little girl raised her head and said with an expectant look, looking for a powerhouse. Chuhi was stunned for a moment. Who else would that be but him? Who told you that there was a powerhouse here? Chuhi asked suspiciously. Lin Zuling knew that he did not like to be disturbed. For all those years, she had kept her lips sealed tightly and had never exposed his identity. Apart from Lin Zuling, no one else should know that he was a great powerhouse that was hiding in the Lin family. I heard from Mother that Auntie's talent used to only be average and about the same as Mother's, but ever since she started coming to the book depository often, her cultivation level began to improve like crazy, and even the prodigies could not keep up with her. Mother said that there was a hidden senior in the Lin family who had an extremely high cultivation level. She guessed that this person might be in the book depository. Auntie is his disciple, and brother Lil Chu is probably also his disciple, and the top disciple at that, am I right? Zhao Yuling's eyes sparkled knowingly. Granted, she had only been told all these things by someone else. However, her ability to remember and speak clearly showed that she was fairly smart. That's reasonable and convincing. Chuhi nodded. He felt that her analysis was pretty good. This would most likely also be the speculation that most people from the outside would come to. It probably never crossed anyone's mind. It was probably impossible to imagine that the real powerhouse was in fact him, an inconsequential odd jobber of the book depository. After all, his social standing was too low, and the traces of his life too clear, so most people would not have associated him with a powerhouse. To think of him as the top disciple of a powerhouse was already giving him the highest respect he could receive. This was the benefit of Lin Zuling's excessive closeness to him. In that case, brother Lil Chu, this means there really is a powerhouse here. Can you introduce him to me? I want to become his disciple. Seeing Chuhi nodding his head, Zhao Yuling blinked her large glossy eyes, her expression full of expectation. You're still very young, so it will be very difficult to become the disciple of a powerhouse when you're supposed to be carefree. Chuhi shook his head in amusement as he spoke. But I want to become a super powerhouse. Linger isn't afraid of any hardships. Zhao Yuling tilted her head and put her right index finger on her silky smooth chin as she made the declaration with a serious expression. And why is that? Chuhi asked. Because if I become a powerhouse, I can protect father and mother, as well as protect the Xia clan from being bullied by the outside clans. The little girl declared loudly with a solemn expression on her face, indicating that she was serious. I never would have thought that you'd already have such a sense of responsibility at your young age. Chuhi flashed a knowing smile. He could not help himself from ruffling Zhao Yuling's hair vigorously again. The girl's grandiose ambitions reminded him of Lin Zuling in the past, as well as an even more distant memory of himself, where he was wearing a red scarf and standing beneath a red flag. 3. One hasn't really lived life if they don't have such grand ambitions at least once in their youth. Chuhi could not help sighing to himself. Before he realized it, he had reached a stage where he had seen all there was to see in this world. 2. Ever since activating his sage mode, he felt that everything had become insipid and underwhelming. Life had indeed become somewhat dull. Although he could bear it, he did not really feel anything either. However, this kind of lifestyle was definitely making him too out of touch with the world. Over time, certain problems might arise. His heart was slightly moved. The powerhouse's whereabouts are a secret. However, if you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you. If you're good enough, I'll consider introducing you to the powerhouse. After deliberating for a while, Chu-hee suddenly said those words to Zhao Yuling, a smile on his face. He decided to add some spice back into his dull life. 1. It just so happened that he had recently made a breakthrough, and his cultivation was in its consolidation phase, so he had a lot of spare time anyway. 2. Zhao Yuling's eyes were sparkling. If you want to train with me in the future, how will you explain it to your parents? Chu-hee asked. Don't worry, brother Lil Chu. I just have to tell mother that you want to evaluate me, and after I pass the test, I can become the powerhouse's disciple. They definitely won't object to it, Zhao Yuling answered, beaming. This girl had a sharp mind and was very precocious. Chu-hee nodded and did not object to Zhao Yuling using him as her shield. Outsiders suspected him to be a disciple of the powerhouse. He would not deny it, nor would he admit to it. They can just assume what they want to assume. This would also spare him some minor inconveniences. For example, some people who did not know the depth of the matter were jealous of his handsomeness, and from time to time they would put on a show, wanting to come over and beat his handsome face up. Although such a matter could not harm him, it still made him feel sick to the stomach after a period of time. Ever since that day, a fresh breath of youthfulness was added to the otherwise desolate book depository. The sound of a child's chattering, not unlike that of a lark, filled the place. At first, it made Chu-hee, who favored peace and quiet, a little uncomfortable, but after a while he got used to it and even started enjoying it. It felt nice to have a little girl as his companion. 5. It happened to make up for the loneliness left behind following Lin Zuling's departure. Moreover, the little girl was able to endure more hardships than he had anticipated. 1. Her lofty goal to become a powerhouse was not just empty talk. People who were willing to work hard for their goals were always likable. Over time, Chu-hee began to take his coaching, which initially was just playing around, more and more seriously. Time went by in a flash. Winter passed and spring arrived. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have gone by. During these 2 years, after Chu-hee's fourth turn breakthrough, his cultivation had completely consolidated, and his foundation was sturdy and solid. He began to advance to a higher level. Compared to the third turn, the cultivation speed of the fourth turn was much slower. Of course, this did not faze him at all. He was not anxious in the slightest. He was an expert at slowly and steadily advancing his cultivation and development. This was no problem at all. He was someone who was really good at being alone. The most important thing to note was that the higher one's cultivation level was, the longer one's lifespan would become. Time had become the least of Chu-hee's concerns. The current him seriously felt that living up to 1,000 years would not be a problem. Decades to him felt like something that passed by like a breeze. Perhaps a tortoise's life wouldn't even outlast mine. Chu-hee could not help letting out a sigh. The passage of time simply could not compare to the rate at which his cultivation was growing. The longer he lived, the more exuberant his vitality was. This was the true meaning of the longer you live, the younger you get. In terms of his physicality, cultivating the Golden 9 turns to his current stage already gave him some immortality tendencies. Tortoise, do you like tortoises, brother Lil Chu? Zhao Yuling, who had been practicing her sword techniques at the side, pricked her ears up and her eyes brightened. Focus on your practice. The corner of Chu-hee's mouth twitched. However, the next day, brother Lil Chu, look what I've brought you. Early in the morning, Zhao Yuling burst into the book depository like a raging storm. She held a large water tank in her hands and handed it to Chu-hee excitedly, as if offering a prized treasure. 1. He peered into the water tank, and at the sight of that thing with its 4 claws and a green shell on its back, he was rendered speechless. He was currently mulling over a question. What did it mean when someone gave you a tortoise as a gift, and a green one at that, too? Was this supposed to be an insult, or did it actually have some meaning behind it? Do you like it? Zhao Yuling asked with a bright smile. Her body language was clearly indicating that she was waiting for a compliment. She used to frequently give Chu-hee small gifts, but none of them had caught his interest. The day before, when she had heard Chu-hee utter the word tortoise, she had set her heart on it, and after her practice was over, she spent the whole night searching for one. Chu-hee took a good look at Zhao Yuling. He was trying to make sure that the little girl just genuinely wanted to give him a gift and had no other intentions behind her actions. All right then, he would accept the tortoise. The gift was a little strange, but it was the thought that counted. He had just casually uttered the word while reminiscing yesterday, and the little girl brought him something the next day. She sure was a people person. Chu-hee reached out a hand, and before the tortoise in the water could react, he clamped 2 of his fingers on either side of its neck and lifted it out. In his boredom a while ago, he had thought of something. He remembered hearing that a tortoise could live up to 1,000 years, and a turtle could live up to 10,000 years. However, it was just hearsay. It seemed that no one had ever verified this. On a whim, mostly due to his sheer boredom, he decided to test it out and satisfy his craving for knowledge, to know whether a tortoise could really live up to 1,000 years. He also wanted to see which of them would live longer, a tortoise or him. 1. To ensure a fair playing field, he would have to take good care of this tortoise. In the future, while another person might be a cat person, he would be a tortoise person. 4. In front of the book depository, the sunlight was shining brightly. He was sitting on a chair. One of his hands was holding a book as he flipped through it, while the other hand was on the head of the little tortoise, continuously stroking it. The little tortoise's eyes were the size of green beans, looking at Chu-hee obliquely. The sclera of the eyeballs kept flipping upward. He really is irritating. Brother Lil Chu, why does it feel like Lil Lu is getting clever? Could it be that something wrong is happening to it? Zhao Yuling, who had just finished cultivating at one side, came over to take a break. She imitated Chu-hee's gesture and grasped the head of the tortoise, teasing the animal. She gazed at the little tortoise while its little eyes glared back at her. Even its mouth was open wide, its posture looking like it would bite her if she made another move. This was why Zhao Yuling voiced out. A year had passed since the day she gifted that tortoise to Chu-hee. Throughout this year, it had undergone huge changes, and it always looked different after some time. In the beginning, the little tortoise was very afraid of humans. Whenever one grasped its head, it struggled to re-enter the shell and would not do any other actions. Then it seemed to slowly develop emotions. When someone grabbed its head, it would start staring at that person, opening its mouth in a pose like a little puppy. Up to that day, it would even give off different reactions depending on the type of people. No matter how much Chu-hee teased it, it would only flip its eyelids at him and would never get aggressive. Often, it would even stretch out its head on its own accord. However, when it was Zhao Yuling's turn, the little tortoise gave a much more pompous reaction. It would become very aggressive even if she only gently touched its head. Its reactions seemed to be an indicator that it was about to gain intelligence. If such a time arrived, perhaps it would no longer be categorized as a beast but as a foreign clan or something. One would adopt the same personality as the person they spend time with. This little tortoise has spent so much time with a knowledgeable person like me that it has been imbued with some politeness. It's only normal for it to gain some sense of intelligence. There's nothing odd about it, and there's no problem with it either. It's showing politeness, not a murderous aura. Chu-hee shook his head and smiled, completely unbothered. The little tortoise had gained some pride after following him for a year. He had lots of treasures on hand, many of which he was unable to use. Occasionally, he would feed the little tortoise a handful of them to clear the inventory, which had caused it to reap plenty of benefits. After a year, it was no longer an ordinary little tortoise. Its intelligence had just been unleashed, and the shell of the little tortoise had hardened. Even an ordinary post-celestial martial artist of the 4th or 5th level would have some difficulty cracking its shell. Most importantly, it could completely be out of the water. It would be completely fine even after sunbathing for the whole day. Really, but it's getting less cute now. Zhao Yuling pouted her lips. The little tortoise's 4 claws were swinging mid-air, and as it struggled with all the strength it had. On top of that, the strength it exerted was no meager amount. With her current ability at the post-celestial 9th erudition, she could still feel resistance in its weight. Lil Lu was not like that at the beginning. No matter how she toyed with it, it would always give a frightened look. It also used to have a very soft head and would always struggle to get back into its shell. Now, however, it was starting to rebel. It was becoming less cute. Chu-hee burst into laughter. Girl, I think you've got the basics of the post-celestial realm more than sufficiently done. Get yourself ready. Tonight, I'll watch over you and you'll break through into the precelestial realm, too. After looking at Zhao Yuling, who was still arguing with the little tortoise, Chu-hee shook his head with a smile and told her this. Zhao Yuling was talented, at least slightly better than Lin Zuling. Half a year ago, she was already a post-celestial 9th erudition, but Chu-hee kept making her withhold her cultivation. Currently, Chu-hee felt that it was almost time and there was no need for her to hold back anymore. She could break through. Precelestial, Zhao Yuling was stunned. Precelestials were considered the top-tier powerhouses in society. Against other ordinary families, her combat effectiveness would be on the level of the Zhen family. Even those powerhouses of her Tiantian swordsman tribe and those from the Lin family where her mother was, they were all just middle tier. Zhao Yuling could not resist counting her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 12. She was shocked after calculating it. She was only 12 years old that year, a precelestial who was only 12. How did that make any sense? At an age like hers, ordinary people would only be strengthening their physiques and training the basics of martial arts. Even the disciples from affluent families had only trained martial arts for 2 to 3 years by this age, and that was only because they had special treasures and had already started cultivating when they were in their mother's womb. Besides, 2 to 3 years was way too short. Those geniuses usually only gain 1 erudition a year. That would only add up to post-celestial third erudition. Even if they were prodigies who could overcome 2 eruditions per year, they would at most only be at the 6th erudition. The existence of a prodigy of such a caliber would already have gained the attention of the entire Xia clan. She was the prodigy, the future demi-king, the foundation for the Zhen family of the Xia clan. However, who were those people when compared with her? She, Zhao Yuling, 12 years old. That night she would attempt to break through into the precelestial realm. If she succeeded, it would cause a huge commotion. Perhaps the entire Xia clan would be thrown into disarray. Even if she failed, if her current realm and status were to be revealed to the public, the masses would still receive a sizable shock. In these past few years, she had been cultivating and cultivating, but had not felt anything yet. The cycle of flow would just come naturally. However, on that day, she was suddenly told that she could try breaking through into the precelestial realm. Only then did she suddenly feel stunned. She was already so powerful, such a genius, what a prodigy. The others were all nothing before her. They were of the same age, but she could overwhelm all of them. In a battle amongst those of the same generation, no one would be able to hold a candle against her. Zhao Yuling felt her heart thumping loudly. Her little face was so agitated that it became scarlet. Her greatness was off the charts. Oh my. All of a sudden, just when Zhao Yuling was lost in her thoughts, the little tortoise managed to break free from her grasp and seized the opportunity to bite on her fingertip. After executing its revenge, it quickly scurried away on its 4 stubby legs and buried itself into the side of Chu He's shorts. It was quite shrewd to flee right after seeking its revenge. HMPH. Zhao Yuling, who had been interrupted from her thrilling fantasies, glared at it sourly. She stretched out her hand and dug out the little tortoise, who had managed to properly hide half of its body. As it continued struggling silently, she pulled on its neck. She had no choice. The little tortoise's neck was the only part of its entire body that she could play with. Nevertheless, it was a pleasant sensation. 1. In Chu He's opinion, Zhao Yuling's breakthrough was quite a success. Even though her success was never in doubt, she did not need much effort either. Brother Lil Chu, I'm a precelestial already. Zhao Yuling was thrilled and flustered. She swung her little punch forcefully, and the strong wind struck so powerfully that it made an audible sound. Calm down, it's just being a precelestial. Chu He smiled calmly. Bear in mind, before you're a king, you should never expose your cultivation. You'll be in trouble if you find yourself being the weaker party. Chu He reminded her again. Even though he had warned the girl about that issue a long time ago, she was still a youngster and would easily get overexcited. The girl would be unbearably full of herself after she had broken through. Perhaps if she was slightly careless, she might be tempted to start showing off. Hence, he had to repeatedly remind her from time to time. Got it, Brother Lil Chu. Zhao Yuling pulled her punch back. Good. Chu He said with satisfaction, you've exposed quite a quantity of your aura. For the time being, you'll remain in the book depository. Once you've improved your sword arts a notch or two, then you'll be allowed to step out. Okay, Zhao Yuling agreed obediently. For the past few years, she had spent most of her time at the book depository. Hence, the arrangement would not make her feel uncomfortable. Time flew past swiftly. Another 5 years had passed in a blink of an eye. After Chu He had mastered his cultivation to the 4th turn, he began to slowly but steadily progress further. Currently, he was already in the 3rd level of the 4th turn, proceeding to the 4th level of the 4th turn. The time of cultivation flashed past. The feeling of toying with the little tortoise and teaching the girl was quite fulfilling enough. However, the girl's cultivation had not been proceeding very smoothly lately. Besides, Chu He could not interfere with it. Her mentality had bumped into an obstacle. Currently, she was already at the precelestial 9th erudition level and had started accumulating some experience in a routine enough method. However, Chu He, who possessed higher cultivation and extraordinary eyesight, had spotted a huge flaw buried deep within her. It was something ordinary people would never notice. If things continued to proceed like this, there should be no problem for Zhao Yuling to break through to the king realm, but her potential had reached its limit. She would have to overcome many hurdles ahead if she wanted to improve herself. Since the root of the problem had been spotted, naturally, it needed to be dealt with. The problem with Zhao Yuling was that she was a young person with bounds of energy, which made her differ greatly compared to the mentality of an old man like Chu He. However, in these few years, she had been following Chu He's every step and was always being restrained by him, causing her character to inexplicably become more similar to his, which resulted in her failing to unleash her potential. To put it more simply, her abilities had improved, but she was discontent deep inside because she could not show off. Come over here, girl. Chu He waved his hand. Zhao Yuling, who was trying all means at her disposal to pull out the little tortoise's head that had retracted back into the shell, hastily rushed over. You're now a precelestial 9th erudition, and I can confidently say that you got the ability to defend yourself. You can now head out to relax and experience being in the society. Chu He told her with a smile. Zhao Yuling's eyes sparkled when she heard it. She entered the book depository at the age of 9 and made a vow to become a great person. In the blink of an eye, she has been there for 8 years. Even though her mindset was much stronger than any child of the same age, she was still at the age of falling in love and had been lonely for a very long time. The passion within her was burning fiercely. Given her age, it was already a great achievement that she could suppress the urge to suggest heading out to have a stroll. Right now, she was obviously delighted when Chu-hee brought it up. But if you leave, who's going to keep you company, brother Lil Chu? Zhao Yuling said after a moment's hesitation. Even though she was eager to head out to society to test out her abilities, she still had a considerably kind disposition. She was sharply reminded of Chu-hee being lonely and all alone. These few years, Chu-hee had been teaching Zhao Yuling. All the outsiders thought this was a test to earn a meeting with a grand person. Perhaps no one was disturbed because it was the Lin family's arrangement. Entire book depository, including the rooms around it, had no other people staying in it. Usually only Chu-hee and Zhao Yuling would be there, with the addition of the little tortoise, of course. If she left, Chu-hee would certainly be very lonely. All right, girl, it's not like you're departing after someone's death. You're just heading to have a stroll. Don't tell me you won't be coming back after you leave. Chu-hee could resist reaching out to touch her head. He shook his head and smiled. Lonely, alone, nonsense. Chu-hee had never feared those two things. He would never be scared as the book depository was not a prison. If he wanted to have a walk, he could just head out whenever he wanted to. Take this, open it up whenever you're in danger. Zhao Yuling eventually took the pouch given by Chu-hee and headed out into society. The book depository was deserted. Chu-hee grabbed a book and sat on the deck chair, rocking it while reading the book. The little tortoise, who had grown much older, was sunbathing outside the book depository. It raised its head to look at the sky, giving some thought to its life philosophy. It lacked energy. One human and a tortoise, it was rather quiet. Come here, little tortoise. Chu-hee put down the book and suddenly called out. The little tortoise's eyes that resembled green beans turned away from the sunlight and glanced at Chu-hee. Then it slowly crawled its way toward the man. Chu-hee was not in a rush. The little tortoise crawled in front of Chu-hee's and its two hind claws bent down, standing in a position as if it was listening. Do you want to cultivate, little tortoise? Chu-hee found that he seemed to have taken a liking to the role of a tutor. There were no other people there. He was bored and suddenly had an urge. He wanted to give the little tortoise some advice. After all, it was the tortoise that was going to have a race with him to see who would live longer. He should be taking good care of it. The little tortoise was dumbfounded. Even though it was not too sure what cultivation meant, it could still sense that it was going to be a good thing. Hence, the head of the tortoise nodded continuously as it agreed to it. Chu-hee nodded and stretched out a finger to tap on the tortoise's head, transferring his thoughts to the animal. A miraculous message was sent to the little tortoise's consciousness. Chu-hee transmitted a technique of cultivating the body. The level of that technique was not high, but with Chu-hee's high accomplishments in martial arts, he decided that this technique was the most suitable for the little tortoise to cultivate after he analyzed it. After all, it was not a human and was not compatible with most of Chu-hee's secret manuals of cultivation. It was already quite impressive for it to have a technique that was compatible. 5 months passed. The little tortoise followed Chu-hee's cultivation and had been able to produce some results. Even though it was just an ordinary beast, its foundation was not weak at all. For the few years it spent with Chu-hee, it had eaten plenty of amazing foods. Even though most of it was wasted because it could not cultivate, the remainder was enough to silently make it undergo some changes. When it started cultivating, it had a feeling as if it was slowly accumulating experience. To be accurate, even though Chu-hee did not really pay much attention to guide it, he just transferred a cultivation technique to it and did not further question it. However, he would occasionally feed it with some precious tablets which helped it much more than any guidance could. In just half a year, the little tortoise was on par with a post-celestial 5th to 6th erudition fighter. Adding its tough shell, even if it went up against a post-celestial 7th to 8th erudition fighter, it could still protect itself even if it was outclassed. The most important thing was that its intelligence activation had progressed much faster along with the cultivation. Now, no one could possibly call it an ordinary tortoise. For example, it had now also started to imitate how Chu-hee walked, with 2 claws on the floor and the other 2 tucked behind its back. The only issue was that it had a short tail dragging on the ground, causing its little steps to seem rather wobbling when it walked, which looked somewhat weird. 1. The book depository just remained quiet as the time passed by rapidly without anyone noticing. Then one day the silence was broken. Brother Lil Chu, I'm back. Zhao Yuling's voice was carried in from far away. Chu-hee set down his book and his mouth curled into a smile. This girl, she just went out for a trip. Her voice is as recognizable as ever and seems much more lively. Indeed, going out to train was useful. Chu-hee nodded to himself. It seems that occasionally going out to have a stroll is indeed useful. In no time, the fragrant smell was flowing along with the breeze. Zhao Yuling, who was in a white female fighter attire, held onto a long sword and appeared before Chu-hee. Even though it was just a few months since they last met, Zhao Yuling had undergone a huge transformation. Her body proportions had become much more balanced. going outside was indeed a much better training than staying in the house. For both the mentality and body figure, previously, Zhao Yuling had always been eating fancy food, and her body figure always left a chubby impression. Now she had slimmed down and was a true beauty. No bad, Chu He expressed his approval. A few months had passed, and Zhao Yuling's foundation had become much more stable. Brother Lil Chu, do you know how much fun the outside society is? During my trip, I attended a martial arts meetup and bumped into many powerhouses. I even made a name for myself. Right now, on the outside, I'm known as the White Shirt Angel and am even ranked #1 of the generation in the rankings of the dojo. 2. Zhao Yuling was chattering without end and started telling Chu He all the things she had witnessed when she was outside. Her energy seemed limitless. Chu He's face had a faint smile as he listened to it all silently. This girl is quite the tough one. It's just been a few months, and she's close to causing havoc on the outside. If it was not for her sufficiently strong abilities and the variety of techniques at her disposal, perhaps she might have landed in trouble. Right at that moment, a little thing that was taking slow and small footsteps came to the middle of the two people. Its little eyes that resembled green beans looked straight ahead and raised its head high. Its eyeballs kept on glittering as it looked at Zhao Yuling with its peripheral vision. It was obvious that it was trying to make its presence known. It had only been half a year since they last met, and it could still vividly remember the Zhao Yuling who had always tortured it in the past. Hey. Little tortoise, how did you manage to walk? Zhao Yuling finally noticed the little tortoise. She gazed at it from head to toe and swept it with an inspecting gaze, her face revealing her astonishment. The little tortoise glanced at Zhao Yuling obliquely. It raised its head with its claws behind his back, then it took small footsteps and left the scene arrogantly. After not seeing each other for some time, they now viewed each other with a different perspective. Currently, it was a tortoise that could stand on its feet. That makes it even more arrogant than before. Zhao Yuling grasped the little tortoise and held onto its head while lifting it. With one hand, she flicked on various parts of the little tortoise's body, making dull dong sounds. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The little tortoise opened its mouth and revealed its teeth. Its 4 claws hovered mid-air in clear protest. However, Zhao Yuling instantly turned a blind eye and kept holding on to it and teased it to her heart's content. The little tortoise had become much tougher, which made her feelings for it completely different now. After Zhao Yuling returned, the book depository had become more lively for some time. However, after her trip to the outside, her personality had become much wilder and she became rather hard to control. Chu He understood that he had to let her venture out into society to train her mentality. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and another 5 years had gone by. Chu He was already 67-year-old. He had been staying in the book depository for 53 years. His cultivation had reached the final stage of the 5th level of the 4th turn and was steadily progressing to the 6th level of the 4th turn. As for the little tortoise, for the past 5 years, it had already surpassed the beast boundaries and had attained the level of a beast undergoing an evolution, which was equal to Precelestial powerhouse for humans. It had become even more human-like and could help Chu He clean up the entire book depository. As for Zhao Yuling, it had been half a year since she last returned to the book depository, and no one knew what had become of her. Based on past trends, she should be returning at this time. Even though Chu He had not set any rules that had long ago become her standard routine, she would return punctually every half year. She would come and report her safety and tell Chu He about all the interesting things that occurred outside to get rid of his boredom. Could that girl have landed in some trouble? Chu He muttered to himself. Even though for the past 5 years, Zhao Yuling had solidified the basics of the Precelestial realm and had attained the state of ultimate Precelestial, which meant she would be able to break through to the king's realm anytime. If it was not for Chu He's desire to train her mentality properly, she would have long ago been able to break through into the king's realm. Even so, her cultivation was still considered top tier in the entire Xia clan. However, that was only true provided no demi-king had shown up. If she had offended a demi-king, her current ability would still be lacking. Even though Chu He had given her a forbidden technique for self-defense, he was worried that she would be unable to use it in time, or she had forgot to use it. After all, he gave that to her a few years ago. Chu He got anxious. Suddenly, he had a thought and felt that Zhao Yuling might be in danger, and it was not because he was being too worried and paranoid. With his current level of cultivation, he could somehow sense vaguely the blessings and dangers of the people around him. It always made him uneasy when he had sudden thoughts like this. Just like ordinary people, when their loved ones were at the brink of death, even though they were not by their side, they would still suddenly feel a sense of dread or have a nightmare. The thought of it made Chu He took out a Ba Gua jade plate. That was the first treasure that he picked up. Adding on to his cultivation, he could even predict most living beings' blessings and the dangers looming over those having a lower rank than him. Chu He paid full attention to control the jade plate. Taking into account the birthday of Zhao Yuling, he started calculating. Finally, the hexagram had revealed itself. Bad prediction. Chu He's expression changed slightly and frowned. She really is in trouble. He got up from the deck chair and said to the little tortoise, "I'm heading out for a day." "You stay in the house." The little tortoise's face looked stunned as it lifted its head, puzzled. He did not care if it had reacted or not. He moved abruptly, and with just one step, he stepped out of the book depository. He leaped into the air and vanished. That was the first time he left the book depository after tens of years of meticulously attending the checkpoint. He had to end whatever it was quickly and settle the issue. He needed to rush back before midnight so he could continue marking the checkpoints. Within the deserted forest, there was a group of fighters wielding swords and sabers, proceeding cautiously. Their destination was the Zhang family of Mt. Shaiyan. For the past few years, the Lin Commandery and even the Xia clan as a whole had faced lots of trouble. Many gruesome events kept popping up, and the conflict between the organizations of the society just kept getting more serious as the days passed by. Even the number of people going missing had increased. Some of the older folk noticed something was amiss and even suspected there were some weird organization or foreign clans making underhanded actions. Each commandery had formed an allied investigation group to start investigating the incident. They were just one of the groups in the Lin Commandery that was responsible for that incident. "Is there any reliable news, Brother Murong?" "The disappearances of the fighters of our Lin Commandery and a few of those weird murders, are these really the actions of the Zhang family? You had better not be mistaken about it." While on duty, a burly man spoke softly. Beside him was a scrawny middle-aged man with a figure-8 mustache. He was one of the elders of the big Murong family in Lin Commandery, Murong Bo. Because of the previous anti-Lin war, all the top overwhelming fighters of the Lin Commandery had vanished, leaving behind vast areas of empty land. For the past few years, the Murong family had been involved in lots of conflicts with the Zhang family because of territory issues. Both families viewed each other as enemies and had reached a state where they could not communicate with each other at all. This time, they were the ones who noticed that the Zhang family was at fault. Under the circumstances where there was no concrete evidence, they could not rule out the possibility of them using others to murder people. After all, there were plenty of such incidents occurring at the boundaries of the Xia clan. "I'm sure of it. Why would I lie about it?" Murong Bo was well aware about what the other guy was thinking and snapped back with an unpleasant tone. Then, to make it sound more convincing, he snorted coldly and added, "Brother Lin, I am aware that previously there were lots of unfortunate things that occurred continuously at the boundaries of the Xia clan. It's only natural for you to develop suspicion, but you have to understand that it's because of those incidents. There are already some demi-king elders announcing that whoever still dares to seize the opportunity to purposely harm others and cause troubles will judge them according to the incident. If it's a minor incident, all the people related to the incident will be shot to death, and if it's a serious offense, the entire clan will be chased out to the boundaries of the three borders. Given the current circumstances, do you think I'd spew baseless nonsense?" Murong Bo's expression became serious. "You're right," the tough guy nodded. For the time being, lots of rumors were spreading around. There were even some families who seemed to have a death wish and took the opportunity to wreak havoc, causing the situation to become chaotic. The elders of the demi-kings could not bear to witness the scene and hence made their statement, and only then the situation became more controlled. However, everything had its pros and cons. The demi-king elders had made their statement and set the punishment. As a result, those who had strong suspicions about a certain organization dared not report it because unless they had more concrete or reliable evidence. As for the case of Murong Bo, it seemed that he must be quite confident to be publicly reporting about it. Suddenly, a blurred outline which no one was able to look at directly suddenly appeared and blocked their path forward. "Who's there? What's the meaning of this?" FCK, the group of fighters, was frightened. They quickly drew their swords and sabers and took a cautious stance. In the deserted mountain out in the wild, it was rather unnerving for a blurry human figure to suddenly show up. "Wait a minute," blurry human figure. When they had recovered slightly from their shock, their expressions all turned into one of horror. The thing blocking them was clearly right in front of them, yet they were unable to look at it. It was like their eyes were dazzled by gold, and everything turned blurry. They were all seasoned fighters. Not to mention, in that group, the lowest-ranking person was also a Precelestial Grandmaster. They had alert mentalities and eyes as sharp as a hawk, the most basic specs that they all possessed. It was impossible for any of them to have far-sightedness or blurry vision. Even if their eyes were sprinkled with sand, it would not affect their clear vision. With just one glare, those sharp glints from their eyes could scare ordinary people to death. However, currently, there was a living human before them, yet they could not even visualize it properly. They attempted to shift their gaze to look in other directions, and that was perfectly fine. However, when they tried to look straight at the human figure ahead, everything would become blurry. We're really witnessing a ghost in the flesh. When dealing with such a mysterious scenario, the group of grandmasters did not dare make any reckless moves. With their regularly hot tempers, it was a rare sight that not one person in the group would take the lead to start throwing tantrums when their path was blatantly blocked. Of course, that blurry human outline was Chuhee. He came from far away, passing by a few cities, following his secret treasure's direction, and rushed his way and finally reached there. He just came to a halt in the sky when he noticed something interesting and immediately changed his path and descended to the ground. You do know what's up ahead, right? Everyone was puzzled, not knowing who Chuhee was talking to. However, an unknown force made all of their attention gather on Murongbo. They had come to an understanding that this problem arose from Murongbo. What's the meaning of this? Why would I know what's ahead? Who are you? Murongbo's expression was dark, and he shot 3 questions continuously. Chuhee's blurry outline made it clear he was no simple person, and it would be best not to offend him. With such a stance, it's likely that he's a powerhouse. Murongbo's expression became awful after being gazed upon by such an entity. You're being stubborn. Chuhee shook his head and was not at all interested to argue with him. He suddenly stretched out one palm and sent a slap forth. A huge golden palm appeared and vanished shortly after that. A small hill ahead was immediately smashed flat. Boom. Following that, a loud sound slowly erupted. There was no fantastic scene of dust spreading in every direction and giant rocks flying around. Just a loud explosion. Then everything resumed its silence. If they had not witnessed it with their naked eyes, no one would believe that a hill of 1 or 2 acres would be casually crushed flat by someone with just a gentle movement of their palm. The most horrifying thing had yet to happen. The most spine-chilling thing was that apart from the loud sound, the terrifying palm strike did not cause much commotion at all. There were no boulders flying everywhere, smoke erupting, or massive earthquakes shaking the land, just a loud sound. Then a small hill a few meters tall had been compressed into flat land. That was how overwhelming the opponent's palm was. Only someone who possessed absolute accuracy would be able to pull it off. On top of that, it was highly possible that the person who unleashed the attack had not used his full strength. Perhaps it was just a casual slap. Scary. Everyone's expression became more and more ghastly. Meanwhile, Murongbo was so scared that he felt like he was going to wet his pants. Other people had no idea what was contained within that little hill. They were just astonished by the overwhelming power of that palm. Murongbo, who alone knew the truth, felt his insides were about to burst out of fear. Why is it that little hill? Why must it be that little hill? Is it a coincidence? Murongbo wanted to fool himself with that possibility but could not manage it. Combined with the comments that Chuhee uttered, it was all perfectly clear. That entity, which no one could look at clearly, had undoubtedly seen through the entire incident. He was exposed, even though he had no idea what the flaw was. Regardless, the truth was that it had just happened before him. Murongbo's expression changed, and he forced himself to calm down and stopped his limbs from trembling. Then he spun around and fled the scene with his light footwork. The essential chi within his body had been set to the maximum output. He forced out all of his strength. Run. I need to escape from here as soon as possible. The quicker the better. A sense of danger and great horror overwhelmed Murongbo's heart. On that small hill, there was a group of Precelestial powerhouses of the Mei clan setting up an ambush. There were even a few ultimate Precelestials among them. And yet, with just a thrust of a palm, those people could not even react and were all caught up in the attack. From the looks of the situation, they had already been buried under the soil, forming a pile of crushed body parts. It was just a soft palm strike. The numerous Precelestial powerhouses did not even have time to react before being squashed into a pulp. Deep within Murongbo's heart, he was very well aware of what this was all about. It was because he understood it that made him feel scared. That blurry human outline was not mysterious, but downright spooky. He was a true powerhouse. He was at least a demi-king, or even more powerful. When facing such an existence, he had no guts of going against him. He did not even have the courage to weigh his escape prospects. He feared that the moment he thought about it, it would only give him a wave of disappointment. If it reached that point, perhaps he would lose the courage to even try to escape. Currently, he forced himself not to think about it. Perhaps that would give him the bravery to flee. Maybe a miracle might occur too. And yet, Chuhee shook his head, dashing any hope of the man getting a miracle. He pointed with his finger. An illusion of an enlarged finger, the size of a massive log, rushed forth and smashed into the fleeing man. Boom! Murongbo, who was rushing forward like a meteor, ended up having his body explode in midair. He did not even let out a shriek, and then his body was decimated without a trace. Blood poured everywhere like rain. That bloody scene sent a chill down the spines of the other fighters. They honestly had no idea and did not know that Murongbo was planning to drag them all to their graves. In their hearts, Murong was still considered a comrade. So right now, when they saw their comrade being brutally murdered, they were very terrified. They were not actually angry. Even though Murongbo was a comrade, they were just working together at the last minute and had no feelings developed for each other. They were not from the same family either. His death gave them a sense of sorrow, like seeing a rabbit die at the hands of a fox. It felt like a public execution that served as a warning, which was unnerving. Their guards were up extremely high now. As for seeking revenge, no one would even think of cracking that joke unless they wanted to seek death. The powerful existence was able to flatten a small hill and easily poke Murong, a Celestial Ninth Erudition powerhouse, to death. If that were not the case, perhaps they would consider the possibility of seeking revenge. If there was a possibility, someone amongst them would be thinking of it. They immediately threw down their sabers, both hands covering their heads as they fell to their knees, pleading. The atmosphere was very tense. All the fighters were panting heavily. The Precelestial powerhouses, who were always giving off cold and distant expressions in front of others, were currently as weak as a little sheep facing a fierce tiger. They were trembling with fear. Chu-hee's gaze glanced past them. He looked at them calmly. However, to the rest of the fighters, the pressure felt as heavy as a mountain. Droplets of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads and slowly dripped down. "You guys will be fine. Calm down, no need to be nervous," Chu-hee said calmly. He had just confirmed it earlier. The person who he had killed with a finger had a different type of evil energy within him and was clearly one of the foreign clan group lying in ambush on the top of the little hill. The group was obviously up to no good. The other people were perfectly normal, so everything was fine. He moved his body with his hands behind him. With the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared at the mound that he had flattened. He did not stop his movements and blinked once again, and his body disappeared completely from everyone's eyes. Phew, he's gone. That was scary. All the fighters could not help but let out a long breath of relief. The dead aura that was engulfing the top of the mountain gradually dispersed. A sense of freedom developed deep within the soul, and even their physique was affected as well. The group felt completely drained of energy. For some time, they could not move at all. The earlier encounter did not last more than a few breaths, but to them, it felt like a very long period of time, almost a century long. Even though they did not do anything, they had experienced a very high-intensity conflict of life and death, and it took a toll on their emotions. So this is the pressure coming from a powerhouse. Some of them muttered without much strength. MT, Sheiyan at the grounds of the Zhang family. At that moment, the Zhang family did not seem to have anything unusual on the outer surface. However, in the interior, it was highly guarded like a military base camp. There were armies everywhere, both on the surface and in the shadows. At that moment, within the core palace of the Zhang family, silhouettes in black robes were sitting with their legs folded. A horrifying and evil aura was given off, giving the entire palace an eerie vibe. At the corners of the walls of the palace, a group of elders of the Zhang family was behaving like servants, bowing their bodies to provide their service. Tens of years had passed, and that place was currently the Mei clan's gathering spot within the Xia clan. As for the Zhang family, they were no longer feeling unsatisfied like in the past and were currently obeying them. St. Wu Shuang, news has arrived from St. Zio Yue earlier. Their hideout at Yun Commandery has been spotted by the Xia clan. There's a demi-king making a move, and it led to a bloody war. They all retreated, but most of the matured bloody food had brutally fallen into the hands of the Xia clan. She had just contacted you, hoping for you to provide some aid, and joined forces with them to retrieve the bloody food. When the time comes, she will split the spoils and share half of it with you. A body figure in black robes came in from outside. He bent down to sit, his legs crossed, in between the other two outlines in black robes at the tallest spot of the clan palace. One of them replied, "HMPH, share half with me." There was a burst of cold laughter. St. Wu Shuang, who was at the stage, snorted on that matter. It was obvious that he was not moved by the offer of the so-called half-share of bloody food. If it was during old times, given her criteria, perhaps I might have considered it. But now there's something more important for me to attend. Tell her I'm not free and ask her to look for someone else from the Mei clan. Yes, sir. The silhouette in black robes at the entrance heard it and quickly bowed, answered, and retreated. Protectors, how is the lady that we captured? St. Wu Shuang looked at the outline in black robes beside him and said with an icy cold voice that was accompanied with anticipation, "Those that need to be prepared are almost done. After a short while, we can proceed with the final move." A hoarse voice was heard. The black-robed protector raised his head to look at the Holy Sun and said with an envious tone, "When the time comes, I fear your foundation will be the best amongst this group of holy sons and daughters. If you're lucky enough, perhaps you might even immediately reach the top rank." That lady really possessed great talent. She's still so young and has already attained the level of ultimate Precelestial. She's just one step shy of reaching the demi-king realm. More importantly is what she ate when growing up. Not only is her body perfect, but even her soul is full of pure fragrance. This can really fill up the most powerful soul body. Even I can barely refrain myself from taking a bite when I met her. It's truly tempting. The mouth of the black-robed protector was giving off an irritating sound, and his tone was laced with greed. "Protector," St. Wu Shuang's tone changed. It seemed that he was worried that the black-robed protector would really eat her up. After all, the ranking of the protector was comparable to his within the clan. The protector's abilities were much more powerful than his. If he really wanted to make a move and gobble her up, St. Wushuang could not do anything either. Don't worry, my foundation has been solidified, but yours haven't been yet. That lady is more useful to you than she is to me. It's been a while since our bloodline has a #1 holy son. This time you got the potential for it. The Black Robe Protector explained, and it made St. Wushuang relieved. Rest assured, Protector, this time the title of the #1 holy son shall be mine. He spoke with full confidence. Is that so? 1. Just when he was done talking, a calm voice broke out. The source of the voice could not be pinpointed as it echoed through the entire clan palace. Who's there? How dare you? The group of May clansmen in black robes spun their heads to look toward the main entrance. They roared while unleashing their aura. The entire palace was filled with an evil aura, which formed into a solid matter, giving off a ghastly roar. Suddenly, it was as if the aura had turned into a demonic hand. The Black Robe Protector and the Holy Sun also lifted their heads to look in the direction of the main entrance. However, they were not agitated and were fully composed. They sat with their legs crossed, and the aura from their body did not have any fluctuation. They were very confident in their ability. As a high-ranking powerhouse, they had to always remain composed whenever they were dealing with anything and handle things in a calm manner. It was not a big deal when someone came forth to provoke them. There would naturally be some underlings to take care of it. All they needed to do was to throw a disdainful look or two over to them. That would suffice. In front of the main entrance of the Zhang family, the air current was twisted and an outline came flashing toward them. Chuhi's footstep came to a halt. His emotions were phased and his gaze flowed like a ripple. Every piece of scenery within the grounds of the Zhang family were all scenes for him to enjoy, flashing past his vision along with various sounds. People who were patrolling in public, the cautious people hiding in the shadows, those who were flirting in broad daylight, the laborers, and everything else were all like a film being displayed in fast motion. After a moment, Chuhi's face cracked into a smile when he saw Zhao Yuling, who was being locked up. She seemed to be in a rather embarrassing predicament. However, it looked like she was just fine. As long as she's all right, Chuhi nodded. After confirming Zhao Yuling's location, Chuhi was not in a hurry to rush over to her. His gaze shifted around quickly, like a computer mouse being shifted to a designated target. After a long time, he looked at the huge palace, which he found rather unpleasant when he first saw it from far away. Coincidentally, he heard the group of foreign clansmen having a discussion. Chuhi let out a cold snort. His outline blinked, and he entered the Zhang household. Then, after a few continuous blinks, he had made his way to the front of the palace at lightning speed. He did not pause, and with his hands tucked behind him, he walked straight into the palace. "Who are you?" A greeting was heard. A powerhouse of the Mei clan got to his feet. The evil aura seemed to solidify into a fierce ghost, and then it pounced at Chuhi. Even though the existence that rushed in had a blurry outline and unclear face, it looked undeniably cool and dignified. However, he insisted that it was their territory, and with the protectors holding the fort, he was not afraid. The protectors of his clan were aware of the existence of a demi-king. Those within the boundaries of the Xia clan ought to be wary lest they bumped into a huge number of enemies. However, if the enemy they encountered was just one person, HMPH, there was no need to be afraid at all. For the past few years, they had long confirmed that the Xia clan's most powerful fighters were only the 3 ultimate demi-kings, and those people were all guarding the lands of the borders of the city. Therefore, the strongest fighter guarding within the city could only be a demi-king. Given the abilities of the Mei clan in the lands, it was an easy feat to go against an adversary of such an ability. If the demi-king of the Xia clan was bold enough to come forth by himself, perhaps he would end up being slaughtered inside their territory. At that moment, there was indeed a person who was brave enough to come forth by himself, apparently not afraid of death. Chuhi did not look at him. His hand that was behind him moved, and it attracted a piece of gravel from outside the door. With a flick of his finger, the gravel flew through the air. In that split second, a deep voice was heard. The powerhouse of the Mei clan had just gotten up, and before he could even understand what was going on, the gravel that traveled through space came smashing into him. Blood splattered like rain. A Precelestial 9th erudition powerhouse of the Mei clan dropped dead just like that. He could not even react to it. He did not even have the chance to call for help. Everyone's eyes glittered with shock when they saw the bloody rain sprinkling all over the place. The Protector and the Holy Sun on the tall stage could no longer maintain their calm facade. Their gaze looked serious, and they suddenly got up. A Precelestial 9th erudition powerhouse got destroyed right in front of them. They did not know what was going on either. That was enough to confirm the severity of the matter. "So, you're the hidden ultimate demi-king of the Lin family." A sudden thought flashed within the Black Robe Protector's mind. He snapped out of his daze as if he had figured out something, and his voice changed as well. They had heard of the story that the Lin family had a hidden ultimate demi-king. However, no one knew about his true nature or his background. It seemed as if he just popped out of nowhere. Even the men from the Lin family they had captured could not give them details on the matter, let alone the Zhang family. The only time this fabled person made a move was tens of years ago when the Lin family were faced with a crisis that threatened the annihilation of their people. Even so, he made a move without ever showing up or revealing his face. With just one technique, he instantly wiped out 5 demi-kings. It made it sound like a legend that was being exaggerated. Despite the fact that there was a huge gap between demi-kings and ultimate demi-kings, the Black Robe Protector, who had the abilities of a demi-king, could not believe that this person managed to tear across space and kill 5 of them instantly. The demi-kings were not that weak. Even the ultimate demi-king should not be that powerful. After gaining information from various parties, they had finally come to a conclusion. That elder powerhouse of the Lin family did not exist. It was a fake. The only explanation must be that the Xia clan had long ago realized their identity as members of a foreign clan and had set up an ambush to bait them out and conduct a siege attack to kill them off. Then, since the Lin family was getting weaker, they thought of this idea. Coincidentally, the situation of the lands at the borders of Anan was also not steady. The other parties of the Xia clan went with the flow and cooperated with the Lin family to create an imaginary ultimate demi-king to frighten their enemies at the borders. The Black Robe Protector was sure that he had seen through everything now. But at this moment, what the hell is going on with the existence of this outline that I can't even see clearly? Could it be that he's really the hidden ultimate demi-king elder that the Lin family had kept secret? Did I really get it all wrong? That existence was not a fabrication of the Lin family to scare others, but it's actually real. The more the Black Robe Protector thought about it, the darker his expression became. When St. Wushuang, who was beside the Black Robe Protector, heard his astonished inquiry, he was instantly stunned and quietly backed off, step by step. Regardless of whether or not this really was the ultimate demi-king, there was no harm in backing off a little. That was merely being responsible for his life. Ultimate demi-king. Chuhi shook his head and laughed. However, he did not intend to explain it. There was no need. Those people were already corpses in his eyes. The reason he did not immediately make a move was that he still had one thing to ask. I heard from your conversation that this time there are quite a number of your clan that had come to the lands of Xia clan. I want to know their exact location and their abilities too. Make sure to be as precise with it as possible. He moved his hand and took out a stack of white papers from the system space. With that, he would be able to use them as materials to write novels when he was free. He exerted some strength on his hand, and the white papers came flying everywhere. It may look like a scene of utter chaos, but the destination of each sheet was clear, and each piece of white paper had its target. With just a breath, a piece of white paper appeared in front of each and every one of the Mei clansmen. The chaotic flurry became peaceful once more. Be obedient and cooperative. Chuhi had his hands behind his back as he walked past the group of Mei clansmen. He was just like a proctor. The group of Mei clansmen who had their legs crossed were the students. Stop looking around. Start pouring some blood out to write. Chuhi only took out one brush from the system space and did not take out any more. It left the Mei clansmen no choice but to endure the grievance. They let their blood flow to make up for the lack of brushes available, since they will soon die without a trace of their corpses remaining, and their fresh blood will all go to waste. Might as well make use of every last drop. In the palace of the Zhang family, a group of Mei clansmen were staring at the white paper before them and were all keeping quiet. In the end, they all looked at their protector simultaneously, helpless looks on their faces. The Precelestial Ninth Erudition powerhouse was killed instantly without any prior warnings. There were even some protectors who blurted, "You're the ultimate demi-king of the Lin family." The meaning behind it was truly horrifying. They dared not offend when dealing with such an existence. Hence, they could only leave it to their higher-ups to deal with them. Obviously, the one with the highest status was the Black Robe Protector. The Black Robe Protector was speechless. Currently, he had no idea what should be done. Why are they all looking at me? This is immense pressure. Senior, we the Mei clan have lots of powerhouses. Someone like me is just a trivial existence within the clan. There are lots of ultimate demi-king. There are even genuine elder kings sitting guard. This time, we have offended you guys unintentionally, and we apologize for it. We'll be leaving right now, and we swear not to set another foot on the Xia clan ever again. Black Robe Protector was thinking fast and finally said these words through gritted teeth. He had thought it through. Given the intruder's actions, if the person who showed up was the hidden elder of the Lin family, there was no way he would let them off the hook. Hence, the only hope of survival is to flex a little of their might. There was still no guarantee that they could survive even if they revealed it, but they would for sure be dead if they did not do anything. Kings, you guys have got quite the nice lineup there. Chuhi's expression was calm, but I asked you to write, not talk. His voice became cold and he suddenly made a gesture. He launched a slap. A clapping sound was heard. The Black Robe Protector suddenly began spinning around the ground more than 10 rounds, vomiting blood all the while. However, compared to the pain he felt on his face, deep within his heart, he was feeling even more terrified. He had no strength to show any resistance. He was being beaten up without being able to do anything about it. He did not activate his subconscious defense, let alone attempt a counterattack movement. Even now, he could not make his body stop spinning around even if he wanted to. That one slap made his entire body feel numb. He felt that his body no longer belonged to himself. His body kept on spinning till it stopped on its own. Then, like an ordinary person, he was stunned after spinning around. His body swung around twice and finally stumbled and flopped onto the floor on his bottom. It's true, this is the hidden elder of the Lin family. He is far scarier than the legends described. Demi-kings were no more than chickens before him. He could take or whenever he desired. He had full control of his life and death. This is definitely not an ultimate demi-king. The Black Robe Protector cursed silently. Indeed, there's a mistake in the rumors. They did not exaggerate it, but rather they underestimated it. The elder ultimate demi-king within his own clan had never given him such a crushing feeling or pressure. There was a huge difference between a weakling and a powerhouse. You're a king. The Black Robe Protector's mouth had blood seeping out. He shook his head and could not speak clearly. His tone was accompanied by suffocating dismay. If a king has really personally shown up, this is really the end of the line. Even the slimmest ray of survival is gone. How can the Xia clan still have kings staying guard? Even if they do have one, it's still a big issue that they're not guarding at the borders. Instead, he is residing in the Lin commandery, which seemed rather unimportant in comparison. This doesn't make any sense. The other Mei clan members within the palace, along with the clansmen of the Zhang family, were all stunned. How can such a powerful guardian lose all control after being softly slapped? That was beyond their wildest imagination. This is not a dream, right? Not to mention. What did the guardian say earlier? King. This guy is a king. At that moment, no obvious changes could be seen as the outlines of all the Mei clansmen were concealed within the black robes. Meanwhile, the clansmen of the Zhang family, who were standing at the corner of the wall, had their faces turn pale instantly. They realized that things were getting much more serious than they imagined. The king of the Xia clan had personally made an appearance. The Zhang family had joined forces with the foreign clan and would not be forgiven. We are so done for. They were shaking with fear. Suddenly, boom, someone got down to their knees. His head slammed against the ground and both his palms were pressed on the floor as he cried out in a loud and choking voice, "Senior, please seek justice for us, the Zhang family. All these people in black robes, they are not human. They are foreign clansmen in disguise. They suddenly appeared on the grounds of our Zhang family, forcing us to be slaves. Our abilities were weak. My clansmen wanted to put their lives on the line to defy them, but I made them stop. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but it's just that I know there are more important things that we should still be doing. These foreign clans are evil. They must be plotting something as they are invading the grounds of the Xia clan, yet the world is unaware of it. So I thought, if we gave up our lives like that, we would be able to maintain our innocence, but there would be no meaning to it. We had to live on. The most important thing was to send out this information. But the foreign clan's abilities are overwhelming and their guards are high. We kept failing to seize the chance. Those clansmen who took the risk to escape were tortured to death when they were spotted. I was heartbroken. Yet I persisted and forced myself to view it in an optimistic manner. I kept telling my clansmen who could not bear it for the sake of the Xia clan, this trivial humiliation of the Zhang family is nothing. We got to bear with it. Fortunately, our patience has not been meaningless. We managed to wait till we saw the light at the end of the tunnel. We managed to hold out until Senior's arrival. The leader of the Zhang family, Zhang Tai, shouted loudly within the crowd. He got more and more agitated as he spoke. He had a sorrowful expression and his choked voice was tinted with sincerity. In the palace, only Zhang Tai's choking could be heard. All the Zhang family members were stunned, let alone the Mei clan. Holy crap, deep within their hearts, only those two words emerged. They had just witnessed what it truly meant to twist the facts and tell blunt lies. He did not mention anything about the Zhang family, but only focused on the Mei clan. With that, they gave the impression that they had done something to the clansmen of the Zhang family and had locked them up. That comment made them all start to wonder whether or not the Zhang family really had been shouldering such a huge burden. The way he says it sounds too convincing, too sincere, such a genuine emotion. Boom. A clansman of the Zhang family was smart enough and collected himself. He imitated Zhang Tai, slamming his head on the ground and raising his hands high up to shout, "Please, Senior, seek justice for us." He was also crying, except that he was crying because he was scared. The emotions were not complying. He did not display any of the touching emotions of Zhang Tai. Be tomb, be tomb, be tomb. The clansmen of the Zhang family were not fools. Someone had taken the lead and they obviously knew what to do next. One after another, their knees became jelly and they kneeled on the floor. Their hands were held high. They all shouted simultaneously, "Please, Senior, please seek justice for us." The entire scene in the palace suddenly changed. So noisy. Chu-hee's eyes shifted calmly to the Zhang clansmen who were on their knees. Earlier when they did not say a word, Chu-hee had no interest in them at all. Now that they spoke up, however, it immediately attracted Chu-hee's attention. What did these people take me for? A fool. How dare they try to claim they're being wronged? I can't believe they have the nerve to shout it out loud. The one who led the gang even put on an almost perfect show with super genuine emotions. By just looking at his expression and tone, I can't even find any flaws. However, Chu-hee's existence was not on any ordinary level. He possessed tons of secret techniques. Such a petty act would not slip past his gaze. Besides, apart from the guy who led the group, none of the others passed their acting tests. Some of the people who placed their heads on the floor even had the corners of their mouths curling, obviously trying to refrain themselves from laughing. Their clan leader's spectacular reaction had made even his own men laugh. HMPH, Chu-hee shook his head, then he raised his hand. On his palm, a golden ray was released, forming a golden aura like a dragon hovering around his body. He moved his palm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of golden lights blasted out from Chu-hee's palm. It was like dragons striking out. Senior. Coincidentally, Zhang Tai lifted his head and saw the scene unfold, and the sorrowful expression plastered on his face was replaced by one of terror. Something's obviously gone wrong. It seems I didn't manage to trick Senior. In fact, he didn't even ask for any clarification, and he immediately made a move. He's being too decisive. As he watched the golden aura was closing in on him, Zhang Tai noticed that he could not even summon the courage to flee, let alone defend himself. This is the end of my life. The Zhang family is done for. No, all the clansmen of the Zhang family also noticed something was off and let out a roar of disappointment. However, all of their shoutings were fruitless. After a brief moment, all the clansmen of the Zhang family who were present were blasted by the golden aura. The entire palace was filled with the smell of blood, washing away the evil aura that hung over the air. Hurry and write it down. Chu-hee glanced at the group of Mei clansmen and said calmly. So cruel, scary, just a simple command, and it made the whole group of Mei clansmen terrified. They were afraid of people like Chu-hee, who had overwhelming abilities and never beat around the bush, not afraid to make a move immediately with cruel methods. Finally, one of the Mei clansmen could not withstand the immense pressure given out by Chu-hee and withdrew a black hairy claw from under his huge black robe. He lifted his hood, trembling. He placed the claw in his mouth and bit on it ruthlessly, causing fresh black blood to flow out. Then he used the claw as a substitute for a pen and started writing on the piece of white paper. You there, not bad. Chu-hee looked at the Mei clansman, who was the very first one to start writing, and praised him. And being praised, the Mei clan member who was writing felt his body fumbling. It was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and his writing speed became much faster. The other Mei clansmen saw the situation and all began pulling out their claws and started writing. Chu-hee raised his head. He looked at the black robe protector and sent Wu Shuang on top of the stage. Those two Mei had yet to start moving their claws. I won't be happy if you guys aren't going to cooperate, he spoke with a calm tone. However, when it traveled to the ears of the black robe protector and sent Wu Shuang, it was like a devil's voice hypnotizing them, bringing with it a wave of terror and tension. Finally, they gave in. Under the immense pressure, they could not draw the courage and strength to go against him. Their bodies felt heavy, unable to move an inch. Why bother being stubborn? Since I'm going to die soon, why should I look out for the other comrades? Might as well drag everyone into hell after some time. All the Mei clansmen had completed their writings. Chu-hee waved his hand, and all the bloody papers dripping with fresh black blood returned to his hands. Swoosh. He made a swift movement with his palm, and he rapidly flipped through each page of the thick stack of bloody paper like a booklet. Swirling ripples could be seen in Chu-hee's eyes. Even though the papers were being flipped at an incredible speed, he could still read through every single word on the papers and even memorize them. To him, it was a small feat. On ordinary days, he would be reading his book at a very slow pace because he was experiencing loneliness in life. In the book depository, he was not reading books but reading life. In just a few breaths' time, he had finished reading through the thick pile of bloody paper. The contents on it were almost the same. That was to be expected. After all, it was not a game of completing a treasure map. The intention of Chu-hee making all of the Mei make a copy was so that he could compare them. Chu-hee stretched out his hand and took out 2 pieces of papers from the stack of bloody papers. Then, he shifted the aura on his palm, and the rest of the bloody papers started burning into ash without the need of a fire. Apart from the remaining 2 pieces of papers in his hands, the other blood-stained papers had not much info on them and they lacked details. He could understand why that was. After all, it was obvious that the 2 people on the stage were the masterminds while the other Mei clansmen were just underlings. Hence, it was only natural for a discrepancy of information to exist. Very good. This makes me rather satisfied. Chu-hee nodded. Then he suddenly raised his hand. It was a familiar scene. The black robe protector and sent Wu Shuang. This powerhouse really is ruthless and doesn't have an ounce of grace. He should have at least said something before making a move to at least give us a chance to prepare. Why did he have to do it straight away? Roar. At the brink of death, the black robe protector finally overcame the terror that had rooted itself in the depths of his soul. He opened up his arms and let out a roar. The black robe on him burst open and revealed his body that was cloaked in evil auras. He looked like an enlarged version of a huge bat that was standing upright without wings and had long hairs throughout his body. He had a sharp mouth and canine teeth. The black evil aura was swirling around his body, forming a solid object that resembled black pus. The aura even gave off a bad smell, which made one queasy. Following the tremendous aura being spread out by the black robe protector, the other May clansmen felt the protector's aura struggle against the aura of the mysterious figure. It made the pressure on their bodies lessened, and they were finally able to move. Their expressions were delighted, and they finally felt that there was hope again. The next second, they all got up simultaneously and broke down the walls and were ready to escape from the place. Never once crossed their minds to team up with the Black Robe Protector to fight against Chuhi. It was obvious that after the Black Robe Protector had performed that explosive display, he had burnt up all his energy and even used up a secret technique, and that was all just to forcibly break out of the restriction. However, that was just a restriction on the aura. The Black Robe Protector had used up all of his strength. It was obvious that the two parties were nowhere near the same level. It would lead to nothing but death if he stayed back to challenge Chuhi. Might as well run for their lives. Everyone would remember the honorable protector for the rest of their lives. His spirit of sacrificing himself for the sake of ensuring the continuation of the May clan will be engraved into their hearts, even though he was currently cursing. However, that was not important. Chuhi revealed an astonished expression. He did not expect a mere demi-king was able to free himself from the tiny bit of aura that he had let out. Granted, the strength of the aura he used was just at the very basic level of the king rank. However, that was already a very impressive feat. Indeed, it seemed that living beings on Earth would be able to exceed their limits and potential at the brink of death. However, it was just a tiny bit of potential. When dealing with him, breaking their limits was still meaningless. Even if a mere demi-king were to unleash the strength a few ranks beyond his status, Chuhi would still be able to easily hold him down. What a useless struggle. You have no idea what true strength is, Chuhi said calmly. Then he raised his palm and pressed it down. The Black Robe Protector and the other May clansmen who had just managed to free themselves and were trying to escape suddenly were all engulfed. The powerful force spread out its territory, and the pressuring sensation throughout the entire palace suddenly increased by at least 1,000 times. Boom! Following the explosive sound, the entire palace had turned into ashes, and even the floor surface had sunk deep into the ground. The group of May clansmen who were still thinking of escaping was instantly squashed to death by the massive force. The Black Robe Protector of the Demi-King realm could only manage to maintain his breath. While he roared in dismay, one after another, the other outlines were smashed into pulps. Chuhi, who had got out of the way long ago and was hovering mid-air, looked at the desolate area below, and once he had confirmed there were no signs of life, he finally shifted his gaze. He looked at the disciples of the Zhang family, who had noticed the commotion and were rushing toward him from all directions. They have some self-awareness and came running to me. This saves me the trouble of heading over to kill them one by one. Those people had varying kinds of strength within them. Besides, each of them had a bloody and murderous aura surrounding them, which made it clear that they had murdered lots of innocent people who were completely unrelated to them. The piles of white bones within the lands of the Zhang family were ample evidence. They don't deserve pity when they die. Chuhi quietly waited for the disciples to close in, his hands behind his back. When almost all of them had arrived, only then did he make his move. He waved his hand, and tens of millions of gravel fragments came exploding from the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rocks were like meteors descending upon the earth, flying through space and bringing along a burning tail that flashed through the air, finally blasting the group of Zhang family disciples who were still unaware of what was happening. Blood flowed like rivers. On that day, the Zhang family was annihilated. Chuhi did not say a word. He suddenly realized that after spending dozens of years reading books in the book depository, his mentality had undergone some changes. Previously, he wanted nothing else but to quietly wait till the checkpoint was ready and repeat the process until he became a powerhouse. He would never be bothered about any unnecessary stuff. Good guys, bad guys, they were none of his concern. That was his initial mentality when he first arrived. Now, however, he had first interfered with an unnecessary event at the foot of the hill. Then, after climbing up, he immediately made a move to deal with the Zhang family who had committed lots of terrible deeds. His mentality had undergone a huge transformation. Chuhi touched his chin and thought about it. This can't be just because of reading books. As his abilities became stronger and stronger, his mentality would also undergo some changes accordingly. He had become much more carefree. Previously, he was weak, hence he was cautious. Right now, there was no need for that. To put it simply, he had become arrogant. Forget it. This is just a small matter. I'm not going to keep going on about this. I'll go release that girl and return to the book depository and keep waiting like usual. Chuhi moved his body and vanished from the spot. in the dungeon of the Zhang family, Zhao Yuling was locked up in a cage made of gold and copper. Her current situation was a truly embarrassing mess. Her hands and legs were being restrained with black chains. It was a chain that forbade any spell. It had suppressed all the essential qi within her. Even her body had become much weaker, and she was unable to summon any strength. The entire cage was engulfed by an evil aura. It was coming from all directions and was seeping into Zhao Yuling's body. Her consciousness was blurry and she was disoriented. Brother Lil Chu. Don't run away, Brother Lil Chu. She kept blurting words from her dream. Her fair face was bright red in agitation. At that moment, the space behind her twisted and Chu-hee, his hands tucked behind him, appeared. He glanced at Zhao Yuling's face that was currently looking rather bashful as she shouted out his name. Chu-hee was flustered. What is this girl dreaming about? Chu-hee's nose twitched. The evil aura in the entire dungeon contained the power of greed and could enhance a person's desire endlessly. Zhao Yuling was being force-fed this strength. By all means, she should be acting like a maniac devil, roaring and having a vicious look on her face. But why is she having this expression now? Chu-hee was curious. He could not help but reach out with his heart to sense it. Then he frowned and he looked suspicious. This girl, she ended up falling into lust when she was triggered. Chu-hee thought about it and did not immediately interrupt her. Of course, it was certainly not because he noticed Zhao Yuling was having dirty thoughts about him and wanted to enjoy the feeling of superiority. He did not have such foul interests. The reason he did not interrupt was that he realized that now was the best timing for Zhao Yuling to break through. These few years, the accumulation she gathered during her cultivation had long been adequate, and it was only her mentality that held her back. Many years had passed, and her mentality had become much more stable. That time when she was caught, the Mei clan used the greed aura to cultivate her. If the timing was any later, it would end up meaning nothing. However, right now it was just nice. Her mentality was at the brink of collapsing, but at the same time, it was also at the brink of being trained to its limits. There was a fine line between blessing and disaster. Chu-hee waved his palm and broke the chains restraining Zhao Yuling's body. At the same time, a pearl appeared in his hand, the Pearl of Realm. Adding it to Zhao Yuling's current condition, it could make her mentality cultivate to a higher level. Then 3 genuine King Breakthrough tablets. The tablets began to melt in Chu-hee's palm. Then he injected it into Zhao Yuling's body with a palm strike. I've done all I can do. The rest is entirely up to you. Chu-hee sat down with his legs crossed. His hands hugged himself as he quietly watched her. Zhao Yuling, who was frantically chasing after Chu-hee, felt a chilling sensation deep within her, all of a sudden as her consciousness and emotions slowly reverted. She recalled her current situation. She let out a sigh as if she did not have enough fun yet. However, right now was not the time to indulge in those dreams. She was currently in danger and needed to quickly free herself. She knew the seriousness of the situation. Just when she closed her eyes, trying to think about ways to overcome the danger, there was a vague thought that kept appearing within her mind, egging her on. Breakthrough, breakthrough. In the meantime, the essential qi within her that was initially being suppressed started flowing on its own and rushing toward the barrier of the realm. She was unable to think whether or not it was the right timing to be breaking through. It had already started, and there was no turning back. Transitioning from a precelestial to a king was the very first will of the martial arts, the process of compressing the essential qi. Once it started, it could not be stopped. Once stopped, it meant it had failed. Once failed, that person would be engulfed by the backlash. If it was not a serious case, they would only suffer heavy injuries, but if it was serious, they could lose their lives. Zhao Yuling was aware of it. Hence, when she noticed the problem, she started taking the initiative to control the essential qi within her body and began to unleash her powers as she tried to break through. However, Zhao Yuling was not so anxious. Chu-hee had long ago told her what she should do when breaking through. She followed the procedure and slowly proceeded forth. Zhao Yuling had accumulated more than enough experience. Adding on to the securement provided by Chu-hee, the realm of the king did not pose any difficulty to her. It was a smooth process. Following a whistling sound, a strong force like the waves came along and smashed against the gold and copper dungeon, making a huge sound. The realm of the king. It was a success. Chu-hee's face broke into a gentle smile. He placed the 2 bloody papers in his hand onto Zhao Yuling's hand. Then his body moved and he vanished. He had done what he was supposed to do, and he headed back to continue marking the checkpoint. After a moment, Zhao Yuling opened her eyes and a dazzling light shot out from them which was utterly eye-piercing. She got to her feet and took in the sensation of the creepy strength within her body, her face revealing a smile. The breakthrough was a success. It would be easy for her to free herself from danger. That place could no longer hold her down. Currently, she was no longer the girl she used to be. Foreign clan, HMPH. Zhao Yuling let out a cold snort and her battle spirit grew stronger. She clenched both her hands. That was a practice she always did when she was holding onto her sword, ready to engage in a battle. This time there was no sword in her hand but only 2 pieces of paper. The sensation that transmitted to her hands was hence an unexpected and weird feeling. She lowered her head to look. She glanced at the two pieces of bloody papers in her hand and was puzzled. What is this? Her stunning brows gently frowned. She opened up the bloody papers with curiosity in her heart. She skimmed through the content on the paper. Zhao Yuling was stunned. The whereabouts of the clansmen of Mei clan within the lands of Xia clan, and there are detailed records about their abilities. What's the meaning of this? Who on earth put this in my hands? Lots of questions appeared in Zhao Yuling's mind. She could read and understand every word on the paper. However, after she had read through it, why did it make her more confused instead? Her expression was a look of shock. At that moment, she noticed a weird thing. Since when were the chains on my hands and legs broken? Well, first off, I can rule out the possibility that the foreign clan had suddenly become kind, and it's unlikely that the chain broke by itself. So, is this an act of someone else? Zhao Yuling put up her guard and glanced at the surroundings. She did not find any suspicious activity. When she lowered her head to think about it, she could not come up with anything resembling a hint. Instead, the more she thought of it, the more she became lost. This is way too weird. Everything is too suspicious. Forget it, I'm not going to bother about it. I'll head out for now. Finally, Zhao Yuling placed the bloody papers in her pocket. Then her battle spirit that was fading once again throttled up. She made a move and slapped on the huge golden bronze door aggressively. The fierce aura seeped out of her body, and boom, the huge golden bronze door was blasted open by the tremendous force. It was a simple feat. The door was unlocked. Things must be getting even weirder if the door was opened so easily. However, Zhao Yuling did not let her guard down because of it. She was completely cautious as she walked out of the dungeon. There were no guards outside. To be accurate, all the guards were dead, leaving behind nothing but a few pulps. White shirt angel, you're out. That's great, come help us open the chains of the cage. In that dungeon, apart from locking up Zhao Yuling, there were a few fighters of the Zhang family who had been locked up as well. The only difference was that they were not locked up in a special way as Zhao Yuling was. The group of them were just locked up with chains in an ordinary jail room. They were still conscious. They were able to make noise, shout, and even curse if they wanted to. Once they saw Zhao Yuling, some of them even whooped in delight. He was from the same batch that was caught along with Zhao Yuling, and she recognized him. Who killed all these guards? Zhao Yuling frowned and asked. The guards are dead. The gaze of the prisoners all shifted to the place where the guards used to stay guard and noticed the floor had a pile of pulps. You guys don't know how the guards died. The group of prisoners in the ordinary prison was just separated by a metal railing. They were able to see the guards by just lifting their eyes. However, they had no idea how they died. This made the event even more uncanny. It was as if the palace was haunted. The spooky atmosphere made one have goosebumps. I got to leave this place fast, or else I'll keep feeling scared. Naturally, she who had broken through the king's realm was the strongest being in that place. Her aura was now spreading out, and it made all the imprisoned fighters utterly shocked. This is not an aura that a Precelestial Grandmaster should have. They sensed that White Shirt Angel had already broken through the realm of Demi-King. This made them jealous yet thrilled. With such a powerhouse with them, their hopes of getting out of that place would be greatly improved. Zhao Yuling made a move and utilized her aura to vibrate the metallic gold door of the dungeon until it opened. The chains binding the inmates were also destroyed by the vibration. The prisoners were in no hurry to make a move, awed by her abilities. They were very well-mannered. Those who were rescued first also helped to free the remaining people. There were also some of them collecting metallic railing and were enthusiastic to prepare for the imminent bloody war when they rushed out. After half an hour, a group of fighters rushed out of the dungeon. Their jaws dropped when they saw the scene outside. There was not even a single person alive. They had even raised their morale, anticipating a bloody war to break out. So what's up with this situation? They surveyed cautiously and finally clarified that the entire Zhang family had been slaughtered by someone. Oh my god, all the corpses aren't even in their proper shape anymore. I wonder which senior did this. It's so brutal. All these people were killed with just a strike. It looks like they didn't even have the chance to counterattack. There's a palm marking here. I think this is the only place that has a trace of battle. Look guys, the entire ground has sunk a layer. The soil is harder than rocks. It's like the ground has been compressed by some huge force. Who on earth could create such a horrifying scene? Everyone looked at the palace of the Zhang family. That scary huge palm made them feel stunned. That was not something an ordinary person would be able to do. Even a standard demi-king could not even unleash such a spine-chilling attack. White Shirt Angel, can you identify the rank of the powerhouse who made this attack? A fighter looked at Zhao Yuling and asked her out of curiosity. He was a Precelestial 5th erudition and could only sense that the aura around the huge palm was extraordinarily creepy. It made him terrified and unable to make an accurate judgment. Very strong, so strong that it's terrifying. My feelings could not match up to it. Possibly it's a senior of an ultimate demi-king who did it. Zhao Yuling thought that she had broken through the realm of demi-king. Judging from the aura left behind by the huge palm, she firmly decided that she could not match up to such power. So she was brave enough to guess that it was left behind by an ultimate demi-king. It never crossed her mind that it was left behind by Chu-hee using the ability of a king's level. Her horizon of the world was still too narrow. Actually, given her current rank, if she had some secret technique, she would be able to create the same overwhelming scene. It was just that her body would be so drained if she did that, and even her foundation would be destroyed. Maybe the realm that she just entered would be brought crumbling down as well. Ultimate Demi-King. Could it be that the foreign clan had caused such a huge commotion that the elders staying guard at the three borders had returned? Someone shouted. According to his knowledge, the Xia clan was an overwhelming power because of the three ultimate Demi-King elders who were sitting guard at the borders. Have you guys forgotten about it? The Lin family has a hidden ultimate Demi-King elder. This is the Lin Commandery, and it's even more likely that the foreign clan had triggered him, prompting the elder to make a move. Someone spoke up as if he had recalled something. Zhao Yuling had a thought when that comment was blurted. Chu-hee's silhouette appeared in her mind. Then a few rather embarrassing images came flooding into her mind. Her face became scarlet, and her mind became a mess. White Shirt Angel, the men from the investigation organization have arrived. They've summoned us over. At that moment, a Precelestial fighter came into the scene and spoke respectfully. Everyone followed Zhao Yuling to the front of the main entrance of the Zhang family household. Over there, the group of fighters who had previously been scared by Chu-hee had returned with backup armies. Both parties shared their information. They needed to make a conclusion. The Murong family would also be in trouble if the Zhang family had surrendered to the foreign clan. So there was a mysterious senior who noticed the root of the problem, came to that place, and massacred the Zhang family and also all the foreign clans. I just went over to have a look. The hill that was blasted by the senior had some bloodstains. I think there was a foreign clan planning an ambush over there. Senior noticed the problem and rescued us. There were some people who had returned after heading down the mountain and blurted out this discovery excitedly. What? There was such a thing. I found it weird back then. How could a powerhouse like Senior simply kill innocent people? But that Murong Bo, just one look at him and I know he's an evil person. Indeed, there's a problem with him. 1. Thank God we bumped into Senior, or else I'm afraid we would have got tortured over here. The fighters who came to provide aid revealed a terrified look after they had recovered. From the information of Zhao Yuling's party, they had already realized that the foreign clan over here had overwhelming abilities. There were lots of ultimate Precelestials. There were even ultimate Demi-Kings guarding the place. If they were to be engaged in a fight, perhaps none of them would be able to live through it. Mystery Senior Zhao Yuling grasped the bloody paper in her hand and muttered to herself. She seemed to have some idea about it. Thinking back at the weird things in the dungeon, on top of the conclusion from the current info they had, she finally pieced something together. Those dead guards, the chain on her limbs, and even the sudden feeling of wanting to break through. All these are human doings. It is all pointing to that senior. Was it brother Lil Chu? Zhao Yuling realized that it might be possible. However, that senior who appeared had a blurry outline and no one was able to make out his face, so they could not interpret it accurately. There were many people suspecting that it might be the hidden elder of the Lin family. But does the Lin family really have a hidden elder? Up to that point, Zhao Yuling had long ago been suspicious about that incident. For so many years being in the book depository, she has never noticed any trails of the mysterious hidden elder. It was Chu-hee instead. Following her cultivation that was getting stronger and stronger, she felt that everything made sense. Let's head over to all places and get rid of the foreign clan. Then I'll head back and ask brother Lil Chu. Zhao Yuling silently made up her mind. She did not reveal the content of the bloody papers to the public. Firstly, there were lots of people and a high chance that someone would not be able to keep it a secret and blurt it out. If that happened, it would notify the enemy in advance. Secondly, it was useless to tell these people because they were lacking in terms of abilities. At that moment, Chu-hee had long ago left MT, Shaiyan, where the Zhang family was located, and returned to the book depository. It was more than 200 kilometers from MT Shaiyan to Lin City. Even with the fastest warhorse or a Precelestial Grandmaster using his full strength of light footsteps to rush through the journey, they would still need about 3 to 4 hours. However, with Chu-hee's martial arts cultivation, he need not even use his full strength to make the trip. With just the first level of the third turn, he would only need a few dozen minutes to rush through the journey. The third turn was comparable to the King Realm, but there was already a huge difference when compared to the Precelestial Grandmaster fighters. When he returned to the book depository, it had only been slightly more than 4 hours since he left. That was also because of him guarding Zhao Yuling during her breakthrough, and him enjoying the scenery during his journey back. When Chu-hee returned, the little tortoise came greeting him happily on its 2 little and short legs. Usually it felt few emotions as it was always meeting with him daily. However, when Chu-hee left for a moment, it suddenly felt insecure. Only now do I realize that you are such a scaredy cat, you little thing. Chu-hee found it hilarious. When he met the little tortoise every day, it had never shown its passion. Day after day, it would become calmer and sometimes even show disgust when its head was being touched. Currently, with just a few hours not being able to see him, the little tortoise became utterly anxious. Indeed, it was true that some distance would lead to nice events. He picked up the little tortoise and walked into the book depository. He casually picked up a book, sat on the deck chair, and found himself a comfortable position. He stroked the tortoise's head while flipping through the book. As for those evil beings outside, he left all of it to the girl. Currently, she was already a fighter in the king realm. It should not be a problem to her, as the highest cultivation she would encounter would be the demi-kings of the foreign clan. It could be used as good training to solidify her cultivation. He was not worried even if the foreign clan had given him fake news. In the Xia clan, the highest realm was just the ultimate demi-king, and if the Mei clan had someone much stronger and abilities that were beyond imagination, they would not have to sneak around and would conduct their plan boldly. Time passed, free of burden. The night was extremely quiet. It was stunning. A month had passed. He kept reading his book, stroking the tortoise's head, cultivating and marking the checkpoint. It was tranquil and carefree. That day in the morning, he was done with his cultivation and underwent the checkpoint as usual. Very soon he was done with the checkpoint. Ding, congrats to the host for succeeding in marking the checkpoint. You've obtained the golden manifestation of Buddha's form. A golden purple script book appeared in the system. He let out an astonished look. That was just the second time a golden purple ranked martial arts supernatural material appeared. The first time it appeared was when he underwent the first checkpoint and he obtained the golden 9 turns. Throughout the years, he had obtained the techniques of martial arts and supernatural materials. There were a total of 7 ranks including white, blue, green, black, red, gold, and golden purple color. The white color was the most useless and he was not even bothered to look at it. The golden purple was the highest rank and was also the rarest. Regarding the golden manifestation of Buddha's form, by just looking at its rank, one would know how great it was without mentioning other aspects. He quickly retrieved it from the system and gave a tap on his forehead. A vast amount of information appeared within He's consciousness. That golden manifestation of Buddha's form was a technique to cultivate the spirit, and it was an offensive supernatural material with extraordinary powers. The golden manifestation of Buddha's form may look simple, but its effect was extraordinary. With the spirit, it formed a golden physique. During the process, the spirit would undergo grueling cultivation, and at the end of it, it would become very powerful. It could allow the soul to become immortal. Even if his physical body had been blasted to pieces, his soul would remain alive, and he would be able to use his soul to recreate a new physique and reincarnate. Regarding that point, it somehow overlapped with the last stage of the golden 9 turns, the cultivation with the soul technique. However, since the beginning, the golden 9 turns targeted cultivating the physique. Hence, it had a very huge difference compared to the golden manifestation of Buddha's form when it came to strengthening the soul. The golden manifestation of Buddha's form would also allow him to leave his physical body, and he could even kill his enemies who were 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles away, or even further than that. 1. It was evident that he could cultivate his soul to a very overwhelming state. Such a caliber of technique would naturally be difficult to cultivate. 1. Ordinary people would perhaps fail to even initiate it for the rest of their lives. However, to Chuhi, it was not an issue. As long as he was determined to cultivate the techniques in the system, he would be able to start with it, and learning about it would allow him to be halfway down the path of success. For the days to come, Chuhi placed all his attention into cultivating the golden manifestation of Buddha's form. He had the advantage with the rank of his cultivation, making the cultivation of the golden manifestation of Buddha's form proceed smoothly. It was just 15 days, and he had completed the first level. On that night, Chuhi stood on the rooftop of the book depository. Following a change of his thought, a golden illusion came out from his body and floated in mid-air. The lights from the illusion were very, very faint. If it was not night time, it was impossible to visualize it. However, when it showed up, a prestigious and domineering aura spread out, with him being in the core. In just a split second, with the book depository as the center, the entire Lin family felt terrified, be it those who were resting or those working hard on cultivating. Some were in their dreams were let off relatively easily as they would just suddenly lose control over their bowels and micturition. Those who were awake immediately got down to their knees. Some of them could not take it and vomited blood. Fortunately, Chuhi was just doing a minor test. Soon, he pulled back the golden illusion. The horrifying aura dispersed, but the Lin family were doomed to be unable to sleep peacefully that night. Chuhi headed back to the book depository, and with a movement of his palm, he took out a tablet from the system to recover his spirit and swallowed it. That technique was indeed overwhelming, but it took a huge toll on his spirit. With his current level, it would not be much use in a battle. However, Chuhi did not desire to kill. What piqued his interest was that an eternal soul awaited at the end of the cultivation. Immortal physique, immortal soul, immortality. It had been 3 months since the Zhang family was annihilated. Zhao Yuling got in touch with the higher-ups of the Xia clan and gathered all the demi-kings who were resting in the house. She even secretly summoned the demi-king elders who were guarding the borders, which seemed to be rather peaceful at the moment, in order to proceed smoothly as they deployed a stern arrangement. Then, they launched a massacre against the Mei clan. It was a bloody scene, and countless Mei clansmen who were hiding in the shadows were being ambushed. The families who had colluded with them were annihilated as well. However, there were some of the Mei clansmen who were able to react to it and had escaped. No one knew where they had disappeared to as they had gone into hiding. The most terrifying assault was when an ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan was hiding, and he suddenly made a move and killed off one demi-king of the Xia clan. Lots of fighters who joined the siege were killed, and the scene was flowing with bloody streams. That ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan was not recorded in the records of the Black Robe Protector and St. Wu Shuang. He was an elder of the Mei clan who had gone into hiding in the shadows. He was a protector in the shadows. Even most of the Mei clansmen did not know of his existence. Him making a move had thrown the entire Xia clan in chaos. The topographical diagram of the kingdom unleashed the strongest siren. The three ultimate demi-king elders at the border were stunned and furious. However, it was at that moment. The ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan was furious when he learned about the huge-scale massacre in the Mei clansmen. He let out a proclamation that he would take an eye for an eye. Within the grounds of the Xia kingdom, he carried out a massacre. He wanted those who were killed to keep the souls of the Mei clansmen accompanied. He went all over the place and slaughtered. Soon, he bumped into Zhao Yuling, who had brought along her men and was conducting a siege on a spot where the Mei clansmen were hiding. Zhao Yuling was dressed in a white shirt, and her hand was holding onto the King Feng sword that was 3 feet long. She was looking at the giant bat that was giving out a demonic aura. She was anxious. Her opponent was an ultimate demi-king. Deep within her, she knew she was just a demi-king who just broke through. They were separated by an entire rank, just like the difference between a post-celestial fighter and a pre-celestial grandmaster. The difference was disheartening. That was the very basic perception. HMPH, demi-king of the Xia clan. Little lady, you look young, but you're really talented. You have a bright future ahead. Right now, it would be a shame if you dropped dead. I'll give you a chance now. Surrender to me and you'll be allowed to live on. Zhao Yuling's sword art was a skill that Chu He had emphasized on teaching her. She had attained quite an impressive realm, and her aura was concealed nicely. This made the ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan unable to identify any flaws. He guessed her realm solely based on the point that she had light footwork. After all, only a demi-king or higher could walk in the air. He could clearly see that Zhao Yuling was very young. Hence, he was guessing she was a demi-king. He was thrilled when he bumped into his prey and did not rush to seek revenge for his clansmen. He wanted to make Zhao Yuling surrender to him and become his servant. Perhaps in the future, he could make the Mei clan procure another ultimate demi-king as their fighter. That would be able to make up for the loss of the few prodigies and the death of the protectors. Besides, when he was in need in the future, he could even enjoy having fun as well. It was a win-win situation. You want me to surrender to you? Dream on. Zhao Yuling's voice was cold and her expression was determined. Her sense of battle had started flaring up. Even though she knew she would not be able to defeat him, she never considered begging for her life. Oh really, HMPH. The elder of the Mei clan let out a cold snort. Now I'll let you witness the true strength of an ultimate demi-king. Then he launched a claw toward Zhao Yuling aggressively. In that split second, the mystifying aura around his body was solidified and formed a circular demonic claw that was more than 30 meters in radius. It was rushing toward the place where Zhao Yuling was standing. The space seemed to be about to split apart with that claw attack. Those fighters who followed Zhao Yuling stood on the ground and lifted their heads to look at the sky with a terrified expression. That claw was not targeting them, but even watching it from afar made them astonished, as though they were watching a natural disaster unfolding. Such a horrifying strength displayed before them made them look like weaklings. Attack! Zhao Yuling's expression was serious, and she raised her alertness. That was the first time she bumped into such an overwhelming and shocking attack. For reasons unknown, she did not have the feeling of dread that she was in a life-threatening situation. She did not fumble like how she imagined herself she would. Instead, her fighting spirit was hyped up. Currently, that was not the important thing. The most important thing right now was to take down that attack. Even though she did not have much confidence, she was also not the type to give in and allow herself to be captured. Zhao Yuling made a move by swinging her sword, 23 sword art. That was the skill passed on to her by Chu He and was also her most powerful offensive skill. As a swordswoman, Zhao Yuling was not good in defense. Hence, she chose to attack as a means to defend. She gave her all to the attack and used up all the strength that she could summon. The space had 23 gigantic sword projections appearing. One after another, they gave off an increasingly powerful aura. The sharp roar of the swords shocked the sky, and it was the will of the sword that was terrifying. It rose up to the sky and suppressed the entire earth. The sword ray flashed past, and the overwhelming demonic claw collapsed immediately, spreading the evil aura in every direction. The plot twist was so shocking that the elder of the Mei clan was unable to react to it. FCK, his eyes widened and he shouted. His powerful attack seemed like it was nothing more than a pretty display, and it seemed so useless. It just collapsed at the first touch. The sword ray broke the demonic claw. It took a turn and fell onto him, with its power not reduced the slightest bit. The stern will of the sword was terrifying, making the elder of the Mei clan shout subconsciously, but he could not gather up the strength to defend at the first moment. Under his terrified gaze, the 23 sword aura congregated on him from front and back and slashed his body aggressively. The elder of the Mei clan, who initially had a body full of evil aura, suddenly became a defeated figure. Fresh black blood was spilling everywhere. The aura on his body was scattered. He was unable to remain standing in mid-air and crashed to the ground. Zhao Yuling stood on the spot, absent-minded, and suddenly forgot to charge forth to continue attacking. She blinked her eyes and looked at her hands and the sword she was holding at the same time. What the hell is going on? That guy, isn't he an ultimate demi-king? Currently, she was more dumbfounded than the elder of the Mei clan. Her attack from earlier, even though it was an offensive stance, she just wanted to defend herself. How did it easily disperse that Mei clan elder's terrifying demonic claw, and the remaining power was not diminished at all and immediately stunned him? Could it be that this Mei clan elder was just putting up an act? He may seem scary, but in fact, he is just a weakling. Zhao Yuling could not comprehend it. She was very curious and got down to the ground. How is this possible? The Mei clan elder was not dead yet. The life force of an ultimate demi-king was quite tough. However, even if he was not dead, he was paralyzed. After dropping on the ground heavily, many bones throughout his body were fractured and he was spilling black blood from numerous places. The evil aura around him was dispersing as well. He widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. He was knocked out by another in a split second. He recalled the will of the sword that he did not manage to react to before it engulfed his entire body. He gazed at Zhao Yuling, who was flying to him. He suddenly thought of something. You're a king," the Mei clan elder exclaimed with a voice that almost seemed suffocating. "It all makes sense if she's really a king. Damn it, he was careless. If he knew his opponent was a king, if only he had prepared better, he could still escape." He was an ultimate demi-king at the very least. He could still put up a fight against a king who just broke through. Even if he could not take her down, he could still escape. Earlier, when he launched his attack, he did not use the full force and only thought of scaring Zhao Yuling, hoping to make her surrender. In the end, he was tricked. His opponent was a wolf in sheep's clothing. She used her full force while he was being careless and finished him off, not allowing him to escape. What king? Zhao Yuling, who was descending from the sky, was dumbfounded when she heard the Mei clan elder's astonishing accusation. "The king he's talking about, is he referring to me?" She had just broken through into the demi-king realm from Precelestial Grandmaster. It should be demi-king after Precelestial. That was common sense. It was a cultivation realm that all families throughout the earth had acknowledged. But that doesn't make sense. If I am not a king, then how can I manage to finish off an ultimate demi-king instantly? Zhao Yuling was confused as she felt her mind jumbling up. Common sense told her that she should be a demi-king currently. However, the reality was that she had finished off an ultimate demi-king instantly. It was likely that she really had broken into the king's realm from being a Precelestial Grandmaster. Zhao Yuling's perspective was destroyed. Since young, she had known of the difference in realms. Now, a problem had arisen. Did the problem lay within other people, or was she the one who was having the problem? Zhao Yuling was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed that only one person could answer her question. A silhouette appeared within Zhao Yuling's mind. Not far away, the group of fighters of the Xia clan was stunned as they gazed at the Mei clan elder who had been smashed to the ground, and Zhao Yuling, who was standing proudly in mid-air. Know this. What's happening right now? A new demi-king was able to finish off a veteran ultimate demi-king in a split second. Didn't this make them both seem to have changed their status? Our eyes are not pulling a trick on us, right? Or did we just see an illusion? This is obviously not complying with common sense. It was as if someone was telling them that a post-celestial fighter was facing a precelestial grandmaster who was well prepared and managed to finish him off with just a strike. No one would believe in such a thing. Both parties had such a huge difference, and it was not something that talent could make up for. Post-celestials and precelestials had a vast difference between them. The same applied to a demi-king and an ultimate demi-king. If this incident were to be spread out, everyone would only think of it as a joke. Any serious martial arts novelist would not have the courage to write that down. If someone did dare to write it, perhaps a precelestial grandmaster who had a bad temper would come looking for the author and chop him up. It would be a humiliation to precelestial grandmasters. However, despite it being unbelievable, the truth was indeed displayed before them. That was an incident that left everyone stunned. However, the questions blurted by the Mei clan elder made them even more shocked. "King, the white shirt angel is a king. The Xia clan has a king guarding there." That news was even more hyped up. No, legend has it that when White Shirt Angel was locked up by the foreign clan in the Zhang household, she managed to break through into the demi-king realm after she was reincarnated from death. How did she end up being a king right now? This is unbelievable. No one will believe it. Fools. The White Shirt Angel must have been in the king's realm a long time ago. She's the hidden king elder of our Xia clan. It's because she's bored, and when she was in the society, she was captured by the Mei clan, who must have had a death wish incidentally. She got mad and massacred all of them. She personally went and killed the Mei clan because they had offended and angered her. But White Shirt Angel looks quite young though. You fool, in the realm of a king, they could discard their appearance and put on their original look. It's not something that you and I are able to see through. Not bad, you got a point there. A group of fighters could not help but softly analyze and finally came to a conclusion. They all thought that that was the most reasonable explanation, or else they could not accept the fact that a demi-king would be able to finish off an ultimate demi-king in an instance. Zhao Yuling did not provide them with an answer. She took out her sword and made another attack and ended the Mei clan elder's life under his roars of dismay. Then, after bidding a brief farewell to the other fighters, she flew away. She could not wait to head back to Lin City. After Zhao Yuling left, the shocking news was spread from that area, and at lightning speed, it spread throughout the entire Xia clan. The ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan was murdered in the lands of the Xia kingdom. The person who did it was White Shirt Angel of the Lin Commandery, who was quite famous lately. Yet she was not as young as rumored. In fact, she had lived for 500 to 600 years. She was the king elder that survived since the big revolution of the Xia kingdom. She had suffered from heavy injury and was hiding in the shadows and received treatment. Yet currently she was able to kill off a powerhouse of someone within the realm of an ultimate demi-king. It meant that her injury had fully recovered. The king was returning and would lead the Xia kingdom to a bright future once again. A group of admirers who had never seen Zhao Yuling before joined forces to create a military flag with her name on it, supporting the White Shirt Empress to guard the palace. It was a domineering stance with no precedents in the lands of Annan. At Haiyanshi City, an important city at the borders of Annan where the forces defend against the foreign clans, Lin Zuling stood at the top of the city. Her hand was holding onto a report from the Xia kingdom. She was deep in her thoughts when she read the news on it. She was guarding the lands of Annan. They would change shifts every 6 years. For the past 10 or so years, she had only returned once. Naturally, she was aware of her niece, Zhao Yuling, who was tagging along Chu He's side and cultivating. Both of them even kept in touch with each other by sending letters. She had known about Zhao Yuling being known as the White Shirt Angel. However, currently the news had stated that the White Shirt Angel was an elder who had lived up to 500 to 600 years. This is utter nonsense. She could just skip that part. Is she a king elder? She has killed an ultimate demi-king from the Mei clan. Lin Zuling kept reading the contents over and over again and was thinking hard about it. She knew of Zhao Yuling's realm. It had been a while since she was in the ultimate precelestial realm and was able to break through any time. After breaking through, she immediately became a king. Indeed, no one was able to comprehend that point. She made a bold guess. Zhao Yuling was the hidden king elder of the Xia kingdom, who managed to survive through the great revolution that occurred hundreds of years ago. She dared not believe that Zhao Yuling had broken through into the king's realm straight from being a precelestial. Lin Zuling, who was also under the guidance of Chu He, had been suspecting all these years. Her breakthrough was perhaps different from other people. These few years after she broke through, she was able to access all the secret information regarding the realms of Demi-King in the Xia kingdom. From there, she noticed that what was being recorded on it greatly differed from her situation. Apart from other aspects, the most crucial point was that, when she referred to the basics of the offense and defense abilities, they were all way too weak when compared to her abilities. Even if the records were referring to the weakest demi-king, the discrepancy was still way too ridiculous. From the very beginning, Lin Zuling had even made a guess that it was Brother Lil Chu who had read through lots of books and was conscious of all the facts from ancient times to modern times, and with his ultimate guidance, he managed to train her into developing great battle skills. After all, in the Xia kingdom, there were lots of famous tutors who were able to train prodigies of the same ultimate realm. Even though those people only appeared to be extraordinary before the eyes of the precelestials and post-celestials. However, with the same logic being applied, Brother Lil Chu was even greater. It was possible for her to become an ultimate when she was in the Demi-King realm. However, in the later stage, when she went through the introduction of the combat effectiveness of the ultimate Demi-King, it astonished her once again. If it was exactly like what was being introduced, that would mean that her combat effectiveness had attained that level the moment she broke through, or perhaps even better in some aspects. A few years had passed since then, and her abilities had long ago been solidified. Besides, she even improved as well. Currently, if she were to compare herself with the information being recorded, Ultimate Demi-King was no longer her enemy, except for Brother Lil Chu. She was considered the most powerful being in the Xia clan. That discovery had left her astonished for quite some time at that moment. She thought that something must have gone wrong with her thoughts. Right before the news of Zhao Yuling finishing off an ultimate demi-king in a split second had arrived, Lin Zuling was still doubtful about the guess on her abilities that she made. After all, this issue was way too ridiculous. Throughout the years, the situation in Annan had stabilized, and there were no foreign clans invading the lands at a large scale. As such, Lin Zuling never had the chance to test out the cultivation that she had been practicing by heart. She would never dream of rushing over to seek trouble from a demi-king of the foreign clan. After all, in the lands of Annan, the strength of the Lin family had yet to recover since the Zhenin military troop had been defeated. It was currently the time where they were having weak defense. If she caused a fight just to prove her hunch, things would still be just alright if things went on as she predicted. However, if that was not the case, she might be deemed as a bad person. On that day, however, after she had known about the result of Zhao Yuling's battle, she had finally confirmed it. So Yuling and I became kings after breaking through from the realm of Precelestial. The true kings. Her gaze shifted to look far ahead. Her battle spirit was burning fiercely, and she was emanating a murderous aura. Dogfang clan, it's time for you all to pay for what you've done. Zhao Yuling returned to the book depository and saw the little tortoise holding a cloth and cleaning up. Lil Lu, where's brother Lil Chu? Usually when she returned, she would want to snatch up the little tortoise and stroke it, but this time, it was a rare occasion that she did not do so. Currently, she was not in the mood as her mind was full of inquiries that she needed to seek answers for. When it heard the familiar voice, the little tortoise fumbled and discarded the cloth on its head and got so agitated that it resumed its tortoise-crawling mode. Its 4 short legs were like an electric motor. It escaped like a tiny mouse and scurried a long distance away in a split second. After some time, the little tortoise who was hiding on the bookshelf noticed something was off. Usually when it heard the voice, its head would soon land in a demonic palm, not giving it any chance to react. Even if it saw the person coming in advance, it would still be fruitless. Yet why did I manage to evade the demonic grasp so easily? The little tortoise was feeling puzzled and stretched out its head cautiously. Then its eyes like green beans gleamed with astonishment. Zhao Yuling's eyes were looking at it, and it was obvious that it was not doing a good job hiding and was spotted. However, the person had no intention of making a move. It seemed as if she just wanted to ask it a question. Something is wrong with the flow. We didn't used to be like this when we met with each other in the past. The little tortoise suddenly felt uneasy. Deep in its heart, it was feeling a bit let down. It was certainly against being stroked. However, just as it had gotten used to it, she did not stroke it instead. It had a feeling of being discarded. It matched its eyes to Zhao Yuling blankly. Zhao Yuling's gorgeous brows frowned. What's with Lil Lu's expression? I'm just asking a question and didn't even make a move on it. What's with those eyes that are glittering with bitterness? Girl, you're back. Not bad, your spirits are even more compact. Just when Zhao Yuling was being stared upon, the huge door of the bedroom from within the book depository was opened. Chu-He came out just in time with his hands behind him. I've broken through, brother Lil Chu. Zhao Yuling shifted her gaze and quickly announced. Not bad, Chu-He said while nodding his head. Zhao Yuling's eyes were gleaming. Brother Lil Chu's reaction was no different from any ordinary day. This made her unable to judge her hunch. Her mind was thinking fast and she was trying to analyze from every minor detail. I'm so stupid. Finally, she gave up. Trying to make a guess was taking a toll on her. She might as well just ask directly. Isn't he just standing right before me? Brother Lil Chu, previously when I was being locked up by the foreign clan, a mysterious powerhouse came to me later on and killed off the entire foreign clan. Besides, I kept feeling that my breakthrough had happened casually. It must have something to do with that mysterious powerhouse. Was that you? She blurted out the question that was lingering within her. Yes or no, is it really that important? Chu-He shook his head and laughed, not giving anything away. He pulled a chair over to him, picked up a book, and started flipping through it slowly. Zhao Yuling blinked her eyes twice. What is the meaning of this? Brother Lil Chu is always like this when he talks, making things hard to predict. Even though that was indeed an act of a powerhouse, it was not easy trying to understand them. Zhao Yuling thought for a moment and did not continue questioning. She kept thinking that his answer was more toward acknowledging it silently. Yet, the fact brother Lil Chu blurted the comment in such a vague manner could possibly be because he had some hardship that he was enduring. Just like the martial arts legend that was recorded, some of the powerhouses could not reveal their identity because of some reasons, and once it was revealed, it would lead to very huge trouble. Yes, that must be it. Zhao Yuling thought through it, and the more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. She felt that she was about to grasp the truth of the incident. No, I got to inform Auntie about this incident. Zhao Yuling secretly made up that decision. Then she changed her question and asked, Brother Lil Chu, my cultivation seems a bit weird. Not long after I broke through, I bumped into an ultimate demi-king of the foreign clan. In the end, we both got engaged in a battle and he just got defeated as he couldn't defend against my attack. Why is that so? Chu-He raised his eyebrows after hearing it. He did not expect the girl to kill an ultimate demi-king. Mei clan, huh? He's just an ultimate demi-king. What's so weird about it if you can kill him? After you've broken through, you're a king. A genuine king killing off a fake king makes perfect sense. He said calmly. There was nothing more to talk about. Previously, he did not mention it was just because he was too lazy to talk about it. Throughout the journey of cultivation, as long as one followed the right path, the name of the realm would not matter much. The realm of the king was also known as the Heavenly Realm, Emperor Realm, and many other terms, just to name a few. Names were given by others. The more people used these names, the more the term became fixed to it, adding on to a little playful thought to it. It ended just like right now. The first time the girl faced off with an ultimate demi-king as her enemy, she must have been very anxious and even had the despairing mindset of facing death at the end of the battle. After that, she won the battle. The thought of it that suddenly occurred to her must be shocking. Also, another reason he did not mention it was that he did not want his mentees to be so full of themselves, especially that Lin Zuling, who was very good at fantasizing. Once she was certain about her abilities, He guessed that she would take the initiative to accept the heavy responsibility of expanding the lands of the clan. When that time arrived, it would be another huge trouble. It was not something a lady who loved fantasizing would be able to take responsibility for. Isn't it supposed to be demi-king after Percelestial? Why did I? Zhao Yuling widened her eyes. Despite all the guesses that she made, it still made her unable to believe in it. If He were to tell her that her combat effectiveness was at the peak under his guidance and could overwhelm all super ultimate demi-kings, she would still be able to accept a portion of it. Who told you that after Percelestial will be demi-king? He countered. According to the records from ancient times, everyone has said so, Zhao Yuling replied. Are ancient recordings always right? He said with a smile. Actually, what was recorded in the old books was directed to those who had taken the wrong path, but then one could not comment that it was totally wrong. Perhaps the entire Xia clan, or even the various clans of the lands of man, were not aware that after Percelestial, one could immediately break through and become a king. Previously, He was not aware of the actual condition of the Xia clan in the lands of man. He only thought that they were too stupid. After cultivating for so many years, they did not even spot the flaws within the martial arts. However, he had since been able to read through the various precious and secret books of the Lin family. He interpreted it, and the truth might not be what he had thought so. The reason for it was probably because of the availability of resources. The route from Percelestial straight to the king was a very dangerous path. Even for him and the two girls, they had used up lots of precious treasures to accumulate their experience before breaking through. Also, they would keep learning about oil painting. That was a great opportunity that not all living beings were able to meet up for. During the breakthrough, they even used the most crucial genuine king breakthrough tablets, golden body shaping tablets, and all sorts of tablets that helped them out. For other people, perhaps it was also the same few supporting items that would be needed to break through. Yet the lands of man was way too scarce. Just the ingredients needed to make the tablets for the king's realm was a major headache. Besides, even if they managed to collect all the items, getting an alchemist was also a huge problem. Every alchemist was produced through numerous resources and accumulation of experience. In order to master the process to create the tablets for the king's realm, they would need enough ingredients beforehand to test it out. Hence, the issue came back to square one: resources. So, perhaps it was because of the helpless situation that the various clans of the lands of man had altered the correct cultivation pathway. In between the king and Percelestial realm, they added on the demi-king realm and utilized other methods to gain experience. Even though there were lots of detours, it still managed to lower the risk to the minimum. Perhaps the descendants of the powerhouses of the few huge clans within the lands of man had enough resources and hence were able to cultivate with the correct path. However, He did not waste any effort to explain all of these. Zhao Yuling was dumbfounded. Yeah. Who says the records in the ancient books are always right? Are the people in the past always smarter? Girl, stop thinking too much about it. Be it a demi-king or king, it's just a name for them. Why bother being fussy over it? The most critical thing is your combat effectiveness. Now you're able to kill an ultimate demi-king, and that's more than enough. He smiled and said. Zhao Yuling nodded her head as if she understood it all now. It is too deep, but it seems to make sense. However, in the nutshell, I should be a genuine king, and there's no mistake about it. Oh yeah, brother Lil Chu, what realm are you in currently? Zhao Yuling suddenly got curious and asked. Last time she always thought of Chu He as a demi-king, but now it was obviously not the case. Chu He looked at Zhao Yuling and said with a smile, just slightly stronger than you, just a tiny bit, too. Alright, you've asked your questions. Now sit down and accompany me to read some books. Since you've already broken through and you've trained enough outside, next up is to stay in the book depository for some time and solidify your cultivation. At that moment, it had been 1 year since Zhao Yuling had killed the ultimate demi-king of the Mei clan, at the lands of Zhuluo. That was the poorest place within the lands of man, and was also the most chaotic place of all. It housed thousands of clans below the third level. These clans, once arrived at this place, were all fated to be done for no matter what they were before this. It would be hard for them to regain their footing in society unless a miracle had occurred. However, everything had its own way out. Some of the clans were born with the requirement of needing weird circumstances to cultivate. Hence, they seldom relied on resources and were more adapted to chaotic places like the lands of Julio. They were the kind of clan that could still manage to maintain their own state. Of course, they could do little more than maintain. After all, the condition in the lands of Julio was way too harsh. The top 5 clans who were at the third level were the top 5 strongest organizations in the entire lands of Julio, and there were only 5 clans at the third level, and the Mei clan was one of them. They feasted on the desires of the souls of the living beings. In the lands of Julio, there were plenty of weak little beings who lacked the protection of the powerhouses. One could describe them as being the unlimited supply of nutrition. Yet the number of living things was indeed plentiful, but the quality was so low that it made the Mei clansmen feel suffocated. Engulfing the desires of the living beings should ideally be their favorite thing to do. However, in the lands of Julio, most of the living things did not pique their desire to feast on them. Just like humans gazing at feces, it only made their souls feel disgusted. Those they were able to feast on were tasteless. Of course, the poor taste was not the main issue. The main issue was that the more disgusting it tasted, the less it was going to be of use to them. If it were not for that, there would be no difference even if the taste was slightly terrible. If it was effective after eating for some time, no one would even bother seeking out a different taste. It was because the effect was too poor that from time to time, the Mei clan were always longing for the times of hundreds of years ago. Xia clan, they were the clan at the same level and their souls tasted the best. Even the most disgusting taste among the people of that clan was considered top tier in the lands of Julio. The ordinary people amongst them were even tastier than most post-celestials of most other clans. Amongst them were also people with qualifications. It was rare to meet one in the lands of Julio. They had the same taste as the precelestial beings. As for those geniuses who had the qualification, and the prodigies, that sort of taste was nowhere to be found throughout the entire lands of Julio. The powerhouses of the Mei clan were constantly longing for it. Hence, after hundreds of years, when the higher-ups of the clan had announced that he had completely got rid of the higher-ups of the Xia clan from that time, and with a secret treasure possessed by the clan, he had managed to invade the tracking blueprint of the souls of the entire clan, the Mei clan could not wait and had chosen a batch of excellent descendants amongst the clan, and sent them to the territories of the Xia clan, which they had always been keeping a close eye on. That was the strategy they had set on. They had slowly devised that plan, using the Xia clan to train their excellent descendants to become a powerhouse, one batch after another, and the cycle continued, until they were able to take down the Xia clan and take over the land. They could not act as they did previously, having the entire clan making a move. That would lead to a massive backfire, ending with both parties suffering great losses and creating a scene of massive bloodshed. That was the last thing they wanted. This time they had obviously shown patience. Yet, with just tens of years having passed, bad news was delivered to them after the first batch of excellent descendants were sent off. Those that entered the territories of the Xia clan, most of them had been exposed and slaughtered, and they even lost an elder of the clan. In just tens of years, when the plan was just being executed, they had already received such a shock. It was totally different from what they had predicted. In the territory of the Mei clan, in the palace where a meeting was taking place, dozens of silhouettes in black robes were sitting with their legs crossed. Waves of evil aura were flowing around, making the entire palace roar and vibrate. At the middle seat, Mei Ying, the current leader of the Mei clan, said with a deep voice, "Yu Hen has died. Of the 10 descendants that we sent out, only 2 remained. We were also exposed to the gaze of the Xia clan. Everyone, what do you think we should do next?" As soon as Mei Ying said it, the evil aura in the crowd of Mei clansmen became more intense and even revealed a murderous intent. "We were exposed that fast, and Yu Hen was also found dead. I guess he must be the reason behind it. His presence was too strong. I've long ago said that it's not confirmed that the Xia clan did not have any backup, and it was best not to let powerhouses who had exceeded their limits enter. He purposely turned a deaf ear to me and was greedy to feast. All right, Yu Hen was dead. There's no meaning to keep dwelling on this matter. What should we do next? Should we give up with the scheme for now and wait, or we continue with it? Wait, we've been waiting for hundreds of years. I can't wait any longer. Why did Yu Hen insist on going over? That's because he's reached the limit for his life, and if he can't advance, that means death, and it's the same for me. But if we don't wait, right now the Xia clan has already put up their guard. These few years, even though there was no news of any powerhouses amongst their clan, it seemed that they had never been in a very terrible state. Yet they can't just take it easy. This clan is adept at concealing facts. 500 years ago, if it weren't for us making a wrong judgment and not expecting them to have so many powerhouses, we wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Xia clan has to be wary of us now. we've forced our way too hard. What if we happen to let the history of hundreds of years ago repeat itself? The group of elders of the clan started discussing. There were some of the Mei who had been waiting for this day for so long that they had long ago been unable to tolerate the thirst and hunger, and were not willing to give up easily. Upon reaching their level, any ordinary souls of living things were not very effective to them. They had reached the limits of their current realm. If they wanted to advance further, they need to feast on other existences of the same ranking. However, when one had reached the same rank as them, it was not an easy task to hunt one of its kind. Besides, each of them wanted to break through, and they would require not merely one to feast on. Hence, the prodigies who were able to exceed the ranks of the Xia clan had become their target to feast on. They were able to defeat and catch them, and the quantity was adequate. If only they were able to catch a whole lot of prodigies of the Xia clan, the abilities of the Mei clan would immediately be raised to not just one rank above. However, there were also some Mei who started later, and their duration of waiting was not that long. Hence, they still had the time to continue waiting. When faced with the arguments, Mei Ying did not immediately give a decision, but looked at the figure that had its eyes closed since the beginning. The Honorable should have known about this issue, right? What does the old man think of it? The figure who was closing his eyes was an Honorable who served Mei Ying. His name was Yu Ziu. His cultivation was trivial in comparison, but he had a special status that none of the Mei would dare look down on. Yu Ziu opened his eyes, looked at the crowd, and spoke. The Honorable had long ago headed forth to the borders of the Xia clan to have a look. He said that that person of the Xia clan still exists on Earth. Now that we're exposed, we should withhold the plan for now. But the Honorable had clarified about that person of the Xia clan. Even if he forced himself to enter a fake death mode to delay the timing of his demise, at most, he could only stand for another 30 years. At that time, the Honorable will personally decide on the setup, make the Xia clan our slaves, and have the Mei clan live on with dignity. 1. His comment made all the Mei's eyes littered. They suddenly become excited, and the evil aura on them all stopped flowing out. After so many years, the Xia clan, who were being banished to poor land, had become weaker as time passed by. As for the Mei clan at the lands of Zhuluo, they were able to maintain their clan's abilities and did not deteriorate. Yet even if that was the case, before the soul-tracking blueprints in the Xia clan were destroyed by the secret weapon, they would not dare to test the powerhouses of the Xia clan. After destroying that item, all they had to worry about was just that person. Currently, they had clarified that the person had a fixed time of death. That was 30 years. Let's grit our teeth, improve ourselves even more, and we still will be able to withstand it. Spring was over, and it was currently in the autumn season. In a blink of an eye, 3 more years had passed. In these 3 years, Zhao Yuling had been tagging along Chuhi quietly, staying in the book depository, reading books, playing with the tortoise, and solidifying her cultivation. This also made the hot topic regarding the white shirt angel upgrading to white shirt empress of the palace eventually turning into a legend. Time was always merciless. Even though 3 years was not a very long duration, Zhao Yuling had only just made a move once, and later on, she vanished from the view of the public, and it was pretty normal that people had forgotten about her. Of course, there would always be people who were forgotten with the passage of time. There would also be new characters showing up in the view of the crowd and would become the new source of attention. The Snow Empress, Lin Zuling, was the hot topic that was the center of attraction of the entire Xia clan throughout these 3 years. 3 years ago, not long after the white shirt angel had disappeared, when everyone was not satisfied and wanted to look for her whereabouts, a shocking event occurred in the lands of Annan. A person in red clothing and holding a Qingfeng long sword of 3 feet long appeared in the lands of Annan, where the Xia clan had previously made contact with the territories of the Dog Fang clan. On that day, it was a bloody scene. The shrieks of the clansmen of the Dog Fang clan stunned the world. An ultimate demi-king had blood pouring everywhere, and 3 demi-kings were reduced to incomplete corpses. Finally, the remaining 3 ultimate demi-kings of the Dog Fang clan joined forces and made a move. Only then they were able to stop that person from killing them with just a sword. Yet, amongst the 4 ultimate demi-kings of the Dog Fang clan, one of them died and the other 3 were restrained, and this made the surrounding clans see a glimpse of hope. There were a few clans who could not suppress themselves from making a move to rub salt in the injuries of the Dog Fang clan. Under the double impact, the Dog Fang clan was on the brink of being annihilated. They gave up a huge piece of their territory. They kept on retreating till they were at the poorest land, and only then did the other clans come to a halt. In the end, the Dog Fang clan struck a negotiation with Lin Zuling. They were willing to pay a huge sum of compensation and pleaded to come to peaceful terms. There were Demi-King's elders from the Xia clan who rushed over and persuaded Lin Zuling to accept the condition. Right now, the Dog Fang clan was a crazed beast that was locked up, and at the same time they were at their most dangerous. If they were to force them to have a deadly battle, under the condition with no absolute prowess, having the three ultimate demi-kings staying back would only cause more troubles for the Xia clan. It would be just like the Xia clan in the past. When they were being cornered, the enemy would give up continuing to pursue them. It was not because the enemy was being kind, but it was just the living principle of all the clans throughout the Great Wasteland. Under the circumstances, without absolute prowess, the best way to extinguish the enemy's overwhelming combat effectiveness would be to restrict their survival space, banish them to the poorest spot, and let them slowly die off by themselves. After all, with the survival space being reduced, it would mean they had lost their resources, and without resources, it was almost fated that they would fail. That was the most steady method. On the other hand, pursuing eagerly and annihilating other clans whenever one desired would require both parties to have a huge difference in their combat effectiveness, or else they would suffer a huge loss. After all, there were tons of clans in the Great Wasteland. If two clans were to have a deadly war, the only one who would benefit from it in the end would be those clans surrounding them. It was just like the Xia kingdom from hundreds of years ago, during the war with the Mei clan. The war ended with a bloody scene and both parties suffered from huge losses, and up to that date, they had yet to recover. In the past, the Xia clan would just annihilate the opposition if small clans like the Dog Fang clan dared to offend them. At that time, the territory of the Xia clan was more than 10 times larger than it was now. Besides that, they even conquered a few precious lands. Currently, it was all gone. The negotiation was a success, even though in the end, Lin Zuling did not manage to carry out the monumental task of annihilating the entire clan by herself. Her fame was spread out regardless. The entire Xia clan and those clans around had heard of her legacy. In a split moment, the clans around the Xia clan had suddenly behaved themselves and dared not casually get into a fight with the Xia clan at the borderlands. That was the true terror of a king. In these 3 years, Chu He's cultivation had broken through the 6th level of the 4th turn. Once he completed it, he would be proceeding to the 7th level. His golden manifestation of Buddha's form had completed the 2nd level. His golden body and soul had solidified much more, and he could begin improving his combat effectiveness. Brother Lil Chu, Auntie is so grand right now. She's being given the title of an emperor in the palace. Zhao Yuling carried the little tortoise and laid on the deck chair, swinging on it while she finished reading the report that she was holding. She raised her head and said, "If you're envious, you can make a trip there too." Chu He opened his eyes calmly and said, "You have enough prowess. If you think hard about it, just look for a border and beat the crap out of a small clan. That will do the trick." "I don't want to, that seems tedious." Zhao Yuling shook her head and added, "I still prefer being like Brother Lil Chu, teaching others and reading books. It's carefree and fun." "Say, Brother Lil Chu, what if I start an academy outside? I've even thought of the name White Shirt Empress Palace." The more she talked about it, the more her eyes glittered. She supported her chin and indulged in her fantasy. It was as if she could already see the tens of thousands of students below her, being the pillars of the Xia clan and expanding the territory of the Xia clan. She also visualized the scene where her dominance shook tens of thousands of other clans. That would not just settle her issues, it could also fulfill her ambition to protect the Xia clan. "Go ahead if you want to. It's not easy being a tutor." Chu He shook his head and smiled when he saw the girl chuckling in a silly manner. He did not stop her from doing it. After all, that girl was still young and she could not possibly always accompany him in the book depository. Well, youngsters should go out and do something, only then will they experience a world-changing moment. Suddenly, Chu He felt envious. It must be good being young. They had ambitions and dreams. They even had the spirit of doing things as soon as they thought about it. Unlike him, even though he did not look old, his heart had aged instead. Without him realizing it, he was already 71 years old. He had stayed in the book depository for 57 years. 3. Time really passed swiftly. Fortunately, following his cultivation that was getting higher, his lifespan lengthened as well. Or else, if he was just a manager of the book depository like before, his current age would be at its limit, or perhaps his body would have yielded long ago. "But if I leave, who's going to talk to you and free you from boredom, Brother Lil Chu?" Zhao Yuling hesitated before speaking. "This girl is quite kind." Chu He let out a laugh. "You don't have to worry about me. With such a peaceful environment, I'll be able to cultivate in peace. Cultivation requires tranquility. You don't worry about it and go be an empress tutor. You just have to come back twice a year to visit. That will be enough." Those were not comforting words cooked up by Chu He, but a sincere statement. He really wanted to have some peace and isolate himself to upgrade the realm of the golden manifestation of Buddha's form. He wanted to grasp the opportunity to attain the same level as the golden 9 turns. In the meantime, he was able to conclude and recompose the mindset of his cultivation. In the year 563, winter, December. The white shirt angel who had gone missing for 3 years had appeared once again. The building located at Mt. Beifeng was named White Shirt Palace. The huge door was opened and it accepted all the prodigies in the entire world. The world was shocked by its existence. Lots of overwhelming organizations had come forth to congratulate them. Even though White Shirt Palace was just built, there was only one person, a mountain, a thatching, and nothing else. However, that did not stop the prodigies in the world from pursuing it, because as long as it was that person, that was all that mattered. That person could replace numerous famous tutors. That person could overwhelm a clan. That person was a king. It was that point that mattered. As for other issues, they could just prepare for it themselves. In a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the Xia kingdom, there was the Snow Empress standing guard that terrified the other clans. Within the kingdom, there was the White Shirt Empress, solving the mysteries of cultivating, training prodigies, and strengthening the prowess of the Xia clan. It was a prosperous scene. 10 years had passed, and Chuhi's golden ninth turns had attained the 9th level of the 4th turn and was heading toward the 5th turn. His golden manifestation of Buddha's form had also successfully reached the 3rd level. When it was unleashed, it was just like a Buddha that could eliminate enemies even hundreds of miles away. Kai Kai the tortoise was holding a tablecloth in a dull manner and was done cleaning the book depository. More than 10 years had passed, and it had already completed cultivating to the precelestial 9th level. It was currently starting to accumulate experience. Its head got larger, and its appearance was constantly changing. Last time, it was a little tortoise. Now it looked like an elephant. Last time, it could clean up the place pretty easily, but currently it had to twist around like a fat man trying to tidy up a cramped room. One glance was enough to make one feel sorry for it. However, that was its method of accumulating experience. Once it cultivated to a point, it would use its experience to break through. When that happened, it would be able to change its body size into whatever size it wanted to. If not with the way it was increasing in size, perhaps the book depository would not be able to take it in. The space was small and the tortoise was huge. If it was not for Chuhi placing lots of spells in the book depository, the entire book depository would have collapsed if it was careless for a moment and did not restrain its strength. This is getting ridiculous. It's just a simple cleanup, and it's making such a ruckus. Chuhi looked at the huge tortoise disdainfully. Its head is so big and it's stroking it doesn't feel nice. Besides, it's getting uglier the bigger it becomes. The huge tortoise had a bitter expression. Is it my fault? I didn't wish for this either. I am also suffering. With such a small area, it's making me uncomfortable to even turn around. It's torture to put a cloth on my head to clean up. Besides, this place is already so clean. Why do I insist on cleaning it every day? Now the owner doesn't even order me to do it anymore. Why is it that the first thing that I do after waking up every day is to get a cloth and start cleaning up? What is the reason behind it? The huge tortoise suddenly was dumbfounded and started thinking hard about it. Why do I have a feeling that this tortoise is about to have depression? Chuhi looked at the huge tortoise who was starting to daydream again. He felt that it should head out to relax once in a while. Since the time it gained intelligence, the tortoise had been staying in the book depository and had never been to the outside world. It was just like an Atlantic canary being reared in a cage, which sooner or later would face some problems. That was the tortoise who was going to keep him company and see who had the longest lifespan. He would not allow it to die under any other circumstances. Besides, its size was quite big currently, and the most important thing was that it had yet to reach its limit. Right now, he needed to consider where he should move this tortoise to. It was obviously a big no on the inner grounds of the Xia clan. With its huge body, even if it did not cause any trouble, it would surely get hunted by the foreign clan, which would be rather troublesome. As for other clans, it would not be able to mix with them well as it was also a foreign clan. As for the surroundings of the Xia clan, there was no such thing as a tortoise clan that he had heard of before. Wait a minute, tortoise. Chuhi slapped his forehead. Since the day the huge tortoise was taken care of by Chuhi, it had left the water and even sunbathed for the entire day, making Chuhi nearly forget that strictly, it originated from a marine clan. This makes things easier. He would just look for a huge river or a huge ocean and that would get things settled. Come, Lil Lu, I'll bring you back home and have a look. Not caring if the tortoise agreed or not, Chuhi immediately grabbed onto its neck that was thicker than a water bucket. He dragged it along and blinked out of the book depository. Then they blasted to the sky. Blue River. It was a huge river that crossed the 4 commanderies of the Xia kingdom, and within the inner grounds of the Lin commandery, there was a river. Chuhi held the huge tortoise, and after spending a minute, he came to the borders of Blue Rover. Then he tapped on the huge tortoise's head and said, Lil Lu, this is your old home. For the next few years to come, you'll be going back home and staying there. Enjoy playing around and relax your mind. Off you go. The huge tortoise was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? What is going on? Why should I go down? He did not budge an inch. Its big eyes stared straight at Chuhi and looked into his eyes. Get inside. Chuhi could not tolerate its petty bitterness and kicked it into the river. Betomb. An awkward incident occurred. It was as if the huge tortoise was afraid of the water and was struggling in the water with all its might, just like a dry duck falling into the water. With its massive body size and the 2 big fleshy claws flapping like wings, it looked utterly ridiculous. You're a tortoise, not a chicken. Why are you afraid of water? The huge river is your home. Stop struggling around. Relax, take a deep breath, and move all your claws together. Chuhi stood by the shore and shouted to guide the huge tortoise to swim. In the meantime, he even made a gesture while teaching. He had never taught other people to swim, let alone teaching a tortoise to swim. He had no experience in it and could only teach according to his frog style that he used to swim with. Kai kai kai, the huge tortoise opened its mouth and kept letting out bubbles. It really looked like an ordinary human that fell into the water. He looked at it till his eyelids were twitching. Can this fella really survive in water? However, fortunately, a tortoise would still be a tortoise. It was familiar with the water as it was an inborn sense. After struggling for some time, the huge tortoise was able to move around in the water normally. Its 4 claws exerted strength at the same time like a dog paddling. Very soon it was moving just like a tiny electronic motor. Swoosh, and it had returned to the shore. Then its claw that was thicker than Chuhi's thigh yanked into Chuhi's pants. The tortoise that was thicker than a water bucket shook with all its might. At that moment, it had come to an understanding Chuhi intended to ditch it outside. Don't put on a pitiful look. I'm just letting you go out to relax, not ditching you. Just go in and wait. Wait till your body has become the largest size, and after you've broken through and become smaller, come back to the book depository. Don't worry, I'll always come and visit you. It's just this much distance. I'll just take this walk at the riverbank as an experience to get some fresh air. Remember, when I didn't come, you got to be a good boy and stay in the river and don't simply come up the shore, and you're not allowed to injure anyone, Chuhi said. Currently, the huge tortoise had very high intelligence, at least the intelligence of an 11 to 12-year-old child. Hence, it could understand Chuhi's comments. Finally, under Chuhi's pestering, it swam back into the water grudgingly. Kai kai kai. After its entire body was submerged in the water, its neck stuck out and turned around and called out to Chuhi. Don't worry, I'll always come and visit you, Chuhi said with a smile. This brat even knows to remind me to keep to my words. Chuhi returned to the library pavilion. Not long after, Zhao Yuling walked in a hurry. 1. Before she stepped into the library pavilion, she was still cold and arrogant. Her expression was serious and her eyes were full of dignity. With her hands behind her back, a black ferrule was flying in her hands. After all these years, she had successfully taken on the role of a master. But the moment she stepped into the library pavilion, she became a completely different person. She kept her ruler and jumped around, transforming into a beautiful young girl. Brother Chu, where's Zhao Lu? The moment she entered, she realized that the library pavilion was missing something. It's too big. I'll let it go outside to get some fresh air and relax, Chuhi casually said. Oh yeah, it has indeed grown a little big now. I don't know what it ate, but it was still normal 2 years ago. Zhao Yuling nodded. Her white imperial palace was located in Lin County. With her martial cultivation, it would only take her about 20 minutes to make a round trip. When the white-robed Emperor Palace was first established, she had devoted herself to it and was filled with passion. She had only returned 4 to 5 times a year. However, she only managed to maintain this popularity for 3 years. After that, her passion became lower and lower. The frequency of him returning to the library pavilion had increased. Until now, he had been going back almost every 2 or 3 days. Therefore, she had noticed the change in the little jerk. That kind of change was like not seeing each other for 3 days. It was like 3 autumns. His size changed every day. His head was not good to chop off. It could only be ridden like this. The little jerk didn't like to cooperate with her, so he wasn't as fun as he used to be. She pulled over a reclining chair and started shaking it like Chuhi. AI, why are you sighing? What's bothering you? Chuhi asked with a smile. It's all because of my good-for-nothing disciples. They're too stupid. Zhao Yuling said, clearly in a bad mood. In the past 10 years, she had already accepted dozens of disciples. Moreover, they were all geniuses from their respective counties. However, 10 years had passed, and Zhao Yuling still thought that she had put in a lot of effort, but none of those disciples had satisfied her. Their cultivation speed was too slow. Right now, his highest cultivation level was only at the Xianshan realm. She was very disappointed. It's your request that's too high. Chuhi said indifferently. Zhao Yuling's standards were too high. The disciples were all using her and Lin Zuling as models, even if the requirements were lowered by a few levels. There was no comparison. Don't you know who the masters of both sides are? The other had read a lot of books and was well versed in both the past and present. One was just a little girl who had just come out of her cottage. How to compete? Brother Chu, do you think I don't know how to teach you? Zhao Yuling pouted and began to doubt herself. After all, if 1 or 2 disciples were not taught well, it could be said that it was the disciples' problem. However, if he couldn't teach dozens of them well, then he would have to suspect whether it was the master's problem. Brother Chu, why don't you give me some guidance? Zhao Yuling suddenly said. Chu he had taught her and her aunt, and now they were both kings. The means of teaching people could be seen. Teaching disciples requires time to settle down. Everyone has their own style of teaching. You won't be able to learn mine. Chu he shook his head and said indifferently. Zhao Yuling sighed and nodded. Indeed, how could it be so easy to reach the level of little Chu's brother, who had read a lot of books and was well versed in both the past and the present? His every move, every word, and every action contained the supreme truth of the great Tao. There might only be one person in the world who was at this level. That person was Brother Chu. Your aunt sent a letter saying that an elder of the Xia clan wanted to bring her to the Holy Land. Why didn't you go? Chu he glanced at Zhao Yuling and asked. The Xia clan had a holy land of martial arts, and it was Lin Zuling who took action, suppressing the entire clan by herself. This was a top secret that was personally told to her by the half-step invincible king ancestor when she was crowned as the Ice Empress in the imperial city. At her level and with her background confirmed to be innocent, many things could be known. In fact, if it wasn't for her sudden rise, she would have already known a lot of top secrets when she broke through to half-step king at such a young age. It was because it was too sudden, too strange, and suspicious that it had been delayed until her coronation. At that time, she had been confirmed to be trustworthy. It was said that the Xia clan was forced to come to this resource-poor land after the Great Change a few hundred years ago. If not for the fact that the Xia clan had a peak-tier king ancestor to hold down the fort, they might have been exterminated. Even so, the blessed lands with abundant resources were all occupied by the foreign races. At that time, the old ancestor at the peak of the king tier had already been heavily injured from the great change that had happened to the succubus race. This was also an important reason why the tiger race had taken the opportunity to make their move. The tiger clan was slowly devouring the Xia clan in order to force him out. However, in the end, the old ancestor did not make a move. In fact, after the entire Xia clan was forced into this barren land, the few remaining king-level old ancestors of the Xia clan went into hiding. Only then did the Tiger clan give up on the idea of exterminating the Xia clan. The attitude of the Xia clan's experts was already very clear. It was a life and death struggle. If the Tiger tribe was really exterminated, those experts who were still alive would not let the Tiger tribe have an easy time. This place was already the bottom line of the Xia clan, and the Tiger clan was also clear about it. This was the exact situation of the Xia clan's decline from prosperity. As for the Xia clan, they had chosen this place as their escape route. He had his considerations. This was because there was a secret realm here that was comparable to a blessed land. This was the hidden foundation of the Xia clan. 100 years after the Great Change, the experts of the Xia clan entered the secret realm to recuperate. From then on, the true geniuses of the Xia clan were all sent into the secret realm in various states of suspended animation. This was also one of the main reasons why the Xia clan seemed to be declining so quickly. The geniuses had all been hidden away, and there was a huge gap between them. It was already very good to have 2 or 3 half-step invincible king tiers. This was something that could not be helped. The Xia clan had to slowly decline and could not show the slightest bit of strength. Those hidden heavens favorites could not come out again, because there was a pair of eyes watching in the dark, the Tiger tribe. The Tiger clan would not be completely at ease if they were unable to completely exterminate the Xia clan, which was once a clan of the same rank. They would continue to watch quietly in the dark. If the Xia clan were to slowly decline, they would not do anything. They might even lend a hand when the Xia clan was facing a crisis of extermination. There was no why. This was because the aura of the Xia clan's peak-tier king ancestor had yet to dissipate. The Xia clan had been exterminated. Regardless of the reason, he wouldn't find trouble with any of the other clans. He would find the Tiger clan. These were the harsh words he had once said. Thus, as long as the Xia clan slowly declined and their peak-tier king ancestor was still alive, they would not force them too much. However, if the Xia clan showed signs of rising, they would not stand by and watch. Thus, strictly speaking, Lin Zuling's sudden attack had given the 3 half-step unrivaled king-level ancestors of the Xia clan a huge shock. After that, when Zhao Yuling opened the mountain gate, she was so scared that her heart couldn't take it. Originally, they had all planned to place the title of the white-robed empress on Lin Zuling. In the end, just like Lin Zuling, Zhao Yuling had caught them off guard. The appearance of 2 new kings in the Xia clan was a great thing, but if the Tiger clan were to have doubts, then it would be a disaster. However, the matter had already happened and the news had been leaked. They had no choice. After that, he was afraid that the 2 of them would do something outrageous again. After confirming that he could trust them, he quickly told them the secret and asked them to restrain themselves and not be too high profile. Originally, the 2 of them had already been exposed and could walk outside, so there was no need to go to the Holy Land. It could suppress the world and relieve the increasingly severe pressure of survival for the Xia clan. It would be fine as long as he mastered it. But this time, Lin Zuling said that something big was about to happen, and the Holy Land had personally sent people to ask her to go over. No one came to me. Zhao Yuling shook her head, her face blank. Chu He's expression changed. Then he flipped his palm and took out the 8-trigram jade plate. Controlling it with his mind, he began to calculate according to Lin Zuling's 8 characters. The final result, an auspicious sign. That's fine. Chu He put the things away, picked up the book again, and started to read it. It seems that the Holy Land favors Lin Girl more. After all, she's a Chunabu. She takes it as her responsibility to protect the Lin family and revitalize the Xia clan. Unlike you, little girl, you're so carefree every day. Teaching disciples is like playing around. Chu-hee sighed. Lin Zuling knew more about the Xia clan's secrets. It could be seen that she was more trusted. Now that the Xia clan was in trouble, they would also bring her along. Zhao Yuling, this little girl, was just like Lin Zuling when she was young. However, she had been by his side for too long, and now she had obviously changed a lot. He became a salted fish. Zhao Yuling wrinkled her nose, looking a little aggrieved. Don't be depressed. It's good that you're like this. You should learn from your aunt and live a tired life, but you should be happy. In the future, if you can teach a few promising disciples, it will be a great contribution to the Xia clan. It might not be less than your aunt's, Chu-hee said with a smile. He was human. Only people with different personalities could be considered human. Lin Zuling was a hot-blooded Chunabiu girl. Zhao Yuling's nature was playful. In the past, she was a Chunabiu, but that was because of the environment. Now she was showing her true colors. This was their own personality. Time flew by, and the quiet days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Chu-hee was 92 years old, and he had checked into the library for 78 years. 3 years had passed, and the turtle in the water had grown bigger. His figure was already moving towards the small hill. When it swam in the water, it made a lot of noise. All these years, it had also gone from the initial uneasiness of leaving the library pavilion to now, playing in the water until it was flying. In the beginning, Chu-hee went to the river to see it. As soon as he arrived, it appeared. Go far. After not seeing the Chu River for a few days, they were able to dig a large pit in front of the river bank, allowing the river to stretch forward for a long distance. Towards the end, Chu-hee had to find it. It began to scuttle around in the water. Chu-hee walked in the water with his hands behind his back according to the mark left on Big Turtle's body. Wherever he passed, the river water retreated. One step was 1,000 meters away. Soon, he found where Big Turtle was. He realized, this time, Big Turtle had a big partner. It was a huge black snake. It was very strange. How did a turtle get along with a snake? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Brother Jia, I'll take you to get a huge opportunity. As long as we succeed, we'll be able to reach the half-step king realm in a few days. At that time, we'll be the kings of this entire river. The black snake's bucket thick tail was wrapped around the big king's bucket thick neck, and its tongue was sticking out mysteriously. Squeak. Good. King 8 nodded in agreement. The black snake's eyes flickered with an evil glint and carried a sense of pride. A snake and a turtle and a person was silently following behind them. He quickly swam through the river. Soon they arrived at an underwater cave. The entire mountain was emitting black evil chi. It was obviously not a decent place. When they arrived, the black snake no longer disguised itself and revealed its ferocity. It wrapped itself around Big Turtle's tail and swung it hard, throwing it into the dark cave with black smoke. The cave, which had been in a state of stillness, suddenly trembled. A curtain like black tongue quickly and tightly wrapped around the Big Turtle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Great King, I'm back. This time, the blood food we brought back is at the peak of Xianshan 9th stage, and its blood chi is strong. The black snake's body landed on the ground, and it lowered its head to spit out its tongue respectfully. Squeak. Black Snake, what are you doing? The turtle realized that something was wrong and struggled with all his might. It felt that there was something wrong with this new brother. Jai Jai. At this moment, the evil chi on the mountain surged even more violently, and the water and earth shook. The entrance of the cave rose from the ground. It was the head of a giant beast, and Big Turtle was already in its mouth. Very good, the blood chi is indeed rich and pure. This is the first time I've seen such a level of blood chi. The giant beast nodded in satisfaction and looked at the black snake in admiration. Then waves of evil energy gushed out of its mouth, accompanied by a green bubbling liquid. It was like sulfuric acid, and it wrapped around the turtle in layers. King Ba struggled with all its might, but the big tongue wrapped around it was too strong. It could not break free even with its strength. It was extremely flustered, and its mouth was squeaking. In this river, most of the people were ordinary water tribe members. Some of them had begun to cultivate after evolving, but most of them were at the Haoshan level. There were very few at the Xianshan level. No one would dare to cause trouble for it with its aura. This was the first time it had encountered danger. It looked at the big black snake, who was sticking out its tongue, and its eyes were full of anger. It swore that if it could come out, it would crush all the long-looking guys it met in the future. Not a single one was left. How hateful. After a moment, yee. This turtle is a little hard. Why hasn't it been refined after so long? The huge beast blinked its lantern-sized eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. With its strength and the special venom in its body, it wouldn't take long to refine the Khanate level, even to the peak of the Khanate level. However, after half an hour, the turtle was still struggling. Not to mention the shell on its back, even the head that was sticking out showed no signs of softening. He felt that something was wrong. Whoosh. Ground shook again. It stretched out its two huge claws and grabbed the big turtle's neck, trying to pull it out and kill it before practicing. Although the effect would be a little worse, there was no other way. A living big turtle was too difficult to cultivate. After such a long time, he felt like he had not made any progress at all. Who knew how long he would have to practice? Squeak. The king turtle bared its teeth and barked at the giant beast. It hated being beheaded the most, but he had no choice. It couldn't deal with any of those who liked to chop its head off. After pulling for a while, the giant beast's eyes were even more depressed. This turtle was different. Forget about the hard shell, even the soft-looking head was surprisingly hard. It could not pull it out. It sensed carefully. That's right, this was a bastard at the peak of Xianshan ninth stage. What the hell did you bring back? The giant beast glared at the black snake, very unhappy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I'm sorry, my king, I was wrong. The black snake's body trembled and it lay on the ground, lowering its head. The giant beast blinked its eyes and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to try again. Blood food at the Xianshan ninth stage wasn't that easy to come by. I don't believe it. This king can't refine a Xianshan-level blood food. Beside the giant beast, in a corner that it did not notice, Chu-He quietly watched it struggle. The cultivation technique that Big Turtle cultivated was mainly for defense. He had also eaten a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures that could strengthen his body. His entire body had been refined more than once by a king-level treasure called the Golden Soul Origin Stone. It might not be good at fighting, but its defensive power was a lever. Even a half-step unrivaled king would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it, let alone this half-step king beast. Chu-He was also bored. Since Big Turtle was not in danger for the time being, he decided to watch the show from the side. He sat on a chair, swaying and taking pills as he watched the giant beast torture the turtle in different ways. In the end, the big turtle didn't even resist. It found an opportunity to shrink its head back in and didn't move at all. It was unknown if it had gone to sleep. Roar. Finally, the giant beast could not take it anymore. It had vomited out all the venom in its body, and now it was even starting to vomit acid, but the dead turtle's shell was still intact. This was bullying. It hated things with shells. After being spat out, Big Turtle glared at the black snake. Damn it, he brought such a thing back. The giant beast let out a furious roar. It was tired and hungry now. It was extremely appetizing. He looked at the black snake with a strange gaze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. My king, the black snake's body trembled. The giant beast's gaze made it feel that something was wrong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. My king, I'll find you a good beast later, it hurriedly expressed. It expressed its own function. Black Snake thought about it and agreed. It wasn't easy to control a beast with decent strength and a quick mind. If it swallowed it in one gulp, it would have to go out and find food on its own in the future. It wasn't worth it. It turned to look at the turtle lying on the side, its eyes full of unwillingness. After spending so much effort, he didn't even get the taste. What a big loss. Roar. Think of a way to let me eat this thing. The giant beast let out a loud roar and said fiercely, Get a big pot, big, or it won't fit. Then put it at the mouth of the volcano to stew it. It's best to add some green onions and cumin if you can. It's a pity that there are no old hens, or it would be even more fragrant. The giant beast nodded and felt that it was feasible. Good idea, but an ordinary pot won't do. You have to use an alchemy furnace to cook it. But wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. It then turned its head and looked at the black snake. How did you learn to speak like a human? To be able to learn the language of other creatures, apart from a few special races, most of them had to reach the half-step king level to have this ability. The higher the level, the faster the speed of learning other languages. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black snake shook its head, indicating that it wasn't the one who had spoken. If it wasn't Black Snake, then who was it? Was there something strange mixed in here? The eyes of the giant beast and the black snake swept around. Then, in an inconspicuous corner, they found a figure sitting on a golden chair and knocking something on the ground. Human, the huge beast blinked its big eyes in confusion. It looked around. That's right. This was underwater, its territory. How did the humans dare to come here? To be able to remain so relaxed at such a deep depth, it naturally knew that the human in front of it was definitely not ordinary. But so what? On land, humans were in charge, and it couldn't defeat those of the same level. However, in the water, it was the boss. When humans came, the situation was reversed. It could easily fight against 3 humans of the same level, even if he encountered a super expert of the human race, a half-step unparalleled king. With the advantage of the environment, it was not afraid. If it couldn't win, it could run. It was very familiar with this place. As for the higher-level experts, did humans have them? If it did, it would have died long ago. In the past, when it had just broken through to the half-step king realm, it was still young and very active. It would wander around the land every day, and every time it went there, the world would be turned upside down. After it returned, it was often besieged by human experts who chased it into the water, but it was still alive and well now. NBSB, so the corners of its mouth split open, revealing its ferocity. I'm just hungry. Although humans are small, this person should be an expert. The essence in his body is also very nutritious. It was even better than that extremely hard tortoise. In human terms, concentrated essence, not bad. It was really like a pillow when one was sleepy. It was very beautiful. Roar. The giant beast let out an excited roar and didn't waste any words. It opened its mouth and swung its head. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Its stinky, huge mouth went straight for the tiny figure on the ground. Chuhi frowned. This mouth was too dirty. He stretched out his hand, and a huge golden palm condensed. This was a technique of the Transcendent's golden body. Without using all his strength, he could form a palm. The ferocious mouth was grabbed, and the whole terrifying face was deformed. Time seemed to have stopped for it. Its entire body was frozen in place, leaving only its two large eyeballs rolling around. This dense mist in this aura. At this moment, the giant beast felt a shiver that came from the depths of its soul. A dark cloud of death shrouded it. Although the humans on the ground were small and it was huge, the two of them were not on the same level. NBSP. As long as that person was willing, he could annihilate it in an instant with a move of his finger. The giant beast understood. As expected, it was the essence that was concentrated. He was too smart. Squeak. Attracted by the familiar voice, the big turtle's head popped out of its shell. When he saw that it was really the owner, its eyes lit up in excitement. It extended its 4 claws and paddled in the water. With a whoosh, it ran to Chuhi's side. It stretched out its thick claws and hugged Chuhi's thigh. It stretched its neck and wanted to nuzzle Chuhi. However, its head was too big. 3 years had passed and it was already bigger than Chuhi's entire body. It was impossible for it to do that. Even its 2 claws were thicker than Chuhi's entire body. Naturally, he could not let it hug him. Otherwise, he would have a strange feeling. Therefore, the turtle wanted to express its affection and seek a sense of security, but its body was blocked by an invisible force. It squeaked anxiously and only stopped when Chuhi ignored it. Then it raised its claws and pointed at the giant beast. It was full of grievances and complained with a squeak. The giant beast's eyes, which could still move, suddenly widened. Wait a minute. Hearing this, did this bastard know this human? It had an owner. And BSB wasn't this terrifying human that had been condensed into essence here for it. Instead, he was here to look for a bastard. So the culprit was that damned bastard. The giant beast suddenly felt that its anger was not going well. If a human had come specifically to find it, it would have no other emotions other than fear. However, knowing that this disaster was caused by this bastard, it felt that it would not be able to rest in peace even if it died. How infuriating. It's all that damn turtle's fault. No, it's all the black snake's fault. He had asked it to get some blood food, but it brought back such a hard thing. The key was that it was not wild, it had an owner. NBSB, his master, was terrifying. It was the big boss. Bastard. If he had known earlier, he would have swallowed it alive to vent the hatred in his heart in advance. The black snake could also feel the strong resentment from its king. However, it didn't have the time to care about that now. It was also shivering. The snake's tongue hung outside and couldn't be retracted. Oh my god, it had only brought back a stupid turtle. How did it attract such an expert who could subdue its king with one move? Stupid beastard, you should have told me earlier that you have such a powerful master. I'll really be your brother. How could he still scheme? At that time, everyone was a brother who gave his all. Love was stronger than gold, the kind that would turn the sea dry and the stones to mush. Black Snake was really regretful. Little Green, you have accumulated enough foundation. Take this opportunity to break through today. These 2 blood food are just right to give you some nourishment, Chuhi said. This time he had come to find the turtle to help it break through. He moved his hand, and the giant palm formed by the Transcendent's golden body became even bigger. It was as if it could cover the sky. It grabbed the entire body of the mountain-sized beast and the black snake beside it. With a poof, the energy in his golden palm circulated and seemed to turn into a burning golden flame that rose up. Roar, roar. The giant beast felt that it could move again, and it scurried around in an attempt to escape. However, to its despair, it realized that no matter what it did, it could not escape the range of the flames. As time passed, it realized that its body and even its soul were starting to heat up, as if it was in purgatory. Its body was shrinking, and its huge body was twisting violently, becoming smaller and smaller. In the sizzling sound, the evil energy and poisonous gas in its body were quickly refined. The dregs were removed, leaving behind the essence. It was about to be condensed into essence. The giant beast was unwilling to give up. It didn't want to be condensed, so it kept raising its head and letting out earth-shaking howls. It charged through the golden palm, using all its strength to escape. He saw what happened to Black Snake. It was refined to death and melted into a fist-sized pill, which was then thrown into Big Turtle's mouth. It didn't want to, it couldn't. The giant beast wanted to explode its seed to resist, but it realized in despair that its strength was declining too quickly. It could not even ignite its talent to explode its seed. Even if I die, I can't let myself fall into the mouth of a bastard. This was the behemoth's final stubbornness. The turtle didn't get to eat it, but was eaten instead. Such an outcome would not allow him to die in peace. It stopped struggling and stopped. The little evil chi in its body began to gather crazily. Self-destruct, you're thinking too much. Chuhi raised his head and glanced at the giant beast. Then he glared at it, and a terrifying pressure followed. The giant beast's body stiffened, and the evil chi that it had gathered with great difficulty scattered in all directions. Then it was forced out and burned by the golden flames. In the end, the giant beast was completely refined in despair and entered the big turtle's stomach. "Let's begin the breakthrough," Chu-Hee said. He then smacked the top of Big Turtle's head, guiding it to break through. At the same time, a few golden body-shaping pills melted in Chu-Hee's other palm and were inserted into the turtle's shell. The big King Turtle's limbs, tail, and head were all retracted into the turtle's shell. Wisps of smoke began to rise from its body. Its turtle shell began to crack. A flash of golden light flickered from the crack. Destruction before establishment. Big Turtle began to transform. Time slowly passed, and the golden light grew brighter and brighter, making the underwater space dazzling and dazzling. It was as if a rare treasure was about to be born. Finally, there was a swish. A little golden turtle emerged from the broken green turtle's shell. Chu-Hee was there. It was impossible for its breakthrough to fail. Master, a stammering sound was heard. The little jerk that had turned into little gold crashed into Chu-Hee's arms with a whoosh. It had finally become smaller again. The little jerk was very excited. When Chu-Hee pulled his head, he revealed a rare look of comfort. What a nostalgic feeling. Its youth had returned. It was still the same feeling. It still tasted the same. Chu-Hee brought the golden little jerk back to the library. As soon as it landed, it excitedly looked for a rag. In the corner of the library pavilion, it found the dusty green rag. Its small nose gently sniffed it, revealing an intoxicated expression. It was a familiar smell. It had the fragrance of time. It moved its claws, put the cloth over its head, and began to clean. She was very energetic and hardworking, again and again. The originally clean library pavilion had a layer of skin forcefully removed by it. Fortunately, the rag on its head was a treasure that Chu-Hee had checked into, a personal item of a great emperor. It was hard to be hurt by swords and blades, and impervious to fire and water. Even after being toyed with by it, it was still silky smooth, without the slightest trace of fading or damage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The little jerk was like a golden rat, scurrying around every corner of the library pavilion. Even the books on the bookshelves had been wiped clean by it. Chu-Hee was speechless. This bastard, why did he feel like he had been suffocated after making a round in the vast world outside? When Zhao Yuling returned from the White Imperial Palace, this time the little jerk took the initiative to meet her. The little jerk extended its head and landed in the palm of the dumbfounded Zhao Yuling. Buzz, he slipped away with all his might. "I'll let you have your fill today." The little jerk blinked his little eyes and gave Zhao Yuling an encouraging look. This was the first time it took the initiative. "Brother Chu, you're raising another turtle. This one seems a little different." Zhao Yuling swept the bastard's head away in disgust. The flirtatious bastard was not cute at all. Xiao Lu was still the most fun. The little jerk was stunned. "It wasn't. Isn't my head your favorite? Why did she dislike him after not seeing him for so long? It was so passionate, but in exchange for such a cold result, so disappointed." The little jerk drooped his head and walked out. He found a comfortable place to sunbathe. "That's Little Green. It just changed its color because of a breakthrough in its cultivation. Let's call it Little Gold from now on." Chu-Hee raised his head and said with a smile, "P.S. Smash me to death with the ticket." A month later, the spring sun was just right and it was warm. 2 deck chairs, a man and a tortoise that was more dazzling than the sun. He closed his eyes in front of the library, feeling the warmth. It was comfortable, as expected. This was the life that a big shot should have. The real big shots were not about fighting and killing. It was to live happily and comfortably. However, at this moment, a person came to the library pavilion from afar. It was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, and the vicissitudes of life covered his cheeks. His walking posture was slow and a little shaky, as if he was on the verge of death. Chu-Hee squinted his eyes and took a glance. This old man's cultivation level was barely acceptable. The reason why he acted like an ordinary old man was because he was a young man. He was not pretending. It was just that he was in a really bad state at the moment, and his entire body was like a funnel. Thus, he used a special method to seal himself to prevent his genuine chi from leaking out. Furthermore, the seal was very thorough. He didn't even use Zhenki to maintain the injuries on his body. He only used medicine to maintain them, causing the injuries on his body to worsen even more, and his lifespan was rapidly flowing away. He was like a piece of rotten wood that had been severely corroded. In fact, if he did not seal his genuine chi and used it to protect himself, he could live for a few more decades even if he could not heal his injuries. However, the price was that his strength would rapidly decline as his true chi leaked out. NBSB so, the old man's method was to give up a few decades of his life to ensure that he could use his full strength at a critical moment. That's right. In his current state, he could only attack once. After the seal was removed, his genuine chi returned to his body, but it was not something that his broken body could withstand. When facing an enemy, no matter the outcome, he would not be able to hold on for long. Soon, he would explode. There was no possibility of survival. He was using his life as the price to maintain his deterrent force. At the same time, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble, he was forced to remove the seal in advance. Chu-Hee could feel that in the shadows of a corner not far away, there was a person who was not weak either. He was always following and protecting him in secret. Little friend, you're very relaxed. The old man walked to the front of the library pavilion and swept a deep glance inside. Then he lowered his head and greeted Chu-hee in a very friendly manner. Not bad. Old man, do you want to come with me? Chu-hee opened his eyes and threw the bastard on the other chair aside. He made a gesture of invitation to the old man. Respecting the old and cherishing the young, you have to start from a young age. You're not clever at all. Chu-hee glared at the little bastard who had crawled up from the ground and was shaking his head in dissatisfaction as he looked at the old man. Little friend, you're a good person. With a smile on his face, the old man sat down on the chair without any hesitation. The two of them began to chat. They talked about everything, including astronomy and geography. Finally, little friend, you're very knowledgeable. The old man cupped his fists at Chu-hee, showing his admiration. Elder, you really are the great saint of this generation. Chu-hee returned the greeting. He let out a long breath. He hadn't bragged like this in a long time. He had to maintain his image in front of the two little girls. He had to be careful with his words and not run around. At the same time, he was sure that the old man had something to tell him. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for the other party to keep flattering him even after he had bragged so much. Little friend, are you Lin Zuling's senior brother? After building a relationship with Chu-hee for such a long time, the old man finally brought the topic back on track. Senior brother, Chu-hee's eyes flashed. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party did not know his true identity from Zuling. That girl's mouth is still very tight. He didn't even say anything, but he took the initiative to keep it a secret. The old man had the same suspicion as the Lin family. They thought that there was an expert in the library pavilion. He had taken in 3 disciples. He was the boss, Lin Zuling was the second, and Zhao Yuling was the third. I'm her brother, little Chu. Chu-hee did not deny or admit it. He pretended to say both. Little friend, is your master here? The old man's expression was filled with anticipation. Chu-hee shook his head. He didn't have a master. They all relied on their talent to cultivate. The old man sighed with disappointment, and he seemed to have aged even more. Little friend, do you know where your master is? Can you help me pass on a message? The old man said unwillingly. What's the matter? Chu-hee's eyes flashed. I want to make a deal with him. The old man said solemnly. Tell me, Chu-hee said. The old man's expression changed. He looked at Chu-hee with an ugly expression. It's a misunderstanding. Chu-hee's expression changed. He knew that the old man felt that he had overstepped his boundaries. After all, the old man wanted to make a deal with his non-existent master. In his eyes, he was only a disciple. But now, he was demanding to know the details of the deal. No matter what he said, it was inappropriate. Old man, I just want to know what you want to trade before I decide if I'll agree or not, Chu-hee explained. The old man's face loosened and he looked relieved. He felt that Chu-hee was worried that his so-called deal was a small matter and would disturb his master, causing him to be punished. After thinking about it, there was nothing to hide about this deal. He moved his palm. A magnificent ink painting with a wild aura slowly unfolded in front of Chu-hee. The ink painting of mountains and rivers, the tide of people like a spring, the fireworks of the mortal world, all leaped onto the paper. This is a treasure map of the King Realm and above. It is the most precious treasure of the Xia clan. The old man spoke with pride. I would like to use this map to make a deal with your honored master. 300 years. He has protected the Xia clan for 300 years. This map will be his. The old man's voice was filled with reluctance, but his words were unusually firm. Chu-hee took a glance at the mountain river map. The things drawn on it were very realistic and artistic. The water was flowing, people were moving, and smoke was rising. Hanging it on the wall did make it look a little cool. However, it was not worth it to use her identity as a nanny for 300 years in exchange. After all, this painting only looked good to him. As for its use, I'm sorry, it was not worthy of his current level. Furthermore, he had many treasures on him, some of which were of a higher grade than this painting. He looked at Chu-hee and shook his head. The old man frowned. You don't like it? No, that was impossible. It must be that this kid couldn't see the power of the Mountain River State painting. He didn't know what a treasure above the King Realm represented. The old man cleared his throat and felt that he needed to explain. This painting contains the universe. The old man took the book that the little jerk had placed on the chair and threw it into the drawing paper. The book disappeared and reappeared in the drawing the next moment. Chu-hee did not say anything. With a move of his palm, a pot of tea and 2 cups appeared in his hands. After filling the teacup, he picked up a cup for himself and then extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation to the old man. The old man's lips trembled. The universe inside this map is very big, he explained. Chu-hee nodded to show that he understood. The old man Yingliwo. The old man suddenly fell silent. Chu-hee tilted his head and felt strange. Treating a guest to a cup of tea was basic courtesy. He had not seen a guest for a long time and had just remembered it. Why didn't he say anything after he poured the tea? It was over with one universe accumulation. It felt more than that, right? This map can derive the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, stabilize the fate, and observe the world. More importantly, it can observe the secular artistic conception of the mountains and rivers, which is very helpful for the breakthrough of the realm. Even a ninth-tier king would be able to gain enlightenment from it. It'll be helpful in breaking through. The old man continued after a while. This time he finished explaining all the functions in one breath. If you want to use this map, the price must be very high, Chuhi casually said. The old man's expression changed. It was true. If he wanted to activate the function of this map, he had to pay a huge price every time. Otherwise, if there was no price to pay, the Xia clan would have long taken off with just the 2 points of suppressing luck and observing intent. This mountain river map only had the function of viewing the world, and it was still in a half-activated state. Only when half-step King Realm and above attacked beyond a certain limit would it alert the others. As for stabilizing fate, energy, and observing intent realm, in the past, the Xia clan could still use it occasionally. As for now, he had the heart but no strength. Old man, have some tea. You don't have to work so hard. You've worked hard for most of your life. It's time to retire. Leave the rest to the young people. They have energy and drive. I believe they have the ability to withstand the pressure and move forward with the burden. Chuhi said, we're all old people. They had to counsel each other. Little friend, please pass on the message. The old man cupped his fists solemnly. Chuhi nodded. Feeling helpless, the old man still didn't hear any advice. He couldn't let an old man who was older than him be anxious and angry. This was a matter of moral character. So be it. In any case, it was impossible to agree. Don't ask him why he was so sure, because the person he was conveying the message to was himself. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. Then he raised the teacup and finished it in one gulp. Hiss, this tea. The moment the tea entered his stomach, the old man gasped. His body shook violently. He was shocked. A strong life force spread through his body along with the tea and merged into his body. After a long drought, there was finally a good rain. Every cell in his body was letting out a comfortable sound. The old man couldn't believe it. A cup of tea. It was just a cup of tea, but it felt better than any natural treasure he had taken for so many years. He could clearly feel that this cup of tea would increase his lifespan by at least 3 years, and this was because he was seriously injured and had wasted a large amount of medicinal power. As expected, the person living in seclusion here was a mighty figure, who might be even more powerful than he had imagined. The tea that a disciple had casually taken out to serve a guest was already such a treasure. One could only imagine how extravagant he was. At this moment, while the old man was excited, he was also worried about whether the treasure map would be able to move the Almighty again. This was a peerless mighty figure. He didn't know which region the human race seniors were from. Old man, the tea is not bad, right? Take this pot as my gift to you. Take it back and drink it slowly. With a smile on his face, he handed the teapot over. He had a good impression of this old man, so there was nothing wrong with giving Sunset's old friend a small gift. This is too valuable. The old man shook his head, even though this tea was very helpful to him. However, it was not his style to take things from others for no reason. It was fine if they robbed someone they didn't like, but this little brother was still pleasing to the eye. If they took something, they would owe him a favor. He didn't have anything on him to return the favor. It's fine, I still have some tea. We had a good talk today. You're to my liking, old man. Isn't tea used to entertain friends who have a big mouth? The old man's face twitched. Today they had indeed had a lot of fun with their words. He struggled for a moment before finally taking the teapot in his hand. Whether that senior would agree or not, it was still unknown. It would be good if he could live for a few more years. If senior agrees, let little snow spirit inform you. The old man left with the teapot. In the end, he couldn't help but turn around and give a warning. Chuhi nodded. Send the guests off. You don't even have a good eye. Chuhi threw the little jerk down again when he saw the old man climb back onto the chair after he left. The little jerk got up from the ground and looked at the old man with a resentful expression before following him out. The old man's eyelids twitched. What was wrong with this bastard? It was its master who had thrown it down, so why was he venting all his anger on him? They must have gotten the wrong target. She really couldn't stand the look in his eyes. He thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of pills from his pocket, poured one out, and handed it to the bastard. He must be a generous person to be able to give away a pot of tea that even he coveted. He wanted to return the favor, but he felt that there was nothing he could take out, so he didn't embarrass himself. Now he could give some benefits to his spirit beast to improve their relationship and improve their impression of him. The most important thing was to make the little jerk stop looking at her with those emotional eyes. The little turtle's eyes lit up when it saw the pill, but it sniffed it. It retracted its extended head. Raising his head with his claws behind his back, he looked at the old man again with his beady eyes. The old man realized. The look in the little jerk's eyes changed. What was that? Disdain. Is that true? You're disgusted with such a precious pill just by taking a whiff. Do you have any knowledge? I'm so angry. The old man threw the pill into his mouth and quickened his trembling steps. He quickly left. He felt that if the turtle looked at him again, his newly increased lifespan would be gone. This old man is an interesting person. He picked up the mountain river map that the old man had placed on the chair and shook his head. To the Zia clan, such a precious item was definitely not something that the old man would forget to take. She placed it here because she wanted to give it to him directly. Of course, in the old man's heart, he was giving it to the senior that he didn't even know. Wasn't he afraid that senior would take the things and not do the work? Perhaps he was worried. But from this, it could be seen that he had no other way. That was why he seemed so forthright. The Zia clan is about to face a huge threat. Chuhi made a guess. The old man had no choice but to come here for help. His injuries were too severe and there was no turning back for him. At most, he could hold on for another 10 years or so before he could prepare for his funeral. His injuries were from his source and were much more serious than the Lin family patriarchs. Chuhi could tell that even the old man's own physical body might have been sealed in the past and suppressed by a secret treasure. He had only broken out of the seal recently. The Zia clan is in turmoil. I want to check in quietly, but I may be disturbed often. Just thinking about it makes me unhappy. The little jerk had returned. He walked to Chuhi's feet and squatted on the ground like a pug. He looked up at Chuhi and wagged his little tail. It was hungry. The old man's elixir just now didn't suit its appetite, but it had aroused its appetite. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You're useless. Chuhi glanced at it and said unhappily. He took out a handful of golden dog food and threw it into the little jerk's mouth. This was something he had obtained after several check-ins. There were already a few big bags in the system space. The introduction was simple. Royal dog food, golden sand, full of nutrition, sweet taste, can strengthen the body of the king hound, allowing it to grow up healthily. Special hint, other than dogs, it can also be used on other living creatures. Humans can also be eaten. Why would he eat a human? The moment he saw the name, no matter how fragrant the smell was, Chuhi could not eat it. Then they became the turtle's special food, and it loved to eat. It was like a cat eating mint. Every time they smelled it, they would become restless. He was extremely excited. If it wasn't for the fact that this dog food was indeed magical and was a treasure corresponding to the king tier, which made it difficult to digest, the little bastard would have finished it all in a day. Luck suppression, huh? He sent the little jerk away. Chuhi picked up the mountain river map again. After looking at it, he revealed an interested expression. The old man didn't tell him how to use it. However, he who had read a lot of books and was well versed in both the past and the present only took one look and he knew what was going on. Although he did not know how the Zia clan managed to activate this function of protecting fate, he was still very curious. However, Chuhi had his own methods. He moved his palm. A golden dragon soared into the sky. Its entire body released a dazzling golden light, and its body soared above the world as it grew larger and larger. A few breaths passed. It had already grown to the size of covering the entire sky of Forest City. It hovered in the sky and its eyes flickered. It was so lifelike that it looked like a real dragon. However, it was only formed by luck. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see it. The golden dragon that was soaring in the sky lowered its head and looked at Chuhi from the sky. Chuhi took out the treasure map. The mountain river map was flowing with a clear luster, reflecting a layer of light curtain invisible to ordinary people, as if someone was holding a brush. A library pavilion was drawn out, followed by the Lin family, Lin City, the river in the wilderness outside Lin City, and the entire Lin County. As the images on the screen increased, the screen expanded with the wind until it covered Forest City, corresponding to the golden dragon Yao in the sky. The dragon and the painting looked at each other for a moment. Chuhi flipped his palm and pressed down. The golden dragon in the sky wagged its tail, and its body that covered the sky and the earth rushed down brazenly, falling into the light curtain that was revealed by the mountain river map. This scene was extremely shocking. It was like a giant dragon colliding with heaven and earth. However, the clash between the two was silent and not known to ordinary people. A moment later, the golden dragon and the illusionary image of the mountain river map completely merged together. After that, the screen shattered. The shadow of the mountain river map turned into golden light and integrated into the mountain river map. After the fusion was complete, an invisible force rippled in the void. Like an aurora with the mountain river map as the center, it instantly spread to the entire Lin County. Chuhi's eyes shone with a profound light as if the stars were hanging upside down while he observed the world. He saw that at this moment, all he could see was the golden power of providence floating around, protecting the entire world. Chuhi lowered his head. There was a small golden dragon of fate circling around his body. With the spread of fate, the stronger one was, the more benefits one would obtain. Without a doubt, Chuhi was the most powerful being in Lin County. At that moment, Chuhi thought of a phrase. The son of destiny, they were talking about him. Outside of Forest City, in the wilderness, a maroon dragon horse was pulling a carriage and moving forward steadily on the mountain path. There were 2 people in the carriage, 2 men, one old, one middle-aged. Master, we haven't met the senior yet. Why did you leave the mountain river map behind? After a long time, the middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. We can't. The old man shook his head with complicated feelings. The Zia clan was on the brink of death. At that time, the treasure map might end up in the hands of that foreign race. Rather than that, it would be better to give it directly to that senior who didn't know the depth of it. Perhaps it would leave him with a good impression. Even if he couldn't protect the Xia clan for 300 years, it would be good if he could help them once. Even if the worst case happened, Senior would be unmoved. The treasure map was much better in the hands of the human race than in the hands of the Xia clan. At this moment, the old man suddenly raised his eyebrows. His entire body relaxed and he felt comfortable. What's going on? I was worried to death just now. Why did he suddenly feel so happy and excited? He turned his head and looked at his disciple, who also had a comfortable expression. His brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. There was a problem. Something was wrong. His disciple was no ordinary person. At this moment, he also noticed that there was a problem. He turned his head and saw the bewilderment in his teacher's eyes. He did not hesitate. He instantly lifted the old man up and broke out of the carriage with a boom. His figure moved and he was about to fly far away. However, at this moment, a mysterious door suddenly appeared in the sky. He was caught off guard and plunged into it. FCK. The only thing left on the ground was the dumbfounded dragon horse and a loud curse. Midnight, he took out his self-made Guangong portrait, washing his hands in a golden basin. He burned incense and took a bath. He tidied up his clothes. He calmly waited for 12 o'clock to refresh. He was now the son of destiny. His solemnness was to welcome the good thing he was about to sign. 12 a.m. The check-in system was refreshed on time. He directly clicked on the check-in panel and checked in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the contract. You have received the reward, Demon Suppressing Pagoda. A purple gold pagoda appeared on the check-in panel. He revealed a smile. No matter how this thing was used, one could tell from its color that it was good stuff. He moved his palm, and the Demon Suppressing Pagoda appeared in his hand. As soon as he appeared, a domineering aura was released. The space twisted, and with a crack, the defensive forbidden technique that he had set up in the library pavilion that could withstand a king's attack collapsed. The little turtle, who was sleeping soundly on its back with its 4 limbs stretched out, shook its body and instantly grew in size. Its 4 limbs, head, and tail retracted into the turtle's shell, leaving a huge golden egg on the spot. He took action in time and blocked all the aura leaking out of the demon-suppressing pagoda. At the same time, he pointed out a finger, stopping the turtle that was growing bigger. Master, I can feel a great killing intent. The turtle sneakily stretched out his head and looked around before he spoke to Chuhi with a solemn expression. Chuhi Kainkian. How did this beastard interpret his domineering aura as killing intent? Chuhi ignored him and began to study the demon-suppressing pagoda. This pagoda was an all-rounded treasure. It could be used to attack, defend, and withstand. Attack. The pagoda, combined with his strength, could kill those above Great Emperor Realm. The domineering aura of the pagoda could suppress the mind of the enemy, leaving them no place to hide. Defense, the pagoda above one's head, can easily block the damage of all kinds of magic weapon attacks. Even the attack of the soul can be blocked, standing in an undefeatable place. Receive could suppress enemies in this pagoda. The 18-story pagoda could suppress countless enemies, break down their power, and store it in the pagoda to defend against enemies. Moreover, the place where the pagoda was placed, where the devils were tortured to death by the pagoda, could gather merit and luck. After a long time, it could create a holy land for cultivation. This was also the key ability of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Good stuff. He happily played with the pagoda in his hand. This would be his exclusive weapon from now on. As expected, he was the son of destiny today. This luck was invincible. If he could get 10 consecutive draws, he would even pay for it. He felt that his luck today was off the charts. It's not a loss to spend money. However, it was a pity that the system did not have a top-up button, so he could not top up even if he wanted to. 3 days later, early in the morning, He was still fiddling with the demon-suppressing pagoda. Brother Little Chu, I've finally understood. Suddenly, Zhao Yuling walked in happily. What did you comprehend? He put away the demon-suppressing pagoda and turned around. He sized her up with a surprised look. That's right, 3rd-level king. The artistic conception on his body didn't change either. What did she understand? I finally know how to be a good master. Zhao Yuling held her head high with a smug look on her face. He put on a posture that said, quickly praise me. This girl was still vexed over how to teach her disciples some time ago, and now she had comprehended it. He had only heard that one could gain enlightenment through martial arts techniques. I've never heard of teaching a disciple to gain enlightenment. Wasn't this decided by experience and talent? This thing can be comprehended. How did you comprehend it? He felt strange. That feeling was so mysterious that I couldn't explain it, but I just understood it. He nodded. Indeed, things like comprehension were usually very profound. One knew it in one's heart, but it was difficult to express it in words. Are there any specific changes? He asked. There is. 3 days ago, I gave a public lecture on martial arts, and a few of my disciples comprehended it on the spot. Some even broke through directly. I've been encouraged these 3 days and focused on teaching. My disciples have all broken through. I'll go back immediately. Keep it up. Zhao Yuling was very excited. It could be seen that she had specially taken the time to come back to report the good news and ask for praise. Only your disciple has changed. You don't have any specific changes. Chuhi's expression changed. He seemed to have understood something. There is. The more I explained, the smoother it became, and the more I explained, the more comfortable I felt. Zhao Yuling nodded. Just this. Are you sure it's not because your disciple suddenly became powerful, and you're happy and talkative, but you're breathless and can speak smoothly? After all, it was normal for a teacher to be happy and motivated when he saw his disciple's effort. It was normal for him to explain more naturally. Chuhi looked at the smug Zhao Yuling. He didn't even have the heart to hurt her. 3 days ago, he had used the mountain river map to suppress the fate in Lin County. As for the little girl's disciples, although they were the leftovers of the Holy Land, they were all geniuses from their respective counties. He would definitely gain more benefits. Moreover, many people were already on the verge of breaking through. It was normal for them to suddenly feel refreshed and break through. They were in good condition these few days, so it was understandable that their cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. If they could go out for a walk, it might be even better. Maybe someone would get a great opportunity. This had nothing to do with good teaching. At this time, even if he pulled the little bastard over and roared a few times, it would still be effective. Brother Chu, I'm going back. The little girl took the ruler and left in a hurry, not even afraid of the tortoise anymore. Chu he Kainkian. He shook his head. After a few days, the peak of this wave of luck would pass. The disciples of the little girl had also broken through to the current stage and returned to the right track. She would have started to doubt her life again. The little jerk was cleaning the bookshelf. He had just thrown the rag away when he saw the little girl leaving without even looking at him. It looked depressed, shook its head, and sighed. It took the rag, threw it over its head, and continued to rub it back and forth on the bookshelf. Tiger Realm. This was a complex world of mountains and forests, dozens of times larger than the Xia clan's territory. Countless races lived here, but most of them were just food, the food of the tiger tribe. The tiger tribe was one of the few fourth-grade forces in the land of savages. It was famous for its powerful individual strength. They lived in the same territory as a group. However, before their strength reached a certain level, they rarely gathered on a large scale. Most of them walked alone. Some of them brought along their children, and when the children grew up, the female tigers would chase them away. Of course, sometimes it would be the other way around. At this moment in the tiger realm, Heavenly Tiger Mountain, this was a large-scale gathering place for the tiger tribe. The strength of these tigers had naturally exceeded the limit, and even the weakest among them was at the Xianshan 9th stage. It was one of the cores of the tiger tribe that could suppress the vast tiger realm, pillage everywhere, and suppress the barbarian region. Roar. It was accompanied by a loud roar. A piece of news was sent to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. The Xia clan, the territory of a large clan that was once as famous as the Tiger clan. According to the investigation of the Stargazing clan, which was reared by the Tiger clan, there was a strange phenomenon that was suspected to be the birth of a secret realm. The moment this news was released, the Heavenly Tiger Mountain was shaken. A new mystic realm. The benefits inside were undoubtedly enormous. Even their Tiger clan would be envious. Furthermore, this secret realm had appeared in the territory of the Xia clan, which was on the verge of being exterminated by them. They had already made preparations to wait for a few more decades for the Xia clan's strongest protector to fall, and then completely exterminate them. After all, every clan that could reach the 4th stage and above had enough potential. However, the appearance of a secret realm would undoubtedly increase the variables. Some of the tigers suggested that there was no need to wait any longer. They should immediately mobilize the 1st Legion of the Heavenly Tiger clan and inform Lord St. Tiger to directly charge into the Xia clan's territory, snatch the secret realm, and exterminate the Xia clan. But there were also some who hesitated. The Xia clan's supreme combat power had yet to fall. He had many tricks up his sleeve. Even when he was heavily injured, he was still able to suppress the number 1 tiger in the barbarian region. If they went now, it would be bad if the old man had a backup plan and caused them great losses. He had waited for hundreds of years, and there were only a few decades left before he could use time to torture himself to death. If he went over now, it was likely that there would be more problems. Listening to the argument, the current clan leader of Heavenly Tiger Mountain was in a dilemma. It's hard to decide. Just as the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain was in a heated argument over a secret realm, a majestic giant tiger with a calm aura strode over from the sky. His aura transformed into clouds and wrapped around his body. The arrival of this tiger had alarmed the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain. No matter what the tigers were doing, even the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tiger Mountain, who were discussing how to deal with the Xia clan's secret realm, came out after smelling the scent. All the tigers lowered their proud heads, their tails like whips whipping the air. They would welcome its arrival with the highest standards. Greetings, Lord First Tiger. After the giant tiger landed, the Heavenly Tiger Mountain's chief immediately went forward and lowered his head to greet it. This was the number 1 expert of the tiger tribe, the number 1 tiger of the barbarian region. He was the one who suppressed the tiger realm and intimidated all the races in the barbarian region. To the tiger tribe, it was the heavens, it was the god. Any tiger that saw it, regardless of its status, would have to show the highest respect. This was not only because it was the strongest, it was also because it was the pride of the tiger tribe. It had used 200 years to reach the peak of the 9th-tier king realm, and now it had protected the tiger tribe for 800 years, and it was going to protect the tiger tribe for another 200 years. Those who had just entered the king's realm in the tiger tribe had a lifespan of 800 years, while those at the peak of the 9th level of the king's realm had a total of 1,200 years. I already know about it. The barbarian region's #1 tiger slowly walked through the tiger group. Wherever he passed, the other tigers avoided him. The Xia clan is nothing to be worried about. I already have a feeling that in 20 years, at most 20 years, I will be able to improve. Right now, it doesn't matter if the Xia clan has any gains in the secret realm or not. Don't complicate matters, because in the future, those things will belong to my tiger clan. For now, I'll leave them with the Xia clan for them to look after. The Xia clan will be exterminated in 20 years. The Peng clan shall be exterminated. The Lion clan shall be exterminated. The Yuan clan shall be exterminated. The Kunwu clan must be exterminated. The Wise Snake tribe shall be exterminated. The barbaric bulls will be exterminated. The crocodile clan shall be exterminated. There will only be one voice in the barbarian region. Roar. The barbarian region's #1 tiger was full of energy. He was calm and hot-blooded as he slowly made a declaration. Finally, he raised his head and let out a huge roar. The sound reverberated through the sky. A powerful aura spread out, and a storm swept through the entire area. The group of tiger race members, who had been talking with their blood boiling, let out a loud roar. The weak immediately became paralyzed. Even the strong ones did not feel good and felt stifled. If you want to talk, then talk properly. They were trembling all over. He was so excited that he couldn't control his emotions. Excitement and hot-bloodedness shot up with a whoosh. Why are you suddenly shouting so loudly? He didn't even tell her in advance. They were not prepared at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the person standing in front of them was the #1 expert of the tiger tribe, they would have wanted to whip it if it was another tiger. After a long while, they gathered their scattered hot blood and continued to be excited. He had to be excited. Look at what the first tiger said. It was about to break through. The current first tiger was already at the peak of 9th grade king realm. If he were to break through, he would be at the legendary venerable sovereign realm that had not appeared in the barbarian region for thousands of years. At that time, under the leadership of the first tiger, the tiger tribe would sweep across the entire barbarian region. All the places in the land of the berserkers were the hunting grounds of the tiger tribe. All the treasures belonged to the tiger tribe. As the higher-ups of the tiger clan, the benefits they could obtain were undoubtedly the greatest. At that time, there would be no doubt that he would be able to improve. The first tiger breakthrough. It was a good thing for his family and himself. They couldn't help but be excited. Roar, roar. Loud roars began to rise and fall. A dry and hot aura circled in the sky above Heavenly Tiger Mountain and did not dissipate for a long time. New Zin Era 576. Dawn Holy Land. The Dawn Holy Land of the Overwatch Secret Realm Xia Clan. An earth-shattering event happened. The Zayuan forefather, who had just broken out of the seal, and the Menji forefather, who had been protecting him, had both disappeared. It was too sudden. The old ancestor didn't tell anyone where he went. All sorts of speculations spread throughout the Holy Land. Among them, the one that most people agreed on was that the patriarch went to the succubus race or the tiger race. After all, these two clans had the deepest grudges with the Xia clan and were the biggest threats. And they knew very well that the old ancestor had broken out of the seal because he did not have much time left. In the last moments of his life, he was bound to do something. Given his personality, there was a high possibility that he would pay with his life to severely injure the utmost beings of the tiger race or the succubus race. A wave of grief rose in the Holy Land. The old ancestor, the ancestor who had protected the Xia clan for hundreds of years, had finally reached this point. And they were powerless. Get out. The ancestor has already done everything he could. No matter what the result is, our Xia clan will never be at peace again. After staying in the Holy Land for so long, I'm sure everyone's hearts must be tired. Let's go out and have some crazy time. Kill, said one of the patriarchs, his voice filling the entire Holy Land. It was cold and it was a suppressed madness. No one objected. After leaving the sacred land, with the old ancestors' end approaching, this was something that had been put on the agenda for a long time. Now, it had only been brought forward by a dozen years. On this day, the door to the Holy Land opened. The Xia clan's countless geniuses, who should have died in various ways in the young heroes' biographies, had returned to their respective families. However, many people had returned, and they were no longer the youths they once were. With their return, a turbulent undercurrent surged throughout the entire Xia clan, as well as the surrounding clans. The nearby clans that had some friction with the Xia clan could keenly smell a murderous aura. The demonic geniuses of the Xia clan had long been bored to death in the Holy Land. Moreover, many people received bad news the moment they returned. The people they cared about in the family had died on the battlefield. They were the ones who had returned as experts. One could only imagine how they felt when they saw such a scene. Only by killing them ruthlessly could they resolve the hatred in their hearts. These small clans won't have any chance of uniting. On the contrary, they will pounce on the Xia clan and tear off a piece of meat from them after they are defeated. So let's kill to your heart's content. Let's just treat it as a celebration before the war. An old ancestor passed down the word that the returning geniuses of the Xia clan were not prohibited from taking action. So what if he provoked more enemies? The life and death of the Xia clan would have nothing to do with these small clans. They couldn't decide anything, not even qualified to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was still a possibility of killing inborn and even half-step kings. However, at the level of half-step unrivaled king and true king, apart from opponents of the same level, weaklings didn't even have the qualifications to approach the battlefield between them. The Xia clan's holy land had a veteran true king to hold the fort this time. Their eyes, these tribes without true kings were just small tribes that could be exterminated at any time. It was foreseeable that in the future, when the Xia clan fell, these other clans would respond to the call of the Tiger clan and the Goblin clan, and their hands would be stained with the blood of the Xia clan. Now that he had taken action first, he could take revenge in advance. With the Xia clan's current situation, so what if he went crazy? Kill him until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. Kill him until his blood waves reach the heavens. The land of pigs, the succubus race, 13 years. There are still 13 years. Now we can start preparing to open up the passageway from the land of pigs to the Xia clan. 10 years later, gather all the elites of the clan and set off with me. A deep demonic sound exploded in the sky above the succubus race's land. The succubus race experts raised their heads. The corners of his mouth split open and a smile appeared on his face. Ying was finally ready to set off. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The library pavilion. Even though the situation outside was changing, it was still calm here. Zhao Yuling hasn't been back in a while. It was obvious that her disciple's sudden outburst had greatly boosted her self-confidence, and she was now full of energy. He didn't know how long this cheat could last. He sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. The little jerk had just eaten a handful of dog food and was also digesting it. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. With a creak, the door of the library pavilion was opened. Lin Zuling, who was dressed in martial attire, slowly walked in. The fiery red armor covered her entire body, and there was a long sword at her waist. The energy of the new moon passed through the golden phoenix, and the cold light shone on the iron cloak. After not seeing her for a few years, she had become even more heroic. Each and every one of his actions carried the air of an army. Brother Chu, Lin Zuling opened her mouth. Her tense face melted like ice and snow and bloomed. He revealed a relieved smile like an old father and nodded. The little girl was growing well and showed no signs of being wronged. Very good. However, this girl didn't even remove her armor when she got home. That wasn't good. Before he laughed, he had a solemn look on his face. It was clear that he had something on his mind. What's wrong? What's troubling you? He pulled a chair over and sat down. Brother Chu, the Xia clan is in big trouble. Lin Zuling's voice was heavy. The ancestors' whereabouts are unknown. The seniors in the clan said that he might have gone to the Tiger clan or the Succubus clan to do his last bit. No matter what the result is, the Xia clan will be in great trouble and will face a life and death crisis. Old ancestor, that old man. Chui's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, he didn't tell you where he went. The patriarch didn't tell anyone about his trip this time, so I naturally didn't know about it. Lin Zuling shook her head. He nodded. It seemed like the old man didn't inform Lin Zuling in advance that he would be coming here. In fact, according to normal human relationships, if one wanted to ask for help, they would usually bring along people who were related to the other party. However, for some reason, the old man did not do so. This made Chui's impression of him improve. If he had brought Lin Zuling along, Chui would not have liked him. The two sides would not have had such a pleasant conversation. Don't panic about this matter. The old man is blessed by the heavens. Perhaps things are not as bad as you think, Chui said. He wasn't just comforting her. According to what he sensed, after the luck spread outside of Forest City, a secret realm was opened and the old man and his disciple fell in. At that time, they were surrounded by luck and it was only second to his level. This time, it was probably a blessing to enter. That secret realm was their chance. Lin Zuling and Chui conversed for a while and then left. She came to see Chui as soon as she came out of the Holy Land. According to her, she was going to the Dog Fang clan's territory, which had been destroyed, and kill all the experts there. Reporting to the Southern Army, the spirits of the 100,000 undead in heaven. This time, her strength had improved again compared to 10 years ago. She was now a second-level king, and she had comprehended the killing move that Chui had taught her. She was confident that she could take on 3 half-step unrivaled kings and kill them all. It seems like the world is going to be lively. Chui took out a pot of tea, took a sip, and sighed. However, at the moment, the commotion had yet to spread to the inner regions of the Xia clan, where Lin City was located. It's time to prepare for the breakthrough. He had no intention of joining in the fun. He began to prepare for the breakthrough. His cultivation level was already at the Great Circle of rank 4. He had also accumulated many years of foundation. However, he felt that it was not enough. He had to be safe and make sure nothing went wrong. In 22 years, he would complete a 100-year consecutive check-in and receive an additional reward, a super check-in opportunity. He felt that he could accumulate his foundation until then. Let's see if the reward will be of any help to him. The more luck there is in the place you check into, the more generous the rewards will be. He took out the demon-suppressing pagoda. He had yet to find a place in the Xia clan's territory that was blessed with heaven-defying luck. Currently, the place with the strongest luck was Lin County. The effect of one golden dragon of fate could be seen with the naked eye, but it was not enough. Therefore, he wanted to create a place with a stronger fate. This matter just happened to fall on the demon-suppressing pagoda, suppressing the evil spirits of living beings that were tainted with countless vengeful souls and condensing fate energy. He got up and picked up the sleeping turtle. Where could he go to find living beings with high cultivation levels and vengeful spirits? He had already thought of it. He couldn't be too far away, so as not to delay the time of continuous check-in. Therefore, this matter could only be carried out within the Xia clan's territory. He looked at the familiar river. The drowsy-eyed little jerk who had just been woken up shook his head and woke up instantly. What was going on? Throwing it into the river again. It didn't do anything wrong. He didn't grow up. It didn't want to. Don't be a wandering bastard. The little jerk slipped out of Chuhi's hands and reached out his claws to grab Chuhi's thigh. A pair of beady eyes looked at him pitifully, and a small teardrop condensed in the mist. Chuhi lowered his head and was speechless. What was this bastard thinking? All right, this time I'm not here to ask you to take a stroll in the river. I have something to do. Chuhi kicked it away. Not here to throw it. That's good. The little jerk got up from the ground and followed behind Chuhi with an excited expression. The sadness he felt earlier was swept away as if it had never existed. Chuhi brought the little bastard with his hands behind his back. He was holding a fishing rod and a sack as he walked in the water. One step covered 10 miles, relaxed and carefree. He spread out his mental power and scanned the river with him as the center. As soon as they found an existence at the Xianshan 9th stage full of evil chi, they would directly throw the fishing rod at it. The fishhook crossed the distance of space and caught a large snake that was eating. He looked at the long fish line that led to an unknown place, shining with a cold light. There was also a foreign object that was suddenly stuffed into its mouth. The python was dumbfounded. There was a row of question marks on his head. Then before it could react, the fishing line trembled and an irresistible force came over. The snake was pulled by the fishing line involuntarily. It was panicking. It wanted to struggle, but to its despair, it realized that all its actions were in vain. Squeak. The little jerk was swimming in the water, playing in circles to amuse himself. However, when he saw the big snake that Chuhi had caught, he stopped in his tracks and his beady eyes suddenly widened to the point that they almost popped out. A loud cry. Its body suddenly enlarged, and with a whoosh it rushed toward the big long snake. This aura. The giant snake looked at the terrifying golden king turtle that had suddenly enlarged and released an aura that made its soul tremble. Its eyes turned red and it set off waves that came crashing down on it with an earth-shattering force. He was stunned. What was going on? This was the first time they had met. Even if he had an appetite, this bastard didn't need to look at him like that. That was definitely a look of hatred, a life-and-death feud. The python shook its head with all its might. Mina, you've got the wrong snake. We're not familiar with each other and have never met each other. Don't come over. The snake trembled and tried to escape. However, it realized in despair. Its body was still being pulled forward and it could not retreat at all. It could only watch helplessly as a giant claw came for its head. This claw carried a terrifying power that even caused a storm in the water of the deep river. This claw was so powerful that it made the snake's heart tremble. This claw was fatal. What are you doing? At the critical moment, a calm voice rang out. A huge palm cut across and blocked the terrifying giant claw. The python, which thought that it was going to die, was first stunned, then delighted. It was obvious. A senior expert had made a move when he saw injustice. In the past, it hated people who meddled in other people's business. All it wanted to say now was, good job. This damned bastard, relying on his own strength to bully the weak, extremely shameless. It wanted to complain to the senior. The big snake's eyes turned, but it couldn't see where the senior expert was for a long time, until it passed the golden turtle's huge body. Only then did he see a human holding a fishing rod. The scene of her graceful and ethereal figure in the water, where the water automatically parted, was shocking. This clearly indicated his identity. This was an expert. Wait a minute. An expert, human. Something seemed to be wrong. Take a closer look. Wasn't the long line that had pulled it over step by step in the hands of that human, so it had been pulled over by this human expert. Then why did this human save him just now? Or was it another senior who saved him? All kinds of sudden twists and turns caused the python's mind to fall into chaos. So what the hell was going on now? Big snake, long, not a good thing, kill it. The tortoise that was restrained by Chuhi shrunk and scurried to his side. It pointed its claws at the confused snake and spoke in a cute and fierce tone. Chuhi was speechless. This bastard was quite vengeful. He had been tricked by a big black snake once, and now he had such a big reaction when he saw a snake. There's no point in killing it like this. I'll keep it for you. If you need anything in the future, you can beat it up. Chuhi did not care about the little jerk. He put the trembling snake into the heaven and earth bag and continued moving forward. But on the way, the little turtles stared at the cloth bag with a murderous look, their beady eyes refusing to move away. Chuhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "This bastard could be quite stubborn at times. Stubborn." The little jerk thought about it and felt that it made sense. Moreover, if it didn't look away, it seemed like something was wrong with its master's eyes. Finally, it shifted its gaze away. Chuhi continued to fish in the river with it. As an expert in fishing, he was very skilled. If one wanted to catch a Xianshan 9th stage expert, the one they caught would definitely not be at the Xianshan 8th stage, and it was very fast. In just over 10 hours, Chuhi had swept through the Blue Rivers branch in Lin County. As long as they had reached the 9th stage of the Xianshan realm, Chuhi would be able to fish up all the mutants who had a lot of evil blood chi. With the addition of 2 half-step king warriors, Chuhi's harvest this time was not bad. However, Chuhi was not satisfied with the quality. However, it didn't matter. He had already expected this. He had also thought of a solution. This was also the reason why he had brought the little jerk out. Chuhi found a river near Forest City. He had set up a secret technique to separate it from the outside world. Then he poured out everything from the heaven and earth pouch, except for the 2 half-step king realm beasts. That's right, he wanted to be a fisherman. He wanted to artificially raise the level of these captured mutants and then suppress them. This didn't require much of a price. Chuhi did not want to nurture these mutants well. He did not need to build a foundation for them. He just needed to pull up the seedlings to help them grow. The speed of growth would not be on the same level if he was raised at home and injected with hormones. Chuhi took out a bottle of king-level elixirs and dissolved them in his palm. Then, he scattered them into the bodies of the Xianshan 9th stage mutants. When he pointed his finger at them in the end, he gave them a cultivation technique that could be completed quickly. "You stay here and watch them cultivate. Don't let them fight," Chuhi said to the little jerk. None of these beast race members were easy to deal with. Their bodies were filled with monstrous ferocity and bloodthirsty aura. None of them were easy to deal with. If he didn't watch out, it was easy to cause trouble. He had thought that the little jerk would pester him pitifully for a while longer. He didn't expect it to nod so readily this time. Chuhi was deep in thought. "Don't even think about touching those snakes," he warned. "If something happens to them when I come back, you won't be able to eat the golden dog food for a year." The little jerk's head drooped down and he nodded weakly. Chuhi glanced at it worriedly before turning around and leaving. He returned to the library pavilion. It was around 2 in the morning, and the system check-in had also been refreshed. Chuhi casually checked in. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing the contract. Reward, a bottle of boundless pill." It was a bottle of pills that could be used by venerable sovereigns. It was not bad, but it was not a pleasant surprise. Ever since Chuhi had checked into the demon-suppressing tower, although he was still surrounded by fate, the items he obtained from checking in had returned to normal. They were no different from the blessings of fate. After finishing his card, Chuhi began to consider where to set up the demon-suppressing pagoda. Chuhi didn't feel good about leaving it in the library with a group of demons and ghosts. It would affect his mood if he looked at it. Therefore, he decided to leave it outside. The area outside the library pavilion was rather spacious. Chuhi took a glance. He waved his hand. The demon suppression tower landed under a willow tree. Chuhi walked over. With a thought, the demon-subduing pagoda opened, and he stepped in. The first level was a huge space. As far as the eye could see, blood-colored waves were surging, and copper pillars with chains stood in the middle of the waves. Chuhi poured down the heaven and earth cloth bag in his hand. The 2 huge creatures fell out. One was a giant crocodile, and the other was a mountain-like beast that looked like a hippopotamus and was the size of a small mountain. As soon as they came out of the heaven and earth pouch, they immediately went into a defensive stance. Like a hen with its spikes on its back, they stared at Chuhi with vigilance and intense fear in their eyes. However, they only dared to use their murderous gazes and didn't dare to move. They were deeply aware of how terrifying the human who did not reveal a single trace of aura was. The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. There was no other possibility of charging forward except death. Chuhi didn't care about their gazes and waved his hand. In the blood-colored waves, the chains on the 2 nearest copper pillars flew out with a whoosh. They wrapped around the 2 giant beasts at an extremely fast speed and dragged them to the copper pillars. They were inside the demon-suppressing pagoda, and Chuhi was holding the fort. They could only let out indignant roars and could not resist. "Senior of the human race, please spare my life. I'm willing to submit." The giant crocodile cried out and begged for mercy. The blood-colored wave charged over, causing it to feel as if its body and mind had suffered a bone-scraping pain. Chu-hee was unmoved. He didn't need a subordinate of this level. Senior, I was wrong. He was really wrong. Give me one more chance and spare me. I swear that I will never lay my hands on the people of the Great Zia again. I won't dare to do it again. The beast wailed in pain and began to beg for mercy. It thought that Chu-hee had come to find it because it often plundered the Blue River and treated humans as snacks. Same here, same here. The giant crocodile saw that Chu-hee was unmoved by its submission and quickly roared to express its stance. Chu-hee did not care about them. Instead, he closed his eyes and used his heart to feel it. Every time the blood river washed over the giant crocodile and the giant beast, it would scrape off a layer of evil blood chi, which would then merge with the blood river. At the same time, a trace of mysterious power would be extracted from the two beasts and merged with the copper pillar, which was then converted and absorbed by the demon-suppressing tower. Chu-hee opened his eyes and touched his chin, deep in thought. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Chu-hee fished in all the rivers in the Zia clan's territory. He had also encountered many foreign tribes who had been killed by the Zia clan and had fled into the territory of the Zia clan, trying to stir up trouble. He had also taken them in. The first floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda was already very lively. After entering, there were all sorts of things. The voices rose and fell. Curses and pleas for mercy rang out incessantly, and there were even some of the non-humans who wanted to die. The demon suppression tower was shining in the snow. The willow tree next to it was swaying in the snow. The green leaves on it were very eye-catching in the snow. Brother Chu, it's so strange. The babies born in the Lin family and Lin City in the past 2 years are generally quite talented, and there are even a few prodigies. Chu-hee and Zhao Yuling were lying on the recliner. They were holding books, drinking tea, and bathing in the snow. Zhao Yuling suddenly spoke and looked at Chu-hee with a strange expression. She had a feeling that these changes were related to Brother Chu. Lin City must have undergone some changes that she was not aware of. In the past few years, after her epiphany disappeared, her condition of teaching disciples had declined again, which made her feel very bad. Therefore, after sensing the changes in Lin City, she moved the entire White Imperial Palace to Lin City a few months ago. It was only a wall away from the Lin Manor. Come over and bask in the glory. She couldn't teach her disciples well, but she could bring them along to take advantage of the opportunities. As a master, this should be considered a pass, and that was indeed the case. After moving to Forest City, her disciples' condition had improved a lot. Moreover, she had a feeling that the state of enlightenment she had experienced 3 years ago was showing signs of returning. With the revival of spirit chi, a great war is coming, Chu-hee said casually. A world of great struggle. Zhao Yulin furrowed his eyebrows. Just from the name, one could tell that this was a very important and complicated matter. An expert like Little Chu's brother would be willing to stay in a small place like Lin City. Could it be that they were waiting for this so-called Great War? So the starting point of all this was at Lin City. That's why Brother Chu came here in advance to wait. Zhao Yuling's thoughts flew, and she thought of many things in an instant. She really could not understand why Chu-hee had to stay in the Lin family's ordinary library. He stayed there for decades. It was almost time for class. With a mind full of worries, Zhao Yuling climbed over a few walls and went to her white-robed imperial palace encampment. Chu-hee stood up and stretched. Then he took a step and disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in his fish farm. The Golden King 8 revealed its true form. At a glance, it was like a golden mountain. Its aura spread out and suppressed the entire scene. 3 years had passed, and it had been trained to be a qualified fish farm supervisor. All the alien races in the fish farm trembled under its aura and didn't dare to have any thoughts, because there was a role model. In this huge fishing ground, in a corner that they had deliberately distanced themselves from, more than 20 big snakes lay there, looking as if they had lost all meaning in life. Its long tongue was sticking out, trembling. A small meal a day, a big meal every 3 days. The group of snakes really didn't understand. What kind of enmity did this bastard have with them? There were so many alien races in this fishery. Why did it keep staring at the snake? We don't know each other. Snakes didn't like to eat turtles either. Besides, if there's really a life and death feud between us, please give us a quick death. It was too much torture for the snake to be hung up and beaten and played like this every day. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the courage to commit suicide, they really wanted to bite their tongues to commit suicide. This bastard was too much. At the beginning, it was still fine. At most, he was beaten up and only physically tortured. However, after a few years of training, the bastard had become more and more skilled at playing with snakes. He could even play with new tricks now. The group of snakes was being tortured physically and mentally. He had truly experienced what it meant to be better off dead, and every day felt like a year. Chu-hee's eyes swept across the group of snakes. He was speechless. A few years had passed, and the number of snakes here had only increased, not decreased. Under the hospitality of that beastard, even if he injected hormones, the snake still couldn't reach his standard and get out of here. Whoosh. As soon as it saw Chu-hee, Big Turtle shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it quickly scurried in front of Chuhi. It wagged its tail and stretched its head out with a face full of anticipation. Chuhi took out a handful of royal dog food. This beast started eating too much dog food, and he felt like he was becoming more and more like a husky. The little jerk put the royal dog food into his turtle shell, his face full of satisfaction. Chuhi took out his heaven and earth cloth bag. The group of demonic humans retreated in unison. My cultivation isn't good enough. It's getting worse. Chuhi shook his head. The group of demonic humans lowered their heads. He cursed in his heart. Whoever put in the effort to cultivate would be an idiot. They had seen with their own eyes that the previous few times, those who wanted to break through the realm and fight together had all failed. The most successful time was when two idiots advanced to the true king realm and brought a group of half-step unrivaled king tiers to surround the stupid turtle. They hammered the turtle with their hammers, but they couldn't even break a single layer of the turtle's shell. In the end, they wanted to get out first, but they found that they couldn't break through this cage world no matter what. Then they were suppressed by the human who rushed over in front of them with a flip of his palm, and they were caught into the cloth bag without any resistance. There's a high chance that they're already on the table. I heard that humans are best at cooking, steaming, frying, and frying. There were many tricks. Even though their lives were dark and they couldn't see the path ahead, they were still in a daze. But he didn't want to be made into a dish. It was better to live than to die. They weren't like the group of giant snakes that were constantly being massacred. They were living pretty well now, but they might die quite miserably. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would naturally know what to choose. Cultivation did not exist. He closed his eyes and curled up his body, pretending to be under the turtle's gaze. It would be strange if there was any improvement. If possible, they all wanted to take a few steps back. In the past, when he had just been captured, he felt that his cultivation was very fast, just like those who were already at the table. He also had his own ideas. However, ever since they saw that human catching the king as if he was catching a chick, they had no more thoughts. So what if he cultivated quickly and became powerful? It was still the same. Finally, he was caught and placed on the dining table. Chuhi glanced around indifferently. The situation of the alien race was clear to him. These guys, even the medicinal power that was injected into their bodies last time was only being digested naturally. Most of it had dissipated, and they did not take the initiative to cultivate at all. Good fellow, he dared to dawdle. He was quite bold. Chuhi made a move and grabbed a member of the alien race who looked like a jackal. This was a Dog Fang Clan Xiantian 9th stage. The energy on his palm was boiling, as if it had turned into a golden flame. The Dog Fang Clan Xiantian lord was killed in pain. From now on, I'll come here once every half a month. This will be the outcome of the weakest person, Chuhi said indifferently. The group of foreign races had a change of expression as they looked at each other. They were considering who to push out to die first. You watch out. Whoever dares to bully the weak, beat them to death. Show me your best skill. Chuhi said to the little bastard behind him. The little jerk nodded to show that he understood. The demonic human's expressions turned even uglier. They had seen the little jerk's skills every day. That was simply not a tortoise. From now on, the one with the highest cultivation base can stay here. Work hard and do your best. As long as you maintain your first place, who knows, you might be able to fight your way out of here one day. After the punishment was given, he had to give them some benefits. After all, they had to work hard to cultivate and grow, so he had to give them some light. A club and a sweet date, two-pronged approach. Chuhi took out a lump of gold and refined it into an exquisite token in his palm. He used his fingers as a sword and wrote on it, a death exemption medallion. 4 large words appeared on it, bold and powerful with a sharp edge. With a wave of his hand, the medallion flew to the alien with the highest cultivation base. It was a big goldfish. It was nearly 10 meters long and 3 meters tall. It was a building. As long as you can keep this token, one day, when your cultivation is high enough, you will be able to break out of this cage. Chuhi spoke with encouragement. We martial artists must have the heart to defy the heavens. This small cage is the test of your path to defy the heavens. It's a success. The sea is vast and the sky is high. You can breathe the air of freedom. Moreover, you'll also be able to bring your efforts out of here. When the time comes, you'll be the leader of the river. You'll be able to call the wind and summon the rain and become a king or ancestor. Chuhi poured out a bowl of chicken soup. Holding the death exemption token, the goldfish's breathing was rapid and its eyes were firm. Its 2 long golden whiskers swayed left and right, showing that it was very excited. Well said. As long as it could keep the death exemption medallion, it would be able to break out of the cage one day. At that time, it would make the arrogant humans regret. Its eyes were filled with hope. It felt that it could finally see some light in its dark life. You all have a chance. Good luck. Chuhi gave an encouraging look to all the alien races. The harvest this time could be delayed, and the next time there should be a wave of small drops. Chuhi put away the heaven and earth cloth bag and stepped out of the fishery. Since the one he raised at home wasn't mature enough, then he should go and hunt in the wild. Chuhi had time. It was winter, so he would just treat it as a fitness exercise for the elderly. Only by being active could one live longer. This was the secret. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely strolled in the sky, a cloth bag in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. The stars in his eyes hung upside down, and his mental power spread out like an invisible net. Wherever the blood chi was thick, he would throw the fishing rod. He was an expert in fishing. Northland County. This place was separated from the border by 2 counties. In the past, no matter how intense the war between the Xia clan and the foreign tribes was, it would never affect this place. Large groups of alien races couldn't enter, and small groups wouldn't dare to come in unless they didn't want to live anymore. Therefore, apart from the fact that every 10 years, the major martial arts families and sects had to voluntarily send troops to the border, the internal affairs had been peaceful for hundreds of years. But now, the Xia clan declared war on all the small and large clans at the border, and they fought until their heads bled. There were already many small clans that had their experts killed by the Xia clan's heaven's favorites. A clan without experts was no different from being exterminated. Those exterminated foreign races were being chased everywhere. In order to take revenge, many foreign races had joined forces and infiltrated the Xia clan's territory. If he couldn't defeat the Xia clan's experts, he would look for the Xia clan's underlings. This was their goal. In the past, he had not completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Xia clan, so he still had some scruples. Now, all of his apprehensions were gone. They would enter the Xia clan and kill until their blood flowed like a river. At this moment, in a small town in the Northland County, the prosperity of the past was gone, leaving behind a scene of devastation, and a pungent smell floated in the air. A group of young men and women in white robes with long swords on their backs appeared. When they saw the situation in the field, their expressions turned ugly. "We're late," the leading young man sighed. "It's indeed a little late, but don't worry. We're waiting for you." "You must be touched," a gloomy and awkward voice sounded. The group of young men and women's expressions changed, and they quickly leaned back and took a defensive stance. Shua, Shua, Shua. A group of large black frogs jumped out in a few steps. They held long spears in their hands and surrounded a group of young men and women. The demon frog race still has a commander-level existence. The leading youth's expression became extremely solemn. His gaze went around the ordinary demon frogs and looked at the top of a big tree. There was a dark green demon frog with an evil light. It was sitting on a big tree branch with its front paws. Its right paw was on its left paw, and it was shaking. The corner of its mouth was raised, and its eyes were looking down with interest. This was not the main point. The main point was that it was wearing a black battle robe with the word handsome printed on it. That was the demon frog race, Xianshan 9th stage, the symbol of a commander-level expert. The aura on its body was restrained, and it was impossible to tell how strong it was. However, the young man knew that he was in big trouble the moment he saw the battle robe. The demon frog race had a strict hierarchy. If one wasn't the commander, they wouldn't dare to wear the commander's robe. That would be blasphemy against the commander and would be unforgivable by the race. They would die an ugly death, very young. With such a cultivation, he must be a genius of the Xia clan. The demon frog commander jumped down from the tree and spoke in the Xia clan language. It raised its head and sized up the young man and woman. He nodded, satisfied with his gains this time. "I'm going to capture you and slowly play with you to death, to resolve the hatred in my heart." Its tone was cold and filled with hatred. "I'll hold it back. You guys try your best to break out of the encirclement. Don't worry about me." The young leader's face was solemn, and he revealed a determined look. "Ha," Demon Frog laughed. "Stall me. You, a little master of Xianshan 5th stage, are also worthy. And I will let you experience the power of the Demon Frog race's commander. I'll let you know what a strong person is." The Demon Frog commander's aura spread out. His body moved without any wind, and his commander's robe fluttered. It raised its head and wanted to let out a loud roar to shock everyone. However, it suddenly felt that something strange was stuffed into its mouth. The roar that it was about to let out turned into a dull sound like a fart that was choked. What was going on? He could feel his own body involuntarily floating up into the sky. The Demon Frog commander was stunned. It just wanted to roar and show off the demeanor of an expert to shock the group of Xia clan youths. Why was it that when he opened his mouth, something strange would be stuffed into his mouth, and then his entire body would be pulled up into the sky? Something was wrong. Something was not right. Its body trembled violently. It wanted to go down, but it found that no matter how hard it tried, it could not go down. Instead, it was being pulled up into the sky at an even faster speed. It was extremely flustered. Its instinct told it that this was not a good thing. There was something terrifying ahead. It wanted to scream for help, but its mouth was stuffed full and it couldn't say anything. Demon Frog Minions, the group of young men and women of the Xia clan. In BSB, what was going on? Why was the Demon Frog commander being hung up? Where did that white string come from? A lot of question marks floated over their heads. What's that? Fishing line. You can also fish for toads. The two young men raised their heads and asked each other a question. Then they were even more confused. Suddenly, a fishing line appeared in the sky and caught the Demon Frog commander, who was at Xianshan 9th stage. They had never heard of such a thing. I've gained knowledge. This kind of thing happening on land was even rarer than someone being struck by lightning. No, he couldn't see her at all. One must know that the one that was caught was a frog commander of Xianshan ninth stage, not an ordinary fish or frog. It had intelligence, and it wasn't low either. Being able to learn the Xia clan's language while being at the Xianshan ninth stage meant that it was a proud son of heaven of the frog clan. It wouldn't be baited by something like bait. What's more, Xianshan ninth stage was already a top-level master without the help of those clan elders. Such an existence had unfathomable strength, and ordinary swords could no longer cause any damage to him. Even a half-step king could easily kill it, but capturing it alive without injuring it was impossible. But now, it was being hung in the air by a thin fishing line that came out of nowhere. It was beyond his imagination. Senior brothers, you might not know this when you were on the mountain, but I've heard about it when I was training at the foot of the mountain. In recent years, such things have been happening frequently in our Xia clan. A fishing line that appeared out of nowhere is used to catch alien races. There are rumors that this is the work of the Holy Land's guardian ancestor, but the matter is too outrageous. Although many people have spread the rumors, not many people have seen it with their own eyes, so not many people believe it. A young man seemed to have thought of something and said, at the same time, "Quick, save the Lord Commander." A demon frog reacted and jumped up, grabbing onto the leg of the frog commander that was still in the air. The other demon frogs also reacted one after another and jumped up in an uneven manner. However, the frog commander had been pulled up high and was far away. Most of the demon frogs couldn't reach it. Only a few frog generals managed to catch it and disappeared with the frog commander. The demon frogs that landed on the ground were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. The frog commander and the general in charge had been lured away. They did not know what to do next. He felt that his future was bleak and he was dumbfounded. It was so sudden. How strange. What happened? Kill, the leading youth of the Xia clan, regained his senses. He ignored his junior brother's explanation and swung his long sword, cutting a demon frog that had fallen to the ground into two. He could slowly listen to the story of the fishing line later and slowly be shocked and confused. Now all of Demon Frog's experts had been lured away. This was a good opportunity to turn the tables, so he naturally couldn't waste it. NBSB, the remaining young men and women reacted and suppressed the shock in their hearts. They also waved their swords and attacked the demon frog minions that were still in a daze. A bloody battle instantly erupted. Dozens of miles away, he was amused when he saw a bunch of black frogs that had been caught. Buy one get 20 free. How passionate. However, other than what he needed, the quality of the other gifts was too poor. The frog commander looked at the human figure who was floating in the air with a fishing rod and getting closer and closer. It realized that it was completely over and there was no chance of survival. It was actually the Xia clan's big shot. It was completely beyond its imagination. After it had forced itself to calm down, it had even thought about whether there was a powerful being who had taken a fancy to it and wanted to take it in as a servant. Or was there a big shot playing a game, and it had even prepared its lines to beg for mercy. However, he had never thought that it would be an expert of the Xia clan. If it was said that there was an expert in the Xia clan that could crush it to death with a single palm, it would completely believe it. However, a single thread was able to pull it from such a distant place to this place. This was not something an ordinary king tier could do. This was only possible if he was in existence beyond imagination. How could the Xia clan have such a powerful expert? He didn't dare to imagine it, but now it was a fact. The Xia clan. It was so FC-king magical. The frog commander was so aggrieved that tears were flowing out. In the past, it had only thought that the Xia clan was a small clan like them. Recently, the Xia clan had suddenly erupted and exterminated the surrounding clans. This was already beyond his imagination. Only now did he know that the Xia clan, which had been attacked from both the front and back for so many years, was actually so powerful. It was a large clan that had at least reached the 4th stage. This was already very impressive. However, it didn't expect that its imagination was still not enough. The Xia clan was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't know if he didn't come in, but he was shocked when he came in. Within the Xia clan's territory, he had only been wandering for a few days, and he had already met a Xia clan leader who was in existence beyond his imagination. The Xia clan. It was completely inhumane. If you guys were so powerful, you should have said so earlier. Why was he hiding it? He was so good at acting, and he acted as if he was really acting. A bunch of goblins. The frog commander shed tears and shook his back claws, trying to shake off the clansmen who were in his claws. Although the chances of escaping in front of such a big shot should be very low, everything had to be tried right, just in case. Unfortunately, a miracle did not happen. Even when it was caught by the human leader, none of its people could let go and fall down. It was as if an invisible force had firmly welded it. The frog commander's eyes were filled with despair, and the tears in his eyes flowed out in waves. The tears in its eyes were not tears that fell out of fear when it was about to face death. It was tears of collapse. The Xia clan, he was too cowardly. He stuffed the frog commander, who was wearing a battle robe, into the Kain Kun bag. Then he looked at a group of frog generals. It was so dark that he didn't even have the appetite to stir-fry it. He reached out and crushed them one by one, then casually threw them down. These guys had plenty of nutrients and could fertilize the land well. He did not throw dust at them and chose to recycle the waste. Planting trees and beautifying the environment, it was a duty bound. Patting his heaven-earth bag, Chewie continued to walk forward with his hands behind his back. In one day and one night, he swept through 5 counties. The next day, Chewie rushed back to Lin County when it was dark and gloomy. At midnight, before the check-in was refreshed, he returned to the library pavilion and checked in. Then he waited for another hour before checking in again. Obtaining 2 bottles of gold spirit jade milk in a row was also helpful to him at the current stage. Chewie was in a good mood. He took out his Kainkan bag and walked out. The harvest from this time's jungling was also good. Currently, the number of foreign races that had entered the Xia clan's territory was rather high. He had only gone 1 round within the 5 counties. He had gained more than 30 Masters of Xianshan 9th stage and a half-step King Warrior. He walked into the first level of the demon subduing tower. As soon as he entered, he heard all kinds of mixed ah-ah sounds which were unusually ear-piercing. "Be quiet, you can shout later." He snorted and said. The voice didn't sound loud, but in this noisy space, it was clearly transmitted to the minds of every alien race. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the group of foreign beings raised their heads. When they saw Chewie enter, their bodies trembled. They obediently shut up and trembled as they endured the physical and mental torture. Chewie took out all the half-step King Warriors he had obtained this time. In the sea of blood, a chain flew out from an empty copper pillar and tied it up. "Have you rested well? It's time to change." Chewie looked at a corner of the demon-suppressing pagoda that was not contaminated by the blood. "There's food and drinks and even pai gao." The group of non-humans who had been lying down and relaxing began to tremble violently upon hearing this. "No, don't." Some of them knelt on the ground and shook their heads. He looked at Chewie with pleading and pitiful eyes. "Don't you have seeking hammer? You've already rested for 3 days. It's our turn, my lord, it's my turn. Hurry, I can't take it anymore." In the blood river, a non-humankind being on a bronze pillar cursed. As it spoke, it looked at Chewie excitedly. Its huge body trembled, and it seemed to be impatient. Chewie nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 20 non-humans who were resting were dragged over by the chains that flew out of the blood river while they begged for mercy unwillingly. He waved his hand again, and another 20 alien races were chained up and brought to the shore. They lay on the ground and panted heavily. "Finally, I can finally rest again. It's too difficult." They revealed the joy of being reborn and were so excited that tears came out. The only hope for them to survive was to rotate every month. "Nah, this is for you. Have a good rest." Chewie walked over. With a flip of his palm, he took out a small mountain of meat, vegetables, melons, and fruits that he had collected outside. He also gave each of them a few pills that he had refined himself. In the demon suppression tower, these foreign races had worked hard, but they were treated well. Chewie was not black-hearted at all. The group of demonic humans knelt on the ground and thanked him. Chewie nodded. Now that the team was getting bigger and bigger, the expenses were also high, and he was also under pressure. Look, he's already starting to refine his own medicinal pills. However, although these guys are still alive, it seems like the things they produce are not as effective as before. I feel like I'm about to be squeezed dry. Chewie touched his chin and sensed in the direction of the 20 alien races who had just been tied up. They realized that the mysterious power that had been broken down was not even comparable to the half-step king that had just been captured. Strength is important, but so is the blood chi. He rubbed his chin with his palm and seemed to be in deep thought. The demon-suppressing pagoda suppressed the demon and transformed fate energy. This could be considered an alternative way of obtaining merit and luck. What was a devil? By the standard of the demon-suppressing pagoda, it had been contaminated with the resentment and evil aura of a large number of intelligent creatures. They would refine, torture, and punish the devils to produce their own luck. The baleful chi of each demon wasn't endless. As time passed, the amount of fate that could be produced would naturally decrease until it was completely drained. He pondered for a moment and thought of an idea. He took out his Kainkan bag and poured out 10 Xianshan 9th stage aliens. Then with a wave of his hand, a foreign being who had just been tied up was sent to him. "My lord, I'll do whatever you want me to do." It was a fox demon. Just as he was tied up, he was immediately put down again. This was the first one he had encountered since he entered the blood-colored space. He was the first one to receive such treatment. He was extremely excited. In the past, he had heard that many of the Xia clansmen liked the Fox clan. Because of this, the two sides often had disputes. He didn't expect that he would encounter it this time. If it was in the past, he would be extremely disgusted with such things. If he were to encounter them, either he would die or the entire Xia clan would perish. He would rather die than submit. But now, a year of torture. It had smoothened out his sharp edges, smoothened out his ambition, smoothened out his youthful blood, and made him no longer young. When such a thing really happened, he surrendered. Not only did he not have any thoughts of resisting, but he also took the initiative to lift his butt with a fawning smile. Chu-hi Kainkian. His lips trembled as he looked at the fox that was sticking out its butt. What the hell is this? What did this guy mean? He wanted to die? Who? Chu-hi made a move and slapped the fox, sending it flying back. The fox was imprinted on the bronze pillar and was then locked up. As expected of a vixen, what a slut. Chu-hi cursed his bad luck. She was a masochist. Frowning, he reached out and grabbed a stronger giant beast. After witnessing the fox's fate, the giant beast trembled and stood obediently at the side, not daring to speak. Chu-hi nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the stronger ones were more masculine. Kill these guys, be gentle. Slowly, one by one, Chu-hi pointed at the 10 Xiantian 9th stage masters who were lying on the ground in fear. This was his true goal. He wanted to see if the evil blood chi could be man-made. The giant beast was bewildered. However, it did not dare to be negligent. This Xia clan's big shot had a very strange personality. If it hesitated, who knew what consequences it would face? Giant Beast grabbed a Xiantian 9th stage expert on the ground and slowly crushed him to death as Chu-hi had said, one after another. Chu-hi's eyes flickered with a strange light. He saw that the evil blood aura on the giant beast's body, which was already very weak, had slowly grown. After the last Xiantian 9th stage expert was crushed into a meat pie, Chu-hi waved his hand and slapped the giant beast back to the bronze pillar while it was still in a daze. The chains clattered and tied it up. Chu-hi focused his senses. After the giant beast had been washed by the blood river, it realized that the mysterious power that had been washed out this time had indeed increased. Feasible, Chu-hi's eyes lit up. A golden fishing net appeared in his hand. The gears of time turned, and another 3 years passed. The Xia clan had also wiped out the surrounding clans with regards to this result. To be honest, the group of Xia clan's old ancestors were all dumbfounded. They had several meetings in a row. However, she didn't know what to say every time. In the span of 6 years, the Xia clan's borders were swept away without any obstacles. Even within the Xia clan's territory, there was only a little chaos in the first 3 years, and the subsequent years became more peaceful. Things were strange. Dai County Imperial City Meeting Hall. I've gone to the Tiger Tribe's territory several times and confirmed it again and again, but there was no movement. They must know about the changes in our Xia tribe, but they didn't have the slightest intention of stopping us. Even when we destroyed the 3 subsidiary tribes around them, no tiger came. This is not their style, a purple-robed, middle-aged man asked. His tone was filled with surprise. In the hall, the other Xia clan ancestors were also puzzled by his words. The Xia clan and the Tiger clan had become mortal enemies after the battle hundreds of years ago. If the strength of both sides were equal, it was still fine. The Tiger race would not act rashly, and they could still understand if they were a little more cautious. However, the current situation was that the Xia clan had not recovered, and the Tiger clan was even stronger than before. Under such circumstances, if the Xia clan were to decline bit by bit, it would be reasonable for the Tiger clan to tolerate it for the sake of the ancestor. But now, the Xia clan had suddenly erupted and expanded their territory by more than 20 times, showing signs of re-emergence. This kind of thing, it was absolutely impossible for the Tiger clan to tolerate it. No matter what, they would also come and interfere. They were the last people the Xia clan wanted to see when it rose again. However, the actual situation now was that the Tiger tribe was unmoved by this and did not even have the interest to come over and deal with it. It was even more impossible that the old ancestor had run to the Tiger tribe and used his life as the price to severely injure the #1 tiger in the barbarian region. They knew about the old ancestor's situation. He could only make a move once. If he had really found the #1 tiger of the barbarian region, he would have been dead by now, regardless of the outcome. Then the Tiger clan would have even less scruples. After all, the Xia clan had declined and their vitality had yet to recover. They had lost their most intimidating combat power, and the gap between the two sides was even greater. Yu Feng and I have carefully inspected the surrounding area, but we have not found any traces of the succubus race. We do not know where they are hiding, and it seems like they have no intention of showing themselves. A moment later, another patriarch spoke. Things were just so outrageous. With the sacred land's appearance, the patriarch's blood was boiling. They were armed to the teeth with all sorts of methods, and when they came out, they were filled with killing intent. They had been waiting. Even his heroic laughter before death was ready. The last words that were to be passed down through the ages were also written. However, in the end, they realized that the 2 tribes that they had always regarded as mortal enemies didn't even bother with them, although this was a good thing. But why did she feel empty in her heart? Forget about the Tiger clan. They had become stronger and arrogant, and now they no longer put the Xia clan in their eyes. This reason could barely be used to explain it. However, the succubus race, the ancestors of the Xia clan, the strange clan that had suddenly appeared in the barbarian region, were well aware of how great of a threat they were. By eating the souls of humans, he could quickly increase his strength. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for this clan to have any peace with the Xia clan. This was a natural enmity. This was also the reason why the Xia clan had to pay such a huge price to fight them to the death. But now, apart from appearing once a few decades ago, they had also disappeared without a trace. It was confusing. Stop, tell the younger generation to stop the war. No matter what the Tiger Clan or Succubus Clan mean, they really haven't come to find trouble with us. We'll have to change our strategy. Keep a low profile, digest the newly expanded territory, gather resources, and nurture the younger generation. An old ancestor spoke. The others all nodded in agreement. The small clans that had grudges with the Xia clan had basically been cleared out, and their territory had expanded to a large enough extent. Furthermore, they had not had the time to digest most of the small clans. If they continued to fight now, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. We still don't have any leads on the giant net. We can only guess that it has the same origin as the fishhook incident that happened 3 years ago. After settling the external affairs, they began to discuss the internal affairs of the Xia clan. In the past 3 years, the giant net has appeared frequently. Every time, it would capture all the foreign tribes that appeared in the Xia clan's territory. However, it is certain that it has never once attacked our Xia clan. Many of the younger generation are suspicious as to who is the one making the move. However, at our level, we should be able to understand how terrifying that technique is. It's not something that can be achieved at the level of king tiers. Even the old ancestors at their peak couldn't do it. This matter was even stranger. Although it was also a good thing, it was impossible to be completely at ease until the specific situation was clear. It was as if a sharp sword was hanging over his head. There's also Lin County. We can now confirm that there's a huge change happening. The babies born there are getting better and better with each year. It's much more refreshing to cultivate in there than outside. It's very helpful for breaking through. The master of the 2 little girls is certainly a powerful man, but he may not be as powerful as we think. He may be the first one to discover the secret of Lin County and benefit greatly from it. The 2 little girls are fated to be with him and benefit from it. Lin County is a secret place with a huge secret. The elders of the Xia clan fell silent again. He had come out of the sacred land this time in preparation for a great disaster. However, he didn't expect that before the disaster came, good news came one after another, and each one was better than the last. But each one was stranger than the last. They knew nothing about the reason. He felt baffled. They were not used to it. They couldn't understand the current world. Don't tell me that the heavens are on our side, an old ancestor asked in a bewildered tone. When the others heard this, they felt that it made sense. Today's situation was very similar to when they were young, the situation of the chosen ones. It was just magnified from an individual to a group. No matter what, there is always a reason for everything. Before this matter is cleared up, we cannot relax. The tiger race and succubus race still have to continue their investigation. As for Lin County, we can involve the main bases of the sects. The master hiding in the dark should be a human. The 2 girls don't want to talk too much about him, probably because he doesn't like to be disturbed. In that case, let's go along with his wishes to avoid becoming enemies. If it's not necessary, there's no need to test him. The patriarch, who was sitting on the main seat, paused for a moment before he continued with a serious expression. As for the matter of the giant net, let nature take its course. Don't try to investigate it by force. An existence of that level is not something we can provoke. Now that it is harmless to our Xia clan, this is the best situation. If we try to investigate it by force, it will cause unhappiness, and the consequences will be unpredictable. It will not be good. That existence is too unpredictable. We can't resist against good or evil. We can only bear it. The patriarch's voice was filled with helplessness towards the end. The library pavilion. He had been cleaning up the outside world for 3 years. He felt much more relaxed. The pent-up anger that he had accumulated for decades was swept away. He felt refreshed. As expected, the elderly still needed to exercise occasionally to benefit their body and mind. With a book in hand, he sat on the recliner. The dense branches and leaves of the willow tree blocked the sun from shining down from the sky. He began his leisurely and comfortable life again. After being wild for so long, he wanted to return to peace and be an honest man. To be an ordinary old man at the age of 98, reading books, basking in the sun, and cultivating for a while. It was a beautiful thing. Brother Chu, it's been a long time since I've seen you so carefree. Zhao Yuling climbed over the wall. When he saw Chu sitting there, his eyes lit up. He took a stool and a book and sat down as well. You little girl, why do you always like to copy me? Looking at Zhao Yuling, who was in the same position as him, Chu could not help but cast a sidelong glance and speak. Because it's comfortable, Zhao Yuling said with a smile. I don't know what's going on either. Usually I find it boring when I'm reading, but when I'm with Brother Chu, I feel very refreshed. Is that so, Chu? He laughed. Yes, Zhao Yuling nodded with certainty. At this moment, a figure in a fiery red dress walked over from afar. It was Lin Zuling. She stood in the distance and looked at the two chairs. The two of them, under the shade of the green, produced a very special and wonderful feeling of artistic conception. She was stunned for a moment and a little dazed. There was a different feeling in her heart. "Little Lin, you're back." It was not until a familiar voice rang in her ear that Lin Zuling came back to her senses. Yes, Lin Zuling nodded with a bit of restraint. In this situation, she felt that she had broken some kind of artistic conception. "Auntie, come and sit down. Let's read together." Zhao Yuling happily went in and took out another chair and a book to greet Lin Zuling. Lin Zuling smiled and nodded. She walked over, took the book, and sat down. "You're not wearing armor this time. Are you planning to rest at home for a while?" He sized up Lin Zuling and asked with a smile. "The great ancestors said that the expansion of our territory has come to an end. For now, our Xia clan has to keep a low profile." Lin Zuling nodded. "That's good too, you're such a worrisome girl. You've been running around all these years and your cultivation hasn't improved. You're also surrounded by foul qi. I should take advantage of this time to recuperate and get rid of the foul qi in my body. Then I'll raise my cultivation." He nodded. Right now, Lin Zuling's cultivation was only at second-tier King's Realm. Zhao Yuling, who had started cultivating much later than her, was already at fourth-tier King's Realm because she was always by his side. Moreover, because he often fought outside, his body was full of blood and evil qi, which was comparable to many great demons of other races in the demon-suppressing pagoda. This wasn't a good thing. If he didn't get rid of it, it would greatly affect his body. Lin Zuling nodded in agreement. Now the Xia clan was at peace. Everything was peaceful. Although her cultivation was considered one of the top in the Xia clan, and she had already been crowned as the emperor, she was still a junior in front of many old ancestors in the Holy Land. She had no experience in many matters that concerned the future of the clan. It was better to let the old ancestors make the decisions. As for those small things, they didn't bother her. The emperor of the Xia clan was only a symbol of honor for the true monarch. The true monarch did not need to personally manage the clan. Of course, if the true monarch really wanted to manage it, no one would say anything. However, apart from those who had a great desire for power, the true kings would not care about such things. Even the majority of half-step kings did not like to interfere in such matters. It was too much of a delay. The true monarch had a headache when he saw all the miscellaneous matters and trivial wrangles. He didn't even have the time to cultivate after dealing with them day by day, to be able to cultivate to the true king realm, who didn't have a different kind of obsession with the Tao of cultivation. None of them would give up their own cultivation to deal with miscellaneous affairs. As such, the daily operations of the Xia clan were usually managed by the half-step kings. Some of the specific implementation and management were managed by a group of people who did not have enough talent but had enough wisdom. In the following days, Lin Zuling peacefully stayed in the library. Every day, he would brew a pot of tea. The two of them would sit under the willow tree with a game of Go in their hands. They would play it for the entire day. Zhao Yuling would watch from the side. 3 whole months passed. Only then did he feel that a very thick layer of evil blood aura on Lin Zuling's body had been worn down, and there was not much left. He felt. After the rest of his cultivation, he could cultivate normally. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. He had been in the library pavilion for 85 years. He was 99 years old this year, and it would be his 100th birthday in a year. However, he was still young and full of masculinity. His vitality was also getting more and more vigorous by the day. In the past year, he had spent most of his time teaching the 2 little girls. However, that was only a form of relaxation. He had never slacked off on the accumulation of his foundation. After a year, it had deepened by another level. In fact, if he chose to break through at this time, there was a high possibility of success. But now that everything was fine, he did not want to take the risk. To him, that was unnecessary. He could still continue to accumulate his foundation. This way, the chances of failing the breakthrough would be much lower, and the benefits he could obtain after the breakthrough would be much greater. There was nothing to be anxious about. He was only 100 years old. Cultivation had to be done slowly, and it couldn't be rushed. You can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient. This year, Lin Zuling quietly stayed in the library and didn't go out. After she finished recuperating, her cultivation smoothly reached the 3rd level king realm. She had experienced a lot in the outside world, and this was also a kind of foundation. With enough energy, it would be logical for her to break through. If he treated her like a foreigner in a fishing ground and injected her with hormones, it was possible for her to directly break through to the 5th or 6th realm. However, that would hurt his foundation and would be disadvantageous to him in the future. That would be destroying his own Great Wall. He would not do that. Brother Chu, what is your cultivation level? 9th level Pinnacle King. Zhao Yuling, who was sitting on the recliner, couldn't help but ask again, her eyes shining. This question made her feel really uncomfortable. Right now, she was also at the 4th level of King Realm and was about to reach the 5th level. In the entire Xia clan, he could be ranked in the top 3. but even so, she still couldn't see through Chuhi's abilities. Furthermore, most importantly, her current strength was taught by Chuhi. Lin Zuling was also curious about this question. As her cultivation level increased, she became even more curious. She now knew what it meant to break through to the king tier directly, and she had done so at such a young age. "I'm just a little stronger than you guys, just a little," Chuhi said with a smile. "Come on, all of you, strive to reach my age and surpass me now." He took the opportunity to encourage her. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion came from outside of Forest City. A vast aura exploded like thunder and spread out at an extremely fast speed, shaking the world. Chuhi looked up, and there seemed to be stars flashing in his eyes. Chuhi retracted his gaze. His body, which had just sat up, lay back down again. He didn't intend to join in the fun. "Brother Chu, do you know what happened?" Zhao Yuling's eyes flashed as she asked curiously. "The prologue of the World War has begun." Chuhi answered casually in an enigmatic manner. Was it that mysterious world of war again? Zhao Yuling's expression turned serious when she heard that. What is the prologue to a great world war? Lin Zuling was very curious. Zhao Yuling pulled Lin Zuling back. After processing what Chuhi had told her, she expressed it in a more vague and mysterious way. "In short, this is a sign of the revival of a mysterious era, the opening of an unprecedented great era. Geniuses suppress the world, and demons are invincible in the world. This is the best era, and martial arts is shining brilliantly. This is also the worst era. Countless white bones are the stepping stones on the invincible path of geniuses and demons. The reason why little brother Chu has been staying here all this time is to wait for the start of the great era and seize the opportunity." Her face turned serious. This girl, who did he learn his eloquence and the ability to talk nonsense from? Chuhi was surprised. He had never said these words. As an old man, although he liked to speak in a profound manner and sometimes liked to make things up, he was usually very concise. He didn't have so much to say. "Is that so?" Lin Zuling's blood was boiling and her eyes were filled with battle intent. She was different from Zhao Yuling. She wasn't someone who could stay idle. He loved challenges. "Brother Chu, should we go now? We must seize the initiative." Lin Zuling raised her head and looked in the direction of the boundless aura. "You two go, I don't need it. This opening ceremony is not worth my time." Chuhi didn't want to correct her twisted thoughts and said indifferently. Lin Zuling nodded. She understood. The experts were all the finale. Just like in the Legends of Heroes, a great opportunity would definitely have many experts waiting in the dark. They would restrain each other until the final opportunity appeared. No one would dare to take the lead and expose themselves, causing a siege. At this time, it was the opportunity for the younger generation. The experts were the biggest target, so no one would care if they drank the soup. She said goodbye to Chuhi, pulled Zhao Yuling, and rushed into the sky. This secret realm seems to be quite interesting. The galaxy in Chuhi's eyes hung upside down. He crossed space and looked at the strange phenomenon outside of Forest City. This was the second time that the mystic realm had appeared. The first time he brought the old man who had visited him in. Chuhi had only cast his gaze over and glanced at him. After the secret realm closed, he did not force his way in to investigate. At that time, he had only caught a glimpse of the edge. There were some interesting trinkets inside. He had thought that it was a land of opportunities and inheritance. At that moment, the secret realm appeared again and was completely stabilized. Chuhi scanned the entire area. He discovered that it wasn't simple. It wasn't as simple as the inheritance secret plane. There were also strange things mixed in. Chuhi crossed the space and looked at a golden tower with a gaze that ignored distance. He went through it and looked at the strange source below the tower. It was a quiet spring that was suppressed by the entire golden tower. The spring water was like boiling water, rising and falling at the mouth of the spring. Wisps of ghostly chi escaped from it like hot air, but they were blocked by the golden tower and could not spread out. Chuhi looked over. Even though he was only looking, he could smell an unpleasant smell from a distance. This smell was even stronger and more unpleasant than the 5 half-step kings he had killed in the sky above Forest City. If the smell of the 5 aliens was dozens of pairs of black stockings that had been worn by the brawny man for a month, then this quiet spring was a few thousand pairs of black silk stockings that the brawny man had worn for a year. The smell was unpleasant. Even Chuhi felt suffocated just by looking at it. However, he didn't back down. He smelled a familiar scent. He looked down, and it was as if he had fallen into a well. His field of vision quickly descended, and all he could see was darkness and darkness. If an ordinary person had experienced this, they would have vomited immediately and might have fainted. However, Chuhi did not feel anything. He could even see everything clearly. In the end, his gaze came to the bottom of the spring, where the light was even more profound. In the huge underground spring, a ray of golden light swept across and saw everything. A dragon. There was actually a ferocious giant dragon coiled here. The light at the bottom of the spring, which was even more profound than the water of the serene spring, came from it. Its entire black body was coiled up in layers, filling the huge space at the bottom of the spring to the brim, without even a single gap. From the looks of it, if its huge body expanded completely, it could cover the sky and suppress the heavens. Chu-hee looked at the huge dragon head. At this moment, although the dragon's eyes, which were the size of a small house, were open, there was no fluctuation in them. The deep light was fixed and motionless. It was like the rolled-up eyes of a dead person, but it was dark black. However, Chu-hee was certain that the dragon was alive and not dead. Chu-hee could sense the fluctuations of life on its body. Therefore, the dragon had only fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was a habit, but its eyes were open even when it was sleeping. Chu-hee and the dragon's eyes met. The dragon did not seem to feel anything and did not move at all. Chu-hee, who was in the library pavilion, increased the concentration of his mental energy to sense and confirm. This dragon had just entered the venerable sovereign realm. No problem. He flipped his palm and the golden fishing net appeared in his hand. The familiar aura that Chu-hee had just sensed was coming from this dragon. It was baleful chi. To be able to exude fiendish chi from such a deep and thick spring water to the mouth of the spring, the density of the baleful aura on the dragon's body was obvious. When Chu-hee observed it at close range, the murderous aura was so glaring that it could impact his mind. This dragon was definitely an evil dragon. The killing intent on its body was greater than all the alien races in the Chu demon suppressing tower combined. This kind of concentration could only be obtained by slaughtering at least a few races. Everyone had the right to kill such a devil. Although Chu-hee was indifferent, he couldn't stand it. This dragon was going to surrender today. The golden fishing net flew out of his hand and expanded in the wind, tearing through the space. In the golden tower, the strongest ancestor of the Xia clan, Xia Yuan, was sitting cross-legged behind a giant golden door. In front of him was a pot of tea. He held a cup in his hand and slowly sipped it. In his eyes there was a deep worry, but there was an even stronger anticipation. He had already been waiting here for 6 years. He had also tasted tea for 6 years. In the secret realm, he and Mengyi had spent a year and obtained a lot of benefits before finally coming here. There was a shocking inheritance here. Originally, the two of them had come together to compete for the inheritance. But in the end, all the tests were avoided, and it was Mengyi who went in to obtain the inheritance. It was not that Xia Yuan was being modest. It was because he had been despised by a senior who only had a wisp of spiritual sense left. In the words of that senior, it was useless to pass on the inheritance to a body that was seriously injured and even had its foundation damaged. Xia Yuan was speechless. There was definitely unwillingness in his heart. However, it was still acceptable. The one who received the inheritance was his disciple. After drinking this pot of tea and consuming some of the elixirs that Mengyi had requested from that senior, he could hold on for a few more decades. By then, Mengyi would have grown up and become a pillar of the Xia clan. He would then be able to leave with no regrets and a more peaceful death. However, what he was worried about now was that his clansmen did not know about his disappearance for 7 years. They might think that he had gone to the Tiger clan or the Succubus clan to risk his life. Without him, when they felt danger, they might do crazy things. He could only hope that there was still hope. Those fellows could maintain their rationality and not be crazy enough to do things that touched the bottom line of the Tiger clan, just as Xia Yuan's thoughts were floating. With a loud bang, the golden door was opened. His eyes lit up and he stood up. "Master, I've done it." Mengyi walked out excitedly. "You two losers. I'm so angry. When you first entered this place, you were surrounded by fate energy and were on the verge of transforming into a dragon. I must have been blind to think that you were people with great fate. I let you enter this place and even skip the test. I'll give you the benefits directly. But I didn't expect that in just 7 years, all your luck has disappeared. It's even mixed with some bad luck. You look so unlucky. It's a waste. What's the matter with you two? I still don't know the reason. Did I take drugs? Also, I didn't hold it against you when I saw that you were so lucky. How did you two get in here?" Behind the open door, a skeleton stammered in a tone that made one's teeth ache. It looked very excited. Its bones were trembling, and it was obvious that it was in great pain. "Xia Yuan, hee-hee, Mengyi, hee-hee." They put away their excitement and looked at each other. He didn't know how to answer. They were all dumbfounded when they came here for no reason. As for the fate entangling, who knew how it had entangled them? However, since he had already gotten the benefits, he couldn't say anything to provoke Senior Skeleton, who was obviously not in a good mood. If you want to scold, then scold. After all, he was a person who got what he deserved. AI, the skeleton sighed. It contained a strong sense of depression and helplessness. "Little brat, I'll give you the inheritance. Our karma has been formed. Since you've taken the benefits, you'll naturally have to pay the price." "No problem," the skeleton stammered. Before the inheritance, it didn't say anything. Naturally, it wasn't because it saw that Mengyi and Xia Yuan were honest people. As an old monster, it was not that simple. It didn't say it before, but it said it now because it had a backup plan if Mengyi didn't agree. Naturally, Xia Yuan nodded. There was no such thing as free food. He naturally knew this. The moment he learned of the shocking inheritance, he was already prepared to pay the price. There was even the possibility that it was a trap. However, at that time, they had no other choice. Fortunately, the inheritance was real, and everything was normal so far. As for the price to be paid, this was already a good result that he had long accepted in his heart. No matter what, they had obtained the present benefits and could resolve the urgent need of the Xia clan. The skeleton nodded in satisfaction at Xia Yuan's tactfulness. This is the holy tower, and a great demon is suppressed under it. I hope you can come back and help me strengthen the seal when you reach the venerable sovereign realm. This is actually nothing to you, the skeleton said. But be quick, 100 years. You have to become a saint emperor within 100 years. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't try to play tricks. The inheritance I'm going to give you needs the help of something very important. Otherwise, you won't be able to live long even if you become a saint emperor. You'll know where the thing is when you come back, the skeleton solemnly warned. Don't mind me, this is just a little precaution. After all, I'm going to die after this. If I meet someone who doesn't keep his promise, I'll have regrets even if I die. The skeleton sighed. His voice was filled with helplessness. Xia Yuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment, but he did not show it. Instead, he nodded solemnly and looked at the skeleton with respect. All right, the secret realm has been opened. You can go out on your own. I should also die. It's not easy to hold on for so many years. The skeleton sighed, then tilted its head and stopped moving. The golden door began to close slowly. The bewilderment in the depths of Xia Yuan's eyes grew even more intense. This skeleton senior's remnant soul was destroyed just like that. It was too straightforward, and it was even done in front of them. He felt that there was a strong, deliberate taste. However, this was the skeleton's territory. Even if he felt something was wrong, he didn't dare to let Mengyi test the waters. Even his expression was full of respect as he faced the skeleton. FCK, what's that? However, just as the golden door was about to close completely, leaving only a tiny gap, it was quickly and heavily opened again with a bang. The skeleton, whose neck was already crooked, suddenly jumped up from the stone bench it was sitting on. Xia Yuan's body trembled. Even with his temperament, he was shocked by this sudden change. As if something important had happened, the skeleton did not care about the mood of Xia Yuan and Mengyi. Originally, it had expressed that it was only a remnant soul and that it would be difficult to move, but with a swoosh, it hurriedly flashed out of the golden secret hall. Which bastard is trying to lift my lid? Its figure went far away, leaving only an angry curse on the spot. Master, this senior looks like a cassia. Mengyi asked in surprise, but his mouth was covered by Xia Yuan. SHH, Xia Yuan put his middle finger to his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the place they were standing on shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Something big might have happened. Let's go out first. Xia Yuan spoke. Mengyi nodded, picked Xia Yuan up, and ran towards the exit. Boom, as soon as they got outside, they heard a loud noise. They saw a shocking scene. The golden tower was lifted up, and black water rushed up into the sky like a floodgate. The ground shook violently as if something was about to break out of the ground. Roar. A deafening roar caused the entire secret plane to shake violently. Who is it? Bastard, come out. Who broke my Wuji formation? The skeleton was growling and stammering, showing its extreme anger, but no one responded. The earth trembled even more violently. With a cracking sound, the mouth of the spring that was spewing black spring water continued to expand. Finally, with a sizzling sound, a huge dragon head was pulled out by a huge golden net. The awakened dragon kept roaring, and the sound formed a storm that swept through the entire secret realm. The golden net pulled the dragon out of the deep hole with the spring water. Don't come out, don't come out. The skeleton's stammering voice sounded like it was crying. It rode on the dragon's head and kept pushing down, trying to stuff it back in. However, it was useless. Although the speed at which the dragon was pulled out was not fast, it was very stable and was pulled out bit by bit. Who is it? Who is it that wants to go against me? Sheng Wuji, show yourself in the open. When the skeleton saw the golden net, it gritted its teeth and went up to tear it apart, but it was of no use. The dragon suddenly stopped roaring. It rolled its eyes and tried to look at Sheng Wuji, who was above its head. Ha, so you're not the one behind this. It seems that an expert has taken action and intercepted you. Sheng Wuji, to think that you would have such a day. The dragon opened its mouth, and its voice was loud and clear, creating a sonic boom. It was filled with ridicule. Silly dragon, what are you so proud of? Who did this to save you? They're all lusting after your body. Sheng Wuji laughed coldly. The huge dragon was stunned. That seemed to be the case. If they were going to save it, there was no need to trap it with something. They could just break the array and lift the tower up. Moreover, as a dragon, one had to know one's own limits. It asked itself those who it knew, who didn't hate it to the point of grinding their teeth. Saving it doesn't exist. Seeing it in trouble, not adding insult to injury was the best for it. That's still better than being in the hands of a shameless person like you. The giant dragon roared again, looking very embarrassed and angry. The top of its head suddenly split open, and with a poof, a thick column of liquid hit the skeleton standing on the dragon's head. With a clang, Sheng Wuji was sent flying. His skeleton body made a sound of metal hitting stone. He spun a few times in the air and fell to the ground. With a sizzling sound, its skeleton was corroded by the liquid spewed out by the dragon, and black smoke rose up like lightning. The dragon was stunned. It looked at Sheng Wuji, who was lying on the ground in surprise. Just this, it didn't seem to have expected that just a bubble of thick phlegm would be able to knock down this old undying man who was coveting its body. It seems that you've already reached the edge of your life. Then what are you still so arrogant for? The giant dragon snorted coldly with disdain. In this state, Sheng Wuji was nothing without the help of the formation. He was so arrogant and simply didn't know what to do. You even let that existence who secretly attacked you come out in the open. You simply don't know how to spell the word death. It seems that you've been here for too long and your head has problems. He's crippled. As the dragon spoke, it did not stop spitting out thick phlegm at Sheng Wuji, who was lying on the ground to finish him off. The thick phlegm it spat out was a form of attack. Wherever it passed, even the air was corroded, producing a sizzling sound. When it landed on the ground, a single drop of it could penetrate gold and crack rocks, corroding a huge hole in the ground. A long column was sprayed out, causing the ground to collapse. The entire secret realm was shaking as if it was about to crack. Xia Yuan Mengyi hid in the distance. When he saw this scene, his heart trembled. Quick, get out immediately, Xia Yuan spoke. It was easy for them to be affected by the aftershocks of the battle between existences of this level. Looking at the commotion, the entire secret realm was probably going to be destroyed. Mengyi nodded, picked him up, and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Loud sounds rang out behind him, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The entire secret realm was like waves rippling. Mengyi was extremely shocked. He increased his speed to the maximum and didn't dare to look back. However, he didn't dare to look back. Xia Yuan, who was carried by him, didn't have to hurry on his way, so he had time to look back, only to see at this moment. The dark spring water rushed to the sky, covering the horizon. A special smell drifted out, causing Xia Yuan to feel dizzy and suffocated. This was not the most important thing. The most shocking thing was that in the swirling rain, a huge dragon that covered the sky was slowly pulled out by a huge net that flickered with golden light. The nether spring collapsed, heaven and earth collapsed, and the giant dragon flew across the sky. The chi of the netherworld overflowed. The dragon's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, but it did not struggle and allowed the fishing net to pull it out. This wasn't because it had resigned itself to its fate, but because it was accumulating strength. It was waiting for the moment when the seal was completely broken, and then it would use all its strength to break free. A dangerous aura quickly gathered, and it was extremely oppressive. Hurry up, Xia Yuan sensed danger and urged. Finally, in front of him, a space was torn open like a door, revealing a mysterious and huge passage. It was dark inside. Feeling the increasingly violent and dangerous aura behind him, Mengyi did not hesitate. With a plop, he carried Xia Yuan and plunged in. It seems like something is coming out. Subdue it and understand the situation inside. Before Mengyi even landed, he heard a familiar voice. The moment he appeared, palm shadows, blade light, sword chi, whip legs, iron chains, hood, all of them were thrown at him. It's a misunderstanding. Stop, I'm Mengyi, Mengyi said as he parried the attacks. Mengyi, the forefather. When the group of people heard the familiar voice, they immediately stopped in bewilderment. When Mengyi carried Xia Yuan out of the black hole and landed on the ground, they were still in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that the two people, who they thought had gone all out, would come out of this secret realm that had just appeared. This situation was quite strange. Forefather, what are you doing here? Someone asked. We'll talk about this later. Let's leave this place quickly, Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the black hole gate behind him trembled violently, and ripples appeared in the space. A burst of netherworld chi floated out, and the smell was terrifying. Let's go, Mengyi roared and carried Xia Yuan as he ran far away. The others didn't know the reason, but seeing the two of them in such a hurry, they also followed and fled into the distance. Boom, they didn't run far before a loud noise shook the entire world. A boundless aura recovered and looked down on the world. Roar, a huge dragon head was pulled out of the black hole. A wave of baleful chi that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly scattered the boundless aura. That's right, everyone turned around and saw the shocking scene. They couldn't help but cry out. The space trembled and the earth trembled. Countless living beings felt the emperor's might and knelt down. A giant dragon that covered the sky was pulled out. Its black dragon scales were cold and glowed with a dark light, casting a shadow over the entire world. Its powerful aura could even make kings shiver, and ordinary creatures would be crushed to death by its aura. However, at this moment, it was the target of a powerful existence. A layer of golden fishing net wrapped around the dragon's body, trapping it firmly. The dragon kept on turning and struggling, swinging in the sky and creating loud rumbles like a series of thunderclaps. It wanted to break free from the golden fishing net, but it seemed powerless. The fishing net released a golden glow, and like lightning, it flickered and swam about. It suppressed the huge dragon, and it continued to shrink, causing its huge body to slowly be compressed into a ball. Lumps of dragon flesh protruded from the gaps of the fishing net, and purplish-black blood dripped from them. How shocking was this? It's that mysterious fishing net expert senior. Some of the Xia clan's old ancestors exclaimed in shock. Fishing net expert. Xia Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. Judging from his tone, one of them knew the senior who had attacked the dragon and disrupted the skeleton's arrangement. At least he had heard of it, but how was that possible? The dragon's aura was so powerful and fierce that it was obvious that it was not something a king could compare to. Even if he was at his peak, he would probably be an ant in front of it. How did their Xia clan get to know a powerhouse who could hunt such an existence? Even if he had only heard of it, he had lived for hundreds of years and had never heard of it. Where did his own junior hear it from? As for the records, he, Xia Yuan, had read many books and was well versed in both the past and present. He had read almost all the proper books of the Xia clan, but there was no record of this. Could it be that the records of this powerful being came from those perverted little yellow books? Isn't this ridiculous? However, this was not the time to ask questions. The giant dragon in the sky was struggling in the fishing net, shaking the world. Their current distance was still not safe enough, so they had to continue retreating. Otherwise, even if they were scraped by the aftermath, they would either be dead or crippled. Roar! The giant dragon roared at the sky and struggled with all its might. It was so strong that it was drenched in blood. Dragon blood splattered down onto the ground like acid rain, causing the ground to sizzle and the grass to dry up, the rocks to rot, the trees to die, and the mountains to collapse. Roar! The giant dragon's roar changed from a furious roar to a sorrowful roar. It was extremely unwilling. The existence that had attacked him had not even shown itself, and it had already been forced into such a sorry state. It could be imagined that the two sides were not on the same level at all. Its resistance was so weak. It was like a weak woman facing a burly man. Other than shouting at the top of his lungs and shouting no, any form of resistance would only bring about greater pressure. The dragon could clearly feel that the more it struggled, the stronger the fishing net was, as if it was responding to its struggle. However, even though they would be subjected to more pressure if they resisted, dragons would not yield easily. In the sky, the dragon's eyes became more and more brutal. Its dark and deep eyes were like two abysses hanging upside down in the sky. A brutal aura, as if it had killed hundreds of millions of creatures, rolled out and shook the sky. It was going all out, the kind where the dragon dies and the net breaks. How troublesome. Chu-He, who was in the library pavilion, frowned when he felt the rising aura from the dragon. Even so, it would not change the final result. However, at that time, the dragon would risk its life and hurt the flowers and plants in Forest City. After all, he was the one who controlled the net from a distance, and the dragon was extraordinary, so it was not easy to catch it. Compared to those ordinary alien races, it was like the difference between a shrimp and a whale. Chu-He closed his eyes. A golden shadow walked out from his body. Stepping across space, his body expanded with every step. When he was outside of Forest City, he was already a giant that could stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth. His body was shimmering with golden light, making it impossible to look at him directly. A few years had passed. Now his transcendence golden body had broken through to the 4th level. Roar! The dragon raised its head and looked at the golden light. It sensed an aura similar to its own in this golden light. It wasn't shocked. Instead, it was happy. He had thought that he would attack. He was an existence of a higher level. He didn't expect that after the main character appeared, he wasn't as strong as he had expected. However, there were still some things that were not right. For example, why was it so difficult for it to resist even without the other party showing up? However, this was not important at the moment. It was more important to get out of here. The dragon roared provocatively at Chu-He's transcendence golden body. The baleful chi on his body started to spin even faster. However, just as the dragon's aura reached its peak, the golden giant extended a palm. It was plain and did not carry any smoke, fire, lightning, or sonic booms. He simply stretched out his palm and pressed forward. With a PA sound, he slapped the dragon's head. Instantly, the giant dragon, which had a murderous look on its face, felt a sharp pain in the depths of its soul. The giant dragon's head swayed a few times and was stunned for a moment. The aura that had just been building up was lost. This doesn't make sense. What kind of difference is this? The dragon's chaotic mind only had one unbelievable thought. With its defense, it couldn't even withstand a single move. Pa, 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 the golden palm pressed down a few times. The giant dragon was seeing stars. This was mainly an attack on the soul, and the physical damage was secondary. To the dragon with thick skin and flesh, it did not have much of an impact. The dragon's soul started to feel nauseous, which directly affected its body. Purplish-black dragon blood started to spray out like rain, like a fountain. Chu-He's transcendence golden body reached out with the other hand and grabbed a big bowl from the library. He placed it under the dragon's mouth and caught all the dragon blood. This dragon's blood was too special, and its contamination was extremely strong. If so much blood were to be spilled, it would probably leave a barren land for thousands of miles, affecting the situation for 100 years. This was a serious damage to the environment, so naturally it had to be stopped. Chu-He only stopped when the dragon was more or less dazed from the blow. It was dizzy and the blood it spat out had turned into thick phlegm. He grabbed at the void and picked up the heaven and earth cloth bag that flew over from the library pavilion. As if he was storing a loach, he stuffed the giant dragon into the bag. Then his golden Dharma form, carrying the sack on its back, turned into a flash of golden light and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the devastation on the scene, no one would believe that a dragon had been hunted here a moment ago. The Xia clan's experts, who had endured the dragon's might and ran a great distance with great difficulty, raised their heads and looked back at the now calm sky. They were speechless for a long time. I didn't expect that experts of this level would fight so soon after the curtains were drawn. It seems that even with our cultivation, it's risky to drink the soup. Scared, it's too dangerous. I'd better go back and teach in peace. It's not bad to be an ordinary person and live for a few thousand years, Lin Zuling said with lingering fear in her heart. The big screen? What big screen? Xia Yuan's expression changed once again. This girl seemed to know some secrets that he didn't. And it was very important. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that existence who revealed it? Outside the library pavilion, under the willow tree, on the second floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, the rolling heat waves surged and turned into substance. It was as if a flame had been born in the void and burned in the air. The iron woks were like huge mountains placed on top of the flames. The black oil in the woks was boiling and jumping up and down with a sizzling sound. Heat waves from the woks were burning in the void. He took out his heaven and earth bag and poured out the dragon. This dragon was very disobedient. It kept struggling in the bag, causing the heaven and earth bag to stretch and shrink, showing signs of bursting. This made Chuhi very unhappy. The dragon was directly taken into a pot of oil and poured into it, saving him the process of a chain flying over. The black oil washed over the dragon's body, causing a series of explosions. Roar! The dragon was in pain and roared. It swayed its body and wanted to fly out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chuhi did not need to make a move. The netherworld chains hidden around the oil pan flew out and locked the dragon's body, pulling it back into the oil pan. The fire under the oil pan suddenly increased, causing the dragon to explode. The dragon rolled left and right in the pot of oil, making the chains clatter. The oil in the pot splashed everywhere, making the fire burn more fiercely. It spat out thick phlegm from its mouth in an attempt to extinguish the heat of the oil pan, but instead it caused the flames to rise even higher. The black oil in the oil pan poured backward and directly flew into its mouth. It couldn't stop it even if it closed its mouth. Its mouth was spewing fire, its ears were smoking, and its entire body was dyed red from the inside out. The black oil had started to burn in its body. It was a vicious cycle. The giant dragon roared in grief. It felt that the more it struggled, the fiercer the punishment would be. After a few times, its soul was directly exhausted by the explosion, and its dragon body trembled. He was tired and in pain. After a while, it stopped struggling. He started to think. It was puzzled by the current situation. That almighty expert had spent so much effort to create such a shocking commotion, so why would he throw it into the pot of oil? This didn't make any sense. After it was captured, it had thought of many possible outcomes. The only thing he didn't expect was that it would end up in a pot of oil. If a powerful being wanted to catch it, he should be able to obtain benefits from it. Its body, its secret, that was the case. But now, why did he throw it into the pot of boiling oil without saying anything? What was he doing? Do you want to eat fried dragon jerky? That's impossible. The nether dragon's body was poisonous and smelly. Even if it died outside, no living creature would be willing to go near it, except for turning its burial place into a forbidden zone. Even those creatures that were also covered in poison were not interested in the corpses of their nether dragon clan. Could it be that it had encountered a mighty figure with unique taste that was rare to find in a billion? What are you doing? What was he doing? Just say it. Whether I agree or not is one thing. First, tell me what you want to do. The dragon finally could not help but roar. Unwillingness, anger, and a little grievance. In the past, when he was suppressed, he knew what was going on and how things had developed. However, it didn't know anything when it was caught this time. He felt inexplicable, his heart was empty, and he felt sullen. It needed an explanation, a reason. Even if he really wanted to turn it into a dried meat, he would tell it. Unfortunately, no one responded. There was only the sizzling black oil rolling and rubbing on its body. At this moment, Chuhi had already gone out. He stood under the willow tree, looking at the green smoke that came out of nowhere in a daze. He didn't know whose grave this place used to be, but now, with smoke rising, the whole family was going to die. He had really struck it big. That evil dragon was indeed something. It was not in vain that he spent so much effort to save it. It was just the beginning, but the lucky cultivated turned into a substance and gave off green smoke. It was even more powerful than all the trash on the first level combined. It seems like quality is king. Chuhi suddenly felt bored. He had worked hard for several years, catching and raising them at the same time. In the end, it wasn't even as good as the harvest this time. Forget it, I'll just read a book. Chuhi pulled over a reclining chair and placed it at the place where the green smoke was coming out. Then he sat on it. He played the biggest role in this place, being able to emit green smoke, so it wasn't too much to be a little festive. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the past 3 years, Chuhi's foundation in the 9 transformation golden body technique had accumulated enough. He placed the focus of his cultivation on the Transcendent's golden body and some other secret techniques. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his combat strength was constantly increasing. He had many techniques. Although he did not use them as reference, he felt that his combat strength was among the top in the same realm. To be humble from his conversation with the evil dragon. To put it more imperious, it was invincible. He could even compete with the Lord. Of course, that good-for-nothing dragon was not strong and might not have seen enough, so the credibility of his words was still up for discussion. However, in general, he did not change much. 3 years was too short for him. It would only take a few closed-door cultivation. In the past 3 years, Lin County had changed the most. Now, this place had become one of the core of the Xia clan. Some of the major sects and clans had gradually moved a part of their forces here. Several ancestors of the Xia clan were also stationed here. The reason for this was Zhao Yuling's shocking explanation. There were also practical benefits that made people even more convinced. It was easier to calm one's mind and chi when cultivating here, and it was also easier to break through. If they went out to the mountains and rivers, they might even get valuable treasures. Someone was chased by an enemy, and after jumping off a cliff, he obtained a king's inheritance. Some people carried a blood feud and ran 2 rounds in the mountains before entering the secret realm and obtaining a great fortune. All sorts of things. Lin County was already developing in the direction of the holy land of cultivation for the Xia clan. Forest City, which had the most magical places, had now become a treasure land. There was a rumor that if they were to spread their seeds within Forest City, the next generation's talent would rise by a few levels. With more effort, anyone would have the chance to create a heaven's favorite. The entire Xia clan, with a bit of power, knew that this matter was not without basis. Therefore, the current Forest City was the place where all the descendants of the big families held their wedding ceremony. House prices rose 7 times in a day. In a big family or power, if they didn't prepare a house in Lin City, they would be embarrassed to hold a grand wedding. They could hear the festive sounds of gongs and drums outside. He sighed. It was too annoying. There was someone to be the groom and the bride every day. There were couples every day. Didn't these people pick the dates? You don't even know the meaning of the zodiac. At the same time, in the distant land of pigs, the succubus clan's territory, it's time to go, a deep voice rang out. The 10-year period was up. As the voice of the succubus race's utmost being rang out, the succubus clan's land instantly shook. The cheerful atmosphere dispersed the gloomy and cold air that filled the sky above the succubus race's land. A group of demons that had been preparing for a long time gathered together with their equipment. It was very fast. They had been counting the days for this day. An order was given. 1,000,000 succubus race elites were assembled. From the path that had long been opened up by the experts of the clan, they advanced towards the territory of the Xia clan in a mighty manner. After this, the succubus race will rule the barbarian region. 1,000 years. We only need 1,000 years to return to the sky territory and regain our glory. High up in the sky, the utmost being of the succubus race spoke to his left and right. The undying demon clan will prosper forever. A group of succubus elders echoed in excitement. They were full of confidence and anticipation for the future. The Xia clan's vitality had yet to recover, and their utmost being was about to die. As for the succubus race, they still had vitality and were extremely strong. In such a situation, such a contrast, the Xia clan was already in the bag. Nothing would change. At that time, the succubus race would use this as their foundation and have a boundless future. In the library pavilion, Chewie blocked out the noise outside. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate quietly. There were countless shadows flashing in front of him. Boom, palm strike, piercing sword. He waved his blade. The entire library pavilion was surrounded by Dao runes. He was multitasking and cultivating many martial arts techniques at the same time. When other people practiced martial arts, it was about the quality and not the quantity, but he had more skills, so it was not a burden. This was not difficult for him at all. The Transcendent's golden body was a top-notch method to cultivate spiritual power. The strength of his soul could not be measured by reason. A long time passed. Chewie opened his eyes, ended his cultivation, and stood up. He tidied up his clothes. He signed in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the contract. Reward, a bottle of purple blood pills. A bottle of pills appeared on the check-in panel. Good stuff. Chewie revealed a smile. He had only obtained 2 bottles of this elixir so far, and it was very effective for him at his current stage. According to the introduction, it was even helpful for breaking through from the 4th to the 5th revolution. It was one of the higher-leveled treasures that he had checked into. Chewie walked out of the library pavilion in a good mood. Cultivation was indeed a good way to blow away the secular world. His mind, which had been disturbed by the noise outside, calmed down. At this moment, he had blocked out all the sounds outside the Lin mansion. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I feel much better. Brother Chu, Zhao Yuling climbed over the wall. He had a cheerful aura. What made you so happy? Chu, he asked with a smile. My sister gave birth to another boy, and he has the potential to become a king. Zhao Yuling said happily. Your sister gave birth again. He was stunned. If she remembered correctly, last year, the year before that, and the year before that, the little girl seemed to have said that her sister had given birth. The production rate was a little high, and Zhao Yuling nodded. How many is this already? He could not help but ask curiously. Only the fifth one, Zhao Yuling said nonchalantly. What do you mean by talented? This is considered little. He's face trembled. If nothing goes wrong, my sister will have another one next year, Zhao Yuling said. Hiss, he gasped. Was she addicted to having children? Why is your sister so fertile all of a sudden? He could not help but ask again. Actually, she didn't want another one after she gave birth to one. But a few years ago, the children born in Lincheng are generally better, so I mentioned it to my sister when I got home. She came here to try. I didn't expect that the little niece she gave birth to would have such talent. She has the potential of a heaven's favorite, and there is hope for her to become a half-step king. Then I got excited and asked for another one. It's a boy, and he has monstrous talent. He has the potential to become a half-step invincible king. My sister and brother-in-law are even happier. He asked for another one. Their aptitudes are equally monstrous. He's the fourth one born in Forest City, and he's the fifth. I've seen him before, and he has the potential to become a king. My sister is feeling very accomplished now. She's full of confidence, and she wants to keep up the good work. My brother-in-law said that his next child will have the potential to become a great emperor. It looks so powerful. He didn't understand. He was looking forward to the child who had not come out yet. He suddenly thought that if he gave birth to one, he would not know how talented he would be. What a pity, he couldn't give birth on his own. He pulled out a recliner and sat under the willow tree. Is your brother-in-law's surname Wang? He suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask Zhao Yuling. No, his surname is Lin, Zhao Yuling said, shaking her head. His surname was Lin, no wonder. He glanced under the recliner. The children born in Lin City in the past few years had good aptitudes. However, the children of this little girl sister were either heaven's pride or monstrous, and even had the potential to become king tiers. Each one was more abnormal than the other, and there was absolutely no one like her. It seemed that the direct ancestors of the little girl's brother-in-law were buried under the ground. Green smoke rose from the grave. It was indeed powerful, and the smoke was getting stronger and stronger each year. They worked hard, and the green smoke rose. With the two combined, it was really possible to create a child with the qualifications of a great emperor. At that time, the little girl would be able to proudly announce her brother-in-law to everyone she met. My son has the potential to become a great emperor. The scene instantly appeared. Brother Chu, I don't know why, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. I haven't made any progress for a long time. Zhao Yuling continued. It had been a long time since she had broken through to the fourth-level king realm. Her current realm had already been fully consolidated, but she still didn't feel like breaking through, even though her speed was already very fast. He had broken the Xia clan's record that had been around for thousands of years. However, she didn't feel anything at all as her path of cultivation was smooth. Instead, the cultivation speed that seemed normal to ordinary king tiers was abnormal to her. It was a bottleneck that caused her to feel depressed. These years, you've become addicted to teaching your disciples. You haven't even calmed down and cultivated properly, so how could you have improved? He shook his head, stood up, and pointed at the recliner. Lie down. Zhao Yuling's pretty face instantly turned red. However, she didn't reject him. With a mixture of panic, nervousness, and anticipation, she lay down hesitantly. He Kian. This girl's thoughts were getting weirder and weirder. This wasn't the first time, and he didn't know what kind of stimulation he had received. He had asked her to lie down so that she could feel the aura of her ancestor, calm her heart, and wash away her impetuousness. Under the chair, there was a scene that ordinary people could not see. There was a wisp of green smoke rising, but it was very cool, and it was a heart-piercing coldness. When Zhao Yuling understood Chuhi's intentions, he just wanted her to calm down and wash away her impetuousness. Her face turned even redder, and she was flustered. Even though she was sitting on the chair, she felt cold and comfortable, but she could not calm down. Chuhi shook his head. He knew that the little girl would not be able to calm down today. He took the initiative to ask her to go back and teach her disciples. Zhao Yuling nodded in agreement. With a red face, she climbed over the wall and quickly left. It was so embarrassing. He had been embarrassing himself every day for the past few days. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. Now, Lin City was holding a wedding every day. All kinds of wedding invitations from the sect, Lin family, disciples' families, and all kinds of other things were floating in front of her every day. Her thoughts were in a mess. AI, how did Lin City end up like this? He's getting more and more frivolous. Now the Xia clan was not at war and the border was stable. As expected, it was just like what Brother Chu had said in the past. When full, one would think of lust. They were all idle. Even the great ancestors were encouraging them to have more children. The Xia clan's territory was simply too vast. There simply weren't enough people. Chu He watched the little girl leave. He had just laid down on the chair when he suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he hadn't been to his fishery for a long time. Ever since that evil dragon could produce high yield, his interest in farming had faded. It just so happened that he was free now. Let's go take a look. Chuhi stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared. He rushed at full speed and arrived at the fishery in an instant. Inside, Big Turtle's body spread out, and it floated in the sky like a golden sun. Its might suppressed the entire fishery, and it was sleeping. It didn't need to use its own power to float in the sky. The 9 giant snakes stood upright like pillars supporting the sky. Their soft bodies were straight as if they were stiff. They didn't move at all. 8 of them formed a circle with one coiled in the middle, supporting the huge turtle's body. Chuhi was speechless. This bastard sure knows how to play with snakes. Even he didn't have such a grand lineup. Chuhi could not help but feel sympathy for these snakes. What have you been trained to? Look at the fish farm. All the other beasts were living a good life. Look at the fish, it was swimming happily in the water. Looking at the toad, it hugged its 2 claws, crossed its legs, turned over, closed its eyes, and lay on its back in the water. It was very comfortable. Look at that dog. It was bathed in golden light as it cultivated. It looked up at the turtle's body to observe its intent. It was working hard. Frolicking, sleeping, and cultivating, that was called peace. Cough. Chuhi's cough was heard by everyone present. The fish that was swimming in the water froze, and its stomach turned white. It trembled as it floated up. The sleeping toad immediately quivered and dove into the water. The dog, who was in the middle of cultivation, was struck by the backlash when the chi flowing through its body was dispelled. It trembled as if it had been electrocuted. No matter what the other alien races were doing, they were all shocked. It was like the Japanese had entered the village. The serpents were the calmest. The 9 snakes that were holding up the king turtle didn't change at all. Their bodies were still strong. Meanwhile, the group of snakes that were taking turns sleeping stretched out their tongues. They glanced at Chuhi when they heard the sound and continued to close their eyes. They were rather calm. He didn't even put Chuhi in his eyes. In his eyes, there was an arrogance that said, if you have the guts, kill me. These snakes, he had a bright future. However, these guys weren't even afraid of death, so it was strange that they listened to the turtle's words. Master, you've finally come. The big turtle shrunk its body and turned into a little turtle. It jumped onto Chuhi and sounded aggrieved. It couldn't even remember how long it had been since Chuhi had last been here. Anyway, it had been a long time and its food had long been finished. I've been hungry all this time. It was so uncomfortable. Chuhi took out a handful of dog food and handed it to it. He touched its head to comfort it. Then he took out his heaven and earth cloth bag. After this, he didn't want this fish farm anymore. He had come here to take the little jerk back. He could also pack up all these alien races. A few years had passed, and other than the snakes, the cultivation of all the other races here had reached the standard. After all, these alien races were all at the peak of Xianshan 9th stage. They were injected with hormones and were willing to put in a little effort. It was normal for him to break through in 3 years. One by one, the alien races, regardless of their size or weight, were stuffed into the bag by Chuhi without any resistance. Spare me, spare your life. The giant golden carp took out the medal of pardon hanging around its neck and raised it high with its shark's fin. He looked at the shiny golden sign. Chuhi was stunned. He had almost forgotten about this. However, since he was the one who gave out the tags, Chuhi accepted it. Although he had many ways to kill the goldfish, for example, he could ask the turtle to do it so that he would not be the one to kill it. For example, if he was placed in the demon subduing pagoda to be slowly refined, he wouldn't be killed, just tortured. Although this was reasonable and legal. However, Chuhi had no intention of doing so. If it was a threatening enemy, even if he swore to the heavens, he could turn around and stomp them to death without any hesitation. However, the goldfish was just his prey. He didn't need to play tricks on such a small matter. It was too degrading. Make it smaller, Chuhi said to the goldfish. Then he pointed out with a finger, and a secret technique was imprinted in his mind. This fish was in the king's realm, so he could not release it. It was perfect to put it in a glass box as a feng shui fish. Under Chuhi's guidance, the goldfish combined with a secret technique and shrunk in size. It didn't resist and was very cooperative. The more he came into contact with Chuhi, the more he understood how terrifying he was. Unfathomable. After packing up all the alien races, Chuhi stepped out with the goldfish and turtle in his arms. Outside the fishery, Chuhi wanted to remove the secret technique he had set up. However, he then thought of something fun and a wicked interest rose in his heart, so he changed the layout of the place. Chuhi first cut out a door in this locked area and entered at random. It was all based on luck. The only restriction was that only humans could enter. Then he set up 9 steps and 9 tests inside. He placed 9 small trinkets on it. On the top floor, he took out a piece of gold and wrote on it with his finger, "I defeat the heavens alone." He started practicing martial arts at the age of 10, became an innate master at the age of 12, became a king at the age of 18, became an emperor at the age of 30, and became a saint at the age of 50. He had fought in the 9 heavens and 10 lands all his life without a single defeat. When he reached the top and looked back at the world, he felt extremely lonely. I don't know what the result will be and how many years it will take. I have no inheritor in my life. I'm afraid that my inheritance will be cut off. I've set up 81 test sites. Those who pass these tests will cultivate to the venerable sovereign realm. They will be guided by the token to the final place of inheritance and receive my true inheritance. After he finished writing, Chu even sealed a blade intent on it, causing the ordinary golden token to rise by a few levels. After he was done, Chu nodded in satisfaction and returned to the library. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The succubus race's main force had already passed through the path that was most likely to cause danger and unforeseen events. For the rest of the journey, the closer he got to the Xia clan, the weaker the surrounding clans became. I'll make a move first to see if the one from the Xia clan has already passed away. The utmost being of the succubus race shouted out. This wasn't a discussion, but a notice. So after saying that, its speed increased sharply. In the sky with a whoosh, a sonic boom was produced, and it left the main group. With its strength and without the burden of a large army, the succubus race's utmost being arrived at one of the Xia clan's borders in less than half a month. He took out a strange purple crystal and held it in his palm. Under the activation of the demonic chi, the crystal ball was emitting a faint glow. The succubus race's utmost being closed his eyes and used his heart to sense it. This crystal ball was one of the succubus race's most precious treasures in Sky Domain. It was a soul pearl. Originally, it wasn't qualified to control it. However, after a great change, the succubus race encountered a great enemy and fell apart. A seriously injured senior who was being chased to the point where he had nowhere to go had thrown it from a distance when he passed by. It was because of this precious treasure that it had its current cultivation base and was able to gather together so many of its remaining members, come to this remote place, and have the title of supreme and such achievements. However, it was a pity that its cultivation was still too weak, and it could only use some of the power of the treasure. The auras of experts of the same realm were one of the reasons why it was able to scout a large area. With the deliberate cooperation of the ancestor of the Xia clan, every time it scouted, it was very successful. In fact, if it had been a little braver, it might have been able to lock onto Xia Yuan's exact location and kill him. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be afraid of Xia Yuan, who was on his last legs. It had actually considered this matter before, and it had really taken action. However, the Xia clan also seemed to have a secret treasure in their hands. It was unknown what method they used to brand their souls. As long as one approached, they would be able to know. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that when it had made up its mind to avoid future trouble and found Xia Yuan, the soul pearl had alerted it. A strong sense of danger had also surged out of its heart. After a few times, it was certain that Xia Yuan still had a backup plan. He could heavily injure or even kill it. It had experienced such a situation once in the life and death battle with the Xia clan. But in the end, the tiger tribe suddenly attacked and took advantage of the situation. Xia Yuan retreated with hatred. He just didn't expect that such a method could still be used when he was seriously injured and in such a state. It was precisely because of this fear that it had been well behaved for hundreds of years. Soon, the soul pearl gave him a reply. The aura that was in the same realm as it had indeed disappeared, but in the Xia clan there was an empty area. When he tried to probe inside, he found that it was unclear. However, the soul pearl didn't alert him. Instead, it conveyed a sense of joy. It was the smell of opportunity. The expression of the utmost being of the succubus race changed as he decided to head over and take a look. Now that the Xia clan's tracking mark on their souls had disappeared, it would not be discovered if it entered quietly. Besides, the strongest of the Xia clan had already died, and there was no one in the same realm to threaten him. What else did he have to fear? So what if he was discovered? It was already invincible in this place. Who could fight it? Who could grant it death? The succubus race's utmost being took out a black robe and covered his entire body before stepping into the Xia clan's territory. He then headed towards the region where the information from his soul pearl was vague, even though it was invincible. However, if he could do it secretly, he should do it a little. This way he could solve the problem more easily, although it liked to enjoy the taste of being high and mighty. However, it was not an arrogant demon. It was very contradictory, but this was it. He desired to be domineering, but he was also cautious. The speed of the succubus race's utmost being wasn't that fast. He was using the strength of a Xiantian realm expert and didn't choose to travel at full speed. It knew that the Xia clan had a secret treasure that could detect the aura of experts. However, there was one point. Even if it was using the power of an upper sky, its speed was not something an upper sky could compare to. This was because its speed had always been at a constant speed, maintaining the fastest speed that a Xiantian lord could reach. In such a state, even a Xiantian realm martial artist would not be able to hold on for long. It would start to feel tired and would not be able to supply Qi Jin. However, it would not. Even the speed of consumption could not compare to the speed of its recovery. The succubus race's supreme high school walked through the barren mountains and wilderness, climbing mountains and wading through water. It took them 3 days to reach the area with the smell of opportunities. It wandered around the periphery and found a few Xiantian realm martial artists who were alone. It captured them and brought them to a remote place. After interrogating them, it summarized the basic information. There were indeed opportunities here. However, the few Xiantian lords were too weak to know what had happened. But in short, it was a good thing. In Lin County, fortuitous opportunities occurred one after another. As for when it started, the martial artists all had their own explanations, but they were all very vague. They were not local warriors of Lin County. They had come because of the reputation of the city. However, Lin County was under strict control now. There were patrols both in the light and in the dark. The martial artists outside had to obtain the right to enter. Otherwise, they would be severely punished if they were caught. These few Xiantian lords only wanted to try their luck at the edge, but they didn't get any good luck. Instead, they got unlucky and were caught by it. An opportunity for the Xia clan. The voice of the utmost being of the succubus race was erratic and extremely ear-piercing. This was an unforeseen event. However, it should not be a big problem. This matter had happened at most 10 years ago. In such a short period of time, even if the Xia clan had obtained great benefits, it was impossible for their strength to increase so much. He was only in the digestion stage. What he was most afraid of was that the Xia clan's ancestor had also obtained some benefits and extended his lifespan. He was still alive and was hiding inside. After all, the Soul Pearl's scan of this area was vague. It wasn't accurate. It thought for a moment. He decided to go in and take a look. Then he would sneakily make a round to see what kind of opportunities there were, as well as to confirm the life and death of that Xia clan member. This was not dangerous to it. So what if that person from the Xia clan was still alive? It immediately fled. Could they do anything to it? Obviously not. I still can't change my old habit of being cautious. I'm already the strongest in this region, and I should be able to break through everything with force. The utmost being of the succubus race sighed out as he cast out his aura concealment technique and found a remote area to enter Lin County. Shua, however, it had only been a few breaths since it entered. A long thread with a thick and large golden hook suddenly hung upside down in front of it. What's this? The utmost being of the succubus race was bewildered. At the same time, it did not hesitate to retreat. In a breath, he had retreated hundreds of meters away. However, it was shocked to find that the long line with the golden hook followed it like a shadow and arrived in front of it. The distance was exactly the same. This thing's target was clear. It was coming for it. The eyes of the utmost being of the succubus race turned sharp. With a whoosh, the demonic cloud under the claw condensed into a substance like a burning demonic flame. One claw grabbed at the golden hook, while the other claw with a sharp light slashed at the fishing line like a sword light. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. However, it was fast, but the hook was even faster. With a whoosh, it shifted its position and reached the back of its head. Not even an afterimage was left behind. The succubus race's utmost beings attack missed as he looked around warily. What about the line and the hook? It circled around twice in surprise, but it found nothing. However, behind it, the line and the golden hook rotated in sync with it, always maintaining a slight distance from the back of its head. Come out. The utmost being of the succubus race let out a hoarse roar, as though he was a wild beast that was going berserk in the face of an unknown danger. It was sure that there was something in front of it just now. It focused its mind and waited for a moment. There was no movement. Other than the sound of the wind and the chirping of some insects, the barren mountain was unusually quiet. His gaze swept across everything and he could see everything. Everything looked normal. However, the utmost being of the succubus race, who was used to walking on the mountain paths, was feeling a little flustered for some reason this time around. It was very depressing. It took out its soul pearl and sensed it. However, the information from the soul pearl indicated that everything was normal. Furthermore, the sense of joy was getting stronger and stronger, and the distance between them and the opportunity was shortening. Isn't it dangerous? The succubus race's utmost being kept the soul pearl. For someone like him who had always trusted the abilities of the soul pearl with utmost confidence, he was starting to feel apprehensive right now. He felt that the judgment of the soul pearl was wrong. At this moment, the feeling of fear in its heart was getting stronger and stronger, and the back of its head was itchy, as if something was gently moving. It was ice cold. Wait a minute, it wasn't a psychological effect. It really felt like something was tickling it. The eyes of the utmost being of the succubus race narrowed as his face changed. That couldn't be a bug. What was it? The succubus race's supreme, 9th-level peak king, and one of the strongest in the barbarian region. Not to mention scratching an itch when something touched it. Even if dust fell on its body, it would feel it immediately. Therefore, it was impossible for any life to land on its body without any movement. Moreover, this was the current situation. Although it felt an itch on the back of its head, it couldn't detect what was causing it. It was as if its skin and flesh were moving on its own. Pa. The utmost being of the succubus race raised his hand and slapped out at the back of his head. However, there was nothing. With a sullen face, it scratched the itchy place twice before putting down its paw. However, just as it put it down, the itchy feeling continued to come. The utmost being of the succubus race slapped out with his claw, but he gained nothing once more. Once he let go, his claws started to itch again. This was repeated a few times. In the end, the mentality of the succubus race's supreme being had completely collapsed as his expression turned ruthless. With a PA sound, it clawed again. This time it used enough strength, fast and ruthless. On the center of the claw, demonic flames rose. Finally, he had a different harvest. With a crack, the skull at the back of its head cracked. It let out a painful groan, its teeth were chattering, and black blood seeped out of the corner of its mouth. His body also trembled violently. The utmost being of the succubus race was both shocked and enraged. In the end, it couldn't help but stop pretending. His aura completely exploded, revealing his peak 9th tier king realm cultivation. It didn't matter even if the Xia clan detected it. It was leaving now. His body jumped up into the sky, wanting to use his fastest speed to escape from this place. Go far away. There was definitely something strange about this place. It didn't care if it had an opportunity or not. It didn't want it. I don't want it to be any bigger. The world was big, but life was the most important. Boring. However, a soft whisper rang out in the ears of the utmost being of the succubus race, as though someone was whispering into his ears. The utmost being of the succubus race felt his scalp turning numb as he felt a tremendous sense of horror enveloping him. Shua. The golden hook that had already disappeared reappeared in front of him, and this time, before it could react, it directly hung up and stuffed it into its mouth. It was useless even if it kept its mouth shut. Moreover, it wanted to resist, but to its horror, it found that it was useless. In an instant, it could no longer move. He could only watch helplessly. It's finished. He had indeed encountered an almighty existence. The heart of the utmost being of the succubus race turned cold. Its premonition was indeed more reliable than the soul pearl this time. This was not a good place. This time, the soul pearl had tricked it. What opportunity! The good stuff might be real, however, it definitely had an owner. There was an old monster living in seclusion here. The succubus race's utmost being was both flustered and infuriated. However, this was a critical moment of life and death. He forced himself to calm down and started to organize his words in his mind, preparing for his next act of begging for mercy. Regardless of whether it would be useful or not, he had to at least prepare. Perhaps it was a chance of survival. However, its body followed the fishing line and was caught above the clouds. He looked at the figure who was holding a fishing rod, wearing a straw hat, drinking tea, and sitting on a recliner, playing with a turtle. The utmost being of the succubus race was stunned. This was actually a human. It was a human. It was a human. The heart of the succubus race's utmost being was trembling right now. This was a situation that it had not expected at all. The powerful existence that had fished it up was actually a human. The words that it had prepared in its heart were stuck in its throat, unable to be said. He was completely stunned. If it wasn't a human who had caught it, it might still have a chance of survival. But if it was a human, then it was dead. The utmost being of the succubus race knew his own limits. However, that didn't make sense. How could the Xia clan have such a powerful expert? Could he be from another region? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The heart of the succubus race's utmost being was like dead ashes as he was stuffed into the heaven and earth pouch by Chu-He in his despair. You really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you come to hell when there's no door. Chu-He shook his head and kept his fishing gear. He no longer had much interest in fishing, and he no longer visited any other places in the Xia clan. However, Lin County was his home. He did not care about some small fry. However, a King's Realm beast was like a huge light bulb in the dark. It was hard not to notice it. Since he had already sent them to the door, Chu-He did not mind adding something to the demon-subduing tower. Let's go back. It's time for closed-door cultivation. Chu-He put away the reclining chair and tea set. He picked up the tortoise and stepped down. He decided to go into closed-door cultivation to break through to rank 5. He did not wait for the 100-year super check-in. Over the years, he had accumulated quite a lot of foundation, and he had a lot of medicinal pills to help him break through the realm. Currently, he was 100 confident of breaking through. Indeed, there was no need to delay. Lin County, outside of Lin City, in a newly built city, central meeting hall, the 8 great ancestors of the Xia clan sat in a circle. Among these old ancestors, other than Ziyun Menji, there was also a white-haired old ancestor, Tang Shan. He had survived from that great battle to this day. The others were all latecomers. Lin Zuling, who was clad in fire armor, was naturally among them. She had already reached the 3rd level of King Realm. With such a cultivation base, he was naturally qualified to be called an emperor or an ancestor. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Yuling wasn't interested in these things, she would also be qualified to be here. A large number of succubus races tracks have appeared on the western front. Their demonic chi is overflowing. I'm afraid they are moving in an entire clan. Looking at their route, they are definitely coming for our Xia clan. A purple-robed, middle-aged patriarch spoke. His name was Hu Chu, and he was the old forefather who was in charge of patrolling the area. He still came. Xia Yuan's expression was gloomy. Now that the Xia clan was on the rise, given time, they would definitely surpass the past and reach a higher level. Unfortunately, that required time. Although the Tiger tribe and the Succubus tribe did not make any moves previously, he was still rejoicing at the same time. However, there was still a thorn in his heart. It was as if a sharp sword was hanging over his head. Now, the sword had finally fallen. This was not the right time. After Mengyi obtained the inheritance, he went from being stuck at the 7th-tier king's realm for 300 years to the 8th-tier king's realm. Moreover, his momentum didn't decrease and his cultivation was very smooth. If he had a little more time, the 9th-tier king's realm wouldn't be an obstacle. But now, he was running out of time. The enemy had arrived. If it was just the Succubus race, the Xia clan would have suffered heavy losses once again. With his current strength, he could fight to the death with the utmost being of the Succubus race. It was unlikely that the Xia clan would be exterminated, but now even the Succubus race had come, so how far could the Tiger race be? They would watch the show from the side and then reap the benefits. It had been like this a few hundred years ago, and now it was just the repetition of another cycle. That bunch of imbeciles from the Succubus race, they clearly know that there's a tiger race next to us, and now they're running over to find trouble with us. Do they have brains? You're in such a hurry to die, one of the patriarchs said in a depressed tone. That life and death battle a few hundred years ago was because they could no longer hold back. The Xia clan had discovered the strangeness of the Succubus race. Even if the Succubus race wanted to escape, they would not allow it. Furthermore, the Succubus race was originally in the dark. However, it was different now. The Succubus race had come over openly. If the death of forefather Zayun could bring them confidence, it would still be reasonable. But now, old ancestor Zayun was still alive and well. He could eat and drink. The few of them were originally most worried about the Tiger tribe, at least before Xia Yuan's fall. Hence, his focus had always been on being wary of the Tiger tribe. However, he had never expected that the Succubus race would be the first to be unable to hold back. According to my original state, it's indeed time for me to die. The spiritual medicine and precious pills of my clan that can increase my lifespan are no longer of use to me. However, in my final moments, I had a lucky encounter, and my lifespan was extended by dozens of years. Perhaps this is also something that the May didn't expect. However, that demon has a treasure that can sense my aura. I didn't try to hide it, so it should know that I'm still alive. That fellow is very cautious. Why is it so impulsive this time? Xia Yuan, who was in the middle, also frowned in confusion. If there was no hope for the Xia clan, he didn't mind fighting with those succubi. In the past, those succubi didn't show their faces, but at the last moment, he had the heart to find them. This was a life and death feud, but now, things were different. Xia clan had hope, and it was a great hope. She could immediately put on a pair of colorful floral shoes on her bare feet. In this situation, they needed to develop and didn't want to go all out. To the Xia clan, fighting was meaningless. Nothing was better than peacefully nurturing the next generation in Forest City. Right now, there were already a few children with King's aptitude. There was even a couple who had already confirmed that they could mass-produce Heaven's favorites. Even one of the few children with King's talent was their child. Next year, they were confident that their children would have the potential to become great emperors. NBSB now. The Xia clan was at the peak of prosperity. We don't want to start a war now, but we also have no other choice. Then let's fight. Gather everyone in the sacred land to prepare for battle. This time, we'll take the initiative to attack and block the succubus race's path. We can't let the flames of war burn in our territory. Xia Yuan stood up and said. The others nodded. When the war between races came, one had to face it whether they were willing or not. Xiao Jin, what is Brother Chu doing? Zhao Yuling climbed over the wall and arrived outside the library pavilion. The door was tightly shut, and a layer of invisible power enveloped the library pavilion, isolating it from the outside world. Zhao Yuling walked over and lifted the little jerk, who was walking slowly with small steps, up. Master is in seclusion. Also, don't take my head, okay? Ask questions properly. The little jerk shook his head and said in dissatisfaction. Is that so? Zhao Yuling was a little disappointed. Xiao Jin, I'm going to the battlefield. Let Brother Chu know when he's out of seclusion. She put the little jerk down and took a long look at the library pavilion, then turned around and walked out. Fight. Whoever dares to challenge you, I'll tell my master and he'll be slapped to death, the little jerk said fiercely. When Zhao Yuling heard this, she suddenly turned around as if she had just remembered something. She looked at the little jerk, her eyes flashing. You, what's with that look? The little jerk backed away warily. It had a feeling that the woman was up to no good. Xiao Jin, you've been by Brother Chu's side for so long. You can speak now. It seems like you've been trained. Your cultivation is not ordinary, right? Zhao Yuling asked expectantly. As they cultivated with Chuhi, both she and her aunt were especially good at breath control. Their auras were not obvious, and even the patriarchs could not tell their cultivation level. Although the little jerk also felt ordinary, it was brought up by Brother Little Chu. He could still speak now, and there was a period of time when his body size had also expanded. If he said that he was ordinary, she would not believe it. What did that mean? So what if it's very vulgar? So what if he's not vulgar? The little jerk's eyes darted around in confusion before he finally asked. It looks like you're not ordinary. Zhao Yuling nodded. Then, while the little jerk was still in a daze, he said naturally, do you even know what grade of King Realm you are now? The little jerk took out his claws and started counting, then answered with uncertainty. I don't know, it seems to be 2. He's really extraordinary. Zhao Yuling nodded and picked up the little jerk with a happy expression. The little jerk's eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of his eye sockets. This woman was not a good person, so this was what he was planning. No, I'm not going. I don't like fighting. The little jerk shook his head and struggled. It didn't like to be beaten. Let go of me and I'll find you a helper to go to the battlefield in my place. Do you see that fish in the tank? It's a 3rd-tier king. You're better at fighting than me. Also, in this bag in front of my chest, there are 32 snakes. They are all at the Xianshan 9th stage, but as long as I feed them medicine and force them to work hard, they can break through at any time. I will give them to you. A month had passed. The Holy Land's ancestor personally hosted the gathering and gathered all the hundreds of thousands of Xianshan's 7th stage and above experts in the Xia clan. With a little formation, they gathered at the western border. They were ready to set off and cross the territories of the 2 small clans to attack the succubus race. Bai Yi, why are you only here now? Also, what's going on with you? You're carrying a turtle in your left hand, a fish tank in your right hand, and a bag hanging on your chest. We're going to fight, not sightsee. Zhao Yuling was the last of the king tiers to arrive. Dressed in white, she descended from the sky with an excited expression. Looking at her style and her lively expression, some of the ancestors frowned and couldn't help but speak. This girl was usually unreliable, but she didn't even look at the situation now. The battle of life and death was about to begin. Everyone was worried, but she was so happy. He even had a turtle in his left hand and a goldfish in his right. The bag in front of his chest was bulging, and it was obvious that it was filled with a lot of things. Was this a posture for battle? This was outrageous. Zhao Yuling blinked and looked around. There's nothing wrong with her style. She was carrying a lot of killing weapons. The reason why he was so happy was because those snakes were all able to break through, just as Little Gold had said. Half of them were king warriors, while the rest were half-step king warriors. However, it was normal for these people to misunderstand without knowing. Zhao Yuling was just about to explain. Tang Shan, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Ling Er has found external help. Tang Yuan, who had dealt with the little jerk before, spoke first, his eyes lighting up. This little jerk was extraordinary. It was the spirit beast that the almighty senior had raised. To be able to look down on his precious medicinal pill, his strength must not be simple. As for the fish in the water tank, it should be the same. 2 helpers who were at least king level joined in. To the Xia clan, this was the best outcome. I'm not here to help you fight, I'm just here to hold the fort. The little jerk made a statement. It had no interest in fighting and killing, unless he could suppress them with force. Otherwise, it would be the target of the beating. Although it didn't hurt, it wasn't interesting at all. Xia Yuan's eyelids twitched. If you want to control the situation, then wouldn't you be the first one to be beaten up? Do you have any misunderstanding about the authority? Zhao Yuling picked up the turtle's head and gave it a good beating. Then he raised his head and nodded to Xia Yuan. Patriarch is right. I did find some outside help, and it's quite a lot. As she spoke, she placed the fish tank on her head, then took out the cosmic bag around her neck and poured it down. A group of huge snakes with ferocious auras were poured out one by one. The command post was filled to the brim. A cold wind and a fishy smell assailed his nose. FCK, the few Xia clan ancestors were so shocked that they flew up into the air. Their jaws dropped in shock as they looked at the huge snakes below, which were entangled in lumps and had a terrifying aura. These snakes did not have any techniques to hide their auras. Furthermore, they had just broken through not long ago. As such, it was easy for the Xia clan's ancestors to see through their cultivation levels. They were on guard. Although Zhao Yuling said that these were the reinforcements she had found, she was still very calm. However, who knows what the situation is like for those who are not of our race? 1 or 2 was nothing. It was inevitable that he would be worried if they were in a group. This time, even Xia Yuan could no longer remain calm. In this group of snakes, half of them had an extra king. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all new king tiers and didn't care about quality, just quantity, this level of strength was even stronger than their Xia clans. This is also the external aid you found from Senior. Xia Yuan looked at Zhao Yuling with a shocked and uncertain expression. These snakes were obviously different from the ones raised by the tortoise. Looking at his aura, he seemed a little wild. However, this was not necessarily the case. These snakes also had a strange feeling on them, as if they had been tamed. Taming and raising were different. Thus, Xia Yuan wasn't sure. Yes, these are Xiao Jin's friends. They have a good relationship with him and play with him every day. They're here to help him out. Zhao Yuling smiled and nodded. The little jerk raised his head and looked at her in surprise. When did these snakes become its friends? How was it possible to be friends with a snake? It was something that would never happen again in this lifetime. If it wasn't for the fact that these snakes had to go to the battlefield this month, it wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I must let this woman see how she plays with snakes. A group of big snakes flicked their tongues, looking at the little jerk, ready to make a move. However, when the little jerk glared at them, the group of snakes felt a shadow in their hearts rise again. They lowered their heads and did not dare to move. Although they had all broken through to the next realm, the despotic might of the tortoise had been engraved in the depths of their souls over the past few years. They had the courage to not fear death, but they did not have the courage to resist the tortoise. Now, no matter what the turtle wanted them to do, they would do it instinctively. The army moved out. Zhao Yuling was standing on the head of a snake. She had a turtle in her left hand and a fish tank in her right hand. She was surrounded by other snakes. Under the shocked gazes of all the martial artists, he led the way. Tang Shan pulled the long beard on his chin. He did not know what to say. It's a good thing Xia Yuan, who was on Mengya's back, nodded. Half a month later, far away from the Xia clan's territory, the succubus race, who had been traveling for more than 2 years, stopped at this moment. It was break time. The Xia clan has made a strange move. An army has gathered and is heading in our direction. I'm afraid we'll encounter them in about 10 days to half a month. This was the news brought back by the succubus king, who had gone to scout ahead. We're not moving in a concealed manner, and we've made a lot of noise. It's not strange that the Xia clan has discovered us. However, why hasn't the utmost being returned yet? It's very strange. One of the old masters of the succubus race asked in confusion. The utmost being had left to confirm whether that existence of the Xia clan had truly died. But now, the Xia clan had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to him. However, the utmost being had yet to return, and there wasn't even a single piece of news about him. It made May feel uneasy. Could something have happened? A succubus spoke with a grave tone. The war was imminent, but the backbone was not there. The supreme combat power. If it encounters an accident and wants to leave, let alone the Xia clan, who in the entire barbarian region can stop it. Perhaps the one from the Xia clan is still alive, and he's keeping them within the Xia clan's territory. You May said with uncertainty. What should we do now? The situation is still unclear. Should we fight or retreat? Fight. With the current state of the Xia clan, we don't need to fear them. Besides, if we were to retreat without the orders of the utmost being would be enraged. Who would be able to bear the consequences of that? After some discussion, they finally decided to fight. Although the situation wasn't clear, facing the half-dead Xia clan, they still had some confidence. Even if the worst-case scenario were to occur, where an utmost being of the Xia clan was killed, that would still be a battle where the Xia clan's peak combat power would be wiped out. All the May had thought of this situation, but none of them dared to mention it. If the utmost being were to return and find out that they were discussing about the situation after his death, whoever started it would be the one to suffer, in the territory of a small clan. Xia clan and the succubus clan set up their battle formations, using a large river as the boundary line as they looked at each other from a distance. At this moment, other than those experts, all the succubi in the army were only wearing a pair of shorts, exposing their burly and strong bodies that were shrouded in black gas. In their claws, they were all holding fishbone knives that were full of teeth marks. Their eyes were filled with fear as they crossed the river and looked at the Xia clan camp. Something's wrong. What's with those snakes? The succubus race had a patriarch who pointed his claws in the direction of the Xia clan's camp. He stood in front of the formation like a pillar that held up the sky, exuding a blood-red fiendish might that suppressed many of the innate succubus-like snakes. It's fine, it's just a group of half-step king realm snakes. They're just a bit bigger. Perhaps they're external help that the Xia clan found somewhere. Judging from their unstable chi, their foundation isn't solid, and they can't even restrain their chi. They're not like the Wisdom Snake clan, so there's no need to worry. Don't we also have foreign aid? Another ancestor of the succubus race pointed his claw at the half-step kings and some of the Xianshan 9th stage experts that they had encountered along the way. It's better to be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. There were still some old masters of the succubus race who were frowning, feeling uneasy, on the other side of the river. A few of the Xia clan's old ancestors were in the air. Ling I'll personally hold the line for you later. Keep an eye on that old demon. Find a good opportunity to release the fish, the little turtle, and the snake in the bag. You must kill at least 2 of them with 1 strike. Everyone worked together this time and cut off the battlefield to give Ling a chance. All the patriarchs nodded. They were already very confident about this battle. More than a dozen high-end combat power foreign aid at once, and they could hide in the dark and not be known to the May. When the time came, he could ambush and kill a few succubus kings. The difference in strength between the 2 sides widened again. The only thing that they had to worry about was that utmost being of the succubus race. Xia Yuan was in a half-crippled state. In a battlefield like this, he still had to be carried on Mengya's back as he moved at high speed to avoid the first surprise attack of the succubus race's utmost being once he revealed himself. This was also to prevent the other succubus from breaking out of the seal. Xia Yuan could only make a move once. Therefore, in this chaotic battlefield, before he could face the succubus race's utmost being and unseal the seal, not only was he unable to help, he even needed Mengyi, the number 2 expert of the Xia clan, to protect him at all times. He was an indispensable deterrence. However, before the utmost being of the succubus race made a move, he would just be a burden, compared to Xia Yuan, who only had one choice. The succubus race's utmost being's choice was undoubtedly much more flexible. It could choose to reveal itself the moment it decided not to go after Xia Yuan, but to kill the other Xia clan kings instead. Apart from Mengyi, who could barely block a few moves from a peak 9th level king, everyone else was instantly killed. A peak 9th level king could not be compared to ordinary kings. In the barbarian region, only clans with the battle prowess of a 9th level king were qualified to be ranked as a 4th grade transcendent power. Otherwise, no matter how many kings they had, they would only be ordinary 4th grade powers. Only the Xia clan and the succubus clan were special. Otherwise, with the strength of their 2 clans, it was impossible for them to only be above 3rd grade. Xia clan had no choice but to pretend to be cowards and accumulate strength in secret because Xia Yuan was seriously injured and the Tiger clan was eyeing them covetously. After the grade dropped, he didn't want to raise it again. As for the succubus race, they were purely outsiders. Due to the special characteristics of their race, they had little interest in expanding their territory in the barbarian region. His eyes were fixed on the Xia clan. They did not care about the fact that they were a 3rd-rank force. After all, in the barbarian region, as long as the high-end combat strength of the tribe met the requirements and the surrounding tribes had no objections, the forces below the 4th rank could give themselves a position. However, when one reached the 4th rank, they would need to conquer enough territory, and a few transcendental races would have to nod their heads in acknowledgement. They couldn't simply call themselves that, or they would cause trouble. The succubus race did not want to cause trouble. They only had eyes for the Xia clan. The bugle call for battle sounded. The experts from both sides took their positions in the air. They stared at each other in the sky above the river. Xia clan, surrender. Don't worry, we won't destroy your race. Instead, we'll train you well and take you to see higher sceneries. You'll become stronger. The succubus race's leading forefather swept his gaze across the Xia clan's group of kings. When he saw Xia Yuan, who was being carried on his back, his heart was in turmoil. The Xia clan's current strength had already surprised him, but it was only 3 old acquaintances, so it was not a big problem. However, one of them was the ancestor of the Xia clan who was about to die. It was already a surprise that he was still alive. Now he was even being carried onto the battlefield. Wasn't the utmost being there to determine if he was dead or alive? Why is it that even though everyone has arrived at the battlefield, the figure of the utmost being is still nowhere to be seen? Where did it go? The 2nd-ranked expert of the succubus race felt that something was wrong. He was slightly panicking as cold air rose from his heart. Even his hot blood had turned cold. However, it didn't make a sound. Instead, it continued to persuade him with a cold and arrogant tone. With the utmost being not around, it had no confidence at all. That was why it did not choose to make a move right away. Behind it, the newly advanced juniors who had not participated in the Great War hundreds of years ago were still fine. They were full of confidence, and there were many of them. However, a few Mei who had also lived through that battle recognized Xia Yuan. They started to feel cold in their hearts and had a bad feeling. Although their eyes were staring ahead, their peripheral vision had already begun to wander around, trying to find the figure of the supreme being to comfort their hearts. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, the familiar figure never appeared. HMPH, the people of the Xia clan could only live while standing, but who would die while kneeling? Besides, you're not worthy of us surrendering. Tang Shan stepped out, representing the Xia clan in their war of words. The others glared at the succubus kings, but their eyes were also darting around, constantly on guard. They didn't choose to make a move immediately. Instead, they wanted to confirm the position of the succubus race's supreme being. This way, Mengyi could directly face Xia Yuan with his back and reduce the losses of being ambushed. Both sides had their own thoughts, but they were both waiting for the same figure to appear. A war of words began between Tang Shan and the 2nd most powerful succubus. It didn't lower their voices on purpose. On the contrary, it was as if they were competing. The more they spoke, the louder they became, and their voices were like thunder. Under the leadership of the half-step unrivaled kings, the troops on both sides of the river started to float up, ready to cross the river. They were waiting for the battle in the sky to start, and then they would charge. Their hot blood and fighting spirit rose with the sound of the war drums. However, as time passed, they realized that something was wrong. What was going on in the sky? The shouts and curses of the patriarchs from both sides drowned out the sound of the war drums. But you guys should fight.